Chapter 1. The Era of Darkness, the Awakening of the Devourers. On January 1st, 2000, in Blue Star, a black bird suddenly appeared, regurgitating a colossal stomach that engulfed the entire sun. Subsequently, the black bird swallowed the stomach back and vanished from sight. The sun has disappeared, plunging Blue Star into an eternal night. Yet life on Blue Star has not been entirely extinguished. Humanity manages to survive, and a multitude of researchers are diligently investigating the reasons behind this phenomenon. On the same day, deities emerged en masse across Blue Star, with the majority displaying hostility towards humanity. Under the leadership of countless unsung heroes, humanity established a united government, constructing several large safe zones. Henceforth, humans could only inhabit these secure areas. For reasons unknown, the deities are unable to enter these safe zones to wreak havoc upon humanity, a mystery that many researchers are also striving to unravel. This historical account marks the advent of the Dark Era on Blue Star, which encompasses three critical examination points. What was overlooked last year will surely be tested this year. Believe it or not. The first examination point. Seated in the corner of the classroom, Qin Xiang sighed. Studying history will not save humanity. Especially not this flawed narrative. In this world, only knowledge related to awakened abilities holds any significance, he remarked, turning his gaze toward the window. Through the protective glass, he could faintly discern one or two strangely shaped deities drifting in the night sky above. With Blue Star enveloped in perpetual darkness, the view outside the safe zones remains unchanged at any given time. A dimly twinkling starry sky, accompanied by the so-called deities wandering beneath it. Students, next we shall discuss the deities. This topic also contains examination points, so listen attentively. This is the first round of revision, perfect for identifying gaps in your knowledge. After the eternal night, bizarre creatures began to manifest on Blue Star, each more peculiar than the last. Yet they share a common trait: aggressiveness and immortality. Humanity perceives these beings as divine retribution for the sins committed prior to the Dark Era's onset, thus dubbing them deities, strange immortal beings, venerated as deities. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang could not help but scratch his head. It always seemed to be the case. At the end of science lies theology. People attribute all inexplicable phenomena to the divine. Everyone should take note the sections on deities and the Dark Era are essential. Regardless of the subject, they will be covered in the college entrance examination. The students appeared disinterested. All were acutely aware that in this world, only those who awaken their abilities can find their footing. As for the ordinary citizens' college entrance examination, only those who rank in the top 1,000th can gain admission to higher institutions, providing a chance to secure respectable employment within the united government. However, achieving a rank within the top 1,000th in the vast safe zone is exceedingly challenging. Even the top 5 in the school cannot guarantee such a position. In his previous life, Qin Xiang failed to achieve it, and in this rebirth, he found himself even less capable than in his past life. He was an orphan with unsatisfactory college entrance exam results. He later succeeded in graduate school and secured a modestly respectable job. However, as middle age approached, he was laid off during company optimization. When he sought compensation, he was fatally struck by a security guard, leading to his rebirth at the age of 17. In this new life, the people around him largely resembled those he had known in his previous existence. Yet the once ordinary world has transformed into its current peculiar state, resembling a parallel universe. This parallel realm is governed by deities and those endowed with sequence abilities. Having never awakened such abilities, Qin Xiang harbors a deep sense of grievance. O heavens, why have you yet to grant me the awakening of sequence abilities? Am I destined to be reborn merely as cannon fodder? Following the Dark Century, various life forms underwent mutations. Countless species faced extinction, while innumerable new ones emerged. Humanity too began to mutate, giving rise to those with sequence abilities. On January 1st, 2005, 5 years after the advent of the Dark Age, humanity witnessed the birth of its first sequence ability wielder, who possessed an extraordinary gift, transforming one hand into a revolver. This revolver could unleash 6 bullets in a single day. Many dismissed this mutation as insignificant, given that humanity's current foes were immortal deities. If nuclear bombs could not vanquish these gods, what use was a revolver? Yet, contrary to expectations, The revolver accomplished what even nuclear weapons could not. It felled two small, rapidly crawling deities, resembling giant cockroaches, yet still immortal. Sequence ability wielders could indeed slay gods. This shattered the long-held belief in the immortality of deities. Humanity erupted in joyous celebration, envisioning a resurgence against the gods. The awakening of this individual heralded the dawn of a new era, prompting many others to subsequently awaken their sequence abilities. The tales of humans defeating deities gradually ceased to be rare. Indeed, a majority of sequence ability wielders began to earn substantial rewards through the hunting of these divine beings. However, this spark of sequence awakening did not alter the precarious existence of humankind within the safety zones. For in the 5 years following the awakening, the most formidable large deities remained unvanquished. Nevertheless, the emergence of sequence abilities did reshape the internal dynamics of humanity. Outside the safety zones, deities reigned supreme. Within, sequence ability wielders became the new masters, emerging as the new gods of the safety zones. This is the apocalyptic reality for humankind, yet a paradise for the sequence ability wielders. Tales abound of individuals who were once beggars in the streets only to awaken their sequence abilities by afternoon, dramatically altering their fates. Compared to diligent study, awakening sequence abilities has become the true pathway to altering one's destiny. Despite his rebirth, Qin Xiang has yet to awaken such abilities. He believed that, as the chosen one, he should possess some semblance of fortuitous enhancement. Yet, 3 days have elapsed, and he remains an ordinary student living on the periphery of the safety zone. He longs to gather more information regarding sequence awakenings, but finds few capable of elucidating the matter. This is not surprising. Anyone with friends or family who are sequence ability wielders or who possess knowledge of such abilities would hardly reside on the outskirts of the safety zone. Students, the awakening of sequence ability wielders represents humanity's hope, yet we must remain grounded and focus on our studies. Sequence awakening? He immediately raised his hand, directing his gaze toward the history professor, who also served as the homeroom teacher. Qin Xiang, what is your question? Teacher, why is it that none of us have awakened sequence abilities? How can one achieve such an awakening? This matter has already been discussed, hasn't it? The head teacher furrowed his brow. The reasons behind the awakening sequence remain a mystery. If I were aware, I would have awakened it myself. Immediately, a student interjected, but I heard that Zhou Yang's uncle from the neighboring class has awakened his sequence abilities. Why can't I awaken mine? That's Director Zhou. The proportion of officials from the United Government who awaken sequence abilities is inherently high. But enough with the buts. Rather than indulging in impractical fantasies here, focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. You have only 6 months until the exam. If you do not study diligently and gain admission to a college, you'll have to work right after high school. Can you spare me some worry? Open your assignments, I shall review them. The head teacher's agitation grew with each word, eventually culminating in furious knocks on the desk. However, Qin Xiang, having lived 2 lifetimes, discerned that the teacher's frustration was not born from disappointment in his students. Only those in the top 5 of the entire school have a chance of entering college, and the top student in his class ranks around 30th. In other words, everyone in the class would likely be working after graduation. The head teacher could not be unaware of this reality. His agitation and ire were not rooted in concern for his students' futures. Rather, Qin Xiang perceived a sense of resentment and jealousy in his gaze. A resentment of being an ordinary person. A jealousy towards others who awaken their sequences. When the teacher reached Qin Xiang's desk, he discovered that his assignments had not been completed. You chatter so much in class. I assumed you had finished your homework. Not only have I not completed my assignments, but I also indulge in fanciful dreams that go stand by the door as punishment. Return only when you have regained your senses. Odette, he was not the only one who had not completed his assignments, yet he was the only one called out for punishment. It seemed the previous question had provoked the teacher's ire. It has been said that human anger fundamentally stems from one's own impotence. Perhaps that is true. Qin Xiang stepped outside the classroom. He did not take the punishment of standing outside to heart. If it were not for the school cafeteria providing meals, sustaining him, a penniless orphan, he would have little motivation to attend school at all. He would rather devote all his energy to contemplating the matter of the sequences. The tranquility outside the classroom offered him a space to think quietly about the methods for awakening his sequence. Although it was a forced endeavor, it was better than not thinking at all. As far as he knew, the wealthy and the powerful in this world had a significantly higher probability of awakening their sequence abilities that, in contrast, impoverished students like him, living on the fringes of the safety zone, had little chance of producing even a single awakener among thousands. The awakening of sequences is not entirely random. There seems to be a tendency favoring the affluent. He sighed deeply. If the conditions for sequence awakening are tied to one's quality of life, I fear I may never awaken my sequence. He lifted his gaze to the window, faintly discerning several divine entities drifting beneath the starry sky. Divine beings, are you? He mused. If you are indeed divine, does that not imply that I, capable of rebirth, possess a touch of divinity as well? In that case, I could be considered a divine being by approximation. Qin Xiang chuckled softly. Suddenly, he perceived what seemed to be an eye slowly opening in the darkened sky, gazing directly at him. The pitch-black pupil did not resemble that of a human. It was more akin to that of a bird. This eye, suspended in the night sky, was immense and round. If it truly belonged to a bird, it could likely swallow the entire blue planet in one gulp. Qin Xiang furrowed his brow and glanced around at the other students from different classes, penalized to stand in the corridor. Some of them were listlessly gazing out the window, yet none seemed to notice this eye. Could it be that only he could see it? He locked eyes with the creature for a moment and was immediately struck by a sensation of disorientation, as if the eye were casting some sort of spell upon him. In the next instant, a message appeared in his mind. Sequence Devourer awakens. Chapter 2. Double Happiness. Sequence Devourer awakens. Digesting deities will enhance strength. Current sequence level. Level 1. Glutton. Skill. Blood Feast. Skill description. Consuming deities can augment one's power. When he regained his senses, that eye in the starry sky had vanished. The sequence had awakened. His understanding of sequence abilities was rather limited. All he knew was that those with sequence powers could perceive their own sequence information within their minds. Have I awakened a sequence ability too? Qin Xiang could hardly believe it, yet he felt a surge of power coursing through him, significantly bolstering his mental state. His previously emaciated arms began to exhibit muscular definition. It is said that awakening a sequence ability enhances one's physique. It seems to be true. However, recalling the bird's eye, he felt a twinge of confusion. Is everyone awakening their sequences in such peculiar ways? My awakening method and the name of my sequence seem rather strange. I should understand it better before informing others. The name Devourer is quite straightforward. I must investigate it at the Godslayer camp. The Godslayer camp is a forum where those with sequence abilities discuss and exchange information. To access the forum for inquiries, one requires a mobile phone or computer. Yet, in his home, there is not even a functioning household appliance, let alone a computer. The apocalyptic scarcity of electrical resources meant that internet cafes were not open 24 hours. They had already closed after evening study sessions. Qin Xiang returned home, exhaling deeply. I shall take a rest and head to the internet CAF tomorrow morning. The following morning, he set off with his meager 10 copper coins, carrying his backpack to the internet CAF. The CAF was permeated by a faint scent of smoke, far less pungent than those from his previous life. IT appeared somewhat dilapidated, adorned with a few decorative stickers, seemingly untouched by renovation. Yet it was still a significant improvement over Qin Xiang's living. Conditions that in his eyes, anyone capable of affording electricity in the vicinity was quite affluent. Those who could operate such a power-consuming establishment were, without a doubt, wealthy. In this impoverished area on the outskirts of the safety zone, few could afford the luxury of paid internet access. Yet, paradoxically, a CAF existed here. The peculiar location of the CAF suggested a unique rationale. Qin Xiang had often observed strange individuals entering and exiting while passing by on his way to and from school, which seemed to corroborate this notion. Just half an hour on. The machine will suffice. He tossed 10 copper coins to the internet CAF attendant. The scarcity of electrical resources made the CAF's fees exorbitantly high. 10 copper coins represented his earnings from a week of diligent work at the school library, and parting with them caused his heart to ache. The somewhat rotund attendant, in his 30s, cast a lingering gaze at Qin Xiang before expressionlessly gesturing towards a computer. That one, go ahead. Upon settling down, Qin Xiang noticed a nearby individual clad in a suit, typing away on the keyboard. At a fleeting glance revealed to him the reason why the atmosphere of this internet CAF was considerably more pleasant than that of his past life. The steep fees ensured that those who could afford to frequent this place were typically individuals engaged in research or transactions, starkly different from the previous lives. Environment where the CAF was frequented by those struggling with basic necessities, he cast aside any thoughts of distraction and focused intently on the screen before him. Unfortunately, the machine operated at a glacial pace, taking 2 minutes to load the interface. There was no alternative. Faster computers required additional payment. He logged into the forum dedicated to sequence abilities, Godslayer Camp, to peruse the current statistics on the series of awakened sequences. The pinned post detailed the awakening of thousands of sequences over the past 5 years, since New Year's Day, 2005. Each individual experienced a sudden awakening, akin to an electric shock, with no one having seen the bird's eye prior to their awakening. What astonished Qin Xiang further was that among the thousands of sequences, none were related to the ability to consume deities. There was no one who awakened in the same manner as he did, nor did anyone share his unique sequence ability. He swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I am the chosen one?" His sequence yielded no leads. Should he disclose it? Such a revelation could place him under the spotlight. Yet his gaze lingered on one particular post, causing him to hesitate. Humanity has yet to digest the remains of deities. Should one awaken a sequence that allows them to consume deities and grow stronger, they might be captured for research, being captured for research. With a nascent understanding of sequence abilities, he realized that his devourer of God's sequence was a singular existence. The sequence abilities within the Godslayer camp were enviously sought after, for the ability to hunt deities while simultaneously enhancing oneself undoubtedly represented a formidable perpetual motion machine. Qin Xiang cautiously acknowledged that he seemed ill-equipped to bear the weight of such a remarkable sequence. As the saying goes, a common man bears no guilt, yet possesses treasures that invite calamity. If an individual possesses wealth that does not align with their capabilities, peril lurks in every shadow. Should he choose to trust himself, or place his fate and future in the hands of others, building on their lofty morals? For an ordinary person, this dilemma poses no significant challenge. In an instant, Qin Xiang resolved firmly. He would keep this matter confidential, quietly amassing his fortune. Whether in this life or the next, it remained an unassailable truth. As he contemplated his future plans, the computer abruptly reverted to the password screen, displaying a message. Access time has expired. To continue, please renew at the counter. The online time purchased with 10 copper coins had come to an end. Such is the plight of those lacking monetary resources. Despite your exceptional abilities, you must adhere to the designated schedule. Fortunately, within a mere half hour, Qin Xiang successfully unearthed the information he sought. Above all, it is imperative that the existence of the devourer of God's sequence remains concealed from others. Shouldering his backpack, Qin Xiang departed from the internet CAF, leaving behind the puzzled gaze of the somewhat bewildered network administrator. Through the protective glass of the safe zone, he gazed upon the eternal expanse of the starry sky, adorned with the occasional majestic deity drifting by, and a sense of disorientation washed over him once more. Should he proceed to the exit of the safe zone, or make his way to school? Within the Godslayer camp, the sequence abilities users mentioned that the exit of the safe zone witnessed the daily comings and goings of teams hunting deities. The United Government extends various support policies and resource allocations to sequence abilities users that in return, these individuals are tasked with hunting the deities that dwell beyond the safe zone. Moreover, the greater and more numerous the deities they slay, the more substantial their rewards to validate their conquests. Sequence abilities users are required to bring back a specific part of the slain deities remains as proof to claim their rewards. Thus, Qin Xiang reasoned that waiting at the exit of the safe zone might present an opportunity to procure a morsel of divine flesh, thereby testing whether this devourer of gods sequence would indeed enhance his prowess. If successful, he could potentially ascend to greatness. He envisioned himself hunting deities beyond the safe zone until he became an unparalleled master, ultimately returning to the safe zone to command all. The process of slaying deities would serve as an unceasing engine for his growth. Yet, after reviewing the information panel in his mind and calmly assessing his skills, he shook his head. The description of blood drink states that consuming deities can enhance strength, but it does not mention satisfying hunger, that if it cannot satiate my appetite, it means I cannot save on meals by consuming deities. For him, the issue of sustenance took precedence over the sequence conundrum. It demanded careful consideration. A single meal could thwart even the most heroic of endeavors. Thus, Qin Xiang ceased his deliberations on where to go. He had but one option: school. While venturing to the exit of the safe zone might offer a chance to grow stronger, today's almanac indicated all matters are ill-fated, suggesting that it was likely an inopportune day for chance encounters. Though he was not superstitious by nature, the occurrence of reincarnation and apocalyptic events had rendered such beliefs somewhat reasonable. When confronted with phenomena that transcend comprehension, one cannot help but succumb to superstition. The school provided lunch and dinner, and more importantly, today was Friday. The school's canteen would close during the weekend, meaning he would miss the opportunity for meals. If he missed the canteen today, he would face 2 days of hunger devoid of any funds. Not only must he go to school, but he must also plead with Aunt Zhang at the canteen to serve him a little extra food to cover his meals for the weekend. Aunt Zhang was aware of his orphan status and had always shown him kindness. He could attempt to visit the exit of the safe zone over the weekend, as sequence abilities users do not take breaks during this time. They must submit the remnants of deities to the united government to receive resources, much like small business owners who are responsible for their own profitability. Since the principle of self-sufficiency prevails, the distinction between work and leisure hours becomes rather ambiguous. Qin Xiang has made up his mind. Along the dimly lit main road, a streetlight flickers every few dozen meters, casting a weak glow that barely illuminates a few steps ahead. Above each lamp, a protective glass seems to serve a supportive function that in Qin Xiang's eyes. The sole purpose of these streetlights is to signify to passersby that this avenue marks the periphery of a safe zone. Beyond that, they serve little utility. Even the lights within the internet say shine much brighter than these street lamps. After meandering for over a dozen minutes along the shadowy thoroughfare, he finally arrives at the school. In his previous life, Qin Xiang attended an ordinary high school in the county, where the conditions were far from optimal in this world. The situation is scarcely different. He finds himself with no alternatives, as the only school nearby is the Zhuan School. This institution encompasses a 12-year educational framework, from elementary to high school. Children residing at the edge of the safe zone commence their education at the tender age of 6 and do not depart until they reach 18 effectively. It becomes a second home. The students here are all commonplace individuals, as are their parents. In a safe zone where the emergence of sequence abilities is not rare, the aggregation of ordinary people is limited, primarily situated at the periphery. Anyone capable of awakening a sequence ability invariably relocates with their family from this perilous and dilapidated fringe to more favorable environments within the safe zone. Within the school, everyone occupies the lower echelons of the safe zone, yet Qin Xiang's family situation is the most precarious. He is utterly alone, without parents, leading a solitary existence. Were it not for the policy of the united government, which waives tuition fees for orphans, he would be at a loss regarding his current whereabouts and endeavors. As he walks along the dimly lit street, he arrives at the school. The teacher on duty at the entrance has yet to arrive, and morning self-study has not commenced. Daily, this session takes place between 8 and 8:15. Excited by his recent awakening of sequence ability, he rose early today, and even after spending half an hour at the internet CF, he still arrived quite early. The school is aglow with lights. It stands as the brightest place in the entire peripheral area of the safe zone, boasting the best electrical systems and lighting in uncommon luxury in a region where electrical resources are precious. The united government believes that the hope of rescuing humanity and retaliating against the divine rests upon the shoulders of each child. Education must not suffer, regardless of circumstances. With improved educational conditions, the new generation will cultivate a sense of belonging to the united government and the safe zone, thereby fostering a greater enthusiasm for engaging in the pursuit of vanquishing deities. The united government has also proposed equal educational opportunities for every child, for one can never predict which child may grow to become a hero. However, policies often morph into peculiar forms once implemented within individual schools. Students like Qin Xiang, who pay no tuition and possess no promising future, are regarded as parasites within the institution, and teachers seldom extend the warmth. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, The benefits teachers derive from the school far exceed what they receive from Qin Xiang. His homeroom teacher has placed his desk in a corner of the classroom, a location devoid of attention precisely mirroring the position he occupied in his previous life. Before his rebirth, Qin Xiang's heart was shrouded in solitude. However, after his rebirth, he found himself enveloped in a sense of comfort. At least here, no one would interrupt his reverie. While his classmates retrieved their textbooks to prepare for the day's lessons, Qin Xiang rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window at the deities flitting past the safety zone. Could he ever contend with a deity? What would they taste like? Qin Xiang. At that moment, his daydreaming was interrupted. He looked up to find a fair-featured female classmate standing beside him. "Oh, Li Jingwen, what is it?" Here she came, bringing with her a cascade of bittersweet memories. Li Jingwen was Qin Xiang's classmate from high school, capable of both charm and manipulation. Now, Qin Xiang regarded her as somewhat juvenile, yet among his peers, her social standing was not insignificant. It was no wonder that he had been entangled with her for 3 years. He would rather go hungry than deny her breakfast, often using his earnings from part-time work to bring her meals. He even assisted her with her homework. For Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang was ever at her beck and call. Yet Li Jingwen had never reciprocated his affections, consistently deflecting his advances under the pretext of not wanting to impede her studies. However, whenever Qin Xiang contemplated abandoning his pursuit, she would seek him out, offering encouragement and asserting that it was merely a test of his resolve, urging him to persevere. Such words were nearly impossible for a naive high school student to dismiss. This allure was far more captivating than any competition or trivial task. Thus, Qin Xiang steadfastly assumed the role of a pure-hearted romantic warrior. Alas, it was only after graduating from high school that he learned of Li Jingwen's relationship with Zhou Yang from the adjacent class. Zhou Yang came from a respectable family. His uncle was a director in the education department, and his parents held esteemed positions. For Li Jingwen to be with him marked a significant social ascent. He vividly recalled the moment he saw Li Jingwen holding Zhou Yang's hand, her mocking words echoing in his mind. "So foolish, you deserve to be alone." In this new life, despite the world undergoing drastic changes, most of his former classmates remained unchanged. Upon encountering Li Jingwen again, he felt no stirrings in his heart, only a profound sense of clarity. With the return of youthful spring breezes, he realized today who he truly was. Love is indeed beautiful, yet one must be wary of those who might wield it for nefarious purposes. Li Jingwen's voice rang sweetly. "Qin Xiang, you haven't brought me breakfast for 3 days that I had breakfast myself." Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly. Li Jingwen paused, a look of surprise crossing her face. "What about my breakfast? Weren't you the one who told me your family had breakfast, so I needn't bring you any?" Qin Xiang later discovered that Li Jingwen had been passing the breakfast he brought her to Zhou Yang, attempting to curry favor with him. In truth, Li Jingwen was quite determined to be with Zhou Yang, but she had dragged Qin Xiang along in her efforts. "That was a test for you. If you back down so easily, how can I trust being with you in the future?" Seeing Li Jingwen's mix of anger and playful pouting, Qin Xiang chuckled softly. "If you're not at ease, then perhaps we shouldn't be together. After all, we are not in a romantic relationship at present." Upon hearing Qin Xiang's response, Li Jingwen felt an unsettling sensation within her. She could not comprehend why the once accommodating Qin Xiang had seemingly undergone a transformation in recent days. Nevertheless, her primary concern was to retrieve the homework that Qin Xiang had promised to assist her with, so she could subsequently meet Zhou Yang to compare answers. "Then please hand me my homework." Qin Xiang opened his backpack and produced 3 notebooks, which he handed to Li Jingwen. As she received the notebooks and flipped open 2 pages, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Qin Xiang, why is the homework blank?" "The homework does not write itself. If no one writes it, naturally, it remains blank. But weren't you supposed to help me with it?" Qin Xiang took out 3 more notebooks, revealing the empty assignments to Li Jingwen. "I haven't even completed my own work. Why would I assist you with yours? You doing this will get me scolded by the teacher." "Oh, then aren't you concerned about me being reprimanded by the teacher?" Qin Xiang regarded her with an expression of amusement, as if he had heard something quite comical. He shrugged in response. "I was made to stand by the teacher yesterday, and you didn't seem worried then." Tears glistened in Li Jingwen's eyes. "Qin Xiang, I feel as though you no longer like me." Qin Xiang remained impervious to her theatrics, instead offering a thumbs up. Li Jingwen, that was the only coherent sentence you've spoken all morning. With that, Qin Xiang leaned against the window, continuing to gaze at the bizarre shapes of the clouds. Would consuming this not lead to an upset stomach? Li Jingwen was utterly taken aback. She had arranged to meet Zhou Yang to discuss their homework answers and intended to pass on the breakfast Qin Xiang had brought her. Now that Qin Xiang had abandoned his responsibilities, how could she explain herself to Zhou Yang? In response to Qin Xiang's indifference, she exclaimed in anger, "Qin Xiang, if you continue this way, there will be no future for us." Qin Xiang chuckled softly, turning his gaze to the calendar hanging at the back of the classroom. Blue Star Calendar, January 1st, 2010. Gregorian Calendar, Friday, New Year's Day. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, November 17th, a day deemed inauspicious for all matters. Who says today is inauspicious? He mused. Isn't this a double blessing? Chapter 3. The catalyst for strengthening. A gluttonous feast, the periphery of the safe zone, is a profoundly underdeveloped area, lagging in every aspect, not merely reflected in its streets and the crowds that gather there. For instance, the educational system, which the United Government prioritizes above all else. At Jiuan School, the curriculum for the senior class is filled with tedious lessons on the glorious history of ancient human civilizations and outdated scientific theories. Such knowledge, once the key to academic and professional advancement before the apocalypse, has entirely lost its significance in the present world. The only path to redemption lies in one singular avenue: the awakening of sequence abilities. It is only through the possession of these abilities that one can hope to alter their fate. Regrettably, this backward school on the outskirts of the safe zone offers no courses related to sequence abilities. The impoverished vicinity barely shows any trace of sequence users, and the teachers, being ordinary individuals themselves without the opportunity for relevant education, are ill-equipped to impart such knowledge to their students. Although Qin Xiang has little understanding of the matter, he believes that the safe zone has been established for a decade, with the awakening of sequence users having a 5-year history. The United Government must have courses pertaining to sequence users, though they have yet to reach Jiuan School. The absence of knowledge within the current world system leaves Qin Xiang devoid of any vision for the future. Courses related to sequence abilities should not solely be designed for those who can awaken them. They could also benefit ordinary individuals. The emergence of sequence users will inevitably spawn numerous industries and create a plethora of job opportunities. Ordinary individuals, upon completing their studies, would find themselves with a broad array of career paths available. Unfortunately, Jiuan School operates on the lowest tier of resources and opportunities within the safe zone, leaving its students with exceedingly narrow prospects. They must either compete for a meager number of college placements through rigorous examinations or rely on ancestral legacies to awaken their sequence abilities and become sequence users. Yet, for the past 5 years, the ancestral graves of the students at Jiuan School have remained undisturbed. The sole hope for those seated in the classroom is to gain admission to the academy established by the United Government for ordinary citizens, subsequently securing a clerical position within the government. However, based on past academic performances, Qin Xiang, currently ranked around 100 in his class, is light years away from achieving that goal. His experiences as a laborer in his past life have taught Qin Xiang a valuable lesson: to refrain from futile endeavors, to accept one's circumstances, and not to be overly harsh on oneself. He merely awaits the times for lunch and dinner, planning to collect extra portions at the cafeteria to serve as his weekend meals. With no assignments completed, he finds himself reprimanded by various teachers. Similarly, Li Jingwen and her circle of friends face the same scolding. Li Jingwen's friends have always relied on her for copying assignments, which Qin Xiang has been writing for her. Having ceased his servitude, Qin Xiang inadvertently disrupted an entire chain of dependency. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen casts occasional glances of discontent toward him, which he deliberately ignores. Meanwhile, her friends devise strategies to maintain their association with her, hoping to share in the benefits of Qin Xiang's previous loyalty. For instance, when Qin Xiang was asked to assist with purchasing items or fetching meals, he would never decline. Now that he has ceased his amiable demeanor, their interests have also suffered. "Jingwen, do not fret. it is likely that Qin Xiang has unexpectedly encountered a situation that has dampened his spirits. Indeed, observe how he has been lost in thought. Perhaps he has been affected by some unsettling stimulus. Li Jingwen expressed her concerns. What shall we do? Today, when comparing homework answers with Zhou Yang, I claimed I was unwell and had not completed my assignments. Yet he remarked that I did not appear ill. My grades, as you all know, completing the homework independently is exceedingly challenging. A few days ago, Zhou Yang's uncle awakened his sequential abilities. If I could be with Zhou Yang, I could offer considerable assistance to you all. Li Jingwen's close friend's expression shifted. For your happiness, we must devise a plan. The supportive attitude of her friends instilled a sense of satisfaction in Li Jingwen. She was the first to learn of Zhou Yang's uncle's awakening, which solidified her belief in the closeness of her relationship with Zhou Yang. However, the recent unpredictability brought about by Qin Xiang left her somewhat perturbed. Upon hearing Li Jingwen's words, her friends became increasingly enthusiastic in brainstorming strategies. They believed that if Li Jingwen were to ascend socially, they would inevitably share in the benefits. Jingwen, here's the plan. When school dismisses, you should intercept him and say. When the school day concluded, Qin Xiang left his books behind on the desk, as his backpack was overflowing with food. Today, he had shamelessly taken an abundance of provisions from the cafeteria. And Zhang, the cafeteria worker, had not reprimanded him, providing him with as much as he desired. His meals for the weekend, including supper, were secured. He had already planned to carry his food-laden backpack to sleep near the exit of the safety zone over the weekend. As soon as a sequential ability user returned from hunting deities, he intended to try his luck. He aimed to secretly grow stronger, gradually develop his abilities, and ultimately find an opportunity to escape this wretched place at the edge of the safety zone. Just as he was joyfully making his way home, Li Jingwen suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Qin Xiang frowned at her, a look of confusion etched on his face. Li Jingwen presented a charming expression. Qin Xiang, I have reflected on myself today and consulted my heart. In truth, I have feelings for you. However, we are still quite young. Get lost. Qin Xiang interjected, coldly dismissing her before turning away as if avoiding a pile of excrement. Li Jingwen stood there in shock. She had not anticipated that her humble approach would yield such a response. Has Qin Xiang truly changed? She remained in a daze for a considerable time before departing in solitude. Upon returning home, Qin Xiang took a cold shower and retired to bed. He had initially planned to stake out at the safety zone exit that night. However, having not rested well the previous night, he felt fatigued and decided to alter his plans. Instead, he would recuperate at home tonight and set out early the following morning. Sleep. In the early morning, the alarm clock roused Qin Xiang. Saturday had arrived. He drew back the curtains. Although the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, it was indeed 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Xiang hastily finished his breakfast and prepared to set off. He glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 2nd, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Saturday, lunar calendar. Year of the Earth Ox, November 18th, suitable for burial. Suitable for burial? It seems the lunar calendar holds no relevance for me today. With the absence of sunlight, the temperature outside the safe zone continued to plummet, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally frigid. Qin Xiang donned several layers of thick clothing and slung a backpack filled with provisions over his shoulder as he stepped outside. The safe zone boasted numerous exits, the nearest of which was merely a 10-minute walk from Qin Xiang's home. However, this particular exit was not substantial, and there were few deities beyond it. Thus, it was not uncommon for days to pass without a hunting team departing from this location. Fewer teams meant diminished opportunities. Qin Xiang resolved to venture to the largest safe zone exit near his residence, the 114,514 exit. Within the safe zone, only the larger exits were assigned numbers to facilitate communication and collaboration among sequence ability users for hunting missions. The smaller the exit's number, the greater the number of deities outside. Consequently, more sequence ability teams would gather at those exits. Though the 114514 exit seemed to bear a relatively high number, it was still preferable to having no designation at all, as it would attract sequence ability users. This knowledge was not imparted by schools or textbooks. Rather, Qin Xiang gleaned it from a scientific post on the God-slaying camp forum during a brief half-hour online yesterday. He chuckled wryly, reflecting that the apocalypse certainly altered the educational landscape. Attending school seemed less beneficial than browsing the internet. Alas, the internet was prohibitively expensive and offered no meals, while schooling was free and provided 2 meals a day. If only the merits of schools and internet cafes could be amalgamated. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xiang mused, "In the end, I must express gratitude for the free tuition and meal policies of the United Government." The journey to the 114514 exit would take him over 2 hours. Yet he felt invigorated. He was filled with anticipation for his future. That particular safe zone exit concealed the hope of escaping his current fate. As he traversed the road, he encountered dilapidated housing, much of which had already collapsed. The path was strewn with debris and dust, unattended and in disrepair. To navigate through the fallen buildings and rubble, he frequently had to climb up and down, panting from exhaustion. The distance was considerable, yet Qin Xiang encountered few living souls. Occasionally, he spotted 1 or 2 hurried passers-by, but they did not appear to be residents of the area. For years prior, the anti-aircraft glass had inexplicably shattered in several places, serving as a barrier against deities entering the safe zone. Once the glass was breached, the inhabitants lost their sole means of protection. Many deities seized the opportunity to infiltrate and launch assaults on the safe zone. To prevent the situation from escalating, the United Government urgently deployed a military unit of sequence ability users to eradicate the invading deities, after which an engineering team swiftly repaired the shattered anti-aircraft glass. Fortunately, the timely arrangements made by the United Government prevented any major deities from entering the secured zone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. However, this incident still resulted in significant losses, with original residents either perishing in the attack or relocating elsewhere. The United Government hastily repaired the defensive structures of the secure area, yet neglected to reconstruct the streets and housing. Once an incident occurs that undermines safety, trust in the security of the area dissipates. Even if infrastructure were to be rebuilt, no one would be inclined to move back in. The United Government might as well not exert any further effort. The absence of inhabitants, however, brought a sense of relief to Qin Xiang, for at least he need not worry about someone pilfering food from his backpack. Most graduates of the Jiuan school struggle to find a means of livelihood, contributing to the region's deteriorating safety. For Qin Xiang, solitude is far more comforting than the presence of others. At last, Qin Xiang spotted a towering blue sign, emblazoned with the words "Exit of Secure Zone 114514" in white paint. He had finally arrived. Approaching the 114514 exit, he intended to assess the situation, only to find it densely surrounded by a throng of people. In order to discern what was happening, he sought a higher vantage point on a nearby mound to observe carefully. His first glance revealed the protective gate of the exit. This marked his inaugural visit to a numbered secure zone exit and his first sighting of such a grand gate. The gate, spanning 7 to 8 meters in width and 3 to 4 meters in height, appeared to be crafted from a special alloy, exuding a sense of formidable weight. The protective glass of the gate consisted of numerous layers, so many that he could not discern anything beyond the glass into the area outside. Before the protective gate stood a dozen individuals clad in transparent helmets and orange and white striped thermal suits. These thermal suits, valued at over 2 silver coins, represented an astronomical sum in Qin Xiang's world, affordable only to those with serial abilities. Since the establishment of the United Government, currency was no longer issued by individual nations but rather replaced by copper, silver, and gold coins uniformly distributed by the government. Although referred to as copper, silver, and gold coins, these currencies were not composed entirely of precious metals, but rather various alloys to support the large-scale use of secure zones worldwide. Among them, copper coins held the least value due to their low production cost and the inclusion of numerous impure metals. Generally speaking, the value of 10,000 copper coins equated to that of a single silver coin, while 1,000 silver coins equaled a single gold coin. However, due to the low production costs of copper coins and the varying ratios of other metals used in minting across different regions, It often required 12,000 copper coins to exchange for one silver coin. For Qin Xiang, silver coins seemed as unattainable as a fortune of millions in a past life. It appeared that those gathered at this exit were the serial ability users. The individuals donned in thermal suits were but a minority. In addition to them, thousands of ordinary people, much like Qin Xiang, were bundled up tightly around the area. Qin Xiang felt a sense of bewilderment regarding the purpose of these individuals. Was it not only the sequence ability users who congregated at the exit? At that moment, two individuals clad in anti-freeze suits removed their helmets, seemingly having completed their hunting mission and preparing to return. Suddenly, hundreds of ordinary people surged forward. "Gentlemen, would you like to take a moment to rest? We have exquisite foot baths. Gentlemen, I offer delectable dishes of the finest quality. I have luxurious accommodations available for your stay, free of charge. If you would consent to take a few photographs with me. Sir, my daughter is yet to be married, and upon seeing your gallant demeanor, she has declared that she will marry no one but you. Sir, do you desire a wife? If you already have one, I shall gladly take the role of a concubine without the need for recognition." The crowd surged forward with fervor, yet they instinctively maintained a distance of over a meter from the two sequence ability users. The latter appeared accustomed to such scenarios and did not linger, ultimately selecting a high-end restaurant and a comfortable hotel before departing. The proprietors of the establishments they chose displayed faces aglow with excitement. Qin Xiang observed the reactions of the crowd, utterly astonished. He understood that sequence ability users were highly sought after in this world, yet he had not anticipated such a spectacle. Ordinary individuals yearned to align themselves with a sequence ability user, hoping to escape their grim fate and reside in a more comfortable environment. They all aspired to transcend their social strata. Regrettably, it was likely that such aspirations would remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. Contemplating this, Qin Xiang felt a surge of gratitude towards fate and once more fortified his resolve. Heaven has granted me an opportunity. I must seize it. He attempted to navigate through the throng, seeking proximity to the remaining dozen or so sequence ability users, but was swiftly jostled aside. "You little brat, go to the back of the line. Why are you pushing forward?" Qin Xiang replied, "I am not here to seek out sequence ability users. I will not compete with you for business." He merely wished to see if there were any remnants of divine beings left behind, having no interest in the sequence ability users themselves. Yet, others would not believe his intentions. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, the surrounding people erupted in laughter. "Who are you trying to fool? Every person pushing forward claims the same." With no alternative, Qin Xiang could only wait at the periphery. The protective gates at the exit of the safety zone opened repeatedly, with sequence ability users continuously entering and exiting, and the throng of ordinary people gradually diminished. By evening, Qin Xiang finally secured a position closer to the front. However, unlike others, whenever a sequence ability user returned from the safety zone, his focus was not on them, but rather on the fate of the divine remnants they carried. They presented the remnants for inspection by the verification personnel. Qin Xiang could not fathom why all the remnants appear to be circular. Ultimately, all the circular divine remnants were taken away by the nearby verification staff, and he did not manage to collect a single one. Just as Qin Xiang resigned himself to the notion that the day had yielded no rewards, another group of personnel returned from the safety zone. A certain individual endowed with the ability to perceive sequences scrutinized his findings, ultimately discarding an ear infested with numerous worms onto the ground beside him. It was likely a remnant from a battle that had inadvertently contaminated his backpack, he lamented. Qin Xiang gazed at the worm-riddled ear, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, poised to seize the opportunity while others were distracted. However, a janitor swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. What was happening? Had the janitor usurped his prize? Unwilling to concede defeat, he promptly followed the janitor out of the safety zone. The janitor, oblivious to the peculiar interest someone might have in the refuse of the dustpan, strolled to a street corner and unceremoniously discarded the ear into a filthy trash bin before departing. Qin Xiang, lurking in the shadows, watched the janitor fade from view. Once the coast was clear, he approached the trash bin, intent on retrieving the ear. However, as he leaned in, he noticed a figure clad in uniform approaching, who glanced at the remnants of the divine within the bin and proceeded to extract a notebook to document the findings. Qin Xiang furrowed his brow. Divine remnants in a trash bin warranting documentation? Was this truly refuse? Yet the official paid little heed, recording the details before walking away. As soon as the official departed, Qin Xiang dashed forward. Lifting the lid of the trash bin, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. Yet, upon beholding the contents within, he was rendered speechless. There lay a multitude of divine remains. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, his heart racing fervently. Was this a feast for the gluttonous? Chapter 4. Enhancement of Strength. Qin Xiang's gaze was filled with exhilaration. As the saying goes, when one seeks, one shall find. What comes effortlessly is a true fortune. To think that there lay such a plethora of discarded divine remnants. Was this not a boon bestowed upon him? Truly, he was the chosen one. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Xiang noted the absence of any onlookers. The divine remnants, unlike the familiar cuts of beef and lamb, stirred within him a sense of unease. Yet the prospect of successfully validating his blood drink skill, thereby enabling him to perpetually elevate himself through the consumption of these divine remains, ignited a spark of anticipation within him. Clenching his fists, he resolved to suppress his physiological discomfort and dare to take the plunge. In the face of an overwhelming desire, all instinct is diminished. There was no task to complete, no sacrifice to be made, merely the consumption of divine scraps. What could he possibly lament? He recalled the words spoken within the Godslayer camp. Consuming divine remnants would elicit no adverse reaction. These materials transcended the realm of living organisms, being indigestible and unabsorbable, even upon the awakening of sequential abilities. If he could indeed digest these divine remnants, it would be a stroke of unparalleled fortune. He closed his eyes and swallowed the divine remnants in one swift motion. To his surprise, although the remnants appeared somewhat uninviting, they possessed a delightful taste, rivaling that of the cafeteria's offerings. He could not discern whether it was the quality of the divine flesh or the chef's lackluster culinary skills at play. Initially expecting a disagreeable flavor, he had wondered how much he could endure. Yet, with such an unexpected savor, he felt emboldened to indulge further. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling deeply, he beheld the following. Sequence Devourer. Digesting the divine will yield strength. Current sequence level. 1 glutton. Skill. Blood drink. Skill description. Consuming divine beings enables digestion. Why had there been no discernible change? Just then, Qin Xiang felt a peculiar sound emanating from within him, originating from the region of his heart. It gurgled, akin to a spring bursting forth through the confines of sand and stone, releasing a long-suppressed stream of clear water. This eruption swiftly radiated throughout his entire being. Subsequently, a wave of pain coursed through him as if a torrent surged wildly through his narrow veins, threatening to burst his muscles. His body convulsed uncontrollably, muscles twitching in a frenzy. After approximately a minute, the discomfort dissipated entirely. He sensed his arms' muscles pulse twice before returning to their previous state. What was happening? Qin Xiang was filled with curiosity, uncertain whether the changes within his body were beneficial or detrimental. He removed his outer garment to inspect his arm. Although it seemed largely unchanged, his intimate familiarity with his own physique allowed him to discern that his arm's musculature appeared somewhat more robust than before. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. Even his backpack, laden with provisions, felt considerably lighter. He cast his gaze once more upon the information panel, only to find the same content displayed, devoid of any alteration. Yet, the changes within his body whispered of some ineffable transformation. Qin Xiang swiftly concocted a plausible explanation. The information regarding the devourer of gods was not deceitful. Indeed, after consuming the divine, he had grown stronger. However, this enhancement was insufficient to manifest in the displayed data. While perusing the forum, he learned that sequence practitioners experience a notable increase in their physical capabilities after consuming sequence elixirs, precisely mirroring his current state. The efficacy of this method confirmed that Qin Xiang had successfully validated his means of elevating his own abilities. A promising beginning is half the battle won. A greedy smile crept across Qin Xiang's face as he rubbed his hands together, eyeing the remnants of the other deities before him. Impatiently, he seized another piece and swallowed a whole. Once again, the exhilarating rush surged through his entire being. Moments later, he gazed at his form with excitement, noticing the unmistakable signs of his newfound strength. I am indeed stronger now, and brimming with vitality. The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth lifted slightly, no longer hesitating. He continued to indulge in his feast. Were the remnants in the trash mere scraps of divine beings? No, they were undoubtedly his first pot of gold. Yet, he remained grounded, exercising caution as he handled the remains, striving to keep his attire immaculate. Should he become stained with blood, he would attract unwarranted attention on his way home, rendering explanations awkward. Simultaneously, he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, wary of being observed in his peculiar actions. Gaining strength necessitated discretion. The secrets of his abilities must be safeguarded. His past experiences in the workforce had exposed him to the treachery of human nature. Even with the absence of malice, envy could fester in others, leading them to undermine him in the shadows. In this life, endowed with such a unique gift, he must proceed with utmost prudence, refraining from divulging it to others. As Qin Xiang voraciously consumed and relished the torrent of sensations flooding through him, he found that the initial pain, once unbearable, gradually morphed into a gentle caress, even igniting a hint of obsession within him. Damn, I hope I am not developing masochistic tendencies. Qin Xiang silently chastised himself, reminding his thoughts to refrain from succumbing to the pleasurable agony. However, he soon realized a peculiar conundrum. Despite his considerable consumption, he felt no sense of fullness in his abdomen. How strange it was, having eaten so much yet feeling unsated. In fact, he felt a hint of hunger. It appeared that, as he had previously surmised, devouring the divine only fortified his strength without addressing the physiological hunger. No wonder the information specified digestion rather than absorption. They were two entirely distinct narratives. The vanishing remnants of divine beings in the trash could indeed draw attention. It was wise to minimize trouble. Thus, swiftly transforming the remnants into personal strength became his paramount objective. Qin Xiang hastened his movements, desperately consuming the remnants of the divine beside the refuse bin. After an arduous hour, he had devoured all 30-odd remnants before him, resulting in a profound transformation in both his strength and condition. Yet, he had no time to revel in the novelty of his enhanced physique. He sought a nearby puddle on the ground, washing the blood from his hands and face. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode away, heading homeward. The change in his body was markedly evident. The journey that typically took 2 hours was completed in merely 1, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Although the time had been halved, his mood was twice as tumultuous. Burdened by his thoughts, the distance seemed interminable, as if an entire day had elapsed. Upon returning home, he felt as if he had labored tirelessly throughout the day, utterly drained. Sitting on a makeshift sofa fashioned from cardboard boxes, he finally exhaled in relief. It was now nighttime, and hunger gnawed at him. As soon as he closed the door, he swiftly opened his backpack and retrieved a portion of 6-eyed long fish rice to satiate his hunger. However, upon taking the first bite, Qin Xiang scrunched his brows in distaste, displaying a look of disdain. The cafeteria's culinary performance remained consistently dismal. The food was truly unpalatable. He muttered a complaint, yet dutifully finished his meal, discarding the empty container into the sink. Typically, he would wash the container after eating, but with the weekend approaching, he felt justified in indulging in a modicum of laziness. Qin Xiang let out a contented burp and poured himself a glass of hot water to aid digestion. However, as he set down the kettle, it slipped from his grasp and plummeted towards the floor. In his eyes, the descent of the kettle seemed to unfold in slow motion, allowing him to clearly perceive every detail of its fall, even the droplets of water splashing through the air. He reached out effortlessly and caught the kettle. I seem to have become remarkably agile. My perceptual abilities have heightened. He placed the kettle back on the table, and before he could marvel at his newfound abilities, he noticed a deep handprint on the kettle, which startled him. Did I do that? Has my strength truly increased? He experimented by gripping the kettle tightly and applying slight pressure. It remained unchanged. However, when he envisioned bending the kettle into a different shape, it morphed accordingly. Moreover, my strength can be wielded at will. He recalled that the forum had mentioned the ability to inquire at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for further information. But one must prove themselves as a Sequence Ability user to gain entry. He had no intention of revealing the changes in his Sequence ability just yet. He needed to develop a clearer understanding before making any decisions. Thus, the God-slaying camp became his sole source of information. Yet, accessing the God-slaying camp required a computer or phone connected to the internet, luxuries beyond his means. The only option left was to visit an internet CAF. But even the half-hour fee of 10 copper coins was a substantial sum for him. In the impoverished and backward fringes of the safety zone where Qin Xiang resides, even adults fiercely compete for a single job opportunity, leaving little prospect for students. The only avenue for earning money is through work-study positions at the school library, which pays a meager 10 copper coins per week. Fortunately, the librarian, Ms. Zhu, is aware of Qin Xiang's circumstances and extends special care toward him, reserving the sole work-study position for him. When a new semester commences next week, he will return to the library to assist with organizing books. As Qin Xiang approached the window and gazed out at the vast, dark night and the countless deities that drifted between heaven and earth, a smile crept onto his lips. If only he could consume them all, he could hardly fathom the strength he would gain. Today was immensely fulfilling, instilling hope in the reborn Qin Xiang. He began to believe that he was the chosen one in this world. After washing his slightly dusty coat and taking a cold shower, he climbed into bed. The next morning, upon waking, he looked at his sturdy arms and thighs, a smile still gracing his face. What shall he do today? Should he return to the trash can from yesterday to search for remnants of the deities? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. The remnants of the deities had vanished from the trash can by the 114,514 exit, which might attract unwanted attention and lead to complications. However, venturing out of the safety zone to hunt deities posed a daunting question: where to begin and how to proceed. He had no inkling. What if he were to find himself outmatched and became prey instead of the predator? He would have no recourse for grievance. After a moment of contemplation, he smacked his forehead, changed locations after taking a shot. If the trash can at the safety zone exit was off limits, he could simply find another. Chapter 5. Obstruction. The map of the safe zone was vast, so immense that even the geography teacher at Zhouan School lacked a detailed representation of it. Naturally, Qin Xiang was unaware of the distribution of the safe zone exits. He only knew the approximate location of exit 114514, as it was relatively close to him. Out of the more than 100,000 numbered exits, this was the sole one he was familiar with. For an ordinary person, unless they aspired to ascend the ranks of the empowered, who would concern themselves with the location of these exits? Uncertainty regarding the exits was not particularly troublesome. He recalled that there was a route map at the bus stop near the main thoroughfare, which likely indicated the locations of the safe zone exits. In previous weekends, Qin Xiang had merely languished at home, as this minimized his consumption and allowed him to eat less. However, this weekend was destined to be extraordinary. He was now filled with resolve, fueled by a singular belief to grow stronger. If he became stronger, he could escape this wretched place. With a backpack laden with provisions, Qin Xiang walked for over 10 minutes to reach the bus stop. This was his first visit to a bus station, for he could not afford the fare. In his memory, after the apocalypse, the safe zones saw the impoverished traversing on foot while the affluent traveled by bus. As for those who owned private vehicles, gasoline was a far scarcer resource than electricity, and such affluent individuals were absent from the fringes of the safe zones. He scrutinized the route map at the bus stop for an extended period, noting that several station names along the bus route were named after safe zone exits. The sole bus line at the edge of the safe zone passed by several exits, all numbered lower than 114514. As for which exit to pursue, Qin Xiang was uncertain. He decided to proceed and observe. In this existence, he had never ridden a bus and thus had no grasp of the distance between stops. If only orphans could ride for free. Qin Xiang gazed at the fare of 5 copper coins and shook his head in resignation. He had given away his remaining 10 copper coins to the internet CAF the previous day. A round trip would cost him 10 coins. He might as well return to the CAF to gather more information. Thus began Qin Xiang's task of measuring the distance between bus stops on foot. He needed to ascertain the approximate distances to estimate which safe zone exits he could reach on his own 2 legs. Following the bus route, he walked for 20 minutes until he arrived at the next station. This bus stop seemed to be much farther than those of his past life. After consuming the remnants of a deity yesterday, his strength had amplified, enabling him to walk at an extraordinary pace, far exceeding that of an ordinary passerby. Whenever the road was deserted, he would quicken his pace, advancing with utmost vigor. Even so, in an hour, he could only cover the distance of 3 stops. Having gauged the distance of 1 stop, he began to comprehend his range of movement. The 7th stop was designated as exit 54320, the 17th as exit 89757, and the 20th as exit 38324. As it stood, only these 3 stops presented a potential opportunity for him to seek the remnants of the deity. The most distant exit of the safety zone, numbered 38324, offers the possibility of returning home before tomorrow. Beyond this exit, it seems unlikely that he could make it back by Monday, thereby jeopardizing his attendance at school. On Monday, Qin Xiang must arrive at school early to inform the librarian of his intention to continue his work-study program. Failing to do so would result in someone else claiming the work-study position, leaving him without funds for the internet CAF. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xiang resolved to head towards exit 54320 to assess the situation. The journey of 1 hour and 40 minutes did not wear him out in the slightest. In fact, he found his spirits lifting with each step. The abundance of material wealth and the richness of spirit are often best discussed separately. Once a person has a glimmer of hope, their energy for any endeavor is invigorated. Despite the dim glow of the streetlights around him, which cast a pall over the atmosphere, it was technically daytime, although the sun had vanished a decade ago. Though it was morning, the sky perpetually lingered in the depths of midnight. The infrastructure at the edge of the safety zone was quite rudimentary. The main road he traversed featured a sparse scattering of dim streetlights, barely illuminating a few paces ahead. The adjacent alleyways were engulfed in darkness, necessitating careful navigation by touch. As he gazed upwards, he could faintly discern twinkling stars through the safety zone's anti-air glass, along with the occasional fleeting figure of a deity. A cold wind swept through, penetrating the layers of his insufficiently warm coat, sending a wave of goosebumps cascading across his skin. Qin Xiang raised his collar to envelop his face, shielding himself from the biting chill, and continued to stride forward. After traversing 7 stops, he arrived at the exit 54320. This exit bore a number over 50,000 less than 114,514, suggesting a greater presence of sequential ability users hunting deities here. Upon his arrival, he sought refuge atop a dilapidated building to survey the scene. Indeed, he observed nearly 100 individuals clad in frost-resistant attire congregating at the exit, a number significantly exceeding that at exit 114514. Ordinary people dressed similarly to him formed a dense crowd around the safety zone's exit, likely numbering in the thousands. He scanned the throng and the sequential ability users conversing at its center, noting that no one paid him any mind. Qin Xiang feigned aimless wandering in the vicinity, searching for dumpsters filled with the remnants of deities. At last, he spotted a dumpster containing the remains of deities, located a block away from the safety zone exit. This dumpster was far more substantial than those at exit 114514. If the dumpster at exit 114,514 resembled a lavish banquet, then the area around the dumpster at exit 54320 was akin to a grand feast of epic proportions. 7 or 8 dumpsters lined up in a row, each brimming with the remnants of deities. The bizarre and varied remains tantalized Qin Xiang's appetite for discovery. If he could empty these 7 or 8 dumpsters, he would surely soar to new heights. Qin Xiang's heart raced as he pondered how to swiftly clear the divine remnants from this refused site. However, he suddenly noticed 2 sanitation workers, their attire stained with blood, adjacent to the garbage station. Initially, he intended to wait from a distance until they departed before approaching. Yet, when he came into their line of sight, both workers simultaneously looked up at him. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, they resumed their task of tidying the trash bins. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Xiang, prompting him to alter his plan. He pressed on, drawing nearer to the garbage bins and the two workers. Pretending to be an indifferent student passing by, he walked past them without glancing back. The sanitation workers cast a fleeting glance at Qin Xiang, observing his plain attire and youthful visage, but deemed him inconsequential. Once he had distanced himself and exited the neighborhood, he let out a sigh of relief. What was happening? Why were there individuals guarding the trash bins? Moreover, they were in civilian clothing. Could it be that the uniformed recorder from yesterday had reported him? Was someone truly monitoring the trash bins? As Qin Xiang locked eyes with the two workers, tension surged within him. Although their expressions remained stoic, they were acutely observant, their minds racing. He realized that those two individuals were certainly not ordinary sanitation workers. The stains on their clothing were far too conspicuous. The divine remnants in the trash bin had long since departed from their corporeal forms, with blood already drained during the hunt. The sanitation worker he encountered yesterday at the exit of safe zone 114514 bore only a slight layer of dust. Even though the refuse at the safe zone 54320 exit contained numerous divine remnants, there was little blood on the bins. The two workers, however, appeared as though they had just committed murder, splattered with crimson, an appearance unbecoming of sanitation workers. It was evident that the blood was deliberately smeared. Moreover, when Qin Xiang was still at a considerable distance from the garbage bins, both individuals had coincidentally looked up at him. In that fleeting moment of connection, he sensed their heightened vigilance. Sanitation workers should focus on their duties. Why were they so alert to their surroundings? Both were equally watchful. Perhaps the disappearance of the divine remnants from the trash bins last night had drawn attention. It seemed plausible that these remnants, once recovered, could serve another purpose. His prior apprehensions were not unfounded. In just one night, the United Government had initiated an investigation into the matter. It was easy to surmise that more operatives in plain clothes were lying in wait at the garbage bins of Safe Zone 114514. Qin Xiang sighed, reflecting, if he had only taken one divine remnant yesterday, would he have avoided this predicament? However, retrieving merely one remnant each day seemed safe, yet required over 30 trips to the garbage bins to attain his current strength. Such frequent visits increased the likelihood of exposure, risking capture on the spot. Thus, it was far more pragmatic to execute a grander heist. It was precisely this consideration that led him to resolve to clear the divine remnants from the garbage bins in one fell swoop yesterday. Qin Xiang was acutely aware that his plan to retrieve the remnants of the divine from the refuse bin was on the verge of collapse. Yet, he did not entirely relinquish hope. Although he harbored a favorable disposition towards the United Government, he remained skeptical about the efficiency of its lower echelons. After all, how could the GUN school still not offer courses related to sequence abilities? Perhaps the situation had not yet escalated to the point of extinguishing all his opportunities. Alas, the bins here held no prospects. He resolved to venture further, seeking fortune anew. Even in the absence of new chances, he had significantly strengthened himself with the spoils from yesterday. This endeavor was not in vain. With determination, Qin Xiang departed from the exit of the 54320 safety zone, continuing along the bus route towards the horizon. The next safety zone exit lay 10 stops ahead at the 89757 safety zone. 10 stops, sigh, over 3 hours more of walking. He pondered whether he would make it home today. Perhaps he would find himself sleeping outdoors. Chapter 6. Sequence Advancement. As Qin Xiang walked along the path, he retrieved a portion of golden mushrooms from his backpack, which he had collected from the cafeteria on Friday, and began to eat them as his lunch. Within the cafeteria, mushrooms were regarded as a culinary delight, their texture reminiscent of meat and their unique flavor making them a versatile ingredient that could be sought to perfection. However, Qin Xiang found himself unable to relish the meal, his thoughts consumed with the pressing concern of how to grow stronger in the future. By the time he reached the exit of safety zone 89757, The afternoon sun was beginning to dip. Fortunately, his body had undergone a remarkable enhancement the previous day, endowing him with extraordinary stamina. He had been walking for nearly 6 hours since leaving home, yet fatigue had yet to set in. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that such vigor would not last indefinitely, as he could no longer maintain the brisk pace he had initially set. This realization dampened his optimism regarding a potential expedition to the more distant safety zone 38324, which would require an additional 2 hours of travel, a decision that did not seem prudent. Upon spotting the sign for exit 89757, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally arrived. This time, however, he chose not to head directly to the safety zone exit, for his aim was not to engage with the sequence abilities of the individuals there. To avoid drawing attention, he opted for a discreet detour along a narrow path, intending to assess the situation at the nearby trash bins first. Having previously searched for trash bins adjacent to 2 safety exits, he had developed a rough understanding of their locations. As anticipated, after traversing a single block, he encountered 3 bins filled with remnants of divine beings. His heart raced as he gazed at the deep purple tendrils slowly creeping along the edges of the bins. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings. There was no one in sight, nor any sanitation workers. Was this a chance or a trap? He continued to walk nonchalantly while meticulously analyzing the scene. The disarray of the trash bin suggested it had not been deliberately organized. A glance at the ground revealed a single set of striped shoe prints, likely belonging to a janitor, that had tread back and forth around the bins. The likelihood of anyone watching from the shadows seemed low, compared to the sequence abilities present at Safety Zone 54320. There were significantly fewer individuals at exit 89757, and thus, the trash bins here would not attract the same level of scrutiny. If the massive trash station at Safety Zone 54320 had only 2 undercover agents, then it was beyond doubt that exit 89757 would not possess a more sophisticated surveillance system. The absence of nearby observers implied there was no monitoring taking place. This suggested that the incident involving the disappearance of the divine remnants from the trash bins at exit 114514 had only reached the ears of those at exit 54320, without extending to a broader audience. Initially, he had contemplated venturing further to Safety Zone 38324, where he was certain a grand feast awaited him. However, his body was now exhibiting signs of fatigue, making it clear that he lacked the stamina to take such a risk. Thus, he resolved to focus on the trash bins at 89757. He understood that his analysis, while thorough, was not infallible. However, fame and fortune are often won through perilous endeavors. To attain strength, one must embrace risk. A relentless pursuit of safety will only lead to missed opportunities. Qin Xiang, having been granted a second chance at life, does not intend to merely replicate the mundane existence of his past. At the very least, he aspires to harness his formidable abilities to escape the confines of comfort and achieve financial independence. Thus, he is determined to grow stronger, and to do so with utmost urgency. Having resolved this, Qin Xiang swiftly decided to seize the moment, dashing to the vicinity of the dumpster to indulge in a feast. The divine remnants within this dumpster were thrice the quantity of what he had consumed the previous day. He needed to expedite his efforts to resolve this matter promptly. Should he linger over his meal as he had before, taking his time and requiring hydration, he would likely expose himself before he could finish the bounty. Yet, hastening his consumption posed its own risks, for he might inadvertently soil his garments with blood, attracting unwanted attention. Thus, prior to feasting, he prudently removed all his outerwear, hanging it on a nearby street lamp. The lamp's metallic surface bore several hooks, the purpose of which he was unaware, yet they served perfectly for his garments. With his upper body bared, he approached the dumpster, situated near the exit of the safety zone, which was considerably chillier than other areas. The frigid gust that surged forth as the exit opened sent shivers through him, raising goosebumps on his skin. Prioritizing safety, he braved the cold to eat, ensuring his attire remained free from stains. As he gazed at the array of divine remnants, excitement coursed through him, and he swallowed hard. Let the feast commence. Whether it was the familiarity gained through repetition or an enhancement in his physical prowess, his ability to consume these remnants had markedly improved. This time, his speed in swallowing was several times faster than the previous day. No longer did he choke. Instead, with remnants in each hand, he swiftly devoured them, hardly pausing. And within mere minutes, he was nearly finished with the contents of 3 dumpsters. During this process, his entire being was continually fortified. As he approached the conclusion of his feast, he realized that even without his upper garments, he was unfazed by the cold, feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. Such immediate results. Observing the definition of his chest and abdominal muscles, Qin Xiang's face broke into a satisfied smile. At that moment, a transformation occurred within his mind. Sequence Devourer of the Divine ascended. Digesting divine remnants enhances strength. Current sequence level. Level 2. Greedy Marauder. Skill. Blood Drink. Skill description. Consuming divine beings raw allows for digestion. Skill. Brutality. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, one's agility and physical strength triple, during which no pain is felt. He had leveled up. Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his information panel. The new skill, Brutality, promised a significant enhancement in agility and strength, rendering him impervious to pain. This newfound skill appears to have significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Now, his strength may well qualify him to join the hunting divine team of the sequence abilities. He recalls that during his last visit to the Forum of the God-Slaying Camp, he encountered a sequence known as Warrior, which possessed a skill termed Enhancement, capable of amplifying one's strength and physical resilience twofold for a duration of 5 minutes, earning it the reputation of being a bug skill among lower-tier sequence users. His own violence skill comprehensively overshadows Enhancement. Is he not, therefore, the sovereign amongst lower-tier users? With such formidable skills, should he aspire to join a team of sequence abilities? Or should he venture alone? His mind swirls with contemplation, yet answers elude him. Suddenly, he becomes aware of a pressing issue. The paramount concern is not to reveal his identity as a sequence ability user, but rather to find a means to conceal his devourer sequence from others' gaze. To accomplish this, he must make another trip to the internet CAF, seeking a sequence to masquerade as. Otherwise, should anyone discover that he belongs to the devourer sequence, the threats he might face are beyond imagination. However, that is a matter to be addressed after he receives his library work wages next week. For now, he must continue living as an ordinary student. Future concerns can be postponed. Having already advanced his sequence today, it is prudent to cease while ahead. Should he indulge in the temptation of scavenging at the exit of the 38324 safe zone, the risks would be perilous. The 38324 safe zone exit is merely 3 stations away from the 89757 safe zone exit, and if the locals here detect any anomalies, they may alert those at the 38324 exit to remain vigilant by the trash bins, leading to his capture. Thus, he resolves to conclude his current endeavors. After consuming the last remnants of divine remains from the trash bin, he prepares to return home. Qin Xiang is determined, ready to wrap up this sumptuous feast. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. Someone is approaching. What ill fortune! Yet, the footsteps seem somewhat unsteady. He turns to glance, and in the distance, he observes a drunken man staggering towards the trash bin. The inebriated fellow appears oblivious to Qin Xiang's presence, humming an off-key tune, further unsettling him. Should this drunken man discover the peculiarities of the trash bin, a swift lockdown of the area would likely ensue, disregarding the bloodstains on his attire. He hesitates for a moment before hastily stuffing the remnants of the divine remains into his backpack. He dons his clothing and, with backpack in tow, flees. Following his sequence elevation, his physical prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. His speed in full sprint is so rapid that he struggles to discern the swiftly retreating railings beside the road. Qin Xiang silently prays that he is not apprehended before he can make his escape. The drunken man, clutching a bottle, ambles toward the trash bin and scratches his head. Did I just see someone here? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Perhaps, like me, they are. Hick, a sequence ability user? He tosses the bottle into the trash bin, the glass colliding with the container and producing a crisp sound. It seems the bin is empty? Chapter 7. The reluctant first murder. The inebriated man glanced back at the trash bin, noting that the remnants of the divine had already been collected by the sanitation workers. Did they not typically gather refuse only at midnight? Had I truly spent half the day drinking with Bruce? Half a day, and we had scarcely consumed 4 or 5 bottles of liquor. He scratched his head with a sense of melancholy, murmuring to himself, "I'm growing older. My tolerance for alcohol has waned. 2 bottles can leave me inebriated for half a day. I must drink less in the future, lest it interfere with the hunt for the divine." Having uttered this, he staggered away. Qin Xiang hesitated not for a moment. He could not afford to dwell on it, and so he sprinted down the narrow path without fatigue. The dimly lit alley was deserted, allowing him to flee at full speed. Upon reaching the end of the alley and returning to the main road, he resumed his facade as an ordinary pedestrian, keeping his head low and hastening his pace, waiting for the opportune moment to slip into another side street. This strategy of evasion served him well, as he remained unnoticed, a scruffy youth amidst the throng. Perhaps the elevation in his rank had revitalized his stamina, banishing the earlier fatigue, and his muscles felt invigorated with each movement. I have been running for nearly 20 minutes, passing a bus stop, and still no one has pursued me. Qin Xiang remained acutely vigilant, his heart pounding furiously, blood surging to his brain, urging him to maintain the utmost focus. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings, attentive to the sounds behind him, fearful of being discovered. Damn it! Had it not been for that drunken fool, I could have consumed everything. Just a moment longer. The thought of the inebriate stirred a mix of resentment and relief within him. The man was so intoxicated that he could barely walk, stumbling forward and backward while leaning against the wall. It was likely that his vision was blurred and his consciousness hazy. Had the individual who encountered him been sober, the situation would have been swiftly reported to the United Government. In that case, he might already be apprehended. Truly, it seemed as though fate had intervened on his behalf. With this bag full of divine remnants, if he were captured, he would be utterly defenseless. Even if he had not taken the remnants from the bag, he would still be within a confined area, making escape exceedingly difficult. Moreover, his bag contained a dozen or so remnants. The rationale for his theft lay in his anticipation that the opportunity to salvage divine remnants from the trash would vanish after tonight. The theft of divine remnants was not particularly grave, as these remnants held little value. Qin Xiang had observed at the internet AF that consuming divine remnants resulted in their indigestibility. One could only vomit them intact or expel them through defecation. No one would seek out worthless divine remnants. However, despite their lack of utility, the disappearance of the divine remnants was decidedly peculiar. If they were indeed useless, why would anyone steal them? Was there a hidden agenda at play? The consecutive disappearance of divine remnants from 2 trash bins over 2 days would surely attract attention. The authorities were likely already aware. Qin Xiang had stolen from the trash bins for 2 consecutive days, driven by an urgent desire to grow stronger in the shortest time possible. While others might have approached the task gradually, taking their time and not emptying everything in one go, Qin had learned from the painful lessons of his past life. He had believed that success came from steady accumulation, gradual growth, and eventual promotions and salary increases. Yet, he never received a promotion before his demise, which made him realize that a slow and steady strategy was suitable for those with a solid financial foundation, but not for someone like him, a destitute individual. In his view, a quick and opportunistic approach was the best strategy for the working class to rise above their circumstances. His ability to withstand uncertainties was feeble. Even the slightest disturbance could crush him. What if the United Government were to assign guards at every trash bin in the future? Would he then remain in hiding for the rest of his life? The next opportunity was uncertain and might never come. In this new life, he was unwilling to wait in silence any longer. If he could act today, he would not postpone until tomorrow. Better early than late. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. It was evident that if Qin Xiang sought to retrieve the remnants of divine beings from the trash bin, there was a significant chance of exposing himself. Since this was to be his final attempt, and the individual who discovered him was a sluggish, drunken man, he would certainly strive to take as much as possible. However, even if he managed to obtain the divine remnants, once caught by the United Government's agents, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Noticing that his backpack had begun to seep blood, Qin Xiang clutched it to his chest and darted down a narrow path on his way home. This path, unlike the main road, lacked dim streetlights at intervals and was entirely shrouded in darkness. The only illumination came from the stars above, filtering through the anti-aircraft glass of the safety zone. With his enhanced physical abilities, Qin Xiang could see the route within the dark alley with clarity. The obscurity of the environment worked to his advantage, concealing his features. Even if others were present, he could dash past them without fear of being recognized. He resolved to escape home swiftly. However, just as he turned into a shadowy alley, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A small knife whizzed from the corner, aimed directly at his right eye. What was happening? His agility far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and upon spotting the knife, he immediately dodged to the side. The knife clattered to the ground, striking the cobblestones of the alley with a sharp sound. Qin Xiang's gaze fixed on three figures emerging from the roadside. With unkempt hair and mocking expressions, they seemed surprised that a plump target had wandered into their midst. Fortune smiled upon the three of them. They rose and surrounded Qin Xiang. He coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "What do we want? Do you really need to ask?" "We're here to rob you." "Rob me?" Qin Xiang furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of anxiety over the ticking clock. Did they not see that their own attire was tattered and worn? What good would robbing a poor fellow like him do? "I have no money." He was not inclined to engage in lengthy arguments with the three of them. The revelation of the divine debris hidden within the trash could occur at any moment. Thus, he must swiftly distance himself from the exit of safety, zone 89757. Currently, he is merely 2 stops away, still far from secure vicinity. Moreover, he clutches a backpack brimming with remnants of the gods. At that moment, an individual flicked aside his greasy bangs, revealing a mischievous grin. If you're short on cash, simply leave the backpack behind. These 3 individuals have their eyes set on his bag. Qin Xiang glanced at the backpack in his arms, hastily shielding the blood-stained area with his hand, his heart sinking with foreboding. Although the contents of this backpack hold little value, he cannot relinquish it to them. Little of worth, you say? Then why not open it for us to see? Qin Xiang assessed the trio of vagabonds attempting to rob him, remaining calm. They were merely ordinary men. Should he decide to flee, they would undoubtedly be unable to stop him. As he contemplated his escape route, one of them mockingly remarked, "You, sprinting down this narrow path as if fleeing for your life, must possess something unspeakably precious in that bag. Here's the deal. You keep a quarter for yourself, and we'll take the remaining 3/4. We'll help you keep your secret. What do you say?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. Leave the goods, and we'll pretend we never saw you. Otherwise, you'll face quite a beating. Even if you manage to escape, we can always report you to the police. We caught a glimpse of your face when you turned in here. We've memorized it." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's feet, poised to flee, froze in place. If they had seen his face, the risk of exposure loomed large. If they truly reported him to the police, all would be lost. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent ignited within him. The fierce glint in his eyes was instantly perceived by the seasoned criminals, who had navigated the gray areas of life for years. "Boss, this kid's gaze seems rather fierce. Should we strike? Just a poor boy? If he is willing to fight, it must mean that the treasures in that bag are worth a fortune. Let us take him down and claim the riches for ourselves." With that, the 3 men unsheathed knives, advancing toward Qin Xiang in succession. Qin Xiang had never taken a life. The thought had merely flickered in his mind. For someone who had lived an ordinary life in a civilized society, killing was not a trivial matter. Initially, he hesitated to embrace such a grim resolve. Yet now he found himself cornered by the 3 assailants. If fate had decreed their demise, then he would not bear the burden of guilt. This kid is quite audacious. Let us kill him. As the 3 men approached, certain they would pierce him with their blades, a sense of triumph filled their hearts. However, their attacking postures appeared to him as feeble as those of toddlers. With a swift jab, Qin Xiang directed a powerful punch toward the face of the nearest assailant. As his fist made contact with the bridge of the man's nose, his knuckles distinctly perceived the sharp vibration of a clean fracture. Qin Xiang realized that he had acquired the ability to sense subtle information in an incredibly brief moment. A transformation born from the crucible of combat. Blood erupted from the man's mouth and nose. Thud! The force of Qin Xiang's punch lifted the man off his feet, sending him flying backward for 7 or 8 meters before he crashed to the ground, rolling a few steps on the stone pavement before coming to a stop. With his acute senses, Qin Xiang witnessed the entirety of his lethal blow, his heart surging with fervor. He had taken a life. The visage that now bore no semblance of humanity stared back at Qin Xiang and the 2 other assailants with a peculiar expression. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the 2 men, as they instantly recognized they had provoked a sequence ability user. Yet, fear notwithstanding, they did not retreat. Both were fugitives with blood on their hands, fully aware that at this juncture, it was a matter of life or death. Pleading for mercy would yield no salvation. The only way to survive was to eliminate Qin Xiang. With reckless abandon, the 2 men charged at him, knives in hand, intent on ending his life. Qin Xiang stepped back with his left leg, delivering a sweeping kick with his right leg that struck one man in the waist. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, resonating through his leg. The man twisted grotesquely, folding in half as he was propelled into the air by Qin Xiang's kick. As Qin Xiang retracted his leg, the airborne man collided with the last assailant rushing in to encircle him, sending both tumbling backward in a flurry of motion. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang leaped forward, reaching the disoriented man, and raised his fist once more. "Please spare me. I'll give you all my money." At this critical moment, the instinct for survival compelled the assailant to plead for mercy. However, Qin Xiang denied him the chance to utter another word. His fist struck the man's side face, shattering his skull. "Killing you means that your money becomes mine." After dispatching 3 men, the murderous intent within Qin Xiang gradually waned, replaced swiftly by an inexplicable emptiness. He let out a melancholic sigh, surprised to find himself a killer. Yet, it was a matter of self-preservation. There was nothing more to contemplate. Moreover, Qin Xiang had a lingering sense that slaying these 3 was perhaps not an end, but rather a beginning that would acclimate him to the act of taking lives. Quietly, he steeled himself, calming the trembling of his body that arose from the act of murder. Once composed, Qin Xiang did not immediately depart. He recalled that within the Godslayer camp, certain abilities could extract the final memories of the deceased. To avoid exposure, he wrapped his fists in the clothing of one of the men, ensuring their faces were rendered unrecognizable before he deemed the situation secure. After surveying the scene, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains, and extracting all the money from their garments, he concealed the 3 corpses in a dark, abandoned warehouse. Setting a fire, he incinerated the 3 bodies along with his bloodied jacket. This action serves to prevent any possessing sequential abilities from tracking him through the scent emanating from the corpses. Although he remains uncertain whether such individuals can indeed locate others by scent, he harbors a strong belief in its plausibility. His choice of this warehouse was specifically to evade anyone who might follow his trail. He observed that the path leading to the warehouse was muddy, marked by numerous distinct footprints, indicative of many visitors, thus creating a muddled scent. To avoid leaving his own traces on the muddy ground, he cautiously leapt across the gravel with both strength and agility, leaving no marks behind. He hoped there would be no repercussions. Qin Xiang was concerned that the flickering flames might attract unwanted attention, so after ensuring the fire had engulfed the 3 individuals, he fled the scene at full speed. This time, he ran with all his might, as if possessed by madness. Should anyone have glimpsed him in that narrow alley, they might have mistaken him for a speeding vehicle rather than a mere human. After sprinting for over half an hour, he finally returned to the main road. His heart still raced from the thrill of his first kill, yet he felt no trace of panic. His gaze had become resolute. "I express my regret for their demise." And that is all. Chapter 8. In search of the man's trail, it was over 2 hours after Qin Xiang departed from the refuse bin at the exit of security zone 89757 that numerous uniformed officers received orders to cordon off the area. Many sequence practitioners gathered at the periphery, engaging in discussions about the unfolding events, their faces etched with confusion and bewilderment. The theft of the divine remains from the refuse bin was indeed a preposterous tale. Some matters, when mundane, attract little attention. Yet, once lost, they provoke a myriad of inquiries and concerns. Undoubtedly, the divine remains represented such an entity. A white-haired detective, clad in an overcoat and wrapped in a scarf, with a cigar clenched between his lips, circled the refuse bin. The surrounding officers stood at attention, displaying profound respect for this detective, who seemed far from ordinary. He inquired, "Roylina, your sequence has been elevated. I hear you possess a significantly enhanced tracking ability, surpassing even the chief's police dog tenfold. Are you able to discern any sense here?" With a distinctly European visage, he spoke in Mandarin, a reflection of the predominant Chinese populace within the security zone, where Mandarin serves as the official language. Beside him, a blonde female officer shook her head. "No, the divine presence here is overwhelming. The scent of humanity has been entirely obscured. Even I, in my current state, cannot identify any human traces. If I were to activate my abilities here, the overpowering divine odor would likely render me unconscious." Olaf expressed his disappointment. "Well, this cursed ability is truly vexing. Its ineffectiveness in the presence of the divine only complicates our predicament. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Alas, my awakening bestowed upon me the Scent Seeker sequence, a fate I cannot alter. Practitioners like myself are destined to operate solely within the confines of the security zone." Olaf, in a fit of irritation, took a couple of puffs from his cigar, flicking the ashes into the refuse bin, and then turned toward the onlooking sequence practitioners, demanding who was the first to notice the issue with this refuse bin. "I was. Detective Olaf, it was I," proclaimed a figure, clad in a brown jacket, with disheveled hair and a hint of alcohol still lingering on him. It was none other than Hans Fan, the individual who had encountered Qin Xiong. However, he now exhibited no trace of inebriation, his demeanor starkly alert and fraught with anxiety. Upon regaining his clarity, Hans was struck by the realization that someone had stolen the divine remains from the refuse bin, leaving him utterly astounded. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in this affair. The perpetrator who had pilfered the divine remains was certainly no ordinary individual, and he harbored no desire to provoke such a person. Following his awakening to the sequence, his only wish was to lead a mundane existence within the security zone as a sequence practitioner. Yet, in a moment of folly, he had carelessly tossed a bottle into the refuse bin. The bottle bore his scent, an indisputable fact he could not deny. Should a scent seeker activate their abilities, they would swiftly hone in on him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from the situation. Thus, in a bid to preempt any trouble from the authorities, he promptly reported the incident to the police station, hoping for leniency in his treatment. "Please, share how you made this discovery." Detective Olaf. "I had just shared a few drinks with Brew at the bar before we each headed home. As I was leaving, I took another bottle of wine, intending to enjoy it on my way. As I sipped and finished it, I noticed a nearby trash bin and thought to dispose of the empty bottle there. Roylina, upon hearing this, reprimanded me sharply. Hans, as a sequence ability user, are you not aware that the trash bin by the safety zone's exit is designated solely for the remains of deities? The remnants will be collected for proper disposal. Your actions interfere with the operations of the United Government." I had drunk too much and didn't think it through. Qin Xiong was right. It was Hans's impaired state that granted him the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, the narrative might have unfolded quite differently. Olaf, seemingly accustomed to the antics of such irresponsible sequence ability users, did not share Roylina's indignation. He waved his hand dismissively. Roylina let him continue. "Very well, detective." The blonde Roylina regarded Hans with an expression devoid of warmth. "I vaguely recall seeing a figure rummaging through the trash bin, but it vanished quickly. Of course, I cannot be certain if it was indeed a person, for I was inebriated, and then I tossed the wine bottle into the bin. Hearing the sound of glass colliding with the empty container, I assumed it was already midnight and that the cleaners had collected the remains of the deities. So I returned home. What time was it? I was too intoxicated to know. Upon arriving home, I collapsed onto my bed and fell asleep. As a member of the sleepless sequence, I typically do not require much sleep, and even when intoxicated, I only sleep for a couple of hours before awakening. Upon rousing later, I realized it was still afternoon, and recalling the empty trash bin, I felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. So, you reported it to the police? Yes. Detective Olaf, given that I voluntarily reported and acknowledged my fault. Could you refrain from punishing me for disposing of the bottle in the trash bin and for delaying the investigation? Olaf took a puff from his cigar, contemplating for a long while. During his reflection, Hans felt a surge of anxiety, worried about the potential repercussions he might face. Roylina, make sure to inform the other personnel at the safety zone exits to keep a close watch on the trash bins. Understood. Detective Olaf, what about me? Hans asked with growing urgency. Olaf suddenly remembered Hans's presence. Oh, I was just pondering the case. What do you wish to say? I would like to inquire if my proactive report can serve as a mitigating factor against the mistakes I made here. I truly recognize my errors and promise I will not repeat them. I implore you to grant me this chance. Olaf barely spared him a glance. This is a matter of procedure. The scales of order in the police department will not tip in any direction. You will receive your due rewards and your deserved punishments. Hans felt a wave of frustration, despite his initiative in reporting and fully cooperating with the investigation. He still faced consequences. Truly unfortunate. Take him back to the police station. Upon receiving instructions from her superior, Roylina promptly directed the officers to escort Hans back. Hans, wearing an expression of dismay, silently cursed the wretched individual who had pilfered the remnants of a deity from the refuse bin. Once Hans was dispatched, Olive continued to furrow his brow in contemplation. Could this be the work of a solitary perpetrator? What motivation could compel someone to steal the detritus of a deity? To abscond with such triviality seemed less advantageous than raiding a warehouse for some moldy timber to stoke a fire. Roylina interjected. A similar incident occurred yesterday at the exit of security zone 114514. I reported it to the chief, but alas, it failed to garner adequate attention, resulting in only a defensive measure being established near the 114,514 exit. Consequently, the criminal managed to strike again at a more distant locale. At that moment, Roylina's pager buzzed. Hello, please proceed. What? Very well, I'm listening. Yes, understood. I shall inform Detective Olive immediately. Upon hearing his name mentioned by Roylina, Olive sensed that yet another case had arisen and inquired, what is it now? Detective, in a narrow alley 2 stations away, a warehouse has been discovered ablaze, containing 3 charred corpses. Corpses? Charred. Indeed, the skulls of the 3 bodies exhibited severe trauma, their faces grotesquely contorted. The forensic officer indicated that the nature of the injuries suggests they were inflicted by a person of immense strength using bare hands. Due to the fire's destruction, I am unable to trace the scent of the assailant. Is it possible to examine the scene of the crime for any residual traces of the perpetrator's scent? Regrettably not. The officer mentioned that the area is bustling with foot traffic, resulting in a chaotic array of footprints and scents. Have you located the primary crime scene? Not yet. There are no signs of struggle in the vicinity of the warehouse. Olive, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, remained silent. Roylina continued, Detective, I have a question. Proceed. What is known about the identities of the individuals whose skulls were crushed? Roylina, an experienced officer in her own right, unabashedly displayed her ignorance before Olive, as if he possessed an enigmatic stature beyond that of a mere detective. The identities of those 3 may prove elusive. However, the one who dispatched them must undoubtedly be an individual of extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to eliminate all 3 without leaving any signs of struggle. The fatal injuries further substantiate this. Crushing the skulls with one's fists is an extraordinary feat for an average person. Olive glanced again at the abandoned refuse bin and released another smoke ring. The timing of the incident in that alley coincides perfectly with the theft of the deity's remnants. Based on distance, if a strength-oriented individual exerted themselves to the utmost, they could feasibly traverse the distance. Thus, it is plausible that a single individual is responsible. Roylina furrowed her brow. Are we to assume it is the same person? After stealing the deity's remnants here, they proceeded to murder and set fire 2 stations away? Both cases have yielded no useful clues from the perpetrator. Perhaps we should boldly hypothesize that the same individual is responsible, and subsequently seek to validate this assumption with caution. Now, let us analyze the case under this premise. Olaf stroked his white beard and remarked, "I believe this individual is rather unfamiliar with the intricacies of sequence abilities." "What leads you to that conclusion, Inspector?" The detective responded, "Aside from the cranial injuries, the corpse exhibits other fatal wounds. It is highly probable that the skull was fractured post-mortem. After shattering the skulls of 3 individuals, he opted to incinerate the bodies. I surmise that his motive for crushing their skulls lies in the apprehension that an individual possessing undying sequence abilities might utilize their skills to extract memories from the corpses. However, he is unaware that the memory reading capabilities of undying sequence users are not limitless. Should the brain undergo pathological changes or lose its original biological structure, the abilities of the undying sequence user would become ineffective. In other words, whether or not he shattered the skulls of the 3 victims, igniting the corpses would suffice to thwart any investigation by undying sequence users. Oiliana, perplexed, inquired, "Inspector, are you suggesting that he is oblivious to such fundamental knowledge of sequences? Beyond that, I cannot conceive of any other rationale for his excessive actions. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that he deployed a smokescreen, attempting to lead me to believe that the perpetrator was a novice in sequence abilities. Nevertheless, I contend that an individual of this criminal caliber is unlikely to manifest within Zone 14121. Roylina nodded, finding the inspector's analysis quite insightful, and then stated, "His lack of understanding regarding sequence information may stem from a sudden awakening of his own sequence abilities, leaving him unprepared." "Your premise regarding his lack of preparation does not hold," Olaf countered, shaking his head. "He was aware enough to select a location with a confusing array of scents to mislead you and to utilize fire to destroy evidence. Roylina, it is imperative to understand that he is not a complacent criminal. He meticulously planned the murder of these 3 individuals. He had just stolen remnants of a divine being and executed these actions in a state of panic while fleeing. One must acknowledge that while this criminal may be uninformed, he is certainly not careless. A mind as keen as a needle's, I would not allow him to expose himself while inadequately prepared to steal divine relics. His actions indicate a lack of access to further information." Roylina adjusted her slightly disheveled golden locks, displaying a look of confusion. "How could that be? The descriptions of sequence abilities are publicly available in the Godslayer camp. Anyone can access them via their mobile devices or computers." "No, you're mistaken. If these assumptions hold true, then there exists a certain type of individual who fits this profile and cannot access such information." "What individual?" "The impoverished." Chapter 9. Internet CAF Inquiry. Olaf pondered for a moment. Since the arson and corpse incineration case occurred merely 2 stops away toward the periphery of the safe zone, it would be prudent to investigate that direction. He intended to observe who might have appeared on the streets bearing numerous bags filled with unidentified objects. He cast a glance at the desolate trash bins. The remnants of the divine beings within had vanished, an undeniable quantity. If he were to take them directly, he would undoubtedly be burdened with a conspicuous package, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. "Indeed, I shall report this to the Bureau." "Well done," he acknowledged. "However," the inspector queried, "but what if we cannot find anyone carrying a substantial amount of unidentified objects at the edge of the safe zone?" Olaf discarded his cigar, and smiled slightly. "If we cannot find anyone, the situation becomes intriguing." Then he extinguished the cigarette with his foot, muttering to himself with a meaningful tone, "Having been in this wretched place for so long, things are finally taking shape." When Qin Xiang returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. He had come home late, for he had sought an isolated spot to consume the remaining divine remnants from his backpack, extracting the lunchbox before setting fire to the bag and his second jacket. This subsequent cleanup had consumed considerable time. Fortunately, upon arriving home, he found no signs of being followed. As he sat on his hard cardboard sofa, he felt utterly exhausted. Despite his remarkable physical condition, he could not withstand the toll of fleeing and committing murder. Indeed, this day had been overwhelming. He glanced out the window, observing a thick, indistinct scorpion crawling across the glass. With a wry smile, Qin Xiang sighed. "I truly wish to sample its flavor, but reckless tasting carries its own risks." Moreover, risks and rewards are forever intertwined companions. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. He gazed with satisfaction at the sequence of greedy marauder in his mind, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. It was Saturday, a day meant for rest, yet it had turned out to be the most exhausting day since his reincarnation. Qin Xiang cleared his mind, allowing himself a moment of tranquility for several minutes, before taking a cold shower and retiring to bed. That night, he slept deeply, undisturbed by any interruptions. When he awoke, it was already 10 in the morning on Sunday. I cannot believe I slept for so long. Qin Xiang turned out of bed, preparing to heat the packed meal from the school cafeteria to satisfy his hunger. He opened the stove. Life without money is indeed so austere. Suddenly, he recalled that he had scavenged some wealth from the three miscreants yesterday. However, in his haste, he had not taken the time to ascertain the total amount. He rummaged through the pants he had worn the previous day and was taken aback. Among a heap of copper coins, there gleamed a shiny silver coin. To think, there's a silver coin. These ruffians are rather affluent. Generally speaking, the value of 10,000 copper coins equates to that of a single silver coin. However, due to the significant variance in the composition of copper coins, it often requires a staggering 12,000 coins to exchange for a single silver coin. Qin Xiang believed that those three vagabonds masquerading as brigands were, like himself, likely destitute, perhaps possessing only a few hundred copper coins. To his astonishment, they managed to amass a fortune equivalent to a silver coin. Why would such affluent individuals choose to assault him? Initially perplexed, Qin Xiang quickly discerned that they were fixated on his backpack, mistaking it for a trove of valuable treasures. Little did they know that not only had they squandered their hard-earned wealth for another, but they also forfeited their lives in the process. These three wandering ruffians, harboring a substantial sum, undoubtedly knew that their riches were of dubious origin. At this moment, Qin Xiang's spirits plummeted. How could these brigands, laden with wealth, dare to report him to the authorities? Wouldn't that be tantamount to mutual destruction? Damn it, had he known they possessed such riches, he could have easily turned the tables on them, robbed them, and made a swift escape, thus avoiding the ensuing complications. Now, on top of pilfering the remnants of divine remains, he had inadvertently added a murder case to his predicament. These three wretches not only foul themselves but also nauseate others. As Qin Xiang held the silver coin, he felt both envy and discomfort. The reason was simple. He had nowhere to spend it. If he were to present this coin nearby, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. An orphan with no employment. How could he possibly accumulate such wealth? Should someone grow envious and report him, and the authorities come to inquire, he would be utterly unable to account for the coin's origin. Such a sum, merely to gaze upon yet unable to utilize, left him in despair. After finishing the leftover food he had brought home from school, he extracted 40 copper coins from his collection of hundreds, resolving to rent a computer at an internet CAF. Upon reflection, he realized that even 40 copper coins would be a considerable sum for someone of his standing, equally challenging to justify. Thus, he reluctantly set aside 20 coins. Armed with 20 copper coins, he ventured to the CAF, where an hour of computer use seemed more fitting. Damn it, even spending money required trepidation. It was truly frustrating. Qin Xiang grumbled as he stepped outside. He recognized the constraints of his current situation. Burdened by the identity of a poor orphan student, he found it nearly impossible to manage his finances freely. However, this was not his foremost concern. Money was secondary. More pressing was the need to devise a plausible rationale for his substantial income, while simultaneously seeking a suitable identity as a sequence ability user, one that would allow him to appear in public without attracting undue attention. He sought an inconspicuous sequence to divulge to others, subsequently joining a team of sequence ability users to hunt divine entities beyond the safe zones, learning combat techniques. Once proficient, he would embark on solo hunts, consuming the remnants of the divine to enhance his own abilities. He firmly believed that as long as he could endure, he would inevitably grow stronger. In time, when he wielded the power to act freely, he would reveal his sequence and abilities, at which point no one would pose a threat to him. Even if he could not persist indefinitely, It was imperative to survive initially until he acquired the means for self-preservation before emerging into the fray. Having made up his mind, Qin Xiang arrived at the internet CAF, producing 20 copper coins. The attendant today was still the same portly middle-aged man from his last visit. With a stoic expression, the attendant pointed to the same computer he had used previously. That one, go ahead. Qin Xiang noticed a new advertisement behind the attendant. Recharge 500 copper coins and receive an additional 500. Hurry and top up. Observing this promotional event reminiscent of his past life, he sighed inwardly. He had the means to recharge, yet he could not elucidate the reason behind his capacity to produce such a sum at once. Regrettably, Qin Xiang turned away and settled himself beside the computer, which was permeated with the scent of smoke. As before, the machine took an exceedingly long time to boot up, ample enough for Qin Xiang to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon entering the interface, he launched the browser and once again visited the Godslayer camp forum. He noticed several pinned posts, all of which proved to be quite beneficial to him. In addition to the previously viewed statistics of known sequences, there were guidelines for newly awakened individuals on how to report their abilities to the United Government and subsequently join a Godslayer team. Qin Xiang clicked on the newcomer guide and began to study it meticulously. An individual might awaken their sequence abilities at any time, in any location, and under any condition. Upon awakening, a panel of information would materialize in their mind, revealing their sequence name, level, and available skills. Qin Xiang glanced at the information panel within his mind. Sequence, Devourer, to grow stronger, consume deities, current sequence level. 2. Greedy Marauder, skill, Bloodthirst. Skill description, can digest deities by consuming them raw. Skill, Violence. Skill description, for 10 minutes, 1 strength, agility, and physical durability triple, during which no pain is felt. It seemed that his information panel contained an additional line compared to what the original poster had mentioned. To grow stronger, consume deities. This very line had guided Qin Xiang to the exit of safe zone 114514 the day before, in search of divine remnants, hoping for fortune. Now, upon examining the information panels of other sequence wielders, it appeared that they lacked this particular detail. If they were not provided with a method to enhance their strength, how could they possibly grow stronger? Carrying this question, Qin Xiang continued to read the post. After awakening sequence abilities, one could report to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to submit their sequence and relevant information, as the information panel in one's mind was invisible to others. The details reported were entirely at one's discretion. However, it is strongly advised to report truthfully, avoiding any concealments or fabrications. This is because once reported, the Management Bureau would make arrangements based on one's sequence and skills. Simultaneously, after the information is published in the Sequence Ability Hall, other sequence wielders interested in you may invite you to join their team to hunt deities outside the safety zone. Any inaccuracies in your information could potentially lead to your demise or the annihilation of your team. Upon reaching this point, Qin Xiang made a mental note. Upon reporting the information, all sequence practitioners will become aware of your sequence and skills. Once you register with the Sequence Practitioners Management Bureau, you will receive the first reward provided by the Bureau, which can also be understood as a novice gift, a sequence elixir. The sequence elixir is a potion developed by the United Government, specifically designed to enhance the powers of sequence practitioners. The formula for the sequence elixir remains a closely guarded secret of the United Government, controlled by the highest leaders of various security zones. Consuming the sequence elixir is currently the only known method for all sequence practitioners to strengthen their abilities. It is only after ingesting the sequence elixir that practitioners can continually grow stronger and ascend in rank. However, one must not indiscriminately consume the elixir. After using the sequence elixir, it is imperative to assimilate the potion. Only then will your strength increase. The method of digesting the elixir is quite singular. It involves utilizing your skills during battles with deities. The more frequently you employ your skills, the quicker you will digest the sequence elixir. Do not entertain the notion of recklessly using skills outside the safety zones to digest the sequence elixir. The Bureau will allocate the elixir based on the level and quantity of deity remnants you submit. If you have utilized your skills numerous times, yet only return with a meager deity remnant or none at all, the Bureau will perceive a deficiency in your combat abilities, resulting in a reduction of your supply of sequence elixirs, or possibly even a complete cancellation. After slaying deities, the Bureau not only provides you with sequence elixirs, but also bestows upon you corresponding honors and generous rewards. Thus, hunting deities is the most effective means for sequence practitioners to achieve wealth and enhance their prowess. Qin Xiang pondered this deeply. All sequence practitioners rely on sequence elixirs for strength augmentation and must unleash their skills during battles with deities to digest the elixir. However, he only needs to consume deities and then assimilate them to continuously strengthen his own power. Does this not imply that he possesses an extraordinary advantage? But no, he does not have any system beyond the laws. This is merely his awakened sequence. How could it be deemed an unfair advantage? I, Qin Xiang, do not possess any such advantage. Chapter 10. The raid on the Internet. CAF, having gained a preliminary understanding of the events following the awakening of the sequences, Qin Xiang revisited the post, summarizing various sequences and their abilities. He sought a sequence that could conceal his identity, one that could be shrouded by his existing powers without revealing any telltale signs. In order to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, he needed to find such a mask. Initially, Qin Xiang contemplated fabricating a sequence of his own, meticulously tailoring both its name and skills to fit his devourer persona. However, after some deliberation, he ultimately abandoned this idea. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the Sequence Ability Management Bureau possessed a method to verify the authenticity of fabricated sequences, such as uncovering potential flaws in his own creation. Secondly, all sequence ability users had access to his information. A completely new sequence would undoubtedly attract significant attention and scrutiny from others. Under the magnifying glass of countless eyes, he would inevitably expose himself. There is even a possibility that, by sheer misfortune, someone else might awaken a sequence with an identical name to the one he had devised, leading to his immediate discovery. Therefore, it was far more prudent to search among the existing sequences. Lacking a specific direction, Qin Xiang meticulously examined each sequence, striving to identify the optimal mask that would allow him to hide his identity. At the beginning of the post, the unified abilities of sequence users were introduced. Upon awakening, their physical strength, agility, and perception would be proportionally enhanced. After consuming 5 vials of sequence elixir, one's physical attributes could be expected to increase by approximately 3-fold, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Only 3-fold? Qin Xiang recalled how he had sent that thug flying with a single punch, his strength akin to the impact of a speeding automobile. It seemed unlikely that his power had merely tripled. Perhaps it had increased 10-fold. A spark of realization ignited within him. Could it be that his devourer sequence had the capacity to further amplify his foundational attributes? This revelation astonished him. Not only had he awakened a sequence with formidable skills, but his fundamental growth was also astonishingly high. It felt as though good news was arriving in droves, overwhelming him with positivity. With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Xiang diligently scrutinized each sequence's abilities. When he encountered the Fragrance Seeker sequence, he discovered that its level 1 skill, scent tracking, could locate enemies within a certain range based on the scents left at the scene. A wave of relief washed over him. Indeed, there existed a sequence user capable of tracking by scent. His earlier concerns had not been unfounded. Fortunately, he had chosen a location rife with olfactory chaos for disposing of the body. Otherwise, he might have found himself in peril. The skill of the Fragrance Seeker would prove ineffective in areas saturated with divine essence. Should one attempt to activate the skill forcefully, it could lead to fainting, severe hemorrhaging, or even cerebral death. Because the Fragrance Seeker's abilities were rendered useless before deities. It belonged to the rare category of sequence users who could still obtain Management Bureau elixirs without engaging in combat against divine beings. However, to receive the sequence elixirs, Fragrance Seekers were required to join the coalition government's organization, typically assisting the police in solving cases. The thought of aiding in criminal investigations brought an additional sigh of relief to Qin Xiang. Without a doubt, The trouble he caused yesterday at the exit of safety zone 89757 would undoubtedly attract the attention of the police, and likely that of the sequence ability users as well. Having narrowly escaped the predicament, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He continued to observe, gaining a wealth of knowledge about various sequence ability users. Qin Xiang yearned to document all this information, for his mind could hardly retain the abilities of every sequence user. However, taking out pen and paper to record such details would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he endeavored to memorize only the most significant and common sequences. To his surprise, he found that since awakening his sequence ability, his memory seemed to have improved. Although he could not remember every ability after a single glance, he could recall most of them quite well. He couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of awakening a sequence ability. Just as he was basking in his newfound confidence, he stumbled upon another sequence, immortality. It was precisely because he had inadvertently caught sight of information regarding the immortality sequence S ability to read the memories of the deceased during his last visit to the God-slaying camp that he had smashed the heads of 3 criminals. He silently counted himself fortunate that the fleeting information he had glimpsed had saved his life, truly a stroke of good fortune. Qin Xiang meticulously read through the skills associated with the immortality sequence. Morning Edict. This skill allows one to access the memories of the deceased from the final moments of their life. However, the deceased's brain must retain its biological properties, meaning it must not undergo degeneration or deterioration, for instance, through burning or acid corrosion. Otherwise, the skill would be rendered ineffective. Upon reading this, Qin Xiang was taken aback. Could it be that burning the bodies would prevent Morning Edict from activating? Had his actions of bashing the 3 heads been entirely unnecessary? Surely, this redundant action would not bring about any trouble. The description of the immortality sequence was prominently placed in the forum, suggesting it was either one of the more commonly awakened sequences or one that had been recorded early on. If that were the case, could the abilities of the immortality sequence be considered common knowledge among sequence ability users? To verify his hypothesis, he searched the forum for posts related to immortality and discovered nearly 100,000 relevant threads. Clearly, immortality was indeed an exceedingly prevalent sequence, aptly described as common knowledge. Yet, he had been utterly oblivious to this beforehand. Qin Xiang's mind raced with speculation. If someone were to discover this oversight, would it expose his identity? Handling corpses with excessive caution implied a lack of understanding regarding sequence abilities. In his anxious contemplation, he pondered this possibility. If someone were to take note of this, could it become a fatal flaw? Qin Xiang was uncertain whether he was merely overthinking. Perhaps the psyche of a perpetrator becomes increasingly paranoid after the fact, reacting to every little disturbance. Nonetheless, he felt deep down that he was teetering on the brink of exposure. At that moment, he heard a commotion outside the internet CAF. What was happening? Amidst the chaos, he discerned voices raised in argument. Suddenly, he caught a fragment of a conversation. "Officer, this is just a small business. I can't withstand such scrutiny." "Officer." A sudden chill swept through Qin Xiang's heart. Could it be mere coincidence that as soon as he contemplated the possibility of exposure, the police arrived at his doorstep? The swift action of the police was bewildering. Regardless of whether they were there for him, he had to prepare himself. In a moment of panic, Qin hurriedly deleted his browser history and devised a means of disguise. Just as he completed this task, 7 or 8 officers stormed into the internet CAF. Everyone immediately abandoned their computers, crouching down with their hands clasped behind their heads. "Hurry!" Qin Xiang feigned panic and quickly complied with the officer's orders, crouching down with his hands on his head. What are you doing? Get away from the computer. Raise your hands." One officer shouted angrily at a scruffy young man in the corner. The man, flustered, adjusted his trousers and stammered, "Sir, I." The officer rushed toward the disobedient individual. "Get out of here." "Yes, officer," the man replied, neglecting his trousers and huddling on the floor. The officer glanced at the content on his screen and disdainfully remarked, "You should watch less of this kind of material. You're young, don't indulge too much. It will lead to trouble." With that, the officer moved on. The group of officers proceeded to examine each computer's browser history and content. When they reached Qin Xiang, One officer glanced at his face, then at the screen, and with a hint of sympathy, patted his shoulder. If the girl has not agreed, it means rejection. Don't waste your time and energy. After that, he continued to inspect the next computer. Qin Xiang managed a grateful smile toward the officer, though internally he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware that the officers would scrutinize the browser history, yet he had no immediate means to generate a substantial browsing record. Thus, he opted for the simplest content to peruse, reading an ebook. On his desktop was a file entitled 3 Sentences to Win the Heart of Your Goddess, Confidential Edition. Upon opening it, he discovered it indeed contained advice for admirers on how to please their beloved. Consequently, he adjusted the document's progress bar to a middle position, pretending to read the downloaded ebook. The officers continued their search and eventually apprehended 2 young men engaged in illicit online transactions, leading them away. However, Qin Xiang sensed a certain gravity in the officers' demeanor, indicating that their true targets were not those 2. Apologies for the interruption, everyone. We hope you don't mind. Internet CAF owner, please extend an additional hour of internet time for each of them. Our police department will cover the cost. Certainly. Thank you, officer. Thank you, police uncle. We look forward to your next visit. In a jovial atmosphere, everyone returned to their computers. Outside, Qin Xiang overheard the CAF owner lament, "Officer, you've been conducting surprise raids these past few days, taking several customers each time. My business cannot endure this. Boss Wong, we are merely following orders from above. I hope you understand." Understand? How can I possibly understand? Could you not ascertain the perpetrator before further investigation? The police department lacks the authority to probe into network addresses and browsing histories, and can only conduct on-site inquiries. They have not overstepped by examining your surveillance footage, and the internet expenses have been borne by our police department. What losses do you claim to have incurred? You are simply being unreasonable. Qin Xiang felt a stir of emotion. Over the past few days, the police department has been making sudden raids. Is it merely a coincidence following his own act of murder? But the police's declaration of their inability to access network addresses and browsing histories is, in fact, a piece of favorable news. Yet who can ascertain the veracity of their words? Caution must still be exercised. Qin Xiang exhaled deeply, resolving to open Godslayer Camp for further investigation. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, an instinctive chill running down his spine. He immediately glanced toward the bar, where the network administrator was casually smoking a cigarette, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Qin Xiang. The dialog box on the screen continued to flicker. Network administrator's friendly reminder. The person the officer was just looking for is you. I assenti it. Chapter 11. Threats revealed. Despite having lived once more, Qin Xiang had never experienced the dread of being brought to justice. A sense of panic surged within him, surpassing even the trepidation he felt while scavenging through refuse for remnants of the divine or while committing murder in shadowy alleys. Not even the night of his rebirth, when he beheld countless black moths with luminous eyes clinging to the glass, had instilled such fear in him as he felt now. Sitting vacantly before his computer, he was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the information on the computer screen shifted once more. A friendly reminder from the network administrator. Continue browsing as you wish, but do not leave until you have finished. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet CAF. Qin Xiang stared at the screen, his desire to explore Godslayer Camp evaporating. The administrator had been monitoring him all along. A wave of suspicion washed over him. Was the administrator truly so idle? Did he have nothing better to do than watch every patron's online activity? Yet, the money had already been spent. Sitting idly was a waste of time. Calming his nerves, he reopened Godslayer Camp. This internet CAF might well be the last he ever visited. No, it was highly likely that he would never step foot in any internet CAF again. He needed to find a sequence that would allow him to disguise himself during this browsing session. Qin Xiang continued to peruse the posts, summarizing various sequences, searching for one that suited his need for camouflage. At last, his gaze fixed upon a particular sequence. Phantom Assassin, Sequence Level 1, Assassination Apprentice, Skill, Life and Death Line. Can double his agility for 5 minutes, but will feel utterly drained afterward, unable to move for half an hour. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin, Skill, Life and Death Line Enhanced. Can double his agility and strength for 5 minutes, but will feel utterly drained afterward. Unable to move for 20 minutes. As Qin Xiang examined the Phantom Assassin sequence, he realized that his violence skill encompassed both the Level 1 and Level 2 skills of the sequence, enabling him to navigate through the chaos for a while. Thus, he meticulously reviewed the skill descriptions, committing them to memory. To further understand this sequence, he searched the forum for related discussions, which immediately yielded thousands of posts. It seemed to be a relatively common sequence. What equipment is most essential for the Phantom Assassin sequence? Who makes the best partner for a Phantom Assassin? My teammate, a Phantom Assassin, is a liability. He only uses skills to flee during battles. What should I do? Phantom Assassins seeking the Godslayer team, warriors preferred. Qin Xiang clicked on a Phantom Assassin introduction post featured to delve deeper. The contents detailed how to train oneself as a Phantom Assassin, how to judiciously utilize the resources provided by the Management Bureau, and how to acquire the most suitable equipment for one's needs. In this post, Qin Xiang discovered a wealth of information, including that the Swift Assassin has a sequence rank of 3, identified as the Shadow Assassin. The skill, Life and Death on the Line, Enhanced 2, allows one to triple their agility and double their strength for a duration of 10 minutes, after which one will be left utterly exhausted and incapacitated. From this post, Qin Xiang also learned that, unlike most sequences, each elevation in rank grants a new skill. The known Shadow Assassins possess only a single skill, continually enhancing life and death on the line upon leveling up. This singular advancement approach, Qin Xiang mused, has its merits and drawbacks. If they cannot dispatch their foes after activating their skill, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, Shadow Assassins are heavily reliant on their allies. This skill aligns well with Qin Xiang's inclination to conceal his own presence. The violent skill comprehensively encompasses the abilities of the first 3 ranks of the Swift Assassin sequence. Thus, to effectively embody the Swift Assassin, he must adeptly feign weakness. A meticulous comparison between the Devourer and the Swift Assassin sequence illuminated to Qin Xiang the formidable strength of his own sequence. Although violent is a skill awakened at rank 2, it surpasses the continually enhanced singular abilities of the Swift Assassin. Moreover, upon perusing the forum, it became evident that the Swift Assassin sequence is quite coveted, with numerous god-hunting teams eager to recruit them into their ranks. This is not the only advantage Qin Xiang possesses. Through diligent research on the forum, he realized that his foundational attributes rival those of Shadow Assassin, utilizing the Life and Death on the Line skill, perhaps even exceeding them. Even without releasing any skills, he could dominate among lower-ranked ability users. Thus, how should he convincingly portray the guise of Shadow Assassin? The paramount strategy is to exercise restraint. After identifying his substitute sequence, Qin Xiang received a notification indicating that his computer time had expired. He exchanged a glance with the Internet CAF's attendant before opting to log off, departing the CAF under the attendant's watchful gaze, skillfully evading the surveillance cameras at the entrance. He followed the attendant's directions to a narrow alley behind the CAF. This alley, beyond the purview of the CAF owner's oversight, lacked any cameras, resembling an unmonitored area. The alley was rather filthy, cluttered with debris and disposable food containers, and an unpleasant odor reminiscent of food waste wafted through the air, akin to that found in a cafeteria. In this cramped alley, Qin Xiang struggled to find a suitable place to sit. Ultimately, he wiped a stone slab clean, placing it on the greasy steps before settling down. After idly waiting for 3 or 4 hours, the CAF's lights finally extinguished. He felt that if he lingered any longer, he might be overwhelmed by the stench of waste. A short while later, a middle-aged attendant, his face slick with grease and clad in a white shirt that quivered with each movement of his ample frame, appeared in the narrow alley. A jacket draped over his shoulder. The ground was strewn with refuse, and the network administrator paid it no mind, carelessly kicking it aside, leaving traces of grease upon his shoes. Qin Xiang looked at the sweat-stained collar and cuffs of the man, overwhelmed by a sense of disgust. Meanwhile, The administrator gazed at Qin Xiang with an insatiable greed. Kid, the police are looking for you because you've committed murder, right? This opening line pierced directly into Qin Xiang's thoughts. He remained silent, believing that the murder incident near exit 89,757 should not have reached such a remote location within a mere night. It was evident that the administrator had made a guess, and thus, there was no need for him to confirm it. The administrator chuckled. Even if you don't say anything, I already know. The last time you visited was to check the forum for sequence capabilities, and this time, it seems to be the same. The administrator articulated the very confusion that lingered in Qin Xiang's mind, prompting him to inquire further. Can you remember everyone? Of course not. I'm not a sequence ability user with memory skills, Qin Xiang replied. Why he was so unfortunate as to attract the attention of this corpulent administrator was beyond him. Look at you, a poor wretch from the outskirts of the safe zone. It's only natural I'd take a second glance when I see someone like you spending money in an internet CAF. Besides, you wore the same outer garment on both occasions, which made it easy to remember you. After perusing the forum, you lingered for quite some time on the sequence's immortal incent of the Seeker, most of which are police officers involved in investigations. Then, when the police suddenly arrived, you swiftly deleted your browsing history and feigned interest in an open text document, pretending to read an ebook. At that moment, I deduced that you must have committed murder and were concerned about being discovered by the police's sequence users here. The administrator's jowls quivered with excitement, seemingly celebrating his remarkable deduction. Yet, Qin Xiang remained noncommittal. He would not respond to any conjectures about himself, even if the administrator's guesses were indeed accurate. One must not allow their adversaries to discern their thoughts. Qin Xiang could not recall which film from his past had imparted this wisdom. It perfectly encapsulated his current strategy. He would offer no further fragments of information regarding himself to this administrator. Silently, he scrutinized the man, awaiting his next words. Noticing Qin Xiang's lack of reaction, the administrator appeared slightly taken aback, yet he remained composed, firmly holding the reins of power in this encounter. It's simple why I called you out. I want to disclose your matters to anyone, but you must provide me with a silver coin as a hush fee. Qin Xiang chuckled softly, his piercing gaze fixing on the administrator. A silver coin? Are you out of your mind? The administrator was taken aback by Qin Xiang's fierce demeanor. The murderous intent behind that smile was not mere pretense. This young man, barely 17 or 18, had undoubtedly killed before. He swallowed hard, stiffening his neck as he replied, I'm not crazy. A silver coin is your lifeline, quite worth it. After all, you're a murderer. There's nothing you wouldn't dare do. The network administrator seemed to have found a newfound confidence, speaking with increasing fervor. I care not what methods you employ, be it thievery, robbery, or even murder. As long as you can provide me with a single silver coin, that suffices. Qin Xiang merely regarded the network administrator with indifference, as though he were observing a farcical spectacle unrelated to himself. The administrator felt as if he were being scrutinized by a tiger, causing a chill to run down his spine. Yet, he laughed, you cannot intimidate me. We are merely ordinary people destined to live our lives in this wretched place. Who among us possesses more limbs than the other? It appeared the administrator did not realize that Qin Xiang was a being of exceptional abilities, a small silver lining amidst the calamity. Qin Xiang was not swayed by the administrator's provocations. He astutely noted the quickening breaths of the man, a clear indication of his mounting anxiety. Thus, Qin Xiang pressed further, posing a pointed inquiry. Since you are aware of my capability to kill, why do you not fear for your own life? The administrator wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, I have drafted an email to report you, complete with your close-up captured in the surveillance footage. It will be sent to the police station at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Each day, I shall reset the timer, postponing it further. Should I meet my demise, your exposure is inevitable. In a bid to convince Qin Xiang, the administrator added, if you doubt my words, feel free to test them. Go ahead, kill me. The scheduled email acted like a time bomb, compelling Qin Xiang to tread carefully. The administrator's tactics effectively bound his hands and feet, preventing any rash actions against him. By next week, you shall deliver to me 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I shall inform the police of your deeds. The administrator grinned smugly, revealing a row of imperfect yellowed teeth. Qin Xiang, in response, remained silent and turned to leave the alley. The administrator watched his departing figure, sneering dismissively. So what if you've taken a life? You will still dutifully provide me with money. Boy, this secret is one I shall hold over you for a lifetime. If you cooperate, the funds for my house and car will be reliant upon you. Suddenly, the administrator realized he did not even know Qin Xiang's name. I am Lu Daji. What is your name? Qin Xiang continued to walk away in silence, unperturbed. A dead man has no need for a name. Chapter 12. Back to school. Upon exiting the alley adjacent to the internet CF, Qin Xiang did not return home. His departure was merely a facade. He concealed himself on the opposite side of the CAF, intently listening to the rustling footsteps within the alley. Lu Daji was departing. Qin Xiang stealthily followed him, remaining undetected despite Lu Daji's vigilant attempts to ascertain if he was being followed. Employing his keen sense of hearing, Qin Xiang discerned Lu Daji's position, cautiously trailing behind while ensuring he remained out of sight. Once Lu Daji unlocked his front door, Qin Xiang memorized the location of his residence before silently retreating. Upon returning home, his mind was consumed by the threats posed by Lu Daji. The scheduled emails presented a considerable challenge. Lacking familiarity with Lu Daji, he was uncertain about how those timed emails were set up. Which email account was utilized? How many accounts were involved? When were the delays in sending adjusted? These questions eluded him. Eliminating Lu Daji would be straightforward, yet safeguarding his own secrets from exposure post-incident proved to be exceedingly complex. A single misstep could render all of Qin Xiang's previous efforts futile. He could not allow his promising new beginning to be tarnished by Lu Daji. A plan to neutralize this threat needed to be devised promptly. That night, after washing the accumulated takeout containers from the weekend, he took a cold shower and retired to bed. The following morning, Qin Xiang dressed, had breakfast, and cast a glance at the calendar on the table. Blue Star Era, January 4th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Monday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 20th. Auspicious for planting, inauspicious for marriage. Stepping outside, he prepared to go to school. However, having burned his backpack and lacking a spare, he resorted to using a cloth bag to carry a few food containers. As for the textbooks required for class, he had long since forgotten where they had been discarded. Such items were of no necessity to him. After leaving, Qin Xiang took a detour to the internet CF, passing by its entrance while deliberately avoiding the surveillance camera positioned at the door. Through the CAF's large entrance, he observed Lu Daji, still seated at the bar, intently focused on the computer screen, his face betraying a mixture of tension and excitement as his fingers deftly danced across the keyboard, engrossed in some game. Completely absorbed in his virtual world, Lu Daji remained oblivious to Qin Xiang's presence as he glanced at him and then turned away, heading straight to school. Today did not appear to be propitious for eliminating Lu Daji. The almanac did not indicate that this day was suitable for burial, and it seemed the reasoning held true. On this school day, the main thoroughfare bordering the safety zone was somewhat more populated, unlike the desolation of the weekend. Numerous classmates walked in pairs. Qin Xiang ambled alone, refraining from greeting anyone. Upon reaching the school entrance, he noticed several adults, disguised as figures of authority, stationed at the gate, surveying the situation within the school. Qin Xiang recognized the principal of the Zhouan school and several esteemed faculty members accompanying him. It was rather perplexing why the principal felt compelled to conduct an inspection at the school gate today. Perhaps it was a quirk of his character, a desire to assert his presence. "Good day, principal." The students greeted him enthusiastically, to which the principal responded with a warm smile. Although Qin Xiang harbored no particular fondness for the principal, he maintained a cordial demeanor and offered his greetings as well. The principal returned his smile, yet trouble loomed on the horizon as a teacher furrowed his brow and abruptly called out, "You, stop right there." The students turned in unison, noticing the teacher was pointing directly at Qin Xiang, but they soon resumed their trek to class, indifferent to the unfolding drama. It was commonplace for a teacher to halt a student at the entrance, and such occurrences were seldom considered noteworthy. After all, a school of lesser repute tends to impose more stringent regulations. The teacher approached Qin Xiang and reprimanded him. Upon seeing the principal, "Why did you not offer a louder greeting? Do you not understand the value of respecting your teachers?" Was he truly being interrogated merely for the volume of his greeting? Qin Xiang felt an involuntary twitch in his fingers, as if he yearned to clench his fists. The notion of violence stirred within him. Having taken a life before, his mindset had shifted. He contemplated delivering a simple punch to this teacher, illustrating his interpretation of respect for authority. While he owed his education and meals to the united government, he felt no indebtedness towards this teacher. Yet, the repugnant visage of Lu Daji flickered in his mind, reminding him to bide his time. Engaging in a physical altercation with a teacher would inevitably reveal his status as an ability wielder, and Lu Daji might well report him, exposing all prior indiscretions. What a nuisance. Everything would have to wait until he dealt with Lu Daji. Fortunately, in his previous life, Qin Xiang had endured his share of indignities, and thus feigning submission came naturally to him. He promptly adopted an apologetic smile. "I apologize, teacher. I did not sleep well last night, and I lacked the energy to speak up this morning. Allow me to try again. Good day, principal." "Good day, teacher." The principal, displaying remarkable magnanimity, seemed unfazed by the volume of Qin Xiang's greeting and replied, "Make sure to rest well in the future. It's all right. You may proceed to class." "Thank you, principal." "Wait." The teacher called out once more, halting Qin Xiang. "Why are you not carrying a backpack? What is in that bag you are holding? Let me see." This teacher appeared eager to showcase his keen insight before the principal as he snatched the bag from Qin Xiang's grasp and peered inside. "Why is there only a lunchbox? Where are your textbooks? Did you not complete your assignments over the weekend? What use are textbooks? The constant cycle of studying is merely a waste of time. How many students actually manage to gain admission to the academies established by the united government? Surely, you are aware of this. The top students in your grade are well known to the school administration. They should focus on nurturing their brightest talents instead of creating unnecessary difficulties for an ordinary student like me." However, in the face of the teacher's stern interrogation, Qin Xiang once again suppressed the impulse to deliver a fist that would restore the teacher to his senses. With each act of forbearance, his resentment towards Lu Daji deepened. Just as Qin Xiang was about to speak, a female voice suddenly resonated from behind. "Teacher, Qin Xiang accompanied me to a classmate's house for tutoring over the weekend, and he left his books there. I promised to bring them back today." Turning around, Qin Xiang was taken aback to find that it was Li Jingwen who had come to his defense. "Is that so?" The teacher regarded them with skepticism, noticing no hint of romantic inclination in Qin Xiang's eyes, and realizing that there was no budding relationship between the two. The teacher decided to let them off the hook. "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." The scrutinizing gaze of the teacher was also caught by Qin Xiang, prompting a smirk within him. What a ridiculous school. Still concerned about early romantic relationships. For whom are they putting on this show? Most students graduate high school only to enter the workforce. Engaging in romance now and marrying after graduation seems a natural transition into their careers. He found it perplexing why such tedious rules existed in a school like Jian Academy, which had a remarkably low rate of advancement. Li Jingwen took a few swift steps and positioned herself beside Qin Xiang, walking alongside him. "Qin Xiang, shouldn't you say something to me?" Gazing at Li Jingwen's radiant smile, Qin Xiang replied, devoid of emotion, "Do you think I ought to thank you? I helped you. Saying thank you is merely expected, isn't it? Previously, when I brought you breakfast and assisted with your homework, you never expressed gratitude, merely stating it was a test of our relationship. Consider this moment as my test for you. Of course, it's not to assess your suitability for a romantic relationship, but rather to gauge whether you possess any semblance of humanity." Li Jingwen's smile faltered momentarily before she adopted a somewhat coaxing tone, saying, "I acknowledge I haven't done well in the past. You've helped me, and I've assisted you. Let us consider us even, shall we? Your words are so cold. They truly hurt my feelings." Even Qin Xiang found it amusing. In his memories, he often burned the midnight oil to help Li Jingwen with her assignments and frequently went hungry just to bring her breakfast. To think that a trivial act of assistance could equalize their past? His sacrifices seemed to be dismissed as inconsequential in Li Jingwen's eyes. Fortunately, in this new life, he had learned to cut his losses. An equitable resolution was indeed preferable. With everything settled, he could sever ties with Li Jingwen completely, sparing himself from the daily discomfort of her presence. Very well. We are even. Since we are even, let's start anew. Qin Xiang, I will be more proactive towards you from now on. Can I continue to bring you breakfast and help with your homework? Hearing Qin Xiang's prompt response, Li Jingwen misinterpreted his tone as agreement and beamed. Yes, is that okay? I truly cherish seeing your concern for me. It fuels my motivation for the day. I find myself unable to be without you. Then, she unveiled a smile she believed could captivate Qin Xiang. This overly sentimental confession was concocted by Li Jingwen and her close friend over the weekend. Based on their understanding of Qin Xiang, they were certain they could win him over. However, Qin Xiang merely responded with indifference, stating, Li Jingwen, there's a question I have long wished to pose to you. If I knew, I would certainly inform you. Why must you fixate on deceiving only me? Is there truly no other male classmate willing to be at your beck and call? Li Jingwen was taken aback by Qin Xiang's unexpected retort, momentarily rendered speechless. What do you mean? If you wish to pursue Zhou Yang, strive for it yourself. Do not always think of leveraging me for assistance, understood? You bring him breakfast, yet expect me to cater to you. You wish to compare answers with him and require my help in writing. Must I do everything for you? Perhaps I should simply marry him instead? With ruthlessly candid words, Qin Xiang exposed Li Jingwen's intentions, leaving her momentarily flustered, her face reflecting shock. Li Jingwen, cease your pursuit of me. Seek another dog to assist you with your homework. Should you bother me again? Qin Xiang exhibited a scornful smile. You wouldn't want Zhou Yang to discover this matter, would you? Chapter 13. College Entrance Examination. Volunteering. Qin Xiang, weary of any entanglement with Li Jingwen, had long since lost his patience. Each mundane exchange with her felt like a descent into degradation. Recognizing that ordinary words failed to awaken the lethargic mind of this obstinate figure, he resolved to be more direct, to strike with the force of artillery. By now, she should clearly understand that Qin Xiang was no longer the obedient dog at her beck and call. Observing the increasingly grim expressions that flitted across Li Jingwen's face, he felt a profound sense of relief. At last, his words had made an impact. He strode confidently into the classroom, and true to his expectations, Li Jingwen ceased her pursuit, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. A glance over his shoulder revealed that she dared not meet his gaze, instead fixating on the tiled path before her, lost in her own thoughts. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiang settled into his designated corner of the classroom, sinking into a day of contemplation. The chapter of his entanglement with Li Jingwen had finally closed. He pondered whether exaggerating his sequence ability would go unnoticed. Did the Sequence Ability Management Bureau possess the technology to probe into one's capabilities? Careful planning was essential. Upon entering the classroom, Li Jingwen's complexion resembled that of a battered eggplant, utterly dismal. A glance at the relaxed Qin Xiang only deepened her frustration. Her friends, noticing her distress, quickly encircled her, inquiring about her well-being. Jingwen, what's wrong? You seem in a terrible mood. Did you not rest well last night? Li Jingwen, beautiful and somewhat cunning, had always been the nucleus of their small social circle. With her growing closeness to Zhou Yang, whose uncle had recently awakened his sequence abilities, she had ascended to the status of the sole queen of her circle. Gritting her teeth, she resentfully exclaimed, how could Qin Xiang possibly know about my relationship with Zhou Yang? Her friends were taken aback. How had this dense blockhead suddenly become perceptive? Li Jingwen's eyes burned with resentment. He cannot possibly know. His abrupt shift in attitude must be due to someone informing him. Scanning her friends with a venomous glare, she demanded, is there anyone among you who secretly delights in my misfortune and has divulged this to Qin Xiang? Her friends exchanged innocent glances, their expressions betraying no guilt. Jingwen, you know I've never spoken a word to Qin Xiang. Jingwen, you know I'm not as pretty as you. I rely on your support. Why would I undermine you? Indeed, Jingwen, you must be mistaken. We all support you. What benefit would we gain from telling Qin Xiang? We are struggling with our own assignments. Have we not suffered enough? Listening to her friend's defenses, Li Jingwen nodded. She truly did not believe her circle possessed a motive to inform Qin Xiang of this matter. They are also beneficiaries of their own taming of Qin Siyang, and there is no need for such self-destructive actions. The assignments serve as a bridge of communication between me and Zhou Yang, while breakfast signifies my attitude towards him. Now, it has all been ruined by Qin Siyang. Li Jingwen's close friends expressed their concerns. Jingwen, you know our level when it comes to assignments. We rely entirely on you and simply cannot contribute. Indeed, and the breakfast you used to bring to Zhou Yang is gone as well. You are aware of our family circumstances. We are unable to provide the breakfast you used to give him. Yes, there are times when we ourselves cannot even have breakfast. We truly cannot spare an extra portion for you. Why don't you come up with a solution yourself? Even before Li Jingwen could ask for their help, her friends hastily distanced themselves, declaring their inability to offer substantial assistance. They only wished to benefit from her without any intention of reciprocation. In her heart, she had long ceased to regard these friends with any significance. Once she married Zhou Yang, she would undoubtedly sever ties with them. For now, she merely needed their counsel without tearing the facade of friendship. All right, I shall think of other excuses to get closer to Zhou Yang. That would be splendid. Jingwen, you must not let go of a promising young man like Zhou Yang. Indeed, Jingwen, with your exceptional qualities, you are bound to end up with Zhou Yang. Among them, Li Jingwen possessed the most striking appearance and was the most adept at navigating social situations. If she could align herself with Zhou Yang, they too would reap some benefits. Being with Zhou Yang might just allow her to escape the confines of this wretched place and ascend to greater heights. As soon as this girl finished her statement, another girl beside her tugged at her, her eyes filled with disdain, seemingly admonishing her for speaking thoughtlessly. They were destined to live on the fringes of safety. If Li Jingwen, the pillar of support, were to leave for another place, how could they ever seek her assistance again? Li Jingwen remained oblivious to her friend's ulterior motives. Each person harbored their own calculations. No one was a fool. Given the opportunity to escape the periphery of safety, Li Jingwen would undoubtedly seize it. This was a lesson instilled in her since childhood. She would not be swayed by a few superficial words from so-called friends. However, the queries raised by her friends were indeed worth pondering. With breakfast and assignments no longer available, what excuse could she concoct to approach Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang was no Na'vi orphan like Qin Siyang. His family background was among the best in the school, and even the principal would greet him warmly. Understanding the psychology of boys, Li Jingwen knew that she could not simply throw herself at Zhou Yang. Such an approach might breed distaste in him. Yet, she found herself at a loss for a reliable strategy to tackle her current dilemma. Through gritted teeth, Li Jingwen cursed, "It's all that wretched Qin Siyang's fault. If I ever catch that treacherous gossip, I shall tear her apart." Seated at the back of the classroom, Qin Siyang was indifferent to Li Jingwen's affairs. At present, he felt an invigorating sense of ease, a feeling that would not last long. As he recalled Lu Daji once again, Qin Siyang suddenly remembered that he needed to organize books at the library. After all, he had little to study, so he might as well head to the library. Upon arriving, he approached Teacher Zhu and expressed his desire to continue managing the library's collection of books, uncertain if permission would be granted. The librarian, a kind-hearted retired teacher re-employed by the school, managed the library, which, despite being termed a library, contained merely 3 rows of shelves and a few small tables, established solely to appease educational inspections. The collection was sparse and lacked useful texts, with few students borrowing books. Out of sympathy for Qin Siyang's plight, Teacher Zhu offered him this meagerly compensated position, hoping it might improve his circumstances to some extent. In the tapestry of Qin Siyang's past and present memories, Teacher Zhu shone as one of the few lights in his solitary school life. "Very well, as long as you are willing. The task of organizing books in the library will always be yours," she assured him. "Thank you, teacher," he replied gratefully. "You can go about your duties now. Just come by after lunch to do a bit of tidying up." Observing the library, where only a couple of students lingered and little needed organizing, he nodded and decided to leave. "Understood. See you at noon. Study diligently and don't slack off. Perhaps you might gain admission to a college," she encouraged. "I will strive to do my best," he promised. After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, Qin Siyang returned to his classroom, intending to daydream through the lessons. However, Upon hearing the teacher's discourse, he realized that today's class differed from the usual. The curriculum introduced a refreshing perspective, shifting away from outdated knowledge to focus on the intricacies of college application processes for the upcoming college entrance examination. As a senior, with only half a year until the exam, the teachers had dedicated a day to discuss the application procedure. Yet in his class, no one seemed poised to enter a higher institution, rendering the lesson seemingly pointless and a mere waste of time. Classmates, in 6 months, you will take the college entrance examination, followed by the task of selecting colleges established by the joint government, the teacher explained. In our safe zone, there are only 8 such institutions. The competition for college is fierce, akin to 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Although it is likely that most of you will not gain admission to these 8 colleges and will instead venture into various paths in the safe zone after graduation, I believe it is still essential to inform you about these institutions. Firstly, these 8 colleges are exclusively for ordinary people. Those with sequence abilities cannot apply to these colleges. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a flicker of confusion. His understanding of academia was limited, and he had just learned that these institutions were open only to ordinary individuals. Did this mean that those with sequence abilities could not pursue education after high school? What would become of them? This question warranted clarification, prompting him to raise his hand immediately. Qin Xiang, do you have any questions? Teacher, if one possesses sequential abilities, must they hunt deities after graduating from high school? The teacher shot Qin Xiang a disdainful glare. I am discussing the college application process pertinent to you all. What relevance does the pursuit of sequential abilities hold for you? Sit down. Qin Xiang, concerned about matters directly affecting him, was unwilling to relent. He continued, what if one of us awakens sequential abilities before the college entrance examination? Perhaps one of our classmates might be fortunate enough. What if? There is no such what if. In this school, not a single student has awakened sequential abilities to date. The teacher felt that explaining the intricacies of sequential abilities was a greater waste of time than discussing college applications. The top student might still consider the path of higher education through the entrance examination, but no one in this class could possibly hope to traverse the road of sequential abilities. Some things are simply fated. 4 or 5 years, among thousands of ordinary students and their average parents, not a single individual has awakened sequential abilities. How could there be any change in his class? However, the teacher's experiences did not reflect the students' aspirations. For the students, there remained a glimmer of hope for the future and being less battered by the realities of life. They often held lofty ambitions. Thus, Qin Xiang's words sparked thoughts among his peers. Just because it had never happened before, it did not mean they lacked the chance to be that fortunate one. Consequently, they echoed Qin Xiang's sentiments. Teacher, please enlighten us. Indeed, teacher, we might truly awaken sequential abilities. Exactly. Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awakened sequential abilities, didn't he? Can you compare yourselves to Director Zhou? The teacher, infuriated by the fanciful notions of the students, felt a surge of anger. Zhou Yang's uncle was the director of the local education bureau, an individual of distinction. His awakening of sequential abilities was entirely plausible. After all, it is well known that officials within the joint government departments have a high probability of awakening such abilities. Yet the students remained insistent, demanding to know where sequential ability holders go post-examination. With no alternative, the teacher reluctantly replied, the joint government has established 8 colleges for ordinary people and over 100 universities for those with sequential abilities. Only students who awaken such abilities prior to the college entrance examination may apply, and they are afforded but a single opportunity. No sooner had he uttered these words than the classroom erupted once more. Over 100? I must be hearing things. There are over 100 schools for those with sequential abilities, yet we ordinary individuals have only 8. This is utterly unjust. Silence. Silence. If you do not settle down, I shall cease my lecture. The teacher sternly restored order to the classroom, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Xiang, the instigator of this uproar. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang paid no heed to the teacher's warning, feeling rather exhilarated. This was the first time he had learned about institutions of higher learning for those with sequential abilities. He believed that the sole destiny of a sequence ability user upon awakening was to venture outside the safe zones to hunt deities. Little did he realize that further education was still an option. Indeed, this world has established an educational system specifically for sequence ability users. However, he had not encountered any posts regarding the schooling of sequence ability users in the Godslaying camp. Why was that? Qin Xiang momentarily suppressed his confusion and continued to listen to the teacher's explanation. Sequence ability users also undergo an examination akin to a college entrance examination, organized by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. This assessment evaluates their sequences and skills, yielding a score. Once they obtain this score, they may apply to their desired universities. If any institution is willing to admit them, they can pursue further studies there. Well, elaborating too much won't be of much use. If any of you are curious, you may visit the Sequence Education forum where numerous related posts abound. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was struck with enlightenment. He had mistakenly sought the wrong forum. No wonder there were only discussions about hunting deities. If the opportunity arises in the future, he must explore this forum. The Sequence Education Forum? Perhaps he could attempt to check it out the next time he visits an internet CAF. Oh no, he must refrain from going to internet CAFs in the future. The loathsome visage of Lu Daji resurfaced in his mind once more. Qin Xiang was exceedingly concerned about Lu Daji, to the extent that he envisioned countless ways for Lu Daji to meet his demise, and he was impatient to set those thoughts into motion. Chapter 14. The disturbances of the women's restroom, venturing to an internet CAF, has become an impractical endeavor. He must find a secure means to browse information with peace of mind. This matter bears considerable urgency. After the teacher elaborated on the complications arising from Qin Xiang's actions, the discussion once again shifted to the introduction of the 8 academies and the application procedures. Yet, Qin Xiang paid no heed. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the esteemed institution for sequence ability practitioners. The examinations for sequence ability practitioners coincide with the college entrance examinations, which means they are to occur in merely 6 months. Only those students who awaken their sequence abilities prior to the college entrance examinations are eligible to apply to these universities, and they are granted only a single opportunity for assessment. This implies that he must publicly disclose his sequence ability and register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau within half a year. The clock is ticking. He pondered the implications of not attending a university for sequence ability practitioners. If he were to enter society post-high school and wait for the right moment to reveal his abilities, what would that entail? He certainly could not form a team. Otherwise, he would have to devise a way to conceal his consumption of deities, which would be exceedingly complicated. However, could he venture beyond the safe zone to hunt deities alone? Would he be capable of such feats? Crucially, the establishment of a university for sequence ability practitioners by the United Government suggests that a comprehensive educational framework and curriculum must already be in place. It would be prudent to attend such an institution to gain a deeper understanding of sequence abilities while simultaneously exploring the dangers beyond the safety zone, honing his skills in combat against deities. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Preparing for both avenues would surely yield no missteps. Having contemplated his future, Qin Xiang's thoughts returned to the present. 3 words resurfaced in his mind: Lu Daji. This name had been a relentless echo in his thoughts since the moment he awoke that morning. He was eager to eliminate Lu Daji and initiate his plan to publicly reveal his identity as a sequence ability practitioner. Lu Daji. He truly deserves to meet his end. After school, Qin Xiang, carrying a meal from the cafeteria, made his way to the library once more. "Hello, Teacher Zhu." Teacher Zhu was tidying the bookshelves and appeared somewhat surprised at his arrival. "Little Qin, why have you come back after school? Didn't you say you only needed to come by at noon? Don't let it interfere with your studies." Previously, Qin Xiang hurried home after school to assist Li Jingwen with her homework. His diligence in completing assignments and grasping classroom knowledge had fortuitously led him to rank within the top 100 of his grade. However, a rank within the 100, while comforting to his ego, bore no substantial significance. He understood that Teacher Zhu would be alone in organizing the books after school. Not wishing for the kind-hearted teacher, Zhu, to toil alone, he returned to the library once more. It's all right. A brief moment of study won't hinder my progress. I've been in class all day and am quite fatigued. I thought I might join you in organizing the books to unwind a bit. He added, besides, I am a student in the library's work-study program. It's only fitting that I contribute. Teacher Zhu smiled warmly. What a wonderful child you are. As Qin Xiang set down the bag containing his lunchbox, he became engrossed in his tasks within the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and her companions observed him from a distance. Noting his industrious demeanor, Li Jingwen, are you truly intent on shadowing him? To ascertain whether he harbors any issues or secrets. I cannot allow him to continue his threats indefinitely. In the past, he would leave school directly after classes. Yet today, he has chosen to visit the library. There must be something amiss. Perhaps he is meeting with an informant. I am determined to confront this informant and teach them a lesson on discretion. Very well, we shall assist you. Her close friends rallied around Li Jingwen, taking their positions in a discreet corner of the library. As Qin Xiang organized the books, he noticed a girl seated on the floor beside the shelves, diligently poring over a workbook. This was a characteristic feature of the school library. In addition to standard texts, it housed numerous practice books related to the college entrance examinations, available for students to borrow. It was precisely because of these rare resources that some academically gifted, yet financially disadvantaged students frequented the library. Otherwise, the library would surely remain desolate. Excuse me, but the library will soon close. Could you please leave? Qin Xiang gently reminded the focused student. Oh! The girl looked up at him and obediently returned the workbook to its rightful place. For a brief moment, as their eyes met, Qin Xiang's gaze lingered. She possessed a strikingly clear and attractive visage, undoubtedly standing out in the school. My apologies for interrupting your studies, the girl said, bowing to both Qin Xiang and teacher Zhu before hastily leaving with her backpack. Though Qin Xiang did not find her particularly memorable at that moment, teacher Zhu remarked, when Shu is truly a delight. She excels in her studies and is so well-behaved. If only my granddaughter could be as obedient in the future. With this statement, Qin Xiang learned the girl's identity. So it was when Shu, a name that resonated with distinction. She consistently ranked first in exams, often outscoring her nearest competitor by a significant margin. This year, she was undoubtedly the top seed at Jiuan School, enjoying special privileges as a model student. The principal, the head of the department, and the teachers all afforded her considerable attention. For instance, while other students faced reprimands for incomplete assignments, she was exempt from such consequences. Not only was she free from the burden of homework, but she could also study in the library during class hours without fear of reprimand. Students like her had surpassed even their subject teachers in terms of examination prowess. With her beauty and academic excellence, she was recognized as the school's belle. Many boys pursued her affections, yet all were met with her polite rejections. In this life, when Shu, like Qin Xiang, hailed from a modest background, living with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Xiang recalled that when Shu's family situation seemed more favorable, he had heard that she ultimately gained admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University, after which there were no further updates about her. After all, once two individuals have completed their college entrance examinations, they no longer inhabit the same world, especially since he had no inclination to inquire further. However, during a subsequent class reunion, he did overhear some female classmates mention that she had passed away at a tender age. As he regained his composure, he noticed teacher Zhu walking past him, burdened with a hefty stack of books. He immediately remarked, Teacher Zhu, please set those down. They appear quite heavy. Allow me to assist you. No need, I can manage. She replied. Observing this, Qin Xiang reluctantly relinquished the book he was holding and hastened over to seize the volumes from teacher Zhu's grasp. Allow me. I am young and full of strength. You, being of a certain age, should rest whenever possible. Teacher Zhu smiled gently. Thank you, dear child. I should be the one expressing my gratitude for you preserving this position for me. For the first time since his rebirth, Qin Xiang felt such warmth towards another person. Yet he believed teacher Zhu truly deserved it. Once everything was organized, teacher Zhu locked the door. Goodbye, teacher. See you tomorrow. Yes, indeed. After bidding farewell to teacher Zhu, as Qin Xiang exited the library, a sudden urge to relieve himself struck him. Thus, he chose not to leave the school immediately, but instead took a detour to the restroom behind the library. The restroom adjacent to the library was seldom frequented, resulting in infrequent cleaning. Perhaps it had not been tidied for several days, as Qin Xiang entered and was immediately greeted by a pungent odor. He merely wished to finish his business and depart. Just as he was enjoying his moment of relief, he suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent stall. "Speak, did you? You shameless harlot. Inform Qin Xiang about my affair with Zhou Yang? Who are you? Do I know you? Stop pretending. Today at school, I've only spoken to you and Zhu Li. If it wasn't you, then surely it was that old hag Zhu Li. Jing Wen, don't trust her. Girls like Wen Shu, who are both academically gifted and attractive, are often treacherous. Indeed, relying on her charms, she flirts indiscriminately. Who knows how many beds she has been in?" Wen Shu merely replied calmly, "You people are quite peculiar. You shameless hussy, don't think just because you excel in studies and possess some beauty, you can seduce Zhou Yang. I assure you it won't happen." Listening to this scene, Qin Xiang was quite taken aback. To encounter such a drama in his rebirth was truly remarkable. He immediately recognized the frenzied shrew as the usually charming Li Jingwen. It was evident that he had become entangled with Li Jingwen's relentless antics. Wen Shu was also unjustly implicated, and out of both empathy and reason, he felt compelled to intervene. After washing his hands, Qin Xiang approached the women's restroom. "Li Jingwen, must you create such a ruckus? Can't a person relieve themselves in peace without you insisting I inform Zhou Yang?" Upon seeing Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen and her friends, who had previously been so obstreperous, fell silent. Meanwhile, Wen Shu's once delicate features bore two glaring red handprints. Qin Xiang paused, perplexed. Despite having been slapped, Wen Shu merely remarked how strange they were. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. This woman must possess some hidden depths. Li Jingwen paused for a moment before regaining her composure and addressing Qin Xiang. "Qin Xiang, I haven't troubled you, so why are you meddling in my affairs? Are you jesting?" Qin Xiang regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. "I used to do your homework daily and even brought you breakfast, fawning over you like a loyal dog. How dare you come here and create trouble for me?" Anger flared within Li Jingwen, setting that aside. "Don't you think you are at fault too? Fault? How absurd. You lot, unattractive and troublesome, should cease blaming your issues on others." One girl, seemingly heavier than Qin Xiang, retorted, "Qin Xiang, don't be so unforgiving." Qin Xiang dismissed her with disinterest, stepping forward to pull Wen Shu out. "Unforgiving? If I were truly unforgiving, I would have informed Zhou Yang about your little escapade." Zhou Yang's uncle had already awakened his sequential abilities, and his family was destined for greatness. "If you provoke me further, your dream of marrying him will be utterly shattered." This statement struck at Li Jingwen's core, darkening her expression instantly. "What do you want? Do not provoke Wen Shu, and certainly do not repulse me. That is my only demand. After graduation, you can be your affluent matron, and I shall remain a vagabond." Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. "Qin Xiang, you are truly heartless." Qin Xiang shook his head. "Heartless? I genuinely cannot fathom how you conjured that term from your pitiful mind to describe me. Feel free to hurl insults if it brings you joy. After all, you are merely a pitiable creature. I have nothing more to discuss with you. Let us depart." "Wait." Li Jingwen and her companions found themselves cornered at the restroom entrance. "Qin Xiang, what are you planning to do now?" Qin Xiang turned to the bruised and swollen face of Wen Shu. "Did they hit you?" Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, devoid of gratitude. "Yes. Slap. Slap." As her words fell, Qin Xiang immediately struck Li Jingwen twice across the face. Everyone stood in shock. Wen Shu stared at Qin Xiang, seemingly unable to comprehend the actions of this unfamiliar male classmate. "Qin Xiang." Li Jingwen covered her face, glaring at him in fury. "Cease your barking. Our matters are settled. As for your dealings with Wen Shu, consider this even, understood?" A fierce glint appeared in Li Jingwen's eyes. "Qin Xiang, you will come to regret this." Qin Xiang contemplated, recalling that Li Jingwen's uncle seemed to be a thug. He was not afraid of any ruffians. Yet he was concerned for Wen Shu's safety. He couldn't possibly keep watching over both her and Li Jingwen. could he? As a possessor of a celestial sequential ability, he hardly had the time for such trivialities. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him to resolve the issue. Li Jingwen, I recall you scribbled Zhou Yang's name along with a series of numbers in the margins of your homework. That should be Zhou Yang's QQ number, right? Although you have no computer at home, you must have communicated with Zhou Yang via QQ when visiting the internet CAF. Am I correct? Qiuqiu is an application that students from relatively affluent families typically use to connect with their peers. Naturally, Qin Xiang does not possess such a luxurious number. Li Jingwen paused momentarily, inquiring, what do you intend to do? I shall compose an email detailing our affair and schedule it to be sent to Zhou Yang's Qiuqiu account next Monday. Should anything untoward happen to either me or Wenshu, you can anticipate a rift with Zhou Yang. Initially, Li Jingwen had indeed contemplated having her uncle deliver a stern reprimand to Qin Xiang and Wenshu. Frustrated, she exclaimed, Qin Xiang, I have never encountered someone as malicious as you. Ah, today you have, Qin Xiang retorted with a cold snort, pulling Wenshu away, feeling quite pleased within. He was unaware that this was the umpteenth time he had recalled Lu Daji today. However, for the first time, he sensed that Lu Daji had imparted some semblance of positive value to him. Chapter 15. The Internet CAF Owner. Wang Defa Qin Xiang and Wenshu departed from the campus side by side. At an intersection, they were to part ways. Qin Xiang frequently glanced back, ensuring that Li Jingwen and her companions were not trailing them. Before uttering, rest assured, they did not follow. He continued, I sincerely apologize for the trouble you encountered today due to my involvement. Wenshu cast a complex glance at Qin Xiang. Ultimately, she softly expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. Yet, her face bore the marks of a recent altercation, swollen and bruised, rendering her words somewhat indistinct, which only deepened Qin Xiang's sense of guilt. He waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks. Your injuries stem from my predicament. Thus, it is indeed my fault. Witnessing your suffering weighs heavily on my conscience. No, my injuries are the result of Li Jingwen and her group. They are not substantially connected to you. You rescued me and alleviated the subsequent troubles. I ought to express my gratitude, she retorted. Qin Xiang gazed into Wenshu's defiant eyes and shrugged. However, the sentiment conveyed by your eyes diverges from your words. I perceive disdain towards me reflected in your gaze. Your observation is astute. Although I recognize, on a rational level, that you bear no fault emotionally, I cannot help but feel some distance from you. I hope you can comprehend this, she replied. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiang inquired, even if I had intervened and struck Li Jingwen twice, eliminating the trouble she would have caused afterward, Wenshu gently nodded, even had you done so, it would still hold true. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Qin Xiang feeling somewhat perturbed. The foolishness and malice of Li Jingwen exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, he had merely perceived her as a duplicitous opportunist. Now, he realized that she harbored deeper issues, fundamentally irredeemable. However, the fact that Wenshu was entangled in this predicament stirred a sense of compassion within Qin Xiang. This was indeed an unjust calamity. Were he in her position, he might have resorted to violence. With a sigh, Qin Xiang returned home, carrying a lunchbox filled with food. Today's meal consisted of the beloved 1,000-foot mushrooms, one of his favorite dishes from the cafeteria. And Zhang, who served at the cafeteria, seemed aware of his preferences and had generously added an extra serving. He expressed his gratitude to her. Seated by the window, he savored his meal while admiring the various deities wandering outside, indulging as a cat would, relishing its food while gazing at the colorful fish in an aquarium. After finishing his meal and washing the lunchbox, he took a refreshing cold shower before retiring to bed. Qin Xiang had come to a resolute understanding. Spending the night idly at home held little significance, with nothing to occupy his time. He opted for an early night to nurture his health. After a restful slumber, he awoke with a lighter heart. Glancing at the calendar before stepping out, he noted, Blue Star Calendar, January 5th, 2010, Gregorian Calendar, Tuesday. On the second day, as Qin Xiang awoke, he carried a bag and a lunchbox as usual. However, recalling the previous day's entanglement with that meddlesome teacher, he had tucked 2 additional books into the bag. Unfortunately, This semester's textbooks were misplaced, and he resorted to last year's materials. Regardless, it was merely a facade, so it mattered little. Upon exiting his home, he once again took a detour to the entrance of the internet CAF. This time, he noticed that the bar counter was occupied not by Lu Daji, but by a middle-aged man sporting a bushy beard. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. An opportunity had presented itself. He donned the hood of his sweatshirt, circumvented the CAF surveillance camera, and gestured for the bearded man to step outside. The man, intrigued, pointed to himself, questioning, "You're looking for me?" Qin Xiang nodded affirmatively. Although somewhat perplexed, the man complied, assuming that a youth like Qin Xiang, who appeared to be a student, was unlikely to harbor malicious intent. Once outside, Qin Xiang led him into a narrow alleyway behind the CAF. The refuse remained strewn about, and the stench intensified. Even Qin Xiang, who despised the cafeteria, had to concede that it was akin to paradise compared to this place. The CF owner approached, covering his nose, and cast a disdainful glance at the surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the litter discarded behind his establishment. He muttered, "That sneaky Lu Daji. I told him to take the garbage to the dump, and he left it here. I'll certainly have words with him." Qin Xiang listened in silence, offering no response. Upon reaching the spot where he had conversed with Lu Daji that evening, he finally spoke up. "Are you the owner of this CAF?" "Yes, that's me," the owner replied. "Why are you here regarding the two individuals the police took from your CAF the other day?" "One of them is my friend." The owner furrowed his brow. "Your friend was taken away. What do you want from me? Surely you are aware of the circumstances surrounding those two individuals?" The owner, not one to be easily intimidated, scrutinized Qin Xiang's youthful visage, instantly becoming wary. "What are you implying? Are you trying to extract information from me?" "Extract information from you?" Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "There is no need for that. Before my friend was apprehended, he sent me a message indicating he had left something here. I wish to review the surveillance footage from that day." The owner scoffed. "You think a little brat like you can just waltz in and access the surveillance? The item he left me is worth 20 silver coins. If you find it, I'll give you one." "1 silver coin?" Qin Xiang retorted. "Look at your attire. You hardly possess a few copper coins, and yet you're boasting to me." Before the owner could finish his sentence, Qin Xiang produced a silver coin. This coin, glimmering with a faint silvery light under the starlit sky, immediately captured the owner's attention. Qin Xiang flicked the silver coin, producing a crisp metallic sound unique to such currency, then deftly caught it. "What do you say to my proposal?" The silver coin, salvaged from 3 miscreants, has been a constant companion of Qin Xiang. The abundance of copper coins would create a clattering sound if carried, drawing undue attention. However, possessing only a solitary silver coin, discreetly nestled in his pocket, remained undetected. Its worth is considerable. A single coin could facilitate numerous endeavors. Yet, owing to his circumstances, he finds himself incapable of utilizing it. Registering with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is beyond his reach, and he remains oblivious to deeper transactions, especially those within the black market. Thus, the silver coin becomes an unequivocal burden. Nonetheless, Qin Xiang is acutely aware that as he grows stronger and ascends to the ranks of registered sequence ability users, the value of this coin will diminish, for he shall no longer be in want of money. Fortified by the prowess of the god of eating, he knows that wealth can be regained once spent. Hence, to maximize the potential of the silver coin, Qin Xiang resolves to employ it promptly, such as purchasing a coffin for Lu Daji. The shopkeeper swallows hard. "What exactly do you do?" Qin Xiang smiles. "Are you unaware? That's for the best. Ignorance will spare you from many troubles." Returning to the earlier inquiry, he asks, "Are you able to accept this coin?" The internet CAF owner's eyes flicker, and he grits his teeth. "Follow me." He leads Qin Xiang to a dimly lit storage room adjacent to the CAF. Qin Xiang furrows his brow, unaware that this seldom-used small room also belongs to the CAF owner. The warehouse is cluttered with discarded machinery, all cloaked in dust, save for a single table in the center that is remarkably tidy. Upon the table rest 3 monitors, each displaying 4 surveillance feeds. "Here are the surveillance recordings. You may search," the owner states. "But let me be clear, should I allow you to view the footage, regardless of whether you find anything? You owe me a silver coin. The CAF owner seems anxious about Qin Xiang changing his mind, and he hastily declares this as they enter. Wait a moment, Qin Xiang interrupts. Must the footage be viewed here? Can it be accessed from the computer at the counter? I believe it has better lighting for clarity. The CAF owner replies. The counter computer is merely for managing customer logins and monitoring. It cannot access the surveillance footage. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xiang nods and approaches the monitors to inspect the recordings. Upon discovering the footage for January 3rd, he frowns, realizing that only the evening footage is available, with none from the morning or afternoon. Why is there no footage from the morning of January 3rd? The CAF owner shrugs. The electricity costs are exorbitant. The cameras cannot remain operational at all times. I typically activate them every few days, only turning them on for a full 24 hours when I know government officials will be inspecting. Clenching his fists, Qin Xiang glares coldly at the CAF owner. Are you mocking me? How am I to investigate without the footage from that morning when the police arrived? The CAF owner chuckles ominously, brandishing a hammer. We had an agreement. Even if you cannot find anything, you still owe me a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Xiang lifted his foot and stepped upon a discarded monitor nearby, under the watchful gaze of the internet CAF owner. He gradually crushed the iron-cased monitor until it resembled a metal disc. He then kicked the disc aside, immediately shattering 3 or 4 more monitors. Otherwise, what do you propose? The CAF owner instantly panicked, exclaiming, You are a sequence ability user. Qin Xiang cast a disdainful glance at him. What sort of individual do you think is capable of conducting business worth 20 silver coins in this dilapidated internet CAF on the fringes of the safety zone? Do you not possess any foresight regarding my identity? Or do you believe I could not possibly be involved in a transaction worth 20 silver coins? The CAF owner was utterly dumbfounded, trembling with fear, letting the hammer he held fall to the ground. Qin Xiang always spoke in veiled terms, leaving the CAF owner with boundless speculation. In an instant, the CAF owner conjured an image of a clandestine organization of sequence ability users, with Qin Xiang as one of the enforcers collecting debts. Spare me. Please, I know nothing. I did not intend to hinder your business. Realizing the CAF owner believed he was dealing with an underground criminal, Qin Xiang seized the opportunity to play the role the CAF owner envisioned. I am well aware you are ignorant of the matter. If you knew anything, you would not dare conceal it from me. You would already be a corpse. Yes. As long as you understand. The CAF owner eagerly climbed the ladder of flattery. However, you are fortunate today. I am rather amenable. With that, Qin Xiang tossed a silver coin to the CAF owner. The CAF owner gazed at the coin in his hand, feeling it searingly warm, and hastily refused. No. I cannot accept this. You have not retrieved the footage. I cannot take it for nothing. In the future, I may need to come to you for items. I do not wish to escalate matters. This silver coin is your hush money. Is that appropriate? Take it. It is yours. Qin Xiang approached the CAF owner once more, lightly patting his shoulder twice. My only concern is this. You will not disclose our dealings to the police, will you? If you betray me, when our people return, you will not receive silver coins next time. Do you understand? No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You must know, being able to run an internet CAF in this rundown place, I have my connections. As long as there is no evidence, the police will not take action against me. The CAF owner then chuckled, displaying a sycophantic expression. Moreover, if I were to betray you, I would have to turn over that silver coin, wouldn't I? With such a sum, why would I seek trouble? You can come by whenever you wish. If I find anything, I can wait for you to collect it. Very well. However, I may come here to use the computer in the future. I hope you can keep that confidential. The CAF owner replied. You can come directly to the warehouse. Use the computers in the warehouse. The computer I am using to monitor is the latest model. Moreover, the login port for this computer is encrypted, making it impossible for even the police to trace it. With that, he detached a key from his keyring and handed it to Qin Xiang. Taking the key, Qin Xiang nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly had a thought. This computer doesn't have surveillance software, does it? No. This warehouse is accessible only to me, and I am the sole user of the computer. Why would I monitor myself? All right, I understand now. Thank you. You are welcome to give me any instructions. My name is Wang Defa, but you can simply call me Alpha. Very well. Alpha. I shall remember that. I will report your matters up the chain. You can rest assured. As long as I am unharmed, you will encounter no trouble. This was both a reassurance and a stern warning, ensuring that Wang Defa would not dare to engage in any underhanded activities behind his back. Rest assured, I will certainly keep my lips sealed. By the way, I recall that the person at the bar during my last visit to your internet CAF was not you, was it? Oh, you must be referring to Lu Daji. He rests at home on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Qin Xiang nodded. Then I shall come to find you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays in the future. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Alahite. Please do carry on. After seeing Qin Xiang off, Wang Defa gazed at the silver coin in his hand and then glanced at the flattened monitor beneath his foot, exhaling deeply. He kicked the hammer aside in annoyance. How foolish of an ordinary person to act against a sequence ability user. It was a reckless gamble. Fortunately, this sequence ability user had a decent temperament. Otherwise, he might have already met his ancestors. Surviving a brush with death, he found himself alone in the empty warehouse. Upon reflection, Wang Defa realized that Qin Xiang's arrival and departure had seemingly left no impact on him. Yet he had inexplicably gained a silver coin. Holding the coin, he bit down on it with his teeth. Indeed, it was a genuine silver coin. But was this coin a blessing or a curse? After much contemplation, Wang Defa gradually came to a resolution, his gaze firm. One cannot attain wealth without taking risks. If I were to live in fear, I would never have come this far. This fortune is rightfully mine. Meanwhile, after leaving the internet CAF, Qin Xiang wore a slight smile as he embarked on his journey to Lu Daji's home. He felt elated. No wonder today's calendar reads, auspicious for sacrifices. Chapter 16. I come to demand a price. The key to the warehouse is solely in the possession of Wang Defa. Only he has access to the computer that can review the surveillance footage. On the day the police arrived, the cameras were not operational. When Qin Xiang was unable to locate the footage from the morning of January 3rd, he was already 99% certain he could deal with Lu Daji. Nevertheless, he sought repeated confirmation from Wang Defa, ensuring absolute certainty to avoid any potential oversight that might lead him to misjudge Lu Daji's hidden cards, thereby exposing himself and inviting trouble. Ultimately, all evidence conveyed a singular message to Qin Xiang. Lu Daji was bluffing. The so-called screenshots from surveillance did not exist at all. Lu Daji would never have imagined that Qin Xiang could uncover his vulnerabilities through Wang Defa's words. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Xiang was merely a desperate little thug. As Qin Xiang strolled down the dimly lit street, gazing at the myriad stars and the divine, his spirits soared with a sense of ease and joy. He could finally rest assured in pronouncing Lu Daji's death sentence. Although merely 2 days had passed since Lu Daji's threats, to Qin Xiang, each day felt like an eternity, and he could hardly wait any longer. He sprinted with fervor to reach Lu Daji's residence. Upon arriving outside Lu Daji's home, he found himself before a dilapidated 2-story wooden building, housing 4 or 5 families on each floor. Lu Daji's abode was the 4th door on the left of the 2nd floor. As Qin Xiang approached, he noticed a heap of refuse piled at Lu Daji's doorstep, the rancid odor attracting a swarm of flies, each with 3 or 4 eyes, as if mutated from a post-apocalyptic world. The sight before the door immediately conjured an image of Lu Daji's unkempt appearance in Qin Xiang's mind. Standing before the door, Qin Xiang rapped on it with his sleeve. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? What time is it to be knocking so early? Came Lu Daji's voice from within. Laced with irritation, Qin Xiang lowered his tone, feigning the voice of a man in his 30s. Neighbor, the garbage in front of your door is foul. You must dispose of it promptly. From inside, Lu Daji's impatient retort echoed. Are you out of your mind? What concern is it of yours? The trash isn't blocking the path. Just go about your business. Seeing Lu Daji's unwillingness to open the door, Qin Xiang escalated his demands. Damn it, open the door. If you don't get rid of that garbage, I'll burn your house down. Burn? We live on the same floor. If you set fire to mine, yours will suffer too. You think your house can sprout legs and run away? Lu Daji's insolent demeanor posed a challenge for Qin Xiang. While he could easily break down the door using his abilities as a sequence power user that would leave traces, revealing to the police that he was a sequence user committing a crime. Such a scenario would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from other sequence users in the vicinity, jeopardizing his future attempts to disclose his own identity. Therefore, he needed to fabricate a scene of a home invasion and murder. If you don't open the door, I'll just wait here and wear you down. Let us see how long you can hold out inside. I cannot believe you do not have to work. When you do go to work, I shall lodge a complaint with your boss. In this impoverished place, securing a job is no easy feat. Even being a mere internet CAF supervisor constitutes a commendable source of income. Lu Daji may be indifferent to various matters, but this employment is undoubtedly significant to him. It is not merely about the salary. More crucially, if he cannot continue his role of the CAF, where else could he seek financial assistance from Qin Xiang? The only place the two can meet is, after all, the internet CAF. Indeed, Qin Xiang has seized Lu Daji's lifeline. Within the confines of the room, Lu Daji's aura immediately diminished. All right, I concede. I will take out the trash shortly. I have granted you leniency. Why wait? Now, immediately. Oh, hold on. Let me put on my clothes and I will be right out. Amidst the sounds of dressing, Lu Daji approached the door and unlocked it. Just before he could finish his sentence, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Qin Xiang, controlling his strength, landed a swift uppercut to Lu Daji's jaw at the moment the door was opened, knocking him out. He quickly slipped inside, supporting Lu Daji to prevent the sound of his hefty body hitting the floor from attracting the neighbor's attention. After shutting the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room with seamless efficiency. Once Lu Daji was securely bound, Qin Xiang stuffed his mouth with his foul socks and began to ransack the room. Lu Daji's home held little in terms of possessions, merely a few hundred copper coins. Qin Xiang pocketed the money, crafting an illusion of a burglary. After toiling for a while, he heard a muffled sound from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Daji had regained consciousness, staring at him in terror. Qin Xiang noticed that Lu Daji's jaw appeared slightly misaligned and shook his head. Clearly, he had not controlled his strength adequately and had fractured Lu Daji's jaw. This was rather unfortunate. Spotting a baseball bat in Lu Daji's room, he picked it up and approached Lu Daji, aiming for his jaw. Lu Daji desperately shook his head, pleading for mercy, but his expression quickly shifted to one of menace, seemingly threatening Qin Xiang. Unfazed, Qin Xiang remarked, I had a chat with Wang Defa today. Guess what? Lu Daji was momentarily taken aback, his eyelid twitching, gazing at Qin Xiang's smile as if he were staring at the Grim Reaper. Woo! Lu Daji shook his head vigorously, panic etched across his face. Even with his mouth stuffed with filthy socks, Qin Xiang could discern his unspoken words, likely pleas for forgiveness and declarations of regret. Qin Xiang glanced around Lu Daji's room, cluttered with various comic books and novels. He sighed and shook his head. You claim you have no computer at home, yet you dare to boast like this? With that, he disregarded Lu Daji further, gathering his strength to swing the baseball bat once more, delivering a forceful blow to Lu Daji's jaw. This time, Lu Daji's jaw twisted even further, the bone shattering into several fragments. This should be unnoticeable now. Lu Daji was in such excruciating pain that he nearly fainted, his eyes brimming with tears. Qin Xiang entered the kitchen, retrieving a jug of cooking oil and a knife. Greed demands a price, a truth I have come to claim. To avert splatters of blood upon himself, Qin Xiang devised a method he had contemplated for quite some time. He picked up several books, wedging the knife between them, and stood them upright on the floor. After gauging the distance, he hoisted Lu Daji up. Please no, Lu Daji wailed, still pleading for mercy. Qin Xiang pressed down on Lu Daji's feet and gave a slight shove to his back. The immense force sent Lu Daji tumbling to the ground, his heart pierced by the blade, standing upright on the floor. With a heavy heart, Qin Xiang lifted Lu Daji once more, dousing his body with cooking oil before igniting the room in flames. As he witnessed Lu Daji's corpse engulfed by the fiery tongues, he piled the bloodied books, along with others from the room, atop him and set them ablaze, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Once the house was fully ablaze, Qin Xiang exited the premises and shouted downstairs, "Fire! Escape for your lives!" Upon hearing his cry, individuals rushed outside to investigate, only to find Lu Daji's home enveloped in flames. "It's on fire. Truly on fire. Hurry, extinguish it." "Extinguish what?" "It's a wood house. Grab something valuable and run." Concealed in the shadows, he felt reassured as everyone fled the scene before he made his exit. In his mind, he recited, "To evade this sined one, I must ignite this fire. Even if innocents are ensnared, there is no other choice. Preventing your demise here is the utmost I can achieve." To minimize his scent left behind, he clutched a bag filled with food and employed his violent skill to dash away with great haste towards the school. He intentionally chose to traverse through alleys to evade the attention of passersby. During his flight, he discovered a foul drain and discarded all the copper coins he had taken from Lu Daji's home into its depths. With the coins submerged in murky waters, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon nearing the school, he returned to the main road, nonchalantly strolling into the campus as if nothing had occurred. Owing to his exceptional physical prowess, combined with a threefold agility boost from violence, he covered the distance from Lu Daji's home to the vicinity of the school in merely 5 or 6 minutes. Furthermore, his expression remained composed, not a bead of sweat gracing his brow. From the moment he left his home to his arrival at school, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed. Time management had been executed flawlessly. A subtle smile graced Qin Xiang's lips. 20 minutes, though slightly longer than his usual commute, was still acceptable. It provided him with an almost perfect alibi. He hoped that the police would swiftly classify the case as a burglary. In a few days, once the dust had settled, he would need to register at the Abilities Management Bureau. The sensation of having one's throat constricted is more agonizing than suffocation itself. He must tread carefully from now on, ensuring that no incriminating evidence could be seized against him. Arriving at school, he maintained his serene demeanor. No one could have imagined that merely 10 minutes ago, he had taken a life. Qin Xiang did not head directly to the classroom. Instead, he made his way to the library. Teacher Zhu was already seated there, sipping on hot water. "Ah, young Qin, what brings you here so early?" she inquired. "I just came to check in. It's fine if you sit here. Some students might come to borrow workbooks in the morning, and I can assist with registrations." "Oh, but that is not appropriate. Your primary focus should be on your studies. I don't need your help with this. You should hurry along to your early self-study session." Qin Xiang flashed a grin. "Teacher Zhu, you know my grades all too well. What difference does it make whether I study or not? Rather than waste time in the classroom, I might as well help you tidy up here, don't you think? You child." Sigh. Having resolved what needed addressing, Qin Xiang was left with the anticipation of what was to come. In the classroom, there was little more to glean regarding the inquiry about the advancement of sequence ability users. Returning there would yield no enlightening revelations. Instead, he chose to alleviate some of Teacher Zhu's burdens. Setting down the bag containing his lunch, he stationed himself at the desk of the book lending administrator, awaiting students looking to borrow workbooks. "Hello, I'd like to borrow." A vague female voice broke through his thoughts, and upon looking up, he was taken aback to see Wen Shu. However, her face appeared slightly more swollen than the day before. Qin Xiang frowned. Had that Li Jingwen dared to lay hands on her? Did she truly wish to sever ties with Zhou Yang? Upon closer inspection, he noted that Wen Shu's swelling was due to some bruising rather than new injuries. Wen Shu, upon spotting Qin Xiang, seemed somewhat startled. Her gaze fell to the ground, avoiding his. As he registered her request for the workbook, he casually inquired, "Your grandmother must be quite worried, right?" Wen Shu lifted her gaze to meet his for a brief moment, but he could not decipher the meaning behind her expression. Was she regarding him as a peculiar being? She shook her head. "She doesn't know." "Doesn't know?" Wen Shu offered no further response to his question and promptly took the workbook and departed. After her exit, Teacher Zhu remarked, "Her grandmother is quite elderly. I heard she became blind 2 years ago. She relies on Wen Shu for care, so she may be unaware of her granddaughter's swollen face. Alas, I wonder who could have struck so hard to harm even a well-behaved student like Wen Shu. This school truly deteriorates year by year." Teacher Zhu continued to express her sentiments about the declining academic environment, her emotions deeply intertwined with her long tenure at the school. Having devoted a substantial part of her life to teaching at Juan School, witnessing the students' increasing self-destructive tendencies weighed heavily on her heart. After offering some words of comfort to Teacher Zhu, Qin Xiang pondered her earlier remarks regarding Wen Shu's home situation, letting out a sigh. Although his own life was fraught with difficulties, he still wished for the happiness of others. The thought of the person he had unwittingly rendered homeless by burning down their house suddenly enveloped him with guilt. Yet, he realized one must ultimately live for oneself. Chapter 17. The suspicions of the police station, the wooden building, having succumbed to age, was engulfed in flames almost instantaneously after Qin Xiang's departure. The fierce blaze proved impossible to extinguish. When the fire brigade arrived, they could only helplessly witness the inferno consume everything in its path. Within half an hour, this wooden structure, a witness to decades of history, was reduced to ashes amidst the apocalypse. As the firefighters sifted through the remnants, they ultimately unearthed a charred corpse, a knife embedded in its body, blackened by the flames. They promptly contacted the police station. Upon receiving the report, the police dispatched personnel to the scene without delay, led once again by Detective Olaf. Olaf kicked at a standing piece of blackened wood, which splintered into numerous fragments upon impact. Surveying the area, he shook his head, remarking, "Such a significant fire appears to be a recent occurrence." Rilliana interjected, "Indeed, as My Fragrance Seeker sequence becomes more widely known, it is understood that only through fire can one completely eradicate the scent they leave behind. Thus, criminals are particularly fond of employing fire during their misdeeds." Criminals? This fire was not an accident. Have you already surveyed the scene? Olaf inquired. Yes, Detective Olaf. Amidst the ashes lies a charred body, a knife lodged in the chest, with hands bound behind, indicative of murder. Lead me to it. Certainly. Both were individuals of the sequence, possessing physical capabilities that far surpassed the average person. They kicked aside burnt wooden planks and arrived before the disfigured corpse of Lu Daji. Olaf crouched down, producing a cigar, and with a small pair of scissors, cut a small incision, igniting it on a still smoldering piece of wood. He took a puff of the cigar and examined the body closely. On the surface, it appeared that the victim had been restrained and then stabbed directly in the chest. "Provide me with a pair of gloves." A nearby officer handed Olaf a pair of white gloves. With the cigar clenched between his teeth, he donned the gloves and began to examine Lu Daji's remains. The man's jaw was fractured, seemingly the result of a heavy blow. "Any clues?" The officer shook his head. "None. The fire has destroyed much of the evidence. Judging by the deformation of his bones, it appears he may have been struck with a baseball bat. This area is relatively impoverished, and baseball bats are rare. Even if one existed, it would likely be wooden. Thus, we have no means to locate the murder weapon." Olaf nodded in agreement, finding the officer's analysis to be quite sound. "Do any of the neighbors possess pertinent information?" "Yes. The deceased, Lu Daji, worked as an internet CAF manager nearby. The time of the incident was approximately between 7:20 and 7:25. His neighbors reported hearing someone knock on his door before the fire, requesting that he dispose of the trash outside, which seemed to escalate into a dispute. Based on the timeline, it appears that the individual who entered Lu Daji's residence to commit murder and rob him is likely that person. Do we have a description of the individual?" The officer shook his head. No one witnessed the event. It was too early, and many were still asleep. The early risers heading to work overheard the argument involving Lu Daji. Olaf, after listening attentively, remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He then inquired, "Is Lu Daji's family situation the most favorable in this building?" "Not all," came the response. "There are 2 female workers from a cosmetics factory in this building, both of whom earn more than Lu Daji. They possess mobile phones and were the ones who called the fire department, prompting the arrival of the fire truck." "Are they married?" Olaf asked. "One is married, while the other lives alone." Upon hearing this, Olaf shook his head. "Perhaps we should refrain from hastily classifying this case as a burglary." "Why is that?" Olaf, not immediately responding, squinted his eyes and took a couple of puffs from his cigar. "If this were a burglary, Why would the perpetrator choose to rob an ordinary internet CAF manager like Lou Daji rather than a single female worker from the cosmetics factory? Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision? A spur-of-the-moment decision? This individual does not appear to be of such a nature. First, there was an argument prompting Lou Daji to open the door, and then the entry followed by murder, robbery, and arson, exhibiting a skilled and targeted approach. If it were a spontaneous act, the assailant would likely have waited here, seized anyone departing, and then stolen their keys for the burglary. Roylina asked Detective Olaf, "Are you suggesting that someone intended to kill Lou Daji?" "I'm merely stating that is highly probable. The specifics, however, require further investigation. By the way, you mentioned he is the manager of an internet CAF?" "Indeed." Olaf surveyed the surroundings. One who operates an internet CAF in such a precarious area likely does not come from a simple background. We should question him. It may yield fruitful information. Wang Defa was idly seated in the internet CAF when Olaf and his team arrived. Officers, what brings you to my humble establishment? Is there something I can assist you with?" he asked, his demeanor respectful. Yet internally he pondered which of his past actions had led to this police visitation. Having conducted numerous questionable activities within his CAF, any revelation could potentially lead to a protracted stay in the police station. "We're here regarding a personal matter that does not concern you." "Which individual are the officers inquiring about?" "Lou Daji. You're aware of him, correct?" "Oh, yes, our internet CAF manager. Yes, resting at home today. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Doesn't he have a phone or a computer? So I'm unable to reach him. You may have to return tomorrow." Olaf shook his head. "No, we are not seeking Lou Daji. We are here to speak with you. Earlier today, Lou Daji was murdered." "Murdered?" Wang Defa's eyes widened in disbelief. What motive could there possibly be to kill a reclusive individual like him? Olaf observed Wang Defa's astonishment, which seemed genuine, and pressed on. "Do you have any idea if he had recently offended anyone?" Wang Defa appeared perplexed. He is merely the CAF manager, responsible for charging fees and operating the machines. Who could he possibly have offended? Even if he had, who would resort to murder? This morning, he had mentioned Wang Defa to Qin Xiang, but instinctively dismissed the possibility that a sequence ability user would struggle to kill the overweight network manager. Upon investigating the scene, it appears he was a victim of a burglary. "Do you have any leads on this?" "Sir, a burglary is inherently a crime driven by greed and malice. How could I possibly have any leads?" Olaf felt that Wang Defa might not be suspicious. Yet he still inquired, "Have you been at the internet CAF all day?" "Indeed, I have been here the entire time. You can ask those who are online. They can attest to that." "Certainly, Boss Wang has been here," another patron confirmed. "Yes, I can vouch for that as well. If Lou Daji is dead, it certainly has nothing to do with Boss Wang. You know Boss Wang? I recall someone was looking for you this morning, and you stepped out for a while." A young man with a pockmarked face chimed in, grinning. Wang Defa frowned, recognizing this youth as someone he had previously scolded for overdue internet fees. He was taken aback that the young man would now try to trip him up in front of the police. Wang Defa narrowed his eyes at the youth, contemplating how to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing the youth's words, Olaf asked, "Wang Defa, is what he said true?" "It is indeed true, but it matters little to me," Wang Defa replied nonchalantly. To him, Lou Daji's death had no connection to Qin Xiang. "Who sought you out? When did they look for you? And how long were you gone?" "My memory is a bit hazy. Alas, my head hurts, and I simply cannot recall." "You might as well ask that pockmarked youth. He probably remembers better than I do." This time, Wang Defa was less enthusiastic in responding to Olaf's inquiries, feigning a headache to evade the topic. The fact that Lou Daji's death was unrelated to him was a certainty. He would cooperate just a bit. But the audacity of the white-haired detective to pry into his private matters was astonishing. Did he not understand what it meant to run an internet CAF in the midst of slum? Any private matter he casually disclosed could easily spiral out of control. Was it something to be taken lightly? Olaf observed the displeasure etched across Wang Defa's face. Wang Defa pretended to cradle his head, peeking through his fingers with a cold, warning glare directed at Olaf. Olaf recognized the complexities of Wang Defa's background and knew better than to press him without evidence. More importantly, Wang Defa seemed entirely unrelated to Lou Daji's demise. Thus, he approached the pockmarked youth. "Excuse me, do you remember when the boss left, and for how long?" The youth rolled his eyes and replied, "He probably left around 7 and was gone for about an hour. I heard you say Lu Daji is dead. Perhaps he did it." "Nonsense," interjected another bystander. "Boss Wong started my computer around 7. He was here the whole time. How could he have been gone for an hour?" The pockmarked youth pouted. "Maybe I remembered it wrong." Meanwhile, Wang Defa clenched his fists at the counter, realizing that the pockmarked youth was overstepping, mistaking him for just an ordinary internet CAF owner. Upon hearing the interjection from the bystander, Olaf inquired, "What time did you power on the machine?" "May I take a look?" The individual glanced at the login information and replied, 7:13. "Very well, thank you." The fire ignited around 7:20. Wang Defa had no opportunity to commit the crime. Olaf observed Wang Defa, who showed no inclination to continue cooperating with the investigation, and remarked, "Boss Wang, should you come across any leads, do not hesitate to contact us. We shall take our leave." Wang Defa, disinterested in further discourse with Olaf and his associates, dismissed them. "Inspector Olaf, there is something amiss with the owner of this internet CF," Roylina suggested, standing beside him. "Indeed, there's a discrepancy," Olaf replied, lighting a cigar. "However, the nature of his issues is beyond your purview. Prior to my return to the Sigma District, it remains beyond my capacity to investigate as well." But Roylina began. "There are no buts. Focus solely on the case at hand, and heed my counsel, Roylina. I hope you will remember it." Roylina caught a glimpse of Olaf's profound gaze and nodded in understanding. Once Olaf and his team departed, Wang Defa retrieved his mobile phone and proceeded to the warehouse to make a call. "Hello, Old Snake, it's me. Are you available? I need you to take care of someone." "Yes, the price remains as previously agreed. Rest assured, those who frequent my internet CAF are hardly respectable individuals. Even if you were to eliminate them all, the police would never trace it back to you." Chapter 18. An unexpected pursuit after eliminating Lu Daji. Qin Xiang enjoyed a week of tranquility. During this time, his routine consisted solely of attending school, dining at the cafeteria, and frequenting the library, while the weekends were spent lazily at home. Following the tumultuous events of his rebirth, it was only fitting that he take a moment to pause. This slower-paced lifestyle allowed the previously taut strings of his heart to relax. At school, engaging in conversations with Teacher Zhu in the library proved to be quite enjoyable. The elderly lady possessed profound insights into life and offered Qin Xiang considerable assistance. Naturally, he also encountered Wen Shu's figure daily within the library. With less than 6 months until the college entrance examination, Wen Shu had nearly ceased attending classes, dedicating her time instead to reviewing past exercises in the library, diligently addressing her knowledge gaps. One morning, Qin Xiang rose from bed and glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Calendar, January 14th, 2010, Gregorian Calendar, Thursday, Lunar Calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, November 28th, auspicious for burial. He dismissed the calendar, deeming it irrelevant to his day. The day passed uneventfully. After school, he returned to the library once more. "Teacher Zhu, I've come to assist you with tidying up," Qin Xiang announced, placing his bag and lunchbox down. He noticed that only Wen Shu remained at the tables in the library. Realizing that the library was closing, Wen Shu prepared to leave. "Continue your studies, Qin Xiang, and I will take another 10 minutes to organize," Teacher Zhu casually remarked to Wen Shu. Wen Shu nodded in gratitude and returned to her seat to continue her studies. Teacher Zhu approached Qin Xiang, her expression warm and affectionate as she whispered, "Little Qin, do you have feelings for her?" Qin Xiang was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? No, not at all. Not at all." Teacher Zhu appeared skeptical. Qin Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "Romance is rather uninteresting." Teacher Zhu smiled derisively. "Uninteresting? How could I forget the way you trailed behind a certain girl, beaming like a blooming flower?" At Teacher Zhu's mention, Qin Xiang felt a pang of guilt. Before his rebirth, he had indeed acted like a devoted follower of Li Jinwen. All he could muster was, "It was precisely because of that infatuation that I found it lacking in meaning afterward." Teacher Zhu patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. "Young Qin, there are some things I, as someone who has been through it all, must share with you. Please, enlighten me." Qin Xiang replied with a smile, while he organized the books on the shelf, listening attentively to Teacher Zhu. Being of advanced age, She enjoyed conversing with the youth, and Qin Siyang appreciated her kind demeanor. If the elder wished to chat, he would oblige. That girl you were with before seemed rather restless, not the type suited for a stable life. Perhaps that's why you felt emotionally bruised after your relationship with her, leading to your current disillusionment. As teacher Zhu began to speak, Qin Siyang found himself momentarily speechless. He was both astonished by teacher Zhu's gossiping nature and captivated by her keen observational skills. In his previous life, he had been so close to Li Jingwen, yet had failed to see her true self. Teacher Zhu, a librarian who had not exchanged a single word with Li Jingwen in 3 years, was unexpectedly able to utter the truth with such clarity. One cannot help but acknowledge that older individuals possess a remarkable ability to discern character. Teacher Zhu, have you been observing me all along? He inquired. Well, in this entire library, you and Wenshu are the only ones who converse with me more than a couple of words. So naturally, I would pay attention to both of you. Besides, you were always with that girl, to the point where my eyes nearly developed calluses from watching. Naturally, I recognized her. Teacher Zhu replied with a hint of disdain. When you two were dating, I figured if I spoke ill of her. A young man, like you would never heed my words. Now that you claim you are no longer in a relationship, I can finally express what I have been holding back. I've seen her being quite close with several boys, especially with Director Zhou's nephew. What's his name? Zhou. Zhou Yang, that's it. They appeared to be very intimate. However, whenever they were together, you were absent. And when you were together, he was also not present. Hence, I formed a negative impression of that girl. Qin Siyang nodded in agreement. You are correct. I only discovered this later, which is why I ceased my interactions with her. Indeed, as the saying goes, better to be single than to settle for less. The further you distance yourself from someone like her, the better. However, dear Qin, Wenshu is truly a remarkable girl. If you seize this opportunity, you could find lifelong happiness. What are you even saying? Qin Siyang furrowed his brow, taken aback by teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking. Why shouldn't I say it? After all, once you graduate, you will likely venture out into the world alone. So seeking a girlfriend now isn't too early. I genuinely believe Wenshu is wonderful. You're also a good person. You two kind-hearted individuals ought to be together. Teacher Zhu, I never expected you to have such an open-minded perspective despite your age. Our grade director is still cracking down on early relationships. And here you are, busy playing matchmaker. What does the grade director know? Just a lackey for the principal. You all are unfortunate. The world is changing, universities are being reshuffled, and high school graduates often cannot continue their education. If high school marks the end of student life, can dating in high school really be considered early romance? I personally don't see any issue with it. But honestly, that child Wenshu is truly exceptional. I know her grandmother and have met her a few times when she was younger. She is very gentle in her speech. Perhaps it is her grandmother's good nature that has influenced Wenshu to have such a pleasant disposition. Xiaoqin, you have a wonderful character as well. Always considerate of this old lady, eager to lend a hand. I appreciate it, but I have just begun helping you out these past few days. Previously, I would run off right after school. Hardly a commendable act. I know, you were busy helping that girl with her homework. I don't blame you. See, now that you have parted ways with her, you come to assist me, which shows you still possess a kind heart. Qin Siyang was taken aback. You knew about that? Teacher Zhu smiled with pride, declaring, Here I am, the esteemed teacher Zhu, orchestrating the library's affairs while triumphing beyond the classroom. I truly admire you. Do not dismiss my words lightly. It is rare to find such admirable partners as classmates Qin Siyang and Wenshu. The two of you, being kind-hearted souls, bring me joy. Qin Siyang, shaking his head in resignation, remained noncommittal. There was no denying that Wenshu was a good child. However, as for himself, how could he be considered good, having blood on his hands? Just last week, he had taken a life and set a fire. Yet this week he stood in the library, being praised by his teacher as a good child. Qin Siyang found the situation oddly disconcerting. But he could not pinpoint why. Do you think I am rambling? Teacher Zhu inquired. Not all. I merely feel that Wenshu has the potential to attend an esteemed academy, while I am destined for a life of mediocrity, potentially hindering her future. You seem rather dashing, yet your words are as soft as a maiden's. She retorted. While she pursues her studies, Will you not seek employment near the academy? What future lies in languishing at the fringes of safety for a lifetime? Observing teacher Zhu's earnest concern, Qin Siyang recognized her sincerity. Yet he was reluctant to indulge her further. All right, I understand, Teacher Zhu. Thank you. It appears you remain unpersuaded. The choice is yours. I merely wish to express my thoughts. Now, do tidy up. I must lock the door. Noticing Qin Siyang es dismissive de mi honor. Teacher Zhu lost interest in continuing the conversation and began ushering him out. Qin Siyang sighed. This old woman was as capricious as turning pages in a book. As he organized the bookshelf, when Shu finished packing her bag and prepared to leave, Teacher Zhu secured the door and announced, I shall take a quick trip to the restroom. You may go ahead. With that, she left Qin Siyang and went Shu at the library entrance. Qin Siyang glanced at Teacher Zhu's departing figure, feeling a wave of emotion. The old woman had good intentions. It was akin to casting flirtations to a blind person. There was no romantic connection between them whatsoever. Let's go. The two walked side by side, eventually reaching a fork in the path where they would part ways. Goodbye, when Shu said. Just as she turned to leave, Qin Siyang grasped her backpack strap. With a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betraying a cold detachment, he stated, Today, I shall escort you home. When Shu was bewildered by Qin Siyang's sudden shift in demeanor as he took the initiative. No need, she began, but Qin Siyang disregarded her protest, taking her hand and guiding her in the direction of her home. When Shu furrowed her brow, attempting to break free, when Qin Siyang's voice dropped to a low murmur, I warned Li Jingwen last week. I did not expect her to dare approach today. When Shu turned to look, but saw nothing amiss, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Siyang, he continued to hold her hand, striding forward with purpose. My home is not in that direction, she protested. Qin Siyang weaved through the alley, glancing back at her, and jested, What? Do you expect me to commit murder at your doorstep? Murder? When Shu gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She believed that Qin Siyang was merely jesting. However, the icy gaze he had just cast upon her made her realize that he seemed to be quite serious. No, classmate Qin, shouldn't we have a proper discussion with Li Jingwen and the others? Qin Siyang replied, If it were Li Jingwen following us, I would simply slap her twice to send her away. Not Li Jingwen? Then who is it? Qin Siyang glanced back momentarily before pulling Wenshu forward. Wenshu also turned to look. In that instant, she suddenly noticed that several dark figures had emerged from the alley they had just passed through. The shadows brandished weapons, recognizable as iron rods and short blades. Qin Siyang quickened his pace, urging Wenshu to run alongside him. Wenshu, in a panic, looked up at Qin Siyang and stammered, They must be Li Jingwen's uncles. Her uncle is a notorious thug in the area with a history of violence. Then why is her uncle following us? Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. To eliminate us both. Their intent towards me is likely to beat me up and then kill me. As for you, he left the sentence hanging, casting a cursory glance at Wenshu, who instinctively covered her throat. But why? Why do they want to kill us? You heard what I said to her last time, didn't you? It's because of her involvement with Zhou. Zhou Yang? Yes. Who exactly is Zhou Yang? Just an ordinary person. However, his uncle has awakened his sequence ability, which has led to a recent rise in fortune. Li Jingwen hopes to latch on a Zhou Yang for a life of luxury. But didn't you say you sent a timed email to warn her not to act recklessly? Qin Siyang smiled slightly at Wenshu. I deceived her. Deceived? The cost of going to the internet CAF is exorbitant. Where would I get the funds? She must have realized this, which is why she sent her uncle to deal with us. But how did her uncle know whether you went to the internet CAF? Has he been following you? No, that would be too exhausting. I suspect her uncle had someone waiting at the internet CAF for a week. I told her I would send a delayed email from the CAF, postponing it each week. If I hadn't gone to the internet CAF for a week, it would indicate that I never set the timed email. Wenshu was utterly astonished. They care so much about Zhou Yang? I have also been negligent. It seems that Li Jingwen and her entire family view her relationship with Zhou Yang as a chance for a turnaround. That's why her uncle is going to such lengths. Confirmed by Qin Siyang, Wenshu felt completely bewildered. She took another glance at the approaching figures and despondently remarked, Then are we going to die here? It was my fault to involve you in this matter. Therefore, I will handle it. You? Qin Xiang's smile carried a hint of threat. You are someone who can keep a secret, are you not? Chapter 19. A shared secret. When Shu was perplexed by Qin Xiang's intentions, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Xiang paused, turned around, and pushed Wen Shu aside. Moments later, several burly men armed with knives and clubs approached. The leader, a man with braids, looked at Qin Xiang and taunted, "Why aren't you running now? I thought you were quite the sprinter." Qin Xiang contemptuously replied, "We've arrived at our destination. What need have I to flee?" Arrived? Where exactly? The group of muscular men surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were in an old, deserted courtyard where wooden houses and pigsties had long since collapsed, leaving only crumbling walls behind. The yard contained an abandoned stone mill and a well, the water level uncertain, clearly indicating that no one had lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. A closer inspection revealed the dust on the ground and the spider webs at the entrance, suggesting not just a lack of inhabitants, but also a void of visitors. Perhaps this rural homestead had been forsaken even before the apocalypse, or its owners had fled to distant lands after the world had changed. The entire courtyard was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint starlight filtering through the air-raid glass, providing a vague outline of the surroundings. As Qin Xiang ran, he meticulously observed the environment, having chosen this location deliberately. The man with braids inquired, "Is there an issue with this place?" "Before I address your question, allow me to ask you. You are Li Jingwen's uncle, are you not?" The braided man sneered. "Indeed, that is correct. The affair between Jingwen and Zhou Yang represents the hope of our family. It cannot be thwarted by the likes of you. You even deceived Jingwen, claiming you sent an email that was delayed by a week. Meanwhile, my brothers and I waited outside the internet CAF for an entire week without catching a glimpse of you. Oh, I found the CAF too expensive. So I changed my mind about going there and set the email to be sent a month later. You detain me now, and a month from now, Zhou Yang will learn of my dealings with Li Jingwen, leaving your family without hope for redemption." "What? A month? Are you mocking me?" Qin Xiang smiled faintly. "Believe it or not, that's entirely up to you." The men accompanying him were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Qin Xiang would alter his plans after deciding to visit the internet CAF, postponing the previously agreed-upon email dispatch. When Shu looked at Qin Xiang in confusion, unsure of his motives, the braided man insisted, "If you cancel the email, we will consider this matter as if it never occurred." "Am I a fool? If I cancel it, you would still pursue both of us. What do you propose we do then?" At this moment, one of the men beside the braided leader suggested, "Dragon brother, let us bind him and force him to reveal his email account and password. We can cancel the scheduled email ourselves." The braided leader's eyes darted around, worry creeping into his voice as he asked, "Are you sure you can extract that information? I've dealt with debt collection before. I'm quite experienced in such matters. Don't boast to me. This is about our family's future. If this fails, I won't spare you." "Dragon brother, you can't say such things. A brother cannot turn back now. In this world, is there anything that can be deemed entirely certain? If you do not believe me, then so be it. You may find your own way." Observing the perplexed expressions of several individuals, Qin Xiang decided he could no longer wait. "Enough of this charade. In truth, you are correct. I have not set a timed email. If you merely eliminate me, the matters concerning Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be resolved." "What?" The group exhibited expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom why Qin Xiang would voluntarily thrust himself into peril. "Dragon brother, this fellow seems intent on self-destruction. Let's accommodate him. Indeed, let's dispose of him first. As for the woman beside him, we shall indulge ourselves for a few days before dealing with her." The man with the small braid still harbored some reservations. Could it be that this fellow seeks mutual destruction? Perhaps he has indeed set a timed email, but feels there is no escape and desires a swift end. There is a possibility in that. "Dragon brother, your reasoning is not without merit. However, this is your affair. Ultimately, the decision rests with you." The group hesitated once more. Qin Xiang felt exasperated. It is truly absurd that when one speaks untruths, they are believed, yet when one speaks the truth, no one listens. "I'm not deceiving you. I have not sent an email. I simply have not done so. I believe you, not a chance." The group bound him, compelling him to divulge his account password. Whoever achieves this shall receive a reward of 1,000 copper coins. The man with the small braid, steeling himself, resolved to make significant sacrifices to obtain the email account that was supposedly set to send. Very well, Dragon Brother, we have an agreement. I genuinely have not set a timed email. The reasoning is quite simple. Had I done so, I would not have lured you here. The man with the small braid furrowed his brow. You have just been discussing this place, yet you have failed to clarify. I suspect you are merely trying to confuse me. Qin Xiang responded. This location is indeed quite suitable. The group scanned their surroundings once more, remaining vigilant, but detected no anomalies. The man with the small braid pressed on. What makes it so good? Particularly conducive to murder. The group initially paused. Then their faces contorted into mocking smiles. You cannot possibly be a fool. It is the first time I have met someone destined for death who chooses a fitting burial site. Truly, your mind seems to be in disarray. No wonder you dare to provoke our Jinwen. However, just as the group prepared to strike, Qin Xiang transformed into a mere shadow. What? Bang! Qin Xiang launched a powerful kick towards one of their chests. None of them comprehended what transpired. They only saw Qin Xiang appear beside them, and their comrade suddenly flew away. Panic-stricken, they turned to look. The individual struck by Qin Xiang collapsed. His chest deflated like a punctured ball. His eyes bulged. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wished to utter something, yet he merely coughed up blood before his head slumped to the side. In his final moments, his face was a canvas of astonishment and terror. The oppressive darkness obscured his features, instilling an inexplicable dread in all present. Upon witnessing their companion's demeanor, they swiftly comprehended that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. How could this be? In this wretched institution, how could there be a student awakened to such powers? Before they could respond, Qin Xiang unleashed a punch, striking one individual squarely in the throat like a cannonball. The man stumbled backward, his head swaying as though he were a marionette with severed strings. Just as another attempted to plead for mercy, Qin Xiang's fist connected with his back, sending him hurtling several meters away until he collapsed at Wenshu's feet, causing her to scream in fright and leap back a few paces. Yet, Qin Xiang sensed that her startled reaction lacked genuine terror. Typically, when one is frightened, they merely flinch, not leap backward repeatedly as she had. He chose not to dwell on the peculiarity of the situation and turned his gaze to the lifeless body. The man who had just been struck lay motionless on the ground, a gaping depression the size of a bull etched into his back. Qin Xiang shook his head, reflecting on his lack of control over his strength. Even when he had restrained himself, the impact was still considerable. The man with the small braid trembled, sweat streaming down his forehead as he stood frozen, seemingly bereft of his senses. The remaining two survivors, witnessing Qin Xiang's prowess and realizing they could neither fight nor flee, immediately fell to their knees. Please spare us. We were foolish. Grant us a chance. It was Kun Chenglong who summoned us. We are not to blame. Qin Xiang disregarded their pleas and delivered two swift kicks to their chins. They were propelled backward, their heads striking the ground with a dull thud. And thus they departed this world together. Whether they ventured to the underworld or the depths of hell, Qin Xiang could not ascertain. In the end, only the trembling man with the braid remained, speechless. Qin Xiang patted him on the shoulder and, with an air of interest, remarked, "You must be aware of my situation with Li Jingwen. I could have had the opportunity to call you uncle, but alas, Kun Chenglong immediately grasped the implication, forcing a twisted and obsequious smile. No, there is still a chance. It is not too late. We could become a family. That child, Jingwen, is simply Navi. I shall teach her. I will ensure she comes to you." Feigning exasperation, Qin Xiang sighed. What is done cannot be undone. As a sequence ability user, why would I demean myself in such a manner? Did you not claim that Li Jingwen is the hope of your family? Kun Shenlong nodded blankly, failing to grasp Qin Xiang's intent. With me here, your family harbors no hope. I can illuminate a path for you. Whatever you say, we will comply. Let us go to another world and rebuild your family. Yes, huh? Qin Xiang struck Kun Chenglong's face with a resounding slap, his head spinning a full 360 degrees before collapsing to the side. Rest assured, you will not be alone on this journey. After a while, when I have a moment to spare, I will escort your entire family to join you. Once all matters were resolved, Qin Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Another life taken. How many is this now? It escapes my memory, and it no longer holds significance. He turned his gaze towards Wen Shu, who stood trembling at the edge of the courtyard, and approached her. Wen Shu, visibly shaken, inquired anxiously, "You are actually a sequence ability user?" Qin Xiang chuckled softly indeed. "Then, have you figured out how to deal with the bodies here?" Qin Xiang was taken aback by Wen Shu's question. "Aren't you afraid that I might kill you too?" Wen Shu seemed equally surprised by his inquiry, gazing up at him with confusion. "Why would you want to kill me?" "Because you witnessed my actions." However, Wen Shu retorted innocently, "If you wanted to kill me, you could have simply let me return home. They would take action. So why complicate matters?" Qin Xiang nodded. "You are quite astute, encountering murder for the first time, and yet you remain so composed." Wen Shu lowered her head, remaining silent. Qin Xiang disposed of several bodies into the well, the dull thud of their descent echoing. To avoid leaving traces, he refrained from taking any valuables from their pockets. This was a dry well. He then moved a stone to cover it. "That should suffice. There is no one around here. Let us depart." Wen Shu interjected, "Your actions will leave our scent here. If the police discover it, they may trace us. What do you propose? Set this place ablaze?" It was deserted to begin with, so it wouldn't draw attention. However, once ignited, wouldn't that attract more people? Eliminating the scent does not necessarily require burning the place down. Qin Xiang paused. Then what should be done? "The food from the cafeteria has a strong odor. You could scatter some of it here and a bit into the well. Before long, our scent will be masked." Qin Xiang nodded and then looked at her with curiosity. "How do you know all this?" "I enjoy reading. I learned it from books." "Are there books that discuss such matters?" "What have you been reading?" "100 Ways to Commit a Crime Without Being Discovered by Sequence Users." "Why would you read such a book?" "I simply enjoy reading anything and everything. And today, it has proven useful." Qin Xiang reevaluated the seemingly delicate girl standing before him, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. After following Wen Shu's advice to clean up the scene, they departed together. The two walked side by side down the dimly lit alley. "You are truly remarkable," Qin Xiang remarked sincerely. "Thank you, but I believe you are even more impressive." "Just average." "What does it feel like to walk alongside a murderer?" "Actually, it's not bad." Wen Shu smiled at Qin Xiang, her bright eyes reflecting the starlight. "After all, we share a secret now." Chapter 20. Returning home with Wen Shu by the way. Wen Shu inquired once more, "When do you intend to disclose your identity as a sequence ability user? If you do not reveal it before the college entrance examination, you will be unable to participate in the assessment for sequence ability users." "I assumed you would first ask me when I awakened my sequence ability. Why bother with so many questions?" Qin Xiang could not help but glance at Wen Shu again. She was rather unique. It was quite recent. "I need to check what preparations are necessary before heading to the sequence ability user administration. My background is somewhat complicated, as you observed today. Therefore, I must ensure that no issues arise during the registration process." "That makes sense. Additionally, it is essential to understand the assessment for sequence ability users. Since I plan to participate, I should prepare everything in advance to avoid any chaotic matters that may arise after I disclose my identity, leaving me overwhelmed." "That makes sense. Do you have any suggestions?" Wen Shu shrugged. "What you have said is entirely correct. I have no further suggestions." "All right. What about Li Jingwen? How do you plan to handle her? With her uncle missing, she will likely soon deduce that you are involved." Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly, "Give her a glimmer of hope. Keep her in suspense." "Are you suggesting to not disrupt her relationship with Zhou Yang, allowing her to maintain some expectation?" "Precisely. Let her hold on to that hope. Once I have everything sorted out, I will personally shatter her expectations, and then kill her, and then eliminate her, along with her entire family." That seems quite rational. A pair of youthful faces, brimming with innocence, were exchanging talk of murder. Should anyone overhear, they would surely think it was mere childish banter. After a moment, Qin Xiang asked again, "Which academy do you plan to apply to?" "I haven't decided yet, but it must be one that offers independent dormitories. I want to bring my grandmother along." "Are there few academies with independent dormitories?" Wen Shu chuckled. "It's evident you weren't paying attention during last week's unified volunteer application session for the entire school. As a sequence ability user, why would I waste my time listening to that? All right, you're impressive. That's my oversight. Among the 8 academies, only 2 offer independent dormitories. Only 2. What about the others? The rest have shared dormitories, either 4-person or 6-person rooms. It sounds like the academies with independent dormitories must have superior conditions. They're likely the best 2 academies, right? With their capabilities, you should be able to gain admission. When Shu had initially intended to say something, but then glanced at Qin Xiang, noticing his genuine smile, as he sincerely wished her well. The words lingered on her lips before she swallowed them back. Thank you. Qin Xiang nodded and fell into silence. The 2 continued walking for a while. When Shu then asked, "Do you know the way?" "I do not." "You don't know the way? How could I remember the route when you were dragging me along?" "So where are we headed after walking for so long?" "Never mind. Let us proceed forward. Once we reach the main road, I will recognize it." After walking for another half hour, the 2 finally caught sight of the dim streetlights. They had reached the main road and decided to check the signposts. Upon confirming their location, they realized they were heading in the completely opposite direction of home. To return, they would need to walk for over 40 more minutes. As the number of passers-by dwindled, one offered, "Let me walk you home." "All right, thank you," she replied. They walked side by side, their conversation dwindling. Both were discreet, refraining from probing too deeply into one another's lives, especially regarding sensitive matters. For instance, when Shu did not inquire about Qin Xiang's background, nor did he question her sudden recollection of how to manage the odor of a corpse. They had committed a grave misdeed together, which rendered their bond both intimate and distant. This peculiar relationship brought them both a sense of comfort. After a while, when Shu broke the silence, "Qin Xiang, with your remarkable talents and intelligence, why do you like Li Jingwen?" Although this question was not invasive, it made Qin Xiang feel deeply embarrassed. He glanced down at Wen Shu, who was gazing ahead, seemingly devoid of any mocking intent. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow laughing at him. Perhaps it was a reminder that even the most astute individuals can act foolishly at times. Besides, he mused, he's not particularly clever. At least, he often felt somewhat dull in her presence. When Shu gently shook her head, one may act foolishly for a moment, but not for long. Qin Xiang was momentarily taken aback. This remark encroached upon his most private matters. It seemed she was suggesting he had undergone a profound transformation. How could he possibly explain that? After all, the change had only occurred after his rebirth. For the first time, Qin Xiang faced a question he could not answer. He felt that no matter what lie he concocted, it would be transparent to this girl with her large, sparkling eyes and flowing hair. After much contemplation, he settled on a vague response. "Many things are beyond our control." When Shu nodded in agreement, "Yes, many things are indeed uncontrollable." Sensing that further probing would be inappropriate, she ceased her inquiries. Qin Xiang also lost the desire to continue the conversation. The remainder of their journey was marked by silence as the cold wind seeped into their thin jackets. After passing several streetlights, they finally reached the intersection where they would part ways after school. Qin Xiang accompanied Wen Shu to her home. "I'm home now, thank you. I should invite you in for a moment, but it's rather late, and it's not convenient for you to stay," she said. "No worries, understand. We needn't be so formal with each other," he replied. "Take care on your way home," she added. Qin Xiang smiled at Wen Shu's bright face, "You know, the ones who should be careful are others. Goodbye, goodbye." After watching Qin Xiang depart, Wen Shu let out a soft sigh. Today's events have far exceeded her expectations. She never imagined that diligently studying at school could lead to matters of life and death. All of this was brought about by Qin Xiang. Just a few days ago, they were strangers, and now they find themselves entwined in murder and concealment. She couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of life. Wen Shu chose not to dwell on Qin Xiang any longer. Taking a few deep breaths, she endeavored to calm her emotions. Turning around, she opened the door. "Grandma, I'm back." Her cheerful voice resonated at the threshold. As her words faded, the candlelight within the room flickered to life. Although her grandmother was blind, she always sat by the candle, waiting to light it upon Wen Shu's return from school each day. Tonight, her grandmother had likely sat there for 3 or 4 hours, and the thought of it tugged at Wen Shu's heart. "Xiaoshu, you're back. Why are you so late today?" "Yes, I'm back. I encountered some matters, which delayed me." Wen-Shu removed her shoes at the door, stepping barefoot into the room. Though the floor was quite cold, she chose not to wear slippers. Her home and Qin Xiang's were not vastly different in conditions. In fact, with an elderly person who could not work, her burden was heavier than that of Qin Xiang, who had the advantage of a self-sufficient background. She walked barefoot because the rough, unpolished composite floor was kept impeccably clean, as someone often took care to scrub every inch. Wen-Shu could not bear to dirty it. If she entered wearing shoes, her grandmother would have to clean it again the next day. One could only imagine the hardship for a blind person to do so. Xiaoshu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put on some shoes. It's fine, Grandma. I prefer being barefoot. I used to run around the house without shoes all the time when I was little. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Back then, you were like a little wild child, impossible to stop. Ah, those are the days when the sun still shone in the sky. It's hard to believe that the apocalypse has been upon us for 10 years now. Wen-Shu stepped onto the carpet, sitting beside her grandmother and taking her hand, hoping to alleviate some of the elder's sadness. After her grandmother lost her sight, Wen-Shu had removed all the chairs from the house to prevent her from bumping into things and had laid down carpets salvaged from the dump. Even the original wooden bed had been moved out, and now both she and her grandmother slept on 3 layers of blankets directly on the ground. Consequently, her home felt desolate. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was bare. In the entire room, there was only a small dining table, upon which sat a solitary candle. The flickering flame cast the shadows of the elderly and the young, leaning against each other. Both their faces were alight with smiles, seemingly content with their current state. After a while, Wen-Shu spoke. Grandma, have you eaten? Let me cook for you. I have eaten. Didn't you bring back some leftovers from the cafeteria yesterday? I've already had my fill. Ah, that's good to hear. I was worried you would wait for me to eat and end up starving. I haven't eaten yet. I'll just make myself something later. As Wen-Shu was about to rise, her grandmother's frail hand grasped her wrist. Little Shu, I have a question to ask you, the grandmother inquired. Please, Grandma, go ahead, replied Wen-Shu. As soon as you returned home, I caught a whiff of your scent. Wen-Shu paused momentarily, her heart racing with apprehension, before she managed to smile and ask, what scent exactly? Someone else's scent. Little Shu, have you fallen in love? Wen-Shu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that her grandmother had detected the scent of blood. Before returning home, she had meticulously checked her clothes, ensuring there were no traces of blood, and her shoes bore only dust. She was anxious about her grandmother detecting anything she could not explain. Ever since her grandmother's eyesight had deteriorated, her sense of smell had sharpened remarkably. She could usually discern what Wen-Shu had eaten at school. Today, however, Wen-Shu returned home with trepidation, fearful of having her secret with Qin Xiang uncovered. Oh, I was studying with some classmates today, so I might have picked up a bit of his scent, she explained. Little Shu, you usually study alone. Your grades are unparalleled in your entire grade. How could you be studying with others? Faced with her grandmother's concerned inquiry, Wen-Shu could only respond with silence. This matter was becoming increasingly complicated, and it was perhaps best to remain reticent. It's not that I'm criticizing you. You are at a crucial juncture for the college entrance examination. Do not let distractions take your focus. Matters of romance can wait until you enter college. I want to stand in your way then, but not now. In your school, apart from you, no one else is likely to secure admission to college. Do not squander your time on them and hinder your own prospects. All right, Grandma, you needn't worry. I want to hinder my own future. As for romance, I am well aware of my priorities. Unable to articulate the scent of another person, she vaguely acknowledged the matter of her romantic involvement. To deny being in a relationship would imply something far more sinister, such as involvement in a crime. That would be the worst scenario imaginable. Grandma has always trusted you. Now, I will go prepare dinner. After that, I still need to review some knowledge points. You should rest early. Is this candle too dim? Studying in such light isn't good for your eyes. Don't end up like me, a young blind woman. Wen-Shu chuckled. Grandma, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I haven't caused you worry over the years, have I? It's also my fault for not providing you with a better study environment. If only we could afford electric lights, your academic performance would undoubtedly improve. Wen-Shu embraced her grandmother tightly. Grandma, being with you is my greatest joy. Regardless of the absence of electric lights, I will not disappoint you. I'm off to reheat the food. Very well, go ahead. When Shu proceeded to the kitchen, pouring the meal she had collected from the cafeteria into a pot, creating a symphony of sounds. Like Qin Xiang, she too enjoyed the privilege of receiving extra food from the cafeteria. However, while Qin Xiang's privilege stemmed from Aunt Zhang's sympathy, hers was a legitimate privilege. The principal had personally instructed Aunt Zhang to serve Wen Shu as much food as she desired. As the school's top candidate for this year's college entrance examination, the principal would not allow any shortcomings in her provisions. Wen Shu gazed at the flapping three-winged flying fish in the pot, her thoughts inadvertently leaping to the series of events that transpired today. Listening to the bustling sounds of Wen Shu in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound bitterness. In the flickering candlelight, her face, etched with wrinkles, concealed the love and concern that an elder harbors for the younger generation. Alas, there lingered the scent of another upon her, mingled with a faint trace of blood. Has she once again taken part in a killing alongside others? Chapter 21. The entanglement of Zhao Liwen. On the following morning, Qin Xiang leisurely embarked on his journey to school. Traditionally, he arrived at class quite early, as his routine consisted of returning home after school, having dinner, and promptly retiring to bed, devoid of any nightlife, accustomed to an early rise and rest. In contrast, Li Jingwen typically arrived at the classroom just in time. However, upon his arrival today, he found that Li Jingwen was already present. The moment she caught sight of Qin Xiang, a palpable sense of panic washed over her. Qin Xiang offered a slight smile, recognizing her evident guilt. Li Jingwen stood up, seemingly eager to inquire about something, yet hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts, eventually returning to her seat. Qin Xiang nonchalantly strolled past her, maintaining the indifference he had exhibited over the past few days, refraining from any form of communication. The previous night, her uncle, Kuan Chenglong, had not returned home, causing concern among the family. Given that Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were merely ordinary students, posing no real threat, they speculated that Kuan Chenglong might have simply been occupied with subsequent matters, which explained his absence. Yet today, Li Jingwen encountered Qin Xiang at school, signifying that her uncle had failed in his endeavor. Alternatively, it could suggest that her uncle had not attempted to harm Qin Xiang at all, but had instead found himself entangled in other troubles. Observing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by her anger, Li Jingwen leaned towards the latter conclusion. She pondered what her uncle had been preoccupied with since the previous night, as he had not fulfilled their agreement to eliminate Qin Xiang and Wen Shu. Clenching her fists, she thought, what a fool Kuan Chenglong is. He often boasts of his prowess and reliability, yet he fails to prioritize and has no idea where he has wandered off to. Qin Xiang, seated at his desk, cast a casual glance at Li Jingwen and noticed her apparent irritation, prompting him to avert his gaze. Prior to publicly revealing his identity as a sequence ability user, he chose not to divulge to anyone that he had encountered Kuan Chenglong. Let Li Jingwen and her family remain in their bewilderment. They might currently feel agitated and anxious, yearning for a resolution. Yet when the truth eventually dawns upon them, they will likely reminisce about these days of restlessness and anxiety, devoid of fear. Qin Xiang's lips curled downward, contemplating that he had been too lenient towards Li Jingwen and that she deserved a bit more psychological torment. However, his mind was preoccupied with gathering information before unveiling his awakened sequence, rendering him disinterested in wasting even a second on Li Jingwen. Throughout the noon and afternoon, he continued to organize books in the library. Wen Shu had also arrived early, diligently working through challenging problems in her exercise book. As Qin Xiang passed by her, he remarked, "Keep your eyes a bit further from the book. If you continue to look down like that and end up nearsighted, you won't have the fun for glasses." "Oh, thank you," Wen Shu replied, slightly lifting her head to maintain a healthier distance between her eyes and the text. In the course of their academic lives, Wen Shu had consistently been a polite and well-mannered classmate, and Qin Xiang could sense her courtesy and decorum in her demeanor. He resumed his task of organizing the books, and the atmosphere remained tranquil. Teacher Zhu observed the interaction between the two students, a maternal smile gracing her lips. It seemed that classmate Qin had heeded her advice, Such commendable children, it would indeed be a pity for them not to be together. With a sense of accomplishment, teacher Zhu settled into her workspace, sipping from her cup of warm water, feeling as though she had achieved something worthy of pride. After school, when Shu once again found herself at the library's closing time, departing alongside another, only to part ways at the intersection. Farewell, until we meet again. Blue Star Chronicle, January 20th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar. Year of the Ox, 6th day of the 12th month, auspicious for visiting friends and relatives. Visiting friends and relatives? What friends or relatives do I have? Rising from his slumber, Qin Xiang shook his head at the calendar before stepping out with a bag containing his lunchbox. In the classroom, he intended to sit and daydream, as he usually did, before heading to the library to work. At that moment, a boy approached him. "Are you Qin Xiang?" Turning around, Qin Xiang found a well-mannered male classmate before him. His attire, though not extravagant, was impeccably tailored, suggesting a background that far surpassed Qin Xiang's own. Yet, he had no recollection of this individual. Despite Qin Xiang's unfamiliarity, the female classmates in the room cast glances at the boy, their interest piqued. Even Li Jingwen, who had been downcast due to her uncle's disappearance, directed a bright gaze towards him. Unquestionably, he must be a figure of renown from another school. However, no matter how illustrious he was, Qin Xiang remained ignorant. He had no impression of when Shu, the school bell, so how could he be expected to know this male paragon? Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiang inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen. Qin Xiang's brow knitted further. The name rang a bell, albeit faintly. "I'm afraid I don't seem to know you." Immediately, a girl whispered, "He doesn't even know Zhao Liwen, who ranks second in the year. I wonder what Qin Xiang spends his days doing." Naturally, he merely daydreamed and passed the time in class. How could he possibly know any of these exemplary students? Zhao Liwen, he is not the sharpest tool in the shed. What do you want with him? We can relay your message. Qin Xiang glanced at the girls who mocked him, preening and vying for attention in front of Zhao Liwen, and found it amusing. He addressed them, "I may spend my days in a daze, but my grades seem to surpass yours, don't they? If I'm not the sharpest, what does that make you?" "Qin Xiang, how can you speak like that? I merely speak the truth." So it was the perennial second best behind Wen Shu. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. "Do you need something from me?" Observing Zhao Liwen's delicate scholar-like appearance, Qin Xiang felt a disconnect, unable to fathom what had provoked this encounter. Zhao Liwen replied earnestly, "Qin Xiang, this is a crucial time for preparing for the college entrance examination. I hope you can focus your attention on your studies." This statement left Qin Xiang perplexed. "Huh? What do you mean?" "In a literal sense, I hope you can strive to learn, lest you regret it later." Qin Xiang chuckled softly. "You truly are amusing. What does my studying have to do with you?" She then turned her head away, no longer gazing at Zhao Liwen, but instead contemplating the starry sky and the divine. Observing Qin Xiang's indifference towards Zhao Liwen, a few girls began to voice their discontent. "Qin Xiang, even if you excel in your studies, Zhao is only looking out for your well-being. Why such an attitude?" "Exactly. It's utterly hopeless." "Zhao, I am eager to study, but I lack assistance. Could you possibly study with me? I am also willing to learn." Qin Xiang glanced back at the group. You all are striving to impress him. Yet since his arrival, has he even spared you a glance? From my perspective, Zhao Liwen hardly regards you, so spare yourselves the trouble. You, what did you just say? Those who intend to cling to Zhao, hoping to ascend the ranks once he gains admission to an esteemed academy, should take a moment to reflect. Zhao's standards are high. He does not deign to notice you superficial girls, unlike some male classmates who have no discernment. Upon finishing, Qin Xiang cast a meaningful glance at Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen understood that Qin Xiang was indirectly criticizing Zhou Yang for lacking discernment, effectively pointing out her inferiority, which infuriated her, causing her to clench her teeth and turn away in disdain. Zhao Liwen, sensing the commotion, appeared unwilling to linger any longer and articulated his purpose. Qin Xiang, if you do not wish to study, please do not disturb others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, you will regret it eternally. Qin Xiang squinted. I say, Zhao Liwen, are you unwell? I sit in this corner of the classroom daily, either sleeping or daydreaming during class. Whom have I disturbed? What? Does the mere thought of me daydreaming leave you unable to focus on your studies? If I have truly disturbed you, I apologize. But the fact remains, I do not know you. Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and replied, I did not say that I was hindered in my studies. Not you? Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. If not you, then why seek me out? I am here on behalf of Wen Shu to speak with you. You have been consistently disturbing her studies in the library, and I hope you can keep your distance. Upon hearing Wen Shu's name, the girls who had been vying for Zhao Liwen's attention fell silent. Internally, they were cursing Wen Shu for being diligent, beautiful, and possessing an amiable character. Perhaps Wen Shu's perfection left them with no valid grounds for criticism, so they could only claim that her charm was an act. Qin Xiang scrutinized Zhao Liwen. So, you find these girls unworthy because you have an interest in Wen Shu? Your taste is indeed commendable. Then, with a smile, she added, So you are her boyfriend. I cannot blame you. She never mentioned having a boyfriend to me. By the way, Zhao, I must apologize. I had no intention of encroaching upon your territory. Please do not misunderstand. Wen Shu and I are merely ordinary friends, and our relationship is completely innocent. Zhao Liwen was momentarily taken aback. I am not her boyfriend, nor have we been in a romantic relationship. However, after the college entrance examination, we will attend the same academy. At that time, we shall be together. Huh? Qin Xiang was equally bewildered. What do you mean? Are you also a sycophant? Why use also? This is irrelevant. You will attend the same academy as her? Qin Xiang scoffed, friend. It's not that I doubt you, but you consistently score several points lower than Wen Shu in every exam. What makes you think you would qualify to attend the same academy as her? I am aware that my grades do not compare to hers. Yet if I apply to the two academies ranked lower, my chances would still be quite favorable. Coincidentally, the Tiantong Academy and Runxing Academy, which Wen Shu is interested in, are among the least prestigious of the 8 institutions. Qin Xiang hesitated momentarily. If what Wen Shu mentioned about the academies offering independent accommodations was true, then they were not the best, but rather the worst. Wouldn't that be a disservice to Wen Shu, given her exceptional academic performance? As her sole friend at Juan School, Qin Xiang felt a wave of sympathy for Wen Shu. He quickly comprehended that her compromises stemmed from financial constraints. Without money, even with her academic prowess, she would find it challenging to progress in a secure environment, especially while caring for her blind grandmother. Therefore, I hope you refrain from disturbing Wen Shu during her preparations for the exam, Qin Xiang advised. Some matters are destined not to feature in your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. Qin Xiang regarded Zhao Liwen with an expression of incredulity. How about we inquire with Wen Shu later if she is willing to be with you after graduation? Zhao Liwen seemed unprepared for Qin Xiang's suggestion. After a brief pause, he replied, Even if she is unwilling now, I will win her over in the future. She will undoubtedly accept me. Win her over? Accept you? Qin Xiang gestured toward Li Jingwen, seated in front of them. Ask that girl how I treated her. Did I win her over? Zhao Liwen did not turn around. That is your issue. I possess this confidence. You have a point, Qin Xiang remarked. What? Some matters are destined not to feature in your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. You are utterly unreasonable. Zhao Liwen, exasperated by Qin Xiang's obstinacy, turned and left the classroom. Qin Xiang disdainfully cast a glance at Zhao Liwen's retreating figure before gazing out the window, lost in thought. Although he was uncertain of the type of man Wen Shu would be attracted to, it was evident from their conversations that she possessed exceptional qualities, making it likely for her to find a commendable partner. Furthermore, their shared experiences, including the darker aspects of life, revealed that Wen Shu's capabilities far surpassed Qin Xiang's expectations. Indeed, she navigated both virtuous and nefarious paths with remarkable clarity. This naive young Master Zhao, it seemed, was the kind of sycophant who would fail to earn even a token of recognition. Qin Xiang, without a doubt, surmised that Zhao Liwen would meet an outcome akin to his own pursuit of Li Jingwen. However, unlike Li Jingwen, Wen Shu was not as merciless, so perhaps his fate would be somewhat kinder. At worst, he might end up as a stray dog, spared from being sent to the butchers. Qin Xiang pondered earnestly over Zhao Liwen's words. Indeed, there was a semblance of truth in them. His current approach could indeed hinder Wenshu's studies. Zhao Liwen was right. During such a crucial preparatory period, Wenshu must not be easily distracted. Regardless, I must prepare for the sequential competency assessment following the college entrance examination, and I should expedite my preparation for the awakening of my sequence. It would be prudent to extend a helping hand to Wenshu in the process. Once I announce my sequence awakening, I shall finally escape this wretched existence of poverty. The mere thought of the scene following my declaration of awakening filled him with anticipation. I am about to soar. Initially, he intended to rest well during the 5 days of school and delve into materials regarding sequences over the weekend. However, he decided against it. He would sacrifice a bit of sleep today and visit Wang Defa after school to explore the forum. Qin Xiang reflected, I truly am a kind-hearted individual. Chapter 22. The Intelligence of Wang Defa After School. Qin Xiang tidied up the library and once again left with Wenshu. However, as he approached the school gate, he caught sight of Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. Don't pay him any mind, Wenshu remarked before he could speak. Oh, Qin Xiang responded, as they gradually distanced themselves from Zhao Liwen, who remained rooted in place under the streetlight at the school entrance, fixated on Qin Xiang. With his exceptional perceptive abilities, Qin Xiang certainly sensed the hostility emanating from that glare. Wenshu, is something amiss? He inquired. Zhao Liwen has been staring at us. He must often bother you, right? Wenshu shook her head, her refusal resolute. It's nothing. You need not worry. I have not exchanged a word with him. She added an additional remark, seemingly anxious that Qin Xiang might escalate the situation. He warned me to keep my distance from you, suggesting we attend different schools. Wenshu paused, looking towards Qin Xiang. Did you confront Zhao Liwen? He approached me first, Qin Xiang replied, rolling his eyes at her. I don't even know him. Why would I seek him out? Upon hearing this, Wenshu pouted, choosing not to respond further. You need not concern yourself with anything he says. Just let it pass like a fleeting gust of wind. It has not affected my studies at all. Am I to infer that you fear I might harm him? Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. I am not a ruthless fiend. I would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Rest assured, I have my ways, he assured her. Wenshu, puzzled, inquired, you? What methods could you possibly have? Nothing of significance, he dismissed. At the intersection where they parted, Qin Xiang waved goodbye to Wenshu and walked away. She watched his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you. Upon returning home and setting down the bag containing his lunchbox, Qin Xiang made his way to a nearby internet CF. He discreetly circumvented the entrance camera and spotted Wang Defa at the counter, looking troubled as he stared blankly at the monitor. Under normal circumstances, Lu Daji should have been the one seated there, enjoying the company of his wife and child at home. Yet, for reasons unknown, that wretched individual had been killed for a paltry sum of few hundred copper coins belonging to Lu Daji. With the network administrator deceased, Wang Defa, the CAF owner, found himself unable to locate anyone capable of operating the CAF's management system, and was compelled to step in himself. Damn it! I swear if I discover which scoundrel did away with Lu Daji, I will reclaim my losses with interest. His own lack of time was not the most trying aspect of this ordeal. Recently, the police had been conducting frequent inspections at a CAF, which posed a severe blow to his business. Wang Defa's internet CAF, situated in this impoverished area, was not merely a provider of internet services, but rather a gray market for illicit transactions. The CAF's computers could manipulate back-end data to obscure login addresses, facilitating anonymous dealings online. Due to the fact that the login addresses are randomly generated, the network administrators of the United Government find themselves at a loss. When someone requests Wang Defa to provide access to the concealed login service, the internet fees increase 20-fold. The cost of internet access is already exorbitant, and this 20-fold increase is nothing short of astronomical. Nevertheless, Wang Defa's internet CAF continues to attract a steady stream of customers. The profits from illicit transactions far exceed the inflated costs. The primary source of income for the CAF lies within the gray areas, showcasing a bold entrepreneurial spirit. It is evident that Wang Defa is not merely a commoner without connections. Someone within the United Government is ensuring the safety and operation of his establishment. Of course, The majority of his illicit earnings are remitted to his benefactor. With ample operational latitude and a robust backing, Wang Defacaf has quickly established a reputation in the vicinity, successfully running for 5 or 6 years without significant incident. However, just a few days ago, the police began to patrol his establishment with an intensity that bordered on madness. After a thorough investigation, they only managed to apprehend a few of his unique clientele, leaving Wang Defa perplexed about the police's true intentions. He reached out to his benefactor for clarification, only to be shocked to learn that even his supporters seemed powerless in this situation. Let them investigate as they wish. You need not concern yourself, was the advice given. What about the business? Wang Defa inuited. A weary sigh echoed from the other end of the line. For now, let the business take a back seat. There is little I can do. Sir, could you provide me with a hint? I am genuinely fearful of being taken away by the authorities or vanishing like the previous owner 3 years ago. The response was reassuring. The disappearance was an accident. You need not worry. As for the police, this matter is quite complicated. It has reached higher levels. Wang Defa was taken aback, his heart racing. Our dealings are merely small time. How could they attract such attention? He was assured that the investigation was not directed at their modest operations, so he need not worry about the police. All right, understood. By the way, have you encountered any unusual individuals lately? Unusual individuals? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. But in light of the coin silence fee, he chose to remain discreet. No, just typical business people. Very well then. Let us leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye. With the knowledge that the police had ulterior motives, Wang Defa relaxed somewhat. However, the frequent visits had drastically diminished his additional income, leading to considerable distress. In recent days, he had to tighten his budget. While he pondered this predicament, he spotted Qin Xiang at the entrance. To him, Qin Xiang embodied both fortune and death. Thus, upon seeing Qin Xiang, he felt a mixture of apprehension and elation. Wang Defa glanced at the scattered patrons in the CF, all intently focused on their screens. He held a roll of paper and declared, I'm heading to the restroom. If anyone arrives, please ask them to wait a moment. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Boss Wang, replied Wang De. As he exited, he circumvented the surveillance and approached Qin Xiang. Good day, boss. Oh, please do not say that. You are my employer, Wang De responded, attempting to offer Qin Xiang a cigarette. Qin Xiang waved his hand, saying, we do not permit smoking. The natural way Qin Xiang referred to further convinced Wang De that there existed a formidable power behind him, comprised of capable individuals. Ah, indeed. If there is the scent of smoke while you are conducting your affairs, it could lead to complications. I understand. Qin Xiang gestured towards the location of the warehouse, and Wang De comprehended, leading them both towards it. How is business these days, boss? Wang De sighed, do not mention it. Those police officers are like hounds on the scent, coming to inspect daily. Are you intending to use the computer in the warehouse today? Qin Xiang cautiously inquired, sensing potential trouble. Daily inspections? Should I refrain from coming recently? No worries. The police have conducted surprise checks 3 times today. It is unlikely they will return. 3 times? So many? Yes. Typically, they come once every day or 2, but today is peculiar. They conducted 3 inspections in a row. So rest assured, today is absolutely safe. Qin Xiang nodded, surprised that his theft of divine remains had escalated to such proportions. However, it would be wise for you to visit less frequently. Many of my customers have already been apprehended. The police are vigilant. Do not let them ensnare you as well. Wang De cautiously advised Qin Xiang, ostensibly showing concern, but inwardly worried that if Qin Xiang were caught, the organization behind him would hold him accountable. Do not worry. I will finish my business tonight and refrain from returning for a while. Ah, that would be splendid. Once this commotion subsides, you are welcome to come anytime. Qin Xiang smiled, but remained silent. This commotion was, after all, instigated by him. Once it passed, unless he were captured, he would remain unscathed. The two confirmed that the area was deserted before stealthily entering the warehouse. Boss Wang, I happen to have some inquiries that I am not entirely clear about and would like to consult you. Please go ahead. Due to requirements from above, I intend to register with the Bureau of Sequence Ability Managers. Wang De paused in surprise. You have not registered yet? I have so many matters to attend to. If my information were public, it would be quite easy to expose me. Realization dawned upon Wang De. Yes, you are correct. However, I was merely informed of this matter from above and instructed to find a way to register my sequence here. Given your involvement in this business, you must know more than I do. Speak freely. Qin Xiang leaned closer to Wang De, gazing intently into his eyes. I wish to report a false sequence. Are there any hidden dangers to be aware of in this area? 14,121? Upon hearing this, Wang De's gaze immediately averted you. Why would you ask me? I'm just an ordinary person. The gaze does not deceive. Your eyes reveal that you are aware. Wang Defa's face contorted grotesquely, akin to a worn-out shoe. I implore you, boss, do not put me in a difficult position. I am but a mere insect. How dare I meddle in matters concerning you and the Bureau? Qin Xiang sat back in his chair, crossing his legs. Do you believe that a single silver coin is easily earned? You expose yourself here, living in constant fear, and in the end, how much does your benefactor truly bestow upon you? I have already given you so much. Did you not anticipate that I would require further assistance? Wang Defa swallowed hard. He understood the difficulty of earning money and the bitter taste of his predicament. He had ventured out to support his family, after all. However, he was oblivious to the enormity of the burden that lay behind that single silver coin. Assisting a sequence ability user in deceiving the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, was this not absurd? If successful, Qin Xiang might silence him to maintain secrecy. If it failed, Qin Xiang would betray him, and the Bureau would undoubtedly seek his demise. Was he to gamble with his life? No, I beg you, boss. Do not make me wade through this murky water. Qin Xiang smiled. Then simply return the money to me. Wang Defa pondered. Although a silver coin was a significant sum, it paled in comparison to his own life. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Very well, I shall bring you that silver coin in a few days. Who said it was merely one silver coin? Qin Xiang retorted coldly. You must also repay me for the 20 silver coins that our people lost here. In total, that amounts to 21 silver coins. What? Are you jesting with me? 21 silver coins. Wang Defa could not possibly procure such an amount, even at the cost of his own life. Thus, upon Qin Xiang's exorbitant demand, Wang Defa's temper flared. Qin Xiang slammed his hand on the table. Jest? Do you think I was assigned to register with the Bureau for no reason? The case I carry could warrant execution 100 times over. The risk of registering with the Bureau is immense. It is precisely because the transaction involving the 20 silver coins I was responsible for went awry under your watch that I am being punished. If you had activated the surveillance that morning, would I have needed to take such a risk with the Bureau? Listening to Qin Xiang's furious reprimand, Wang Defa's bravado quickly waned. I searched through the internet CAF and found nothing. Moreover, you do not even know what that item is. How could I possibly find it? Qin Xiang glared. If I knew what that item was, why would I need to review your surveillance at all? Just find it yourself. Let me make this clear, Wang Defa. If I cannot disguise my identity to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, the first thing I shall do is eliminate your entire family. Wang Defa was nearly on his knees. Boss, please, let us be reasonable. One person should bear their own consequences. Is it not unreasonable to threaten my family? Reasonable? Qin Xiang scoffed coldly. Do you deserve to speak of reason? Wang Defa's complexion turned ashen. Though he held a prominent position at the edge of the safe zone, in the presence of the formidable and ruthless Qin Xiang, he felt no more significant than an ant. Indeed, there is little rationale to be spoken of. If you possess any methods for disguising one's sequence, I urge you to disclose them promptly. My patience is not boundless. Wang Defa, with a furrowed brow etched with worry, cast a glance at Qin Xiang before lowering his head in contemplation for a moment. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and said, Very well, I shall speak. However, you must promise not to divulge this to anyone. Spare me the pleasantries. Who do you think I would tell? The police? Or perhaps the Sequence Ability Management Bureau? Wang Defa pondered for a moment and realized that Qin Xiang had a point. As a clandestine sequence ability user, he dared not expose this matter. Regarding this issue, I only have a general understanding. My knowledge is not particularly detailed. To my knowledge, if you enter the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for registration without disclosing your true sequence, it is easily uncovered. However, The specifics of how one is discovered remain a mystery to me. That information is confidential to the Bureau. What? The Sequence Ability Management Bureau truly possesses methods for verifying sequences? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's heart tightened. Thankfully, he had sought out Wang Defa first, rather than blindly preparing his disguise alone. Otherwise, the day he stepped into the Bureau could very well have been the day he purchased his own coffin. Chapter 23. Coercion and temptation. The tumult within Qin Xiang remained imperceptible upon his countenance. He sat with his back to the computer, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Defa, whose heart fluttered anxiously in the shadows cast by Qin's obscured visage. Wang Defa swallowed hard, his stubbled throat twitching as a bead of perspiration trickled down his chin. Therefore, should you wish to register a false sequence with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, direct action is unwise. You must seek assistance. Qin Xiang was taken aback. Could it be that there were individuals within the Bureau who would dare to assist in such deceit? Were there many like him who wished to keep their secrets hidden from prying eyes? Nevertheless, these queries remained unuttered, for Wang Defa, a mere internet CAF owner, could hardly possess the answers. Instead, Qin focused on eliciting information. Who should one seek here? He inquired. The owner hesitated, glancing at Qin's shadowed figure. I cannot specify whom to approach, but I might know someone who could provide insights into the Bureau's informants. Name? The blonde police officer from the precinct, Roylina. Roylina? Qin Xiang was unacquainted with the officers of the police bureau, having never engaged with them directly. Or rather, their interactions have been veiled, a silent game of wits played in the shadows. Indeed, Roylina. I became aware of her existence approximately 3 years ago when she came to me to adjust her computer for clandestine use. I found her striking, with her golden locks and azure eyes, and was curious about her purpose here. So, you surveilled her computer? Yes. It seemed that Liu Daji's penchant for peering into the lives of patrons was a trait learned from his employer, Wang Defa. However, while Wang possessed the discretion to know when to refrain from overstepping, Liu had merely adopted the less savory habits without acquiring the wisdom that accompanied them. In her interface, she conversed anonymously with someone regarding this matter. She sought assistance in securing an identity. As a sequence ability user, what identity could she possibly need? I surmise it must pertain to a fabricated sequence. Subsequently, I learned that Roylina had joined the police force, being favored as a member of the Sense Seeker sequence, further fueling my suspicions about her. If she were truly a Sense Seeker, why would she be concerned about her identity? Qin Xiang nodded slightly, deeming Wang Defa's deductions plausible. Roylina's sequence was likely compromised. Did that individual leave any clues? Wang Defa pondered briefly before shaking his head. None. That person was also anonymous. I only recall their alias in the chat room, Dreamweaver. However, it seems that the codenames within that chat room are assigned at random, changing daily. One day he was called Dreamweaver, and no one knows what he will be called next time. Therefore, I believe this does not constitute a useful clue. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiang inquired, what were the terms of their transaction? A silver coin, Rolyana replied, placing a silver coin beneath the tiles by the exit of a certain safe zone. Once the individual received the payment, he assisted her in fabricating registration information. Did you not attempt to sneak over to that tile in advance and steal Royliana's silver coin? Wang Defa chuckled wryly. Boss, I lack the courage for such a thing. If I were to pilfer her coin, she would undoubtedly suspect I was monitoring her, and my internet CAF's reputation would be tarnished. As you know, I am merely a frontman here. The real power still needs to be appeased. If my backers discovered that I jeopardized their financial routes for greed, they would surely flame me alive. You are quite astute, Qin Xiang praised, yet Wang Defa did not appear elated by the compliment. Rather, his tone was tinged with frustration. As an ordinary person, engaging daily with those possessing extraordinary abilities, if I were not a bit clever, I would have perished hundreds of times by now. However, out of curiosity, I eventually took the time to check the location of that tile. Any discoveries? Unless one possesses extraordinary abilities, it is utterly impossible to approach that tile. Why is that? Because that tile is situated near the exit of the safe zone, within the resting area for the empowered. Each day, numerous individuals pass in and out. Given that many people come and go daily, How did Roliana manage to place the silver coin there? I do not know. Perhaps she chose a time when no one was around to leave it. Boss, that is all I know. Qin Xiang fell silent for a long while, contemplating his next course of action. From Wang Defa's exposition, it was not difficult to deduce that the insider within the Bureau, Dreamweaver, could access all of Roliana's information. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fabricate a customized identity for her. However, this anonymous method of transaction led Qin Xiang to believe that Roliana seemed unaware of the identity of Dreamweaver. This implied that Qin Xiang was about to engage in a transaction with an unknown individual, relinquishing all his information, while the other party could remain hidden in the shadows. This was tantamount to handing over a lever to this person, who could use it to coerce him at any moment, a situation Qin Xiang could never accept. All right, I understand. Thank you. However, there's one more thing I need your assistance with. Speak. I'm currently a bit short on funds. Would you be so kind as to lend me a silver coin to complete the registration for the fabricated identity? Wang Defa was taken aback. Wasn't his relentless toil all for that very silver coin? Now, Qin Xiang actually wanted to return to it. What was he after? Qin Xiang was aware that this request was somewhat undignified, but he simply had no other means to gather the requisite silver coin. Surely he could not resort to murder for the sake of a single coin? Boss, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Are you treating me like a fool? I have stated that this is a loan from you. Once I join the Bureau of Sequence Abilities, I shall repay you double. You must understand, if I intended to forcibly take it, I would not need to elaborate so extensively. Wang Defa regarded the promises made by Qin Xiang with utter disdain. Boss, I have encountered credit arrangements before, yet you wish to extend a single silver coin on credit? I have no time for idle chatter. I can either borrow one silver coin or simply take one. The choice is yours. If you wish to report me to the police, feel free to try. Without awaiting Wang Defa's response, Qin Xiang continued. You are an astute individual. You know what decision to make. Now, kindly step outside, as I require the computer. I shall visit your internet CF tomorrow evening, and at that time, I expect you to lend me one silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing stationary as he observed Qin Xiang's retreating figure, remaining silent. Do not act foolishly. Consider your family, Qin Xiang casually reminded him. Chapter 24, Delivering the Message in an Instant. Wang Defa conjured images of his blissful family, a loving wife, and 2 obedient children. Nothing held greater significance than home. As a token of his minor loss, he resolved to part with a silver coin. Very well, I understand, he murmured. Silently, he exited the warehouse, taking care to close the door behind him for Qin Xiang. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang opened the forums for Godslayer Camp and Sequence Education, diligently seeking the knowledge he yearned to acquire. Aware that this might be his final visit to the site in the near future, he meticulously perused every detail. For the more intricate matters, he jotted notes on paper, wary of any lapses in memory that could lead to grave errors. By the time Qin Xiang departed the warehouse, the clock had already struck midnight. The internet CAF was closed, and Wang Defa had returned home. After securely locking the warehouse door and ensuring no one was around, he hurried back to his residence. Today had indeed proven to be fruitful. After a refreshing cold shower, he reclined on his bed, reviewing the notes he had taken, and spoke from the heart. The coming days will be busy. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, he rose, gathered his belongings, and concealed his face with his collar, donning a wide-brimmed hat to ensure no one would recognize him before stepping outside. Rather than heading directly to school, he first visited a small grocery store, where he exchanged a copper coin for 2 envelopes, a sheet of letter paper, and a worn-out pencil. He requested the shopkeeper to place one envelope and the letter paper inside the other. Although the shopkeeper was puzzled by Qin Xiang's intentions, he complied nonetheless. With the envelope in hand, Qin Xiang followed the route he had mapped out the previous night, arriving at the police station, which was a 30-minute walk from the school. Since it was still early, only 2 officers were stationed outside, and the main entrance stood ajar, with few people coming or going. After surveying the area, he noticed a public mailbox situated in front of the station, which elicited a faint smile from him. He then made his way to a narrow alley beside the police station. This alley was home to a number of homeless individuals, many of whom had graduated from high school but found it challenging to secure employment in this impoverished region on the fringes of the safe zone. In their struggle for survival, they had sold the government-assigned housing, thus becoming street dwellers. With the presence of the homeless came the unfortunate plight of their children. Many parents, seeking to avoid burdening their offspring, had abandoned their children, hoping to find opportunities elsewhere. Consequently, Qin Xiang encountered several orphaned children wandering the streets. This sight stirred within him a sense of gratitude for his own circumstances in this second life, as he still had access to education and food, unlike the children in this alley, who had been stripped of hope from birth. Though he felt a pang of compassion, he could only sigh in resignation, recognizing his inability to effect change. Navigating through the dimly lit alley, Qin Xiang approached the youngest-looking orphan. "Can you read?" he inquired. The child, face smeared with dirt and gnawing on blackened fingernails, gazed up at Qin Xiang with wide, curious eyes. However, Qin Xiang's features remained shrouded in shadow, rendering him invisible to the child. Qin Xiang inquired once more, "Are you able to read?" The child shook his head. "Very well." Qin Xiang handed him an envelope. "Open this envelope." Although the child did not comprehend, he complied. He extracted the contents, which included a letter and writing materials. Observing the child retrieve the paper and pen, he picked up a wooden stick and found a patch of soft, damp earth. "Copy the pattern I draw on the ground with the stick onto the letter." Qin Xiang inscribed 2 characters, but the child, after gazing at them for a considerable time, remained puzzled by their meaning. "Just replicate what I've written." The child eagerly grasped the pencil and began to draw on the paper, mirroring Qin Xiang's characters. Once he finished, he looked up, his innocent eyes fixed on Qin Xiang. "Excellent. Now place this letter inside the envelope you just opened." At Qin Xiang's praise, the child shyly smiled. "Now, write those same characters on the envelope." After the child obediently followed his instructions, Qin Xiang nodded in approval. "Impressive. Could you help me by placing this envelope in the large box at the entrance of the police station?" The child appeared somewhat bewildered. Qin Xiang erased the marks he had just made on the ground and tossed the stick into the depths of the alley, then said, "Follow me." Qin Xiang led him out of the alley, revealing the brightly lit police station. "Do you see that large blue box?" The child nodded. "Please place this letter inside it. Won't you?" "You're quite capable of doing so." However, upon seeing the police station, the child inexplicably felt a surge of fear. No, the child's eyes reflected a strong resistance, as if he had suffered some hardship at the hands of the officers. "If you help me by putting it inside, I'll give you something delicious." As he spoke, Qin Xiang opened his bag to reveal a container of mushroom rice. The child's eyes instantly sparkled at the sight of the food. "All right, yes, I won't go back on my word. I'll wait for you right here." The child bit his lip, seemingly summoning great resolve. Then, with a determined glance at the police station's mailbox, he dashed forward with all his might. Qin Xiang watched as the child placed the letter into the mailbox, and then hurried back. The child, breathless and with somewhat garbled speech, exclaimed, "Food amazing." Qin Xiang chuckled as he handed over the container. The child immediately devoured the food. Qin Xiang observed him finish eating before retracting the container. "Was it tasty?" The child nodded with a smile. "If you liked it, I'll bring you more next time. By the way, if anyone asks you questions, remember to say that you cannot read. Understood?" Qin Xiang exited the alley and turned towards the school. He could have provided the child with better food, but only the cafeteria's meals possessed a strong odor that could mask his scent, preventing any pursuit. "I hope to have a pleasant encounter tomorrow, Officer Ruolina." An hour later, police officers began to arrive at the station, including Ruolina. "Good morning, Ruolina." "Good morning, Li Wei." Ruolina warmly greeted her colleagues. "Ruolina, it appears there is a letter addressed to you." The staff at the mailroom furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the handwriting on the envelope, uncertain of its authenticity. "It may not be yours, but I believe these few words should read for Ruolina. What do you think?" Ruolina took the envelope, examining the distorted script with a hint of confusion. "When did I receive this?" "I'm not certain. Perhaps last night or this morning. I discovered it just now while sorting through the mailbox. It might just be a child's prank. The envelope isn't sealed. I could open it and take a look. If it's not intended for me, I shall leave it here for someone to claim." I think that is a splendid idea, Ruolina." Ruolina smiled faintly as she tore open the envelope, but her expression promptly froze upon glancing inside. Chapter 25. The calm remains, then she laughed again, saying, "It's my letter, thank you." "Oh, it's nothing. It's my duty, as you know." "Good morning, Roylina." "Oh, good morning, Peter." Roylina greeted everyone with her usual warmth, appearing unchanged from before. However, once she reached her office and closed the door behind her, she eagerly tore open the envelope, her eyes scanning the contents of the letter once more. "Tonight at 9, in the woods beside Chunlu Lane, let us discuss your sequence. I am merciful and kind. I hope you will not do anything to disappoint me." Roylina clenched her fists, her cascading golden hair trembling with fear and fury. Damn it! How can anyone know about my forgery of the sequence? She glanced at the letter again, contemplating, could it be that this person is unaware of the truth and merely wishes to learn about the fragrant one? Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's impossible. If they wanted to know about the fragrant one, they could simply check the Godslayer camp. There would be no need to summon me. From her pocket, she retrieved a medal and placed it atop the letter. A sudden crimson glow emanated from a specific spot on the medal. Roylina's face lit up with surprise. The letter's author was nearby. She swiftly loaded her handgun, donned her police uniform, and feigned a patrol, leaving the police station. Following the red dot on the medal, Roylina arrived at the alley where Qin Xiang had lingered earlier that morning. She gazed at the slumbering, homeless child before her, and then at her medal, a look of disdain crossing her features. An orphan? How could that be? Yet the medal's guidance could not be mistaken. She prodded the sleeping child with the toe of her shoe. "Wake up!" The child rubbed his eyes, and, upon seeing Roylina in uniform, sat up in fright. "Did you write this letter?" The child initially nodded, but then seemed to realize something and shook his head vigorously. Roylina pressed him. "Who made you write it? What did he look like?" The child suddenly recalled Qin Xiang's words before leaving, his voice quivering. "I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read. I don't know who it is." Roylina furrowed her brow, perplexed by the child's seemingly irrelevant answers. Yet since it was this child who had written to her, he must be silenced. She could not allow all her efforts to be undone by this letter. Just as she drew her gun from her waist, ready to end the life of the weeping child, the words from the letter echoed in her mind. "I am merciful and kind. I hope you will not do anything to disappoint me." What did that sentence mean? A warning against killing him? The child continued to sob and plead. "I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read." So, the child's claim of illiteracy held a deeper meaning. It seemed that everything had been orchestrated by those who summoned her. Clearly, she could not eliminate this child just yet. She must wait to confront the mastermind behind the letter tonight before returning to finish what she had started. Roylina slowly lowered her gun, casting a cold glance at the tear-streaked child before striding away. In the classroom, Qin Xiang gazed out at the starry sky and the divine, pondering how to engage Roylina in conversation that night. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized. A fleeting glance revealed it was Li Jingwen. Her uncle had been missing for 2 days, while Qin Xiang and Wen Shu continued their lives unscathed. As the primary beneficiary of the deaths of Qin Xiang and Wen Shu, and quite possibly the instigator of the events, Li Jingwen was understandably restless. Today, she even forgot to seek out Zhou Yang for a heart-to-heart, sitting in the classroom in a daze, occasionally turning to look at Qin Xiang, hoping to glean something from his demeanor. How could Li Jingwen, akin to an ant unable to comprehend the vastness of mountains and oceans, possibly contend intellectually with Qin Xiang, who bore the weight of lives lost and had lived anew? She covertly observed him numerous times, yet his tranquil expression revealed nothing. Whether it was mere illusion or a pang of guilt, Li Jingwen felt increasingly perplexed by Qin Xiang. Since the day he no longer revolved around her, he seemed to venture into realms she could not fathom. As she glanced at him once more, she perceived that his vacant gaze at the scenery outside held stories she could not decipher. An inexplicable fear washed over her, and a bizarre thought crossed her mind. What if Qin Xiang was a hidden sequence ability user who had turned the tables on her uncle? Am I truly losing my mind? How could there possibly be sequence ability users here? Shaking her head, she dismissed the absurd notion, attributing it to a lack of rest over the past few days. During the break, Zhou Yang approached her. Noticing her sudden disinterest in him, he felt a sense of discomfort and decided to check if she was all right. Li Jingwen, he called out as he stood at the classroom door. She felt a surge of panic and quickly stole a glance at Qin Xiang, who remained lost in thought, showing no reaction. Given that Qin Xiang had not intervened to disrupt her and Zhou Yang, it seemed he was unaware of Qin Chenglong's predicament. It appeared Qin Chenglong had unwittingly crossed paths with someone dangerous and had been cast into some foul predicament. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. She donned her signature sweet smile and rushed to the door. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? I noticed you seemed off these past few days, and I wanted to check if everything was okay. I'm fine. Just some recent family issues have left me a bit distracted. A flicker of sadness crossed Li Jingwen's eyes. What's wrong? Is there anything I can do to help? She shook her head. I don't know, but I wish I had someone to lean on right now. Zhou Yang, I know we're just ordinary friends, but can I rest my head on your shoulder after school? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Thank you. You are truly kind. Until we meet again after school. Li Jingwen bid farewell to Zhou Yang and walked back to the classroom entrance. From a distance, she spotted Qin Xiang, who was seated by the window, already resting his head on the desk in slumber. Such a state of relaxation in Qin Xiang only reinforced Li Jingwen's belief that he remained oblivious to the impending threat posed by Qin Chenglong. The previous cloud of gloom dissipated, and her heart returned to its former state. She wished fervently for Qin Xiang's swift demise. Uncertain of Qin Chenglong's fate, she thought, if he is still alive, may he quickly rid the world of this useless fool, for merely seeing him stirs an irksome feeling within me. Chapter 26. An encounter with Roylina after school. Qin Xiang once again found himself in the library, tidying up the books. However, this time, he noticed an additional presence alongside teacher Zhu and Wenshu, Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was also engrossed in his studies at a nearby desk. Although he did not share a small table with Wenshu, he sat directly opposite her. Wenshu's expression was inscrutable, her large eyes fixed intently on the exam papers before her, seemingly absorbed in her studies. Yet, Qin Xiang sensed that she was not in a good mood. In the past, whenever he came to the library after school to organize the books, she would greet him with a smile, her demeanor relaxed. Now, however, she resembled a study machine, devoid of any warmth. At that moment, Zhao Liwen approached Wenshu to ask her a question. She responded without any change in her expression, her answers terse and unwilling to elaborate further. Qin Xiang shrugged, preparing to engage Zhao Liwen in conversation, when teacher Zhu cleared his throat. Teacher Zhu pointed to a note on the table. This is for you. Qin Xiang picked up the note and recognized Wenshu's handwriting. It read, Zhao Liwen attends Juan School because his father is an intern at the engineering bureau here, making it convenient for him. His father is about to be promoted, and he holds considerable influence, so it's best not to provoke him right now. Qin Xiang's face betrayed a sense of helplessness. Wenshu had anticipated his actions. What more was there to say? Teacher Zhu then urged, hurry up and finish tidying up so we can lock up and leave. Understood. Qin Xiang was acutely aware that Wenshu was enduring her own torment in the library, so he worked swiftly. Before long, he informed Zhao Liwen and Wenshu, the library is closing. Please leave, everyone. Wenshu remained silent, returning her workbook to the shelf before shouldering her bag and departing. Zhao Liwen, however, lingered, only emerging as teacher Zhu was about to lock the doors. Qin Xiang, Zhao Liwen called out as Qin Xiang turned to leave. What do you want now? I hope you will reconsider what I said yesterday. I meant no harm and spoke sincerely. Qin Xiang had grown weary of engaging with him and continued toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen caught up to him, adding, I hope you understand that your presence with Wenshu only serves to distract her. Are you out of your mind? I haven't spoken a word to her. If anyone is distracting her, it's you. Zhao Liwen pursed his lips. Even if she is distracted, she can easily gain admission to the lower-ranked colleges. So I'm not hindering her. However, you, someone who won to be accepted into any college, only siphon off her energy and waste her time. These words ignited a fiery rage within Qin Xiang. How dare he claim to be a hindrance to Wenshu? Such shameless remarks left Qin Xiang astounded at Zhao Liwen's audacity. Initially thinking him a mere bookworm, he now recognized him as a self-serving individual. If it weren't for his upcoming meeting with Roylina that evening, Qin Xiang would have certainly dealt Zhao Liwen a blow on his way home. Your words are more melodious than flatulence, Qin Xiang retorted before striding away. Zhao Liwen coldly observed Qin Xiang from a distance, then disdainfully snorted before making his way home. Upon returning, Qin Xiang set down his backpack, preparing to meet Roylina. He reminisced about the information he had gathered in the Godslayer camp. Although Roylina was not a member of the Fragrant Seeker sequence, she possessed experience in investigation and pursuit, likely equipped with a low-level scent-tracking device. The hour was 7 in the evening, and pedestrians traversed the Spring Willow Alley in succession. This alley served as a shortcut from the outskirts of the safe zone to the central area, frequented by those unable to afford public transport, seeking to save time. Qin Xiang had learned about this alley while browsing the forum. Sequence practitioners heading toward the exit of Safe Zone 114514 often lack sufficient strength, resulting in few divine beings hunted and meager earnings. Occasionally, they would walk home to conserve funds, making Spring Willow Alley a common route for them. When the path was deserted, Qin Xiang slipped into the designated thicket, crouching in wait. He then opened his lunchbox, smearing the flavor of the cafeteria's three-winged flying fish onto his clothing. The low-level scent-tracking device paled in comparison to the Fragrant Seeker's ability, Scent Pursuit. By masking himself with a stronger odor, the device would be rendered ineffective. The aroma of the cafeteria food should suffice, as indicated by discussions on the Godslayer camp forum. Once he had finished applying the scent, he closed the lunchbox and quietly awaited Roylina's arrival. Around 8:30, a figure clad in a trench coat emerged from the woods. Qin Xiang heard the dull thud of polished shoes striking the stones, signaling Roylina's approach. He was unaware of her reason for arriving 30 minutes early and remained concealed in the foliage, silently observing her. Roylina produced a bottle of perfume, spritzing it onto herself before standing still. Soon, the fragrance wafted into Qin Xiang's nostrils, a refreshing scent that alleviated some of his anxiety. Was this merely an ordinary perfume, or a prelude to the activation of a sequence skill? Qin Xiang pondered, furrowing his brow. Uncertain of Roylina's true sequence ability, he remained vigilant. As time passed, Roylina appeared to grow impatient, frequently glancing at her phone. Once he confirmed that she had set no traps, Qin Xiang concealed his face and emerged from the nearby bushes. However, the scent of cafeteria food clung to his clothing, making him uncomfortable. Upon noticing Qin Xiang's emergence, Roylina paused momentarily before coldly inquiring, "You've been here for a while. Why did you not reveal yourself sooner?" "I preferred to remain hidden for a while." Qin Xiang candidly expressed his thoughts. Roylina flicked her golden bangs. "What is it you wish to discuss?" "I would like you to introduce me to the individual who forged your sequence." Roylina's pupils suddenly dilated as she heard the words of the masked figure before her. "I advise you to remove your right hand from the pistol concealed beneath your trench coat. Once the gunfire erupts, you will be unable to kill me, and there will be no turning back." Roylina was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this individual could see through her intentions. Such formidable perceptive and predictive abilities. Nevertheless, her hand remained poised on the firearm. She had already chambered a round prior to her arrival, fully prepared to draw and fire. "You possess remarkable confidence. However, I doubt your reflexes can surpass the speed of a bullet," Qin Xiang remarked with a smile. "Of course, I cannot outpace a bullet. However, a bullet requires you to draw your weapon and pull the trigger to be unleashed, does it not? As long as I am swifter than you, that suffices." Chapter 27. Reaching a preliminary consensus, Roylina regarded Qin Xiang with a vigilant expression, seemingly skeptical of his words. Qin Xiang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, "If I lacked absolute certainty, I would not have come to meet you. Therefore, I hope you can muster a modicum of patience and continue our conversation." "What do you desire?" she inquired. "Have I not already made myself clear? I wish for you to introduce me to the individual who forged your sequence." Roylina pressed further. "And then what?" "Then, alas, it seems my words have fallen upon deaf ears. First, kindly lower your hand from the gun holster." Observing the murderous intent in Roylina's gaze, he understood she was intent on attempting to kill him. Resigned, he added, "Do not waste your effort. Prior to my arrival, I scheduled a timed email to be sent to the police department. By tomorrow morning, the entire precinct will be aware that your sequence is counterfeit. Should I fail to return this evening to amend the email's delay, your deception will be exposed. Thus, even if you were to take my life, it would serve no purpose. What? Roylina was taken aback, unprepared for the revelation that this masked individual had contingencies in place. Panic set in as circumstances shifted unfavorably for her. Moreover, you are incapable of killing me. While Roylina was momentarily distracted, Qin Xiang activated his violent skill, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Despite Roylina's status as a sequence ability user, endowed with heightened perception and agility, she could only see Qin Xiang approach her at an astonishing velocity, leaving her no time to react. He swiftly seized the gun from her grasp and leapt back 2 paces, establishing a measure of distance between them. "What are you doing?" Roylina exclaimed. Qin Xiang twirled the firearm in his hand, teasingly responding, "As I have reiterated, your disbelief necessitates tangible evidence." He then aimed the gun at Roylina, whose expression shifted to one of terror. What do you intend to do?" she stammered. "I have stated my intention. I merely wish to converse with you. Now, I believe you can remain composed." With that, he lowered the weapon. "Now, tell me, how can I contact that individual?" Roylina scrutinized Qin Xiang and discerned that he harbored no intention to harm her, compelling her to respond to his inquiry. "I do not know who that person is. It was a friend who informed me he could assist with the registration sequence. All I know is that he frequents the Icica virtual chat room. If you wish to find him, you need only linger in the chat room regularly. How can I identify him among others? Observe closely within the chat room. You will eventually locate him." Qin Xiang realized that Roylina had not fully clarified her statement, and with a smile, he remarked, "Observe closely? I do not have the luxury of time. Would asking, who can assist me as Roylina was assisted, yield any results?" Roylina, incensed, gritted her teeth. "If you enter the chat room 8 times, that individual will approach you of his own accord." "Very well. And then?" "Then you provide him with your name and personal information, and inform him of the sequence you intend to impersonate. He will assist you in passing the registration assessment at the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau." "Do I not need to visit the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau myself?" "You do, but you merely need to go at the time he specifies to collect your certificate as a registered sequence ability user." "So, can I bypass the assessment entirely?" "Yes, you may skip the assessment." Qin Xiang mentally reviewed Roylina's words and found no significant issues. "I have shared everything you wish to know. May I have my gun back now?" Qin Xiang glanced at Roylina and shook his head. "No. What must I do for you to return my gun?" Police officers are all equipped with their own sidearms. Each firearm bears a unique serial number and is frequently collected for uniform inspections to ensure they are not deteriorating. Any officer who fails to submit their weapon will be swiftly discovered. If a firearm is lost, it constitutes a grave incident, leading to at least a suspension of duties. Should this weapon lead to a serious incident, the officer who lost it will undoubtedly be dismissed. Roylina's forged identity must also enter the police department, indicating how vital this job is for her. She cannot allow her efforts to be entirely ruined by Qin Xiang. "You answered my question earlier because I am aware of your secret. To prevent me from revealing your secret, you must answer my inquiries regarding the forged sequence. As for this gun, it was taken from me when you attempted to kill me. It cannot be considered in conjunction with your previous question." Qin Xiang replied with a smile. "Retrieving the gun will require a different price." "What do you want from me?" Roylina was beginning to feel overwhelmed by Qin Xiang. She had not anticipated that he would be so difficult. Throughout this conversation, she remained at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. "Reveal your true sequence to me. In your dreams." Roylina trembled with rage, illuminated by the dim starlight, resembling a golden lion, exuding a fierce intent to kill. "I'm a person of my word. You answered my question earlier, and I can guarantee I will not disclose your forged sequence to anyone. However, you need not hope to reclaim this gun. With this weapon, it will be far easier for me to commit murder in the future. It's just that someone will have to take the fall for me. You scoundrel. I have done nothing to provoke you. Why can't you let me go? Your true sequence. Tell me, and the gun will be returned to you. I worked hard to become a police officer. Do you know the hardships I endured? I even sacrificed my own innocence for it. Your true sequence. You heartless demon. Must you destroy me to find satisfaction? Sequence." Regardless of how Roylina raged and complained, Qin Xiang coldly repeated his question. The words he uttered grew fewer, indicating that his patience was waning. Roylina, should your subsequent utterance not align with your sequence, I shall take my leave immediately. I can assure you that your lowly scent-tracking apparatus shall never uncover my shadow. Roylina's cerulean eyes, now veined with madness, appear particularly terrifying in the dimly lit woods. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang, his face obscured, stands opposite her like a mere observer, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Were it not for the rise and fall of his chest with each breath, one might mistake him for an odd statue. Chapter 28. A series of twists and turns. Roylina gazed at Qin Xiang, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. Pleasure seeker, she whispered. What did you say? My sequence is pleasure seeker. Upon uttering this, Roylina revealed a smile laced with despair. Qin Xiang observed her spirit seemingly drained, comprehending why Roylina chose to conceal her sequence identity. The most notorious aspect of a pleasure seeker lies in its first-tier skill, ultimate ecstasy. When activated, this ability grants the target an overwhelming sense of euphoria for a limited duration, instilling in them an intense desire to engage in pleasurable pursuits with the wielder of the skill. Ultimate ecstasy affects not only mortals, but deities as well. Whenever a pleasure seeker employs this skill, divine beings are naturally drawn to their presence. The ultimate fate of a pleasure seeker can culminate in only two outcomes: becoming a plaything for the elite within the safe zones, or serving as bait to hunt deities outside those boundaries. Regardless of the path chosen, one is destined to endure endless suffering. Consequently, those who awaken as pleasure seekers typically opt to hide their true identities, leading lives of ordinary mortals. Once discovered, it heralds the beginning of an irreversible descent into despair. This is the very reason Roylina shrouded her sequence in secrecy. Qin Xiang maintained a stoic expression, yet a flicker of sympathy welled within him. However, this sympathy was tempered, never expanding beyond a manageable threshold. Compassion could cloud his judgment. He needed to wield absolute coldness to secure his position. Despite Roylina revealing her sequence, Qin Xiang was not yet satisfied. Observing her desolation, he insisted. The road is deserted now. Therefore, please activate your ultimate ecstasy skill. What do you want? She protested. I must ascertain that you are indeed a pleasure seeker. Qin Xiang reasoned that he might seek Roylina's assistance in the future, thus he needed to grasp her utmost secret. It was implausible for him to simply accept her claim of being a pleasure seeker based on a couple of tears shed. Must you drive me to the edge? Roylina cried, her voice trembling. Yet, Qin Xiang remained unyielding. Activate ultimate ecstasy, or I shall depart with my weapon. Realizing that her emotional plea had failed to sway him, Roylina understood the futility of her tears. Very well, you have won, she conceded, wiping her tears and tidying her disheveled golden locks. I am not a pleasure seeker. How did you uncover my secret? Was my earlier display not convincing enough? Do not pose too many inquiries, for you lack the standing. Reveal to me your sequence. Qin Xiang, unaware of any theatricality in Roylina's performance, had briefly softened. However, having once been outmaneuvered by Lu Daji, he now approached matters with heightened caution, ensuring that every step was foolproof. To his surprise, Roylina was still playing her cards close to her chest. This golden-haired, azure-eyed police officer was indeed a woman of hidden depths. Roylina's face was filled with exasperation. Titan, my sequence is Titan. As she spoke, she revealed her hand. In an instant, it swelled to a size comparable to the sofa in Qin Xiang's home. Then, as if deflated, her hand returned to its original form. The Titan sequence allows its bearer to enlarge a specific part of their body or even their entire form, enhancing the strength of the enlarged area. Typically, individuals with this sequence serve as formidable shields against deities within hunting squads. However, the mortality rate for those wielding the Titan sequence is exceedingly high, as human strength ultimately pales in comparison to that of gods. Reluctant to live in constant fear outside the safety zone, I conceal my sequence identity and join the police force. What I just demonstrated was the first-level skill of the Titan sequence, partial enlargement. Only those of the Titan sequence possess such an ability, hence I spoke no falsehood. Roylina flashed a smile at Qin Xiang. Can I have my gun back now? Qin Xiang recalled the various characteristics of sequence abilities. While he could not remember the skills of every sequence bearer, it seemed that only the Titan's sequence allowed for bodily enlargement. No, there was another. With this thought, Qin Xiang paused, no longer eager to depart, and fell into silence once more. Roylina frowned. What's the matter? Why haven't you given me my gun? I'm waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting 10 minutes. Waiting for you to demonstrate the Titan sequence's first-level skill, partial enlargement, once more. A flicker of shock crossed Roylina's gaze. What do you mean? I need to verify whether you're truly of the Titan sequence or merely mimicking the partial enlargement skill as a deceiver. If memory serves, the deceiver sequence can imitate any skills they have witnessed, but only in outward appearance, without replicating the essence. Moreover, they cannot continuously mimic the same skill. The relaxed smile on Roylina's face vanished abruptly. You are indeed a difficult one. And so? Roylina slumped against a nearby tree, despondent. You are correct. I am of the deceiver sequence. To prove her truthfulness this time, a vibrant, multicolored mask suddenly appeared upon her face. This was the ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Xiang nodded. Roylina was indeed of the deceiver sequence, a conclusion he had finally reached after much trial. Yet, the process had been convoluted, and he had nearly been misled on several occasions. Your command of the language is impressive. Your emotions are so vividly conveyed that you nearly deceived me. One must learn to wield the tools of sustenance well. There is nothing to boast about. You are remarkable, more formidable than my colleagues and the criminals I have encountered. Roylina sincerely praised Qin Xiang. In your presence, I feel as powerless as an infant. Every lie I utter is ruthlessly exposed by you. The last time I felt this way was when I first met Detective Olaf. Qin Xiang attained the answer he sought and had no intention of lingering in the woods, wasting time with this deceitful policewoman. I shall take my leave now. I will place your handgun along the path in the forest. After I depart, you will find the weapon within 3 minutes by following my trail. Very well, I understand. Please make yourself scarce. I truly wish not to lay eyes on you again. You treacherous fiend. Qin Xiang shrugged. At least I have never misled you. Have I, kind and honest, Roylina? Roylina huffed, offering no reply. With a buoyant spirit, Qin Xiang turned to leave, casually retrieving his lunchbox hidden among the bushes. Though you are quite astute, it would be wise to exercise caution, Roylina called after him. Do not fall into Olaf's hands. Otherwise, I too would be implicated. Olaf, you say? I shall remember that. Thank you. Chapter 29. Exile. Qin Xiang did not return home immediately. Instead, he sought out a secluded corner and set his clothing ablaze. He remained apprehensive that the scent lingering on the fabric might lead others to track him, even though it had been saturated with the pungent sauces from the cafeteria. As he watched his coat gradually turn to ashes, Qin Xiang sighed. How long has it been? I've already burned 3 or 4 coats. At this rate, I shall be left wearing short sleeves in this frigid world. Most of these coats were salvaged from the refuse, discarded by others. None had been purchased with money. However, the days of financial hardship may persist for some time. Perhaps I should find a moment to revisit the dump and unearth some treasures. Afterward, he discarded the remnants of his meal into a foul ditch and washed the container before finally returning home. He hastily consumed some leftovers from the previous day before heading out once more. Ensuring no one was trailing him, he made his way back to the internet CAF. Upon seeing Qin Xiang at the entrance, Wang Defa emerged with a reluctant expression. Boss, your silver coin. Yesterday, Qin Xiang had arranged with Wang Defa to retrieve this coin today as compensation for his efforts to forge sequential information. Wang Defa extracted a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Qin Xiang's hand, yet his fingers lingered, reluctant to let go. Thank you. I shall return it. Qin Xiang pulled the coin from Wang Defa's grasp and tucked it into his pocket. Though somewhat shameless, Qin Xiang felt he had little choice. Acquiring a silver coin was indeed a formidable task for him. Wang Defa drooped his eyelids. Boss, if there is nothing pressing in the future, let us refrain from further dealings. Consider this a lesson learned. Wang Defa had gained nothing from Qin Xiang and might even attract trouble from the Bureau of Sequential Abilities, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. Yet Qin Xiang could not afford to dwell on that. He had numerous matters to attend to that relied on the internet. and Wang Defa's CAF was his sole secure access point. How could he possibly cut ties? I still need to use the computers in your warehouse tonight, Qin Xiang asserted. Oh, you're coming back? The police haven T checked in yet today. It was already 10 o'clock. Wasn't T the CAF soon to close? Why the concern over inspections? Wang Defa pouted in silence. Rest assured, I shall not skimp on your benefits. But you must wait until I navigate through this ordeal. Qin Xiang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder before heading to the warehouse. Frustrated, Wang Defa pounded his chest in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! Someone come and eliminate this scoundrel." Seated at the computer, Qin Xiang promptly opened the Isico virtual chat room. The Isico virtual chat room is a venue for making friends online. Unlike other chat rooms, its enduring popularity stems from its use of address-hiding technology. Within this space, all participants remain anonymous, and their login addresses are entirely concealed, leaving no one aware of the identities of those who gather in this virtual sanctuary. Even the staff behind Isico cannot ascertain the identities of the visitors within the chat room. This absolute confidentiality fosters a naturally clandestine environment for illicit transactions. Unsurprisingly, the chat room has attracted the attention of law enforcement, with undercover officers potentially lurking within. To avoid mistakenly identifying a police officer as a trading partner, those conducting business here employ various encryption methods. For instance, an individual fabricating sequences determines their intended trading partner by entering and exiting the chat room 8 times consecutively. As for how this method of trading became known and how Roylina learned of it, Qin Xiang remains uncertain. Following Roylina's instructions, he enters the chat room 8 times, then ceases all activity, patiently awaiting contact from the enigmatic individual. The chat room interface is exceedingly simple. On the left, a list of current visitors. In the center, advertisements for various gaming and gambling companies. And on the right, the current chat partner. The lower section features a public chat area, where Qin Xiang observes an incessant stream of advertisements regarding loans and identity forgery. The layout of this chat room evokes memories of his past life. In that former existence, much like this one, he was impoverished, unable to afford a computer. Thus, he would occasionally visit a nearby internet CAF, spending his dinner money to converse with Li Jingwen in the chat room. Typically, Li Jingwen would engage in a private channel with others to play games, while he quietly assisted her with homework, listening intently. Reflecting on it now, he feels akin to a loyal dog. However, in this life, he should not find himself as destitute. Qin Xiang's thoughts swiftly returned to the present. The right side of his chat room interface was entirely blank. After a few minutes, the empty chat box flickered to life. He clicked on it to find a user named Exile, initiating a conversation. "Are you looking for someone?" "No, I am waiting for someone," Qin Xiang replied. He noticed that his alias in the Isico chat room was Future. "Who are you waiting for?" "Someone who won't waste time asking such questions." Exile remained silent for approximately 2 minutes before responding. Those seeking assistance should exhibit a more agreeable demeanor. "Let us discuss your terms." Qin Xiang cut to the chase. "No, I need to know how you found out how to contact me." Without hesitation, he delivered his prearranged excuse. "A friend who wishes to remain anonymous informed me." "You are speaking nonsense. This makes cooperation difficult. Business is business. Matters unrelated should not be discussed. If you are unwilling to engage in trade, I will seek others." It appeared that you are quite fearful of your friend. Is it that revealing their identity would lead to trouble or even threaten your life? Qin Xiang refrained from responding to the insinuation, deliberately allowing space for the other party's imagination, a crucial tactic for maintaining his advantage. "Share your terms, Exile. I am quite eager to finalize this transaction. Please provide your personal information. And then find a way to place a silver coin beneath the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row of the exit at the secure zone, number 38324, before the end of tomorrow. Then, you can wait for the personnel from the Management Bureau to contact you." "What personal information is required?" "Your thumbprints, a recent 1-inch personal photograph, your name, current occupation, and home address. Of course, I also need to know what identity you require. This is the internet, and even in an anonymous chat room, there may be surveillance, so I cannot be too explicit. I trust you understand my meaning." Qin Xiang immediately comprehended that the so-called identity refers to the sequence he needs to forge. "There is too much to provide today." "No worries. For safety's sake, This transaction was meant to be conducted offline. You can send me the money first. I often linger in the chat room. Feel free to choose any time to contact me again in the chat room. Is it to be done like today? No. Friends who have made a payment should first state, I am a newcomer in the public chat area upon entering the chat room, and then exit and re-enter 5 times consecutively. Chapter 30. The failed attempt at waiting for a rabbit after conversing with exile. Qin Xiang departed from the warehouse and returned home to wash up and rest. He hoped that everything would proceed smoothly the following day. As he drifted into slumber, Qin Xiang whispered to himself. Blue Star Chronicles, January 22nd, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Friday. Lunar calendar, year of the metal ox. 8th day of the 12th month, Laba festival. Auspicious for travel. Today was Friday, yet Qin Xiang did not attend school. Time was of the essence. The exit of safety zone 38324 was a daunting 21 bus stops away from his home. Even with his recent ascension in rank and subsequent enhancement of physical prowess, it would take him 5 to 6 hours to arrive, making the round trip a considerable effort of over 10 hours. This calculation did not even include the time he would need to find an opportunity to hide the silver coins. If all factors were considered, he might not return home until the early hours of Saturday. As for taking the bus, he knew he could not disembark until the bus reached its stop, which would inevitably restrict his route. His feet remained the only infallible means of transportation, provided he possessed sufficient stamina. To avoid encountering further complications that could delay him, Qin Xiang chose to set out early. By the time he reached the vicinity of the exit of safety zone 38324, it was already 1 in the afternoon. At this hour, the safety exit was not particularly crowded. The ability users had all gone to lunch or were taking a brief respite. Ordinary individuals hoping to catch a glimpse of the ability users had also dispersed, leaving only a few solitary figures wandering near the exit. Concealing his face within the oversized hood of his sweatshirt, Qin Xiang meticulously counted the tiles beneath his feet and nonchalantly passed by. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, he swiftly pried open a small gap in the tiles and discreetly inserted a silver coin. After replacing the tile, he stepped upon it to ensure that it was level with the surrounding tiles, indistinguishable from the rest, with 2 muffled thuds confirming that the tile was securely in place. Qin Xiang turned and departed. Subsequently, he sought out a corner where ordinary people congregated to rest. Numerous individuals were either seated or reclining, seizing the moment to recuperate. For once the ability users commenced their hunts for deities beyond the safety zone, they too would need to be industrious. The area was exceedingly crowded, with thousands crammed into a modest space, primarily due to its proximity to the safety zone exit. Should an ability user approach, the ordinary folks would merely need to look up to spot them, though the vicinity near the safety exit was rather chilly. The close proximity of many bodies allowed them to shield one another from the biting wind. Besides, what was mere cold compared to the chance of survival? Cautiously avoiding the sprawled figures napping on the ground, Qin Xiang found a spot where he could stand, squeezing in between the people around him. Then, amidst the disdainful glances of those nearby, he too plopped down onto the ground. He retrieved a lunchbox from his bag and began to devour its contents with fervor. As he opened the lunchbox, the surrounding individuals displayed expressions of contempt. Although they were all ordinary folks, they could afford ingredients and prepared meals in their own homes. No one's cooking can possibly emit the repugnant odor that emanates from Qin Xiang's lunchbox. Even a simple salt with oil and salt could never produce such a nauseating scent. Eventually, a middle-aged woman nearby could no longer contain herself and remarked to Qin Xiang, "Young man, you appear quite youthful. Surely, this meal must be prepared by your mother? Her cooking is utterly foul. Such ingredients in her hands are simply a waste." Qin Xiang swallowed the last morsel of the 9-tailed black rat meat, and, with an impassive expression, replied, "My mother has long since passed away." The woman was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Is it your father who cooks for you?" "My father is also deceased," he responded. The woman stood there, mouth agape for a considerable time, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent, no longer voicing her thoughts. An elderly lady beside Qin Xiang murmured softly to herself, "Poor child, he must have just graduated from high school, yet his life already seems devoid of a future." Oblivious to the words of those around him, Qin Xiang continued to consume the cafeteria food from his lunchbox. Once finished, he tidied up the box and placed it in a bag, intending to use the bag as a cushion for his head as he lay down to rest. This time, he did not need to jostle for space. The surrounding individuals instinctively shifted aside, granting him a place to recline. "Thank you," he expressed, not directing his gratitude toward anyone in particular, merely acknowledging the general kindness surrounding him. As he lay down, he did not close his eyes to sleep. Instead, he remained fixated on a particular direction, lost in thought. Others might assume he was melancholic or reminiscing about something, but in truth, his gaze was fixed upon the tile, concealing the silver coin. Despite Exile's instructions to relinquish the coin before nightfall, he did not believe that Exile would necessarily retrieve it the following day. If he were Exile, he would surely devise a way to extract the coin tonight. This was an inherently unequal transaction. Exile possessed comprehensive knowledge of the forger's true identity, while the forger remained oblivious to Exile's gender. All forgers would find it intolerable to be so easily manipulated. The agreed deadline for the transaction was tonight, and thus, it was highly probable that the other party would be focused on surveilling the area tomorrow, eager to discover who had taken the silver coin. Such a scenario would significantly heighten the risk of exposure. Qin Xiang was confident in his judgment. He remained observant, silently watching. As the lunch break concluded, orderly teams of sequence abilities began to depart from this location. The crowd surged once more, blocking the exit of safety zone 38324 completely. Qin Xiang was swept along with the throng, positioning himself near the tile, ensuring it remained within his sight. Each time a sequence ability user entered or exited, people would rush forward, eagerly promoting the trades they wished to propose. Some offered to sell houses, others provided services, and some even attempted to market their daughters. Qin Xiang was carried along by the tide of humanity, moving back and forth without taking any action. His expression, shrouded beneath the hood of his sweatshirt, rendered him an enigma to those around him, leaving them perplexed as to the purpose of this silent boy's presence. Yet, no one dared to inquire about his intentions at the exit of the safe zone. To the ordinary onlookers, the presence of a taciturn individual merely signified the absence of a competitor. Perhaps he was simply reserved, too bashful to articulate his thoughts. Or perhaps he yearned to become the favored companion of a certain female ability wielder, yet had failed to identify his target. Qin Xiang's musings went unnoticed, of no concern to anyone else. The individuals congregating here were driven by fervent beliefs and objectives, each hoping for a transformative turn of fortune. Who had the time to tend to a bystander? Thus, like a puppet devoid of agency, Qin Xiang was swept along with the ebb and flow of the crowd, ultimately finding himself at the edge of a particular tile. He deliberately maintained a certain distance from it, ensuring that his gaze could still rest upon the tile, all in an effort to avoid raising suspicion. However, as the throng surged, he unexpectedly found himself beside the tile. Oh well, it was merely a chance occurrence after all. To suddenly step away would only betray a sense of guilt. Qin Xiang continued to feign indifference, allowing himself to be carried by the crowd. At last, he was pushed onto the tile, his foot landing upon it with a thud. Chapter 31, Thief. His foot stepped upon the stone slab, producing a faint sound. Qin Xiang's eyes widened instantly. When he had concealed the silver coin beneath this very tile, it had not emitted such a sound. At that time, it had produced a dull thud. Now, however, it was a crisp sound. A sudden tension gripped Qin Xiang's heart. It seemed as though the area beneath the tile was hollow. Did this signify that someone had already taken the silver coin he had placed here? No, he must verify this at once. No longer drifting with the crowd, Qin Xiang resolutely stood upon the tile, allowing the throng to jostle him. Yet he refused to budge an inch. Why are you standing still? Are you unwell? Just as those around him were about to berate him for obstructing their path, several sequence practitioners clad in frost-resistant suits passed by. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated, and they surged forward, promoting their wares. Seizing the moment while no one was focused on him, Qin Xiang swiftly crouched down, pretending that sand had entered his shoes. He adjusted his posture, using his body to shield the tile from view, rendering it invisible to those nearby. Then, As he removed his shoe, he delicately pried the tile upwards with a finger in the crevice between the stones. Illuminated by the overhead lights near the exit of the safety zone, his keen eyesight discerned a shallow pit, about half a centimeter deep and the size of a fist beneath the tile. The silver coin had vanished. Qin Xiang nonchalantly replaced the tile, his entire being frozen in shock. Despite his vigilant watch, the coin had indeed been taken. How was this possible? He had only just placed the coin 2 or 3 hours ago. How could it have disappeared so swiftly? Had the individual who took the coin been covertly observing him, waiting for the opportune moment to seize it? Clenching his fists, Qin Xiang trembled with indignation. Throughout this ordeal, the tile had remained untouched by anyone else. Was it an act of distant theft? It seemed that a sequence practitioner had stealthily appropriated the coin while no one was paying attention. He scanned the fervent crowd around him, seeking to identify the hidden sequence practitioner within. Yet, searching in such a vast sea was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Xiang quickly regained his composure, contemplating a solution. If he were to abandon this pursuit, he would be at the mercy of exile. No, that would not do. Following the incident with Liu Daji, Qin Xiang firmly resolved not to relinquish any leverage to another. He was not spending money merely to hand over control to someone else. Damn it, Qin Xiang cursed inwardly. If the person who took the coin was a sequence practitioner masquerading as an ordinary individual, he would find it impossible to turn the tide. However, if the thief was a sequence practitioner from Hunter Squad, then perhaps there was still a chance to reclaim it. With this thought, Qin Xiang ceased his waiting and, like the others, began to push his way towards the location of the sequence practitioners. Qin Xiang possessed formidable strength, effortlessly maneuvering to the front row. However, such overt behavior was conspicuous and likely to attract the attention of the sequence ability users from the Hunter God team, an unwise course of action. Not long after he placed the silver coin down, it was taken by a sequence ability user, suggesting that the individual who seized the coin had closely observed him and was aware of his appearance. If Qin Xiang's actions were too conspicuous, he would surely be recognized. To avoid detection by the sequence ability users, he could only inch forward gradually. As he approached the front row, he removed his coat, revealing his youthful visage. He believed that the person who had taken the silver coin would no longer recognize him. In his heart, Qin Xiang fervently prayed that the one who took the coin was a member of the Hunter God team rather than an ordinary passerby. He recalled the sequence information he had perused at the God-slaying camp. The individual who took the silver coin was likely a thief sequence user, capable of using the skill steal to procure items within a certain vicinity. The steal skill was considered one of the most extraordinary abilities within a safe zone, allowing for the effortless acquisition of items from afar, making it not merely a dream to amass wealth overnight. Consequently, the United Government strictly prohibited thief sequence users from employing their skills within safe zones, with execution as the penalty for any offender. However, within the Hunter God team, the utility of this sequence was limited. The range of their steal ability was too restricted, and the thief sequence lacked any life-preserving skills. Attempting to employ their abilities against a deity would result in immediate demise upon approach. Thus, within the Hunter God team, they were relegated to the role of mere bystanders. Qin Xiang meticulously sifted through the information regarding the thief sequence in his mind as his gaze grew resolute. The most inconspicuous individual, stationed at the fringes of a Hunter God team, was likely a thief. With the identity of the silver coin thief established, a fitting profile materialized in his mind. Each time a sequence user team passed by, he observed their demeanor closely. If the members engaged in light-hearted conversation, he would divert his attention. However, should he notice an individual standing aloof, silent, or overly ingratiating, he would focus intently, eager to glean the substance of their dialogue. Several Hunter God teams had passed, conversing about recent battles outside the safe zone. Yet Qin Xiang was unable to identify any thief sequence users, leading to a tinge of disappointment. Just then, another Hunter God team traversed the crowd. Unlike the previous groups, these members appeared indifferent to the battles against deities, enthusiastically discussing which bar they would visit to unwind. Among them, a slender youth in his 20s spoke up, "Everyone, I think I want to join you for drinks later." "Why not?" came the inquisitive reply. The slender youth hesitated momentarily. Greetings. There is no need to elaborate. He has not contributed in any meaningful way. So why does he have to join us for a drink? Indeed, he is merely a petty thief, capable of offering little more than menial assistance. Were it not for the intervention of the Bureau's chief, who placed him amongst us, who would have wished to associate with him? The team members exchanged scornful jests, while the gaunt young man clenched his teeth in silence, offering no retort. Others cast him a disdainful glance before departing, their camaraderie evident as they left him behind. The slender youth lingered in solitude, silently trailing behind. However, such internal strife within the hunter squad did not disturb the fervor of the ordinary populace surrounding them. Even the derided sequence ability user held a distinction far beyond that of a common individual. Noticing the young man standing alone, the crowd eagerly encircled him, their enthusiasm palpable. Chapter 32. Fortunate encounter. People eagerly recommended the same businesses to the lean young man, their voices overlapping in a cacophony. Young man, don't be downcast. Come dine at our establishment for a delightful meal. I won't charge you a penny. All I ask is for a photograph together. How can a meal alleviate one's troubles? In this lifetime, one must seek the right partner. My daughter has just graduated high school. She is young, beautiful, kind-hearted, and has taken an immediate liking to you, declaring that she will marry no one but you. Why not meet her? Don't listen to him, young man. Spending a lifetime with a single woman is utterly tedious. Come to my place, where women of all ages from their teens to 30s are at your disposal. I guarantee you'll have a splendid evening. If you prefer someone more mature, I can accompany you. These individuals surrounded the slender youth, their faces a mixture of excitement and desperation, their hands fervently pushing away others to claim their territory. The crowd, clad in winter gear, shouted loudly around the young man, hoping to attract his attention. Each person harbored dreams of turning their fortunes around, believing that perhaps they could achieve this through the abilities of the young man before them. Saliva flew through the air, splattering on Qin Xiang's face, leaving a foul odor. This stench mingled with the persistent scent of sweat in the air, making him somewhat uncomfortable. However, all their attempts were destined to fail. The lean youth cast a cold glance over the crowd, remaining silent, and then walked away. Although the throng continued their fervent pitches, they instinctively parted to allow him passage. It was only after he had vanished into the distance that they closed their mouths in disappointment, glancing back toward the entrance of the safe zone, awaiting the next opportunity. Shortly after the lean youth exited the safe zone, a 17 or 18-year-old boy, like a wild bull, effortlessly pushed through the layers of people surrounding him. To the astonishment of the crowd, he quietly followed after the young man. Once Qin Xiang confirmed that the lean youth was heading down the main thoroughfare, he sought a corner to alter his attire, avoiding any suspicion. If the thief of the sequence is not you, as a connection to the director of the Bureau, then I must resign myself to fate. Before long, he caught up with the slender youth again. Qin Xiang's current appearance was somewhat comical. To avoid being recognized while tailing the lean young man, he wore his coat and trousers inside out, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Mom, that big brother seems a bit off his rocker. Shoo, keep your voice down. People like that should be avoided at all costs. Remember, Qin Xiang paid no heed to the whispers of the onlookers, for his focus remained solely on the slender youth ahead. It seemed the young man had heard the murmurs, as he paused and turned a glance back at Qin Xiang. However, he did not recognize him. He merely regarded him with a mocking look before continuing on his way. The two walked along the main road, one ahead of the other. The dim street lights illuminated their silent figures in turn, as if narrating a story that went unnoticed by all. As the number of pedestrians dwindled, they arrived at a secluded alley, leaving only the two of them. Qin Xiang continued to trail behind the slender young man. Even if the young man were somewhat obtuse, he sensed that something was amiss. He slowed his pace, intending to let Qin Xiang pass him by. However, Qin Xiang did not appear to be pursuing him and maintained his speed. Upon glancing back, the slender youth noted that Qin Xiang seemed merely 17 or 18, perhaps a high school student or someone who had recently graduated. He appeared to be an inexperienced youth, posing no threat whatsoever. He concluded that his concerns were unwarranted, attributing his anxiety to the tension from hunting deities. He decided it was time to relax. Thus, standing beneath the streetlight, the slender young man retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Skillfully, he pulled out a match from another pocket, shielding it from the wind with the cigarette box as he struck the match to light his smoke. At that moment, the light from the street lamp before him abruptly vanished. Looking up, he saw the student-like boy who had been following him, now beaming a radiant smile. "I hope it's you," he thought. Suddenly, the slender youth recognized that the situation was perilous, but before he could react, a shadow darted past him. He felt as if he'd been struck in the chest by a truck, his body uncontrollably propelled backwards into the dark alley. With a loud crash, the slender young man collided with a trash bin, sending refuse scattering everywhere. Qin Xiang steadied himself, glanced around to ensure the area was deserted, then swiftly approached the slender youth. The young man lay beneath a heap of filthy, odorous garbage, his orange and white antifreeze suit stained with muck. Yet he was too preoccupied to care. Clutching his chest in pain, he grimaced and looked at Qin Xiang in terror, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Without uttering a word, Qin Xiang delivered another punch to his jaw. The young man felt his brain collide violently against his skull, producing a cacophony of tremors before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Xiang dragged the unconscious figure from the refuse and began to search his person, finding nothing of note until his gaze fell upon the distinctive black backpack of the deity hunting squad. He opened the backpack, which contained numerous small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Upon inspection, he discovered several compartments held items. One compartment contained a glass vial filled with a pale blue liquid. Qin Xiang picked up the vial for closer examination, noting the label that read, "Special supply from the Bureau of Sequence Ability Users, Sequence Potion." "So, this is what the sequence potion looks like," he mused. He opened it to inhale its aroma, a sweet scent wafting towards him. However, the surrounding stench of garbage mingled with the sweetness, creating a nauseating effect. He capped the vial and tucked the sequence potion into his pocket. He had learned just how precious such potions were to sequence ability users from his time at the Godslayer camp. Taking this vial of sequence potion, one could likely persuade the gaunt youth to assist with various tasks. No, it should not be termed as a threat. Rather, it is an invitation for the slender young man to lend a helping hand. He rummaged through other compartments of his backpack and discovered a mobile phone, a handful of copper coins, and a single silver coin. Qin Xiang switched off the phone and tucked it into his pocket. Such a luxurious item, worth thousands of copper coins, was indeed something Qin Xiang desperately needed and would surely find useful in the future. He then picked up the silver coin for a closer inspection, realizing it was not the same one he had placed beneath the floor tiles. The coin he had left came from the Li Mint, while this one originated from the Henry Mint. Had he mistakenly sought the wrong individual? He searched through his bag and the gaunt youth's belongings, but found no trace of the original silver coin. Just as he pondered this anomaly, he noticed that the bottom of his backpack was uneven, causing a slight discomfort in his hand. After some diligent searching, he finally uncovered a hidden compartment, cleverly concealed beneath the other sections, rendering it quite unnoticeable. Had it not been for Qin Xiang's ample time, he might never have discovered it. He opened this secret compartment to reveal some clods of earth along with a silver coin. Qin Xiang withdrew the coin, examining its edge where the words Li Mint were inscribed, then glanced at the unconscious gaunt youth, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Indeed, a boy who smiles often is not destined for misfortune. Chapter 33. A relaxed interrogation. Qin Xiang was not particularly adept at interrogation. Rather, he excelled in the art of killing. Alas, murder did not resolve all dilemmas. Perched upon a tree stump, he gazed at the emaciated youth, suspended by hemp ropes, feeling a profound weariness. He had once deemed killing a nuisance. Now, he recognized that refraining from it appeared to be an even greater inconvenience. In pursuit of an absolutely secluded locale, Qin Xiang had carried the lifeless-looking youth through various alleys until he stumbled upon an abandoned courtyard. As a thief sequence ability user, one's skills necessitated the use of their own hands to procure items. Thus, prior to the youth regaining consciousness, Qin Xiang meticulously bound the fingers of both his hands together, secured his palms tightly, and ultimately restrained his arms before suspending him from a gnarled, ancient tree that had withstood a decade of apocalyptic desolation. Though the tree was dead, it still stood defiantly, satisfied with the sight of the youth dangling from the tree. Qin Xiang prepared an assortment of hammers and nails in a nearby derelict warehouse to aid in the interrogation. It appeared that the interrogation was foolproof. He merely awaited the youth's awakening. However, half an hour passed, then an hour, and eventually 2 hours, yet the youth remained slumped, his head tilted as if lifeless, showing no signs of awakening. Qin Xiang's confidence began to wane. Could I have inadvertently delivered a fatal blow? He placed his hand over the youth's nose. There was still breath. Relieved, he exhaled softly, curling his lips in disdain. Truly, he was fragile. I didn't even use my full strength. And he has been out cold for 2 hours. Perhaps sensing Qin Xiang's derision, the youth's head bobbed slightly. At last, he stirred awake. Qin Xiang gave his face a light pat, and upon the youth's eyes fluttering open, he retook his seat on the stump. The youth, still somewhat dazed, blinked rapidly, gradually acclimating to his surroundings. He struggled a bit, only to realize he was bound and suspended, facing the very boy who had attacked him. His eyes widened in alarm. "Who are you? How dare you assault a sequence ability user?" As the youth spoke, Qin Xiang felt a measure of reassurance settle within him. Thankfully, he sounded rather dim-witted. Extracting useful information from him should prove relatively easy. Who else could dare to assault a sequence ability user but another sequence ability user? Choosing silence, Qin Xiang produced a silver coin. "This coin I placed here. You dare to follow me? Do you have any idea who my uncle is? And who is your uncle?" The head of the information department at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Qian Wenda. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was utterly taken aback. Was it truly this straightforward? Wasn't he the expectation that the emaciated youth would endure countless trials before reluctantly revealing the identity of the puppet master? Only for Qin Xiang to extract a false confession through coercion, followed by relentless torture to unveil the truth? The moment the youth opened his mouth, Qin Xiang realized just how feeble-minded he truly was. However, I did not anticipate it to be so ineffective. Qin Xiang sighed and remarked, "Your uncle is truly fortunate to have you as his nephew." The emaciated young man, perceiving no flattery in Qin Xiang's words, furrowed his brow and retorted, "What do you mean?" The phrase was taken at face value. Qin Xiang pondered briefly, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. This gaunt youth seemed rather dim-witted. Hadn't anyone noticed when he had taken the silver coin earlier? Even the cunning woman, Royliana, who spun lies as easily as breathing, could not trace his whereabouts. It was quite peculiar. At that moment, the slender youth spoke again. "Previously, my uncle would collect the money himself. Today, he had matters to attend to, so I came to assist him. If you have any sense, you will let me go. If my uncle finds out, you will regret it." "Oh." Qin Xiang nodded in understanding. This made sense now. Previously, it was always Qian Wenda himself who came to collect the silver coins. The head of the department, who had exploited loopholes in the management bureau, was undoubtedly astute and would have acted with utmost caution, which is why he had never slipped up. Today, however, a Navi fool had come instead and was caught by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang murmured, "It seems I am indeed blessed by divine favor." No, the deities of today are rather enigmatic. Perhaps it is more accurate to say, I am favored by fortune. Release me at once. Otherwise, I will certainly inform my uncle. Such eloquence. Yet, why did you not dare to stand your ground when your own teammates bullied you? I disdain arguing with them. Qin Xiang shook his head. You fear offending them and being cast out of the team. They possess the power to expel you. Yet you do not even dare to speak a harsh word. I, on the other hand, am capable of ending your life. And you still have the audacity to threaten me? Qin Xiang regarded him with a cold smile. I truly wonder how you have survived this long. Perhaps it is indeed because of your fortunate uncle. You intend to kill me? The gaunt youth's eyes darted nervously, clearly distressed. In the gaze of this 18-year-old boy, he discerned a hint of murderous intent. That icy glare sent shivers down his spine, as if every inch of his body, wrapped in frost-resistant clothing, was covered in goosebumps. He realized that the youth before him had likely taken a life. My uncle is Qian Wenda. If you kill me, he will definitely seek vengeance. Upon hearing the slender youth's words, Qin Xiang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Has your uncle not informed you what this silver coin represents? The emaciated youth swallowed hard. No. But I know it must be that you have a request from my uncle. Hence you offered him a silver coin as payment. Qin Xiang nodded, a fool, yet not entirely devoid of sense. Are you insulting me? Qin Xiang gazed at the young man in his 20s, filled with bewilderment. With such a commendable family background, an evident ability, and a few years as senior, how could he be so foolish? Even someone as utterly malicious as Li Jingwen was several times more astute than he. Qin Xiang rose, patting the young man's shoulder, and said, "Even if I were to take your life, your uncle would not dare utter a single word. Do you understand? Never mind. You may rest for a while. I must verify the truth of your claims." "Rest? I refuse to rest. Let me go." The emaciated youth's protest remained unfinished as Qin Xiang delivered a decisive blow to his chin, rendering him unconscious. Despite the fact that the fool spoke with a high degree of veracity, it was prudent to confirm his identity as Qian Wenda in the Psych virtual chat room before liberating the simpleton. Qin Xiang lowered the man from the tree and carried him to a prearranged abandoned warehouse where he intended to confine him. Afterward, he returned to the base of the tree, gathering the previously prepared interrogation tools, saws, hammers, nails, and scissors, and setting them aside. After all that preparation, it appeared there would be no need for their use. Qin Xiang sighed softly, reflecting, "Indeed, it seems that fools are often blessed with fortunate outcomes." Chapter 34. A conversation. Once more Qin Xiang securely confined the emaciated youth and then ignited a damp piece of wood at the entrance of the warehouse, allowing the smoke to linger for an extended period to ensure that no lingering scents remained. He then hastened back with great urgency. The hour was late, and he needed to return swiftly. Once again, he arrived at the internet CAF. Wang Defa, upon seeing Qin Xiang, inwardly lamented. He informed the patrons of the CAF that he had a matter to attend to and stepped outside. "Boss, what troubles you this time? I require access to your warehouse computer." Wang Defa sighed. "The key is in your possession. Feel free to use it as you wish." "No, the internet is yours. And so is the warehouse. I must inform you when I use it to avoid causing you any inconvenience." Wang Defa offered a perfunctory smile. "You are rather courteous." Qin Xiang then retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Defa's hand. "This is your money, along with the interest." 1 coin belonged to Qin Xiang, while the other was taken from the emaciated youth's backpack. By presenting these 2 coins to Wang Defa, he fulfilled his earlier promise. Wang Defa gazed at the 2 silver coins in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and proceeded towards the warehouse. It was only after watching Qin Xiang's figure disappear through the warehouse door that Wang Defa regained his composure. Biting down on the 2 coins, he confirmed their authenticity. Qin Xiang had not deceived him. His worldview had been utterly upended. Never had a sequence ability user kept their promise to an ordinary person like him. For years, he had operated the internet CAF as a facilitator for officials, earning merely a handful of silver coins, some of which were used to appease various inspectors visiting the CAF. When he calculated his net gain, it was uncertain if it even matched the amount Qin Xiang had given him. He had truly misjudged Qin Xiang. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qin Xiang was not jesting? Wang Defa clenched the silver coins in his hand, awakening as if from a deep slumber, his expression one of bewilderment. "I have truly encountered a living deity." Qin Xiang reopened the Psych virtual chat room, introduced himself as a newcomer, and entered and exited 5 times, awaiting contact from the other party. Today's advertisements in the chat room promoted virtual gambling, with slogans urging participants to take a chance, suggesting that fortune might favor them today. The advertisement was rather fitting. Qin Xiang chuckled. Although he had no intention of engaging in online gambling, he indeed felt fortunate today. The alias randomly assigned to him in the chat room was Counterattack, further reinforcing his sense of destiny. After a while, a dialog box flickered on the right side of the chat room. Qin Xiang clicked on it to reveal a person with the alias corner. "Have you transferred the money?" Qin Xiang replied, "Yes." "Good. You may send me your personal information now. However, I believe you may not be able to retrieve that silver coin." Corner responded with a smiling emoji. Do you think there are too many people passing through there for me to lift the floor tiles and reclaim it? You need not concern yourself with this. I shall find a solution. No, I mean the individual who is to pay you may not return. The dialogue box remained silent for quite some time. Eventually, Corner sent another message. What do you mean? Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. He said his uncle is present. I would not dare to harm him. Therefore, let us arrange a place to meet and discuss his fate. I am quite curious whether such a clever nephew will indeed be spared by you. This time, Corner seemed to have frozen, remaining unresponsive for half an hour. Qin Xiang observed that Corner, his name was still blue, indicating he was online, but perhaps needed time to process the counterattack he had just received. Qin Xiang rested his arms behind his head, idly gazing at the screen. I wonder what Section Chief Qian is up to. Is he coldly staring at the screen? Or is he smashing things in the room? After several more minutes, Corner finally sent another message. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. We shall meet by the abandoned building adjacent to the exit of safety zone 38324. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. The time and place for our meeting should be determined by me. Corner promptly responded, What are you thinking? You seek my assistance, yet wish to dictate terms? If you had not sought me out, I would never have spoken a word to you. I will decide where we meet. Remember to bring my nephew. And do not forget the silver coin you requested my help with. Qin Xiang chuckled softly. His esteemed uncle is not the one who types the most that holds the advantage. At the very least, do you know who I am? Perhaps sensing that his bluster had been ruthlessly punctured by Qin Xiang, Corner quickly replied, The time and place are yours to set. But you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Let us meet tomorrow at noon, on the second floor of the collapsed department store, next to the exit of safety zone 54320. Very well. Remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Observing Corner emphasized this point twice, Qin Xiang felt compelled to reply kindly. I'm afraid I shall not bring either of those items. What do you truly wish to achieve? If I do not see my nephew and the silver coin, I will not assist you. His uncle, you must understand. The initiative lies with me now. You are utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable? To protect your information from leaking and to avoid monitoring of our conversation by the personnel at ASIC. I have not even mentioned your name. Do you still believe I am being unreasonable? Qin Xiang deliberately refrained from using the title section Chief Qian in the chat room, concerned that their conversation might be surveilled. According to what Qian had mentioned in their previous discussion, virtual networks could indeed be monitored. Even though ISIC's virtual chat room claims all is confidential, it remains difficult to fully trust. An offline transaction, involving only two individuals who possess leverage over one another, is the only foolproof assurance. Thus, at that time, Qian Wenda instructed Qin Xiang to place the silver coins in a certain location without specifying the nature of the transaction, emphasizing that it was preferable to conduct it offline. On this occasion, Qian Wenda again merely mentioned the time and place of the transaction, without disclosing its content. Consequently, even if there were surveillance, it would remain unclear what their conversation entailed. The Aishiku chatroom attracts tens of thousands of visitors daily. In comparison, transactions involving a larger number of participants and substantial sums are more likely to draw the attention of monitors. The vague dealings between Qin Xiang and Qian Wenda are numerous, and no one pays them any heed. The cautious and meticulous Qin Xiang, having learned a lesson from his experience with Liu Daji, has since endeavored to leave no trace. Chapter 35. The police raid. Corner replied, Very well, I retract my earlier statement. How may I see my nephew? Upon completing the transaction, I shall naturally return him. If you wish for the police's scent seeker to assist in locating him, I have no objections, but I hope you can bear the consequences of such an action. Are you threatening me? This is merely a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I have scheduled an email regarding your affairs. Should my matters remain unresolved this weekend, or should I perish in the course of our transaction, many of your colleagues will be made aware of your situation. The email information of your colleagues is easily accessible. As you well know, all personnel information from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is publicly available online, both for the sake of oversight and inquiry. You truly are despicable. What of it? It is merely self-preservation. Unless, of course, you intend to kill me tomorrow. The thoughts in your mind are truly repugnant. Is there anything else you wish to say? One final demand. You must ensure my nephew remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Very well. I too have a question. Speak. Why do you keep such a foolish nephew? Were it not for him, you would never have been exposed. Coroner did not respond to this inquiry. His name faded to gray. Qin Xiang shrugged. What a cold-hearted department head. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. His fabricated sequence was finally coming together. Tomorrow, he would clarify matters regarding the money, and everything would nearly be resolved, ushering in a new chapter in life. Suddenly, a wave of tranquility washed over him. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard Wang Defa's shout, "Officer, it's late, and my internet CAF is about to close. What brings you here? A police raid?" Wang Defa loudly reminded him, and Qin Xiang instantly grasped the implication. He hurriedly cleared the browser history and attempted to access the surveillance footage. At that moment, he was taken aback. The surveillance screen was pitch black. The surveillance switch had been turned off by Wang Defa. Damn it, that miser is trying to save on electricity. I have no idea where the surveillance switch is. If the police were to suddenly discover the warehouse door unlocked and walk in to find Qin Xiang staring blankly at the dark screen, they would certainly suspect foul play. Just as Qin Xiang was growing anxious, his worst fear materialized. The warehouse door swung open, and it was not Wang Defa who entered. A silver-haired elder in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf and smoking a cigar, stepped inside. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, the elder's eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Qin Xiang met his gaze with a look of alarm. Though his heart was not truly racing, he believed that, as a mere boy of 17 or 18, he ought to appear startled upon the sudden entrance of another. And thus he maintained that facade. The warehouse was enveloped in a momentary silence, only interrupted by the footsteps outside and the faint crackling sound of an elder's cigar burning. Shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in police uniforms entered. "Detective Olaf, what brings you here?" "The warehouse was previously locked, yet today it is open, so I thought I might investigate for any unexpected findings." "Olaf, is he not the detective that Roy Laina warned herself to be cautious of?" The fact that this woman acknowledged his formidable methods implies that Olaf must be as capable, if not more so, than myself. A true expert reveals their caliber with a mere display of skill. In the fleeting moment of eye contact with Olaf, Qin Xiang discerned that this old fellow would be quite formidable. He anticipated encountering Olaf. Was the detective leading a late-night investigation into the 3 corpses found in the alley? Or was it the theft of divine relics? Or perhaps both? Qin Xiang's heart sank, prompting him to muster all his focus in preparation for the unfolding events. At that moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, offering a forced smile as he addressed Olaf. "Detective, what are you here to investigate this time? Do not move." Olaf did not respond to him, but issued a command directed at Qin Xiang. Obediently, Qin Xiang withdrew his hands from the mouse and keyboard, leaving behind a computer screen void of any activity. Approaching Qin Xiang, Olaf scrutinized the desktop, then opened the browser to find the history cleared. His gaze upon Qin Xiang immediately sharpened. "What are you doing here?" Qin Xiang stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Olaf examined Qin Xiang closely, noticing that his belt had indeed come undone. "Were you watching adult content?" Qin Xiang feigned a reluctance to meet Olaf's gaze, quickly averting his eyes to the ground. The act of unfastening his belt was the only maneuver he could execute swiftly, aiming to create an illusion that he had been browsing adult websites, thus justifying the deleted history. "Is this warehouse and computer yours?" Olaf refrained from pursuing the matter of adult content further, shifting his inquiry to other questions. Qin Xiang sensed trouble. This old man was indeed difficult to handle, maintaining absolute objectivity and composure despite his performance. This is Wang Defa's warehouse," Qin Xiang timidly admitted. Wang Defa, hearing his name, was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Qin Xiang to claim ownership of the warehouse to facilitate the police's departure. However, upon reflection, he realized that such a statement would be riddled with inconsistencies and could raise suspicions. In situations where honesty suffices, it is best to speak the truth. Thus, Wang Defa stepped forward, asserting, "This warehouse belongs to me." "Your warehouse? What purpose does it serve?" Wang Defa chuckled softly It is used for monitoring surveillance. Surveillance? Olaf noted the surveillance icon on the desktop, then clicked on it, only to find a blank screen. Why is it black? You are aware that we operate a modest business, and if there are no pressing matters, we turn off the surveillance to conserve electricity and reduce costs. I recognize that my actions are against regulations, and I shall reflect upon this. I promise never to repeat such behavior. Nevertheless, Olaf did not pursue Wang Defa's words. He appeared indifferent to the latter's infractions. Indeed, Wang Defa was committing numerous violations in running this internet CAF, so what significance did the lack of surveillance hold? His only concern lay with the young man seated before him and whether he bore any connection to the theft of divine relics. Olaf picked up the water cup from the table, tapped the ash from his cigar, and took another couple of puffs. Throughout this process, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Xiang. That stare evoked in Qin Xiang the sensation of being scrutinized by the divine presence outside his home, as if it intended to consume him. Olaf remained silent, yet his presence enveloped Qin Xiang in a profound sense of suffocation within the dark warehouse. Beads of sweat began to form on Qin Xiang's forehead, revealing a flicker of fear and guilt. This time, his trepidation was genuine. Chapter 36. The matter is not yet resolved. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? We are friends. Friends? How did you meet? Online. Through online dating. As Qin Xiang responded, he hesitated, his demeanor betraying a palpable sense of guilt. Olive took another puff from his cigar, resting his other hand before Qin Xiang, towering over him as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. What kind of friend? Qin Xiang cast a furtive glance at Wang Defa, quickly averting his gaze. Noting Qin Xiang's demeanor, Olive sensed a hint of fear towards Wang Defa and contemplated asking him to leave the warehouse. However, he was interrupted by Qin Xiang's barely audible confession. Every time we meet, he gives me money. After meeting, he gives you money? Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone was taken aback, including Olive, whose gaze momentarily froze. They all turned to Wang Defa with expressions of utter disgust and disdain. Wang Defa himself was bewildered, as if struck by a lightning bolt, rendered a soulless shell. What does this mean? Friends who exchange money after meeting? Is this some sort of shady transaction? What kind of person do they think I am? Wang Defa, dazed, scanned the room. Realizing the cold stares from Olive and the other officers filled him with a surge of innocence and fury. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Qin Xiang, grappling with how this teenager had conjured such a repulsive tale on the spot. Was it commonplace in the organization behind Qin Xiang for such transactions to occur, enabling him to speak so nonchalantly? But he had a wife and children. If this got out, his family would be shattered. He needed to maintain his distance from Qin Xiang. Despite the turmoil within him, reason dictated that he must continue to play along with Qin Xiang's narrative. If the truth about Qin Xiang were to leak, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Olive would not spare him, nor would the individuals behind Qin Xiang, nor his own backers. Refusing to assist Qin Xiang would lead him to a dead end, a path from which there was no return. Damn it, Wang Defa cursed inwardly. These 2 silver coins are indeed burning hot. Not just hot, but scalding. He never imagined that he would have to risk his entire reputation for this. With his face flushed, he exclaimed, "Don't believe him. He's just a poor kid. What could I possibly gain from him? This is slander." Utterly alarmist, Qin Xiang felt a slight relief. Wang Defa was indeed a cunning individual who quickly grasped his intentions. The more Wang Defa protested vehemently, the more those around them began to believe Qin Xiang's account. Even after stating that Wang Defa gave him money after each meeting, he fell silent, lowering his head and staring at his toes. With the implications of their relationship now apparent, it became clear why Qin Xiang was here at this late hour. He was waiting for Wang Defa to give him money. Olaf scrutinized Qin Xiang once more, noting the tattered state of his clothing, undeniably a mark of destitution. At the fringes of the safe zone, he had frequently encountered individuals willing to sacrifice everything for monetary gain. The absence of job opportunities rendered high school graduation a mere prelude to unemployment, leaving the source of sustenance a significant dilemma. He held no grounds for reproach, as he himself lived in comfort, oblivious to the hardships faced by those at the lower strata of society. Olaf inquired. Do your parents or family know about this matter? My parents are deceased, Chin replied. I live alone. Upon hearing this, Olaf became further convinced by the unspoken truths in Chin's words. With no parents and no other support, survival constituted a monumental challenge for him. The officers expressed sympathy for Chin's plight while condemning Wang Defa's actions. Yet, not one officer reached into their pockets to assist Chin with his basic needs. They possessed a moral compass, but it did not extend to the generosity of financial aid. Olaf extinguished his cigarette in a cup of water, withdrawing his hand from the table. Let us go home and rest, he declared. At that moment, a police officer promptly asked, Inspector, are we leaving this child here? Olaf glanced at the officer and queried, What? Are you willing to provide him with a meal? I am willing. The officer exclaimed, It's just a few copper coins. It's not beyond my means. A burly officer could no longer restrain himself, his conscience ultimately overcoming his fixation on money. Olaf continued, If you give him money this time, what about the next? Can you sustain him indefinitely? Perhaps. We could find him a job. At the edge of the safe zone, there are not merely thousands, but perhaps 5,000 individuals like him. Can you secure employment for each one? Listening to Olaf's words, the burly officer bowed his head. If you assist him in finding a job, you will invite a cascade of troubles upon yourself in the future. Remember, you are a police officer. Your primary duty is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Do not become overly entangled in matters beyond that. Otherwise, you may find yourself failing at all. With that, Olaf departed the warehouse, followed by the other officers. The burly officer cast one last glance at Chin Seong before gritting his teeth and hastening to join his colleagues. In the warehouse, only Chin Seong and Wang Defa remained. Chin's expression relaxed, while Wang's was one of palpable fury. Their eyes met, each harboring their own thoughts. Wang turned and approached the warehouse door, observing that the officers had already distanced themselves before shutting the door behind him. In the dimly lit warehouse, illuminated solely by the faint blue glow of the monitor, Chin Seong's face was brought into relief. Boss, you've gone a bit too far this time, Chin sighed. Wang Defa presumed Chin to be grappling with guilt for wronging him, unaware that Chin continued. This time, I evaded Olaf's scrutiny. But should he discover my registration as a sequence ability user in the administration, he is likely to harbor renewed suspicions. It is foreseeable that I will encounter considerable troubles ahead. Chin Seong shook his head. Tonight, I found myself compelled by Olaf, resorting to this rather inadequate tale merely to divert the attention of the police. The persona of a destitute orphan has already taken root in Olaf's mind. However, tomorrow he must meet Chien Wenda, and this weekend he is to register as a sequence ability user. Should Olaf come across Chin Seong's information at the Bureau of Sequence Ability Management, how could he possibly overlook the discrepancies? Yet, if Chin Seong were to forego this pretext, it is likely that Olaf would escort him back to the police station, thereby disrupting a series of his meticulously laid plans. There exists the grim possibility that a detention and investigation lasting 10 days to half a month could lead to Chien Wenda's foolish nephew perishing in an abandoned warehouse. From the tone of Chien Wenda, it is evident that this nephew holds considerable significance to him. Should his demise occur, Chien Wenda would likely pursue relentless vengeance, and the prospect of assisting in the fabrication of a sequence would be utterly out of the question. Chin Seong cannot abide such an outcome. Thus, he must choose the lesser of two evils. Observing Chin Seong's singular focus on his own predicament, Wang Defa lamented, Boss, you are in trouble. What of me? What shall become of my reputation? Chin Seong did not even cast him a glance. Your reputation is worth but a few copper coins. Chapter 37. Negotiations in the ruins upon returning. Chin Seong took a cold shower and quickly fell into slumber. The following morning, after consuming some leftover food, he hurriedly set out. On Friday, he had skipped school to search for someone at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, and thus had not brought back any meals from the cafeteria. He now faced the dilemma of what to eat over the weekend. However, he was not overly concerned about his meals, as he still had a few coins in his pocket. The copper coins he had acquired from the three robbers were sufficient for a couple of meals. Of course, he could not afford to squander them carelessly. As a destitute orphan, It would be rather inconsistent with his character to indulge in street food for 2 consecutive meals over the weekend. On Saturday morning, the streets were devoid of people. Most work at the periphery of the safe zone was conducted from Monday to Friday, with weekends reserved for rest. Given the impoverished nature of the residents here, weekends were typically spent in deep slumber, conserving energy and minimizing meals whenever possible, each saving a copper coin in the process, relishing the modest joy of accumulating a meager fortune. In such an environment, it was widely believed that only a fool would squander their energy wandering the streets during the weekend. Clearly, Qin Xiang was that fool. Each day he ventured out, gazing at the almost indistinguishable stars, traversing the uneven streets beneath dimly lit lamps. This monotonous existence had begun to wear on him. Were it not for the intriguing presence of Wen Shu, everything at the edge of the safe zone would have felt like muck, nauseating and foul. Even with Wen Shu, he could not fathom enduring a long-term life in this wretched place. Enduring in silence, biding his time. In his previous life, he had adopted this approach, only to be laid off and subsequently killed by hired thugs. In this life, the notion of long-term endurance had been discarded from his lexicon, unceremoniously tossed into the trash. While he could tolerate short-term hardship, prolonged suffering was simply out of the question. He lacked that kind of patience. Today, he aimed to settle matters with Qian Wenda. Next week, he intended to return to school as a formidable ability user. As for Olaf, that could wait. If all else failed, eliminating him might prove to be a viable solution. Braving the morning chill, Qin Xiang walked for over an hour until he arrived at the exit of Safe Zone 54320. The journey, typically taking over 2 hours by bus, was significantly shortened due to his enhanced speed following his ability upgrade. He reached the vicinity of a largely collapsed department store adjacent to the Safe Zone exit. The building had shattered around the 4th or 5th floor, its upper half leaning to one side, resembling a person with a severed neck. It brought to mind the posture of the individual he had slain, Kuin Chenglong, his head still attached to his shoulders, yet his cervical spine had been irrevocably severed. Qin Xiang chuckled softly as he stepped into the department store. Inside, the walls were in disarray, with plaster peeling away and steel reinforcement rods twisting out like roots. The staircase railing was rusted and chipped, making Qin Xiang reluctant to even touch it. The ground was strewn with gravel, coated in dust, and left unattended. With each step that Qin Xiang took, small fragments slipped from above. However, there were no cobwebs in this building, perhaps due to the frigid air near the safe zone's exit, dissuading even spiders from making this place their home. He carefully navigated over the peeling wall and stones on the staircase, leaping a few steps to ascend the dozen or so stairs, reaching the 2nd floor of the department store. There, he discovered that someone awaited him. The individual sat upon a chair with a broken leg, coldly observing Qin Xiang's arrival. Upon seeing him, the man stood, causing the chair to tip over due to its imbalance. Qin Xiang scrutinized him. He was of average height, clad in a gray wool coat and black trousers, with ordinary cloth shoes adorning his feet. His features were obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat, rendering him indistinct even to Qin Xiang's keen vision. This was of little consequence, as Qin Xiang himself was shrouded in the hood of his sweatshirt, confident that the man opposite could not discern his visage either. Nonetheless, the man's demeanor exuded the air of one accustomed to authority, a quality that could not be feigned. "You arrived quite early," Qin Xiang remarked casually, noting that their appointment was set for noon, yet it was only just past 8. "And you as well?" The two fell silent for a moment, refraining from pursuing the topic further. At that juncture, the man introduced himself, Director of the Information Department at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Chen Wendao. "I'm aware," Qin Xiang replied. "As a matter of courtesy, you should introduce yourself. There is no need for haste. I require your assistance, which guarantees that I will provide you with my personal information." Qin Xiang refrained from hastily divulging his details, determined to maintain control over the conversation. "Very well. I shall assist you in fabricating an identity. Provided you release my nephew, I shall forego the coin. This transaction poses no issues, correct? Afterward, we shall part ways and remain unrelated." "It was so before." "What do you mean by before? Have you changed your mind?" "I believe I may wish to pursue a more profound collaboration with you, Director Qian." That will not be necessary. Following this transaction, our relationship shall conclude. Qian Wendao exhibited no interest in Qin Xiang's proposal. He was solely intent on expediting the departure of this troublesome individual and reclaiming his nephew. Yet, the more resistant Qian became, the more Qin Xiang perceived him as a potential ally. Cautious and astute, he could indeed provide substantial support when the moment demanded it. Releasing your nephew would be a bargaining chip for my identity fabrication. But what of you, Director Qian? Me? I have emails that I routinely send to your colleagues at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Qian Wendao snorted dismissively. If this transaction is completed, do you truly think I would allow you to report me? Should I falter, you would share my demise. Oh, in that case, allow me to introduce myself. Qin Xiang's lips curled into a slight smile. Qin Xiang, a senior at Jiuan School. When he uttered the word student, Qian Wendao slowly nodded, a flicker of anger evident in his demeanor. Is it amusing to toy with me like this? Qian Wendao quickly concluded that Qin Xiang was not speaking the truth. It was well known that Jiuan School had never produced a single sequence ability user. Furthermore, how could a 17 or 18-year-old high school student possess such intricate scheming and formidable methods? Qian Wendao scoffed internally, utterly unconvinced. Qin Xiang, however, simply removed the hood of his sweatshirt, revealing his still youthful and somewhat innocent features. If you doubt me, you can wait at the entrance of Jiuan School on Monday morning and see for yourself whether I am indeed a student. Chapter 38. The deal. Gazing at Qin Xiang's visage, Qian Wendao ominously remarked, "Your face may not truly reflect your identity. Thus, can your sequence alter your appearance? Are you a trickster or perhaps a chameleon?" Qin Xiang scoffed disdainfully, suddenly unleashing violence. With a powerful kick against the ground, he instantaneously appeared behind Qian Wendao, swiftly removing the hat atop his head. Meanwhile, Qian Wendao remained frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Leaning close to Qian Wendao's ear, Qin Xiang whispered, "I regret to inform you, but you have misjudged. My sequence is offensive in nature, not the trivial nonsense you imagined. This face is indeed my true countenance." With a smirk, he donned the wide-brimmed hat upon his own head. A glimmer of shock reflected in Qian Wendao's drooping eyes, illuminated by the nearby street lamp. "You are truly a senior from Jiuan School. Indeed, the identity I require you to forge for me is precisely that." "How could that be? If you were a senior, then how could it be?" Qian Wendao gazed at Qin Xiang with renewed astonishment. "What force stands behind you?" Qin Xiang felt a sense of relief. At last, Qian Wendao, under his subtle guidance, began to entertain the idea of conjecture. "That is of no concern to you. I seek only to establish a deeper collaboration with Chief Qian." Qian Wendao realized that Qin Xiang's background was far more intricate than he had initially presumed. He had envisioned Qin Xiang as merely a solitary thief wandering into this realm, only to discover that he might well be a figure of considerable influence. Things appear to be spiraling out of control. Damn it, I should never have allowed my foolish nephew to acquire the silver coins. No, I should never have accepted this dubious business in the first place. During their inaugural conversation in the Isako chatroom, Qin Xiang had been enigmatic, and by the end, Qian Wendao was still oblivious to who had referred him to undertake the forgery. Though he sensed something amiss, he adopted a nonchalant attitude and refrained from probing further. Now, reflecting on his previous actions, everything seemed riddled with peculiarities. Truly foolish, utterly absurd. Qian Wendao chastised himself repeatedly for his avaricious behavior. It seemed he had entangled himself in a matter of great consequence. Grinding his teeth in frustration, yet feeling too intimidated to confront Qin Xiang, he inquired, "When you speak of continuing the collaboration, are you referring to yourself or to the entities behind you?" "I am merely myself," Qin Xiang replied, his gaze deepening with solemnity. "I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Upon hearing this, Qian Wendao suddenly realized that Qin Xiang might not only be a prominent figure of a vast power, but perhaps a pivotal character within it. "What manner of collaboration do you propose?" "We shall address future matters in due course. For now, please assist me with the task at hand." Qin Xiang chose not to elaborate further. Qian Wendao was no fool. He was not easily deceived. The more one spoke, the greater the risk of complications. By next Monday, I require the identity of a sequence ability user. I will send you the information via your nephew's phone. Once the job is completed, I will ensure his safe return. From now on, I will communicate with you through your nephew's phone. All right. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is the phone number verified with real name registration?" Qian Wenda furrowed his brow, a hint of curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Have you never used a mobile phone?" It seemed inconceivable that a pivotal figure within a formidable faction would be ignorant of such a commonplace matter. "I have indeed never utilized such a device, which is typically favored by the less fortunate," Qin Xiang replied coldly, appearing rather indifferent. Qian Wenda immediately grasped the essence of the situation. The youth before him had once been a privileged heir. His communications had been facilitated by his subordinates, rendering him unfamiliar with mobile phones. Just how elevated was Qin Xiang's status? Even Qian Wenda, who commanded considerable influence at the fringes of the safe zone, felt a momentary uncertainty. The absence of real name registration meant that anyone could wield a number. Very well. Qin Xiang promptly activated the phone, captured a selfie, and subsequently dispatched his information along with the photograph to the number he referred to as Uncle before erasing the message. "Once you've accomplished this, inform me, and I shall retrieve the certificate from your administration." With that, Qin Xiang did not await Qian Wenda's response and exited the department store. Qian Wenda scrutinized the information Qin Xiang had sent, his brow furrowing deeper. This address. It appeared to be on the very edge of the safe zone. An orphan? With such a background, awakening a sequence ability would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. It was evident, even to a fool, that there was something awry. Had this been a previous client, Qian Wenda might not have been overly concerned. However, Qin Xiang was evidently a person of significant power, someone he could not afford to offend. Thus, he promptly dialed the number. "Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't wandered too far, have you? Come back. We need to discuss this further." After Qin Xiang hung up, he realized that Qian Wenda was hesitant to speak freely over the phone, likely fearing surveillance, and thus retraced his steps. "Qin Xiang, your current address is utterly unsuitable. A location that could facilitate the awakening of a sequence ability will surely attract many curious eyes. It's far too conspicuous. I fear that numerous individuals will grow interested in your true identity." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a twinge of concern. He had indeed overlooked what Qian Wenda had pointed out. The department head was remarkably astute. "What do you suggest I do? My current identity is that of a poor orphan, and if my address were in a more affluent area, it would also raise suspicions." "You have a point. That is indeed a dilemma." Qian Wenda paced thoughtfully, his eyes darting back and forth, and remarked, "If all else fails, we could simply label you as a drifter." "A drifter?" "Yes, a drifter. You are a wandering orphan, though it does not necessarily mean you must be without shelter. It is quite plausible to reside in a benevolent household within the prosperous areas of the safe zone, living without want. Residing with kind-hearted individuals hardly qualifies as drifting, does it? It's close enough, at least more reliable than your current address. There have been instances of drifters awakening sequences in relatively affluent areas, though they're typically bankrupt tycoons or illegitimate offspring cast out by their families." Qin Xiang contemplated this further, "But the people around me are aware that I reside on the outskirts of the safe zone. If they perceive my information as that of a vagrant, might they find it troublesome? What about those around you? Those ants from Juan school? They cannot awaken the sequence. So how could they possibly know your registration details? But what if? It is prudent to ensure absolute security." Qian Wenda contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Since you harbor such concerns, perhaps you should sell or even burn your house, truly embodying the essence of a homeless individual." Qin Xiang crossed his arms and pondered for a while, finding Qian Wenda's suggestion quite reasonable. The term vagrant could obscure numerous issues and alleviate many of his troubles. Very well, let it be so. Chapter 39. To the Administration Bureau, the process of buying and selling houses is excessively protracted, and it inevitably leaves a trail of transactional records, rendering it a rather unwise option for Qin Xiang. Thus, the monetary proposition presented by Qian Wenda was, in essence, a singular choice. Upon returning home, He meticulously wrapped the unseemly handful of copper coins in a cloth bag, took a food container, along with his residence permit, and then set his house ablaze. Qin Xiang's dwelling was situated at the periphery of the safety zone, where few resided, and no developers would venture into this desolate area to undertake substantial projects in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Consequently, the vicinity comprised solely of single-story bungalows, spaced apart from one another. The conflagration of Qin Xiang's home did not jeopardize the safety of others. It barely stirred the slumbering neighbors next door. And thus, it was done. With the unintentional destruction of his home, Qin Xiang became, quite literally, a homeless wanderer. Yet, even in his state of vagrancy, he sought a place to rest. After wandering for an extended period and finding himself without a destination, he ultimately returned to Wang Defe's internet CAF. Upon seeing Qin Xiang again, Wang Defe's initial trepidation had dissipated, replaced by a sense of resignation and a torrent of grievances. He muttered under his breath, "What kind of boss is this? Clearly, he's a harbinger of doom. Sigh, why did I ever engage with him?" Despite his inner dissatisfaction, when he spoke with Qin Xiang after leaving the CF, he donned a polite facade once more. "Boss, what brings you here again? I wish to stay in your internet CAFS storage for a while. It should only be for a few days, and once I finalize my registration, securing a place should not be too difficult." What? Wang Defe's body trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief. "I said, I want to stay here for a time. But, boss, if the police come for an inspection again, what am I to say? Whatever I said last time will suffice for this occasion as well." Wang Defe shook his head vigorously. "No, boss, this simply won't do. Last time was an emergency, I can understand that. But you cannot persist in this manner. I have a wife and children. If they learn about our situation, how can I fulfill my duties as a husband and father?" Qin Xiang shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think I desire this? Surely you do not believe that our rumored relationship benefits me at your expense?" Wang Defe's expression contorted as if he had just scrubbed the floor for a decade. I'm not implying you're taking advantage. We are both a loss, correct? It's a mutual detriment. Enough with the idle chatter. Should you refuse me a place to sleep here, I shall simply take refuge in your home." "What? You are being unreasonable. Spare me the lectures." Qin Xiang felt no inclination to engage further with Wang Defe, directly opening the storage door. He shook the dust from the carpet and settled down to rest. Wang Defe, at a loss for words, could only sigh in silence as he closed the door behind Qin Xiang. "What on earth is this situation?" he muttered irritably as he departed. Lying on the floor of the storage room, Qin Xiang too felt a sense of resignation. At present, he finds himself yearning for the comfort of his own bed. One can only hope that Qian Wenda can expedite matters. This wretched place is unbearable even for a single night. After enduring a night of restless slumber, Qin Xiang awoke the following morning around 6, roused by the cold, unyielding floor that left his back aching. Despite his robust physique, he was unaccustomed to sleeping on the ground. Truly, it was a discomfort akin to torture, with a hint of morning grumpiness. Qin Xiang splashed water on his face and opened his phone, only to discover an unread message. "All set. Meet at the Serial Ability Management Bureau, number 14121. This Sunday at 8 a.m. with your resident certificate." The source of the message was none other than his uncle, Qian Wenda, my esteemed head of finance. Qin Xiang was nearly propelled into a leap of joy. Qian Wenda was indeed reliable, resolving his affairs on the very same day. Eagerly, he turned to the computer beside him, designated for monitoring surveillance, and searched for directions to the Serial Ability Management Bureau. It appeared to be about 6 bus stops away, so he decided to set off immediately. Qin Xiang committed the route to memory, cleared the browser history, and stowed his belongings in the drawer of the desk, taking only his resident certificate before departing the warehouse. He walked 4 stops along the main road, then veered into a narrow path, continuing for 10 minutes before turning onto another main road, where he walked for another half hour. At last, he arrived at the Serial Ability Management Bureau, which stood as a formidable 3-story square building, its exterior adorned in gray paint. The streetlights cast a dim, shadowy glow upon the structure, imbuing the already solemn edifice with an air of intimidation. To Qin Xiang, this dark hue was intriguing. He never imagined that a place he once dared not glance at would now welcome him in a playful manner for their first encounter. Observing the empty streets and the gray facade of the building, he felt a wave of reflection wash over him. There were no guards stationed at the entrance of the bureau, for all personnel within were awakened individuals possessing serial abilities. Thieves and any ne'er-do-wells would not dare to seek trouble here. In fact, for an ordinary person to approach the bureau required considerable courage. Otherwise, one could easily fall victim to a misfiring serial ability wielder with no recourse for grievance. According to the edicts of the United Government, should a serial ability wielder kill an ordinary person, neither the local police, prosecutor's office, nor courts possess the authority to adjudicate. Such cases must be referred to the Serial Ability Management Bureau for resolution. However, the outcome of these resolutions typically involves escalating the serial ability wielder's quota for hunting deities, under the guise of contributing to the safety zone's continued welfare, a means of penance. Yet, it is well understood that even without penalties, serial ability wielders are bound to engage in deity hunting within the safety zones. This practice serves to indirectly shield the serial ability wielders from repercussions. Despite their privileges, no one dares voice discontent. Firstly, the awakening of individuals with sequence abilities is entirely arbitrary. No one is born as a sequence wielder. It can be asserted that the ascent of this privileged class is remarkably transparent. Secondly, sequence wielders possess the capacity to vanquish deities, embodying humanity's hope. To dare to strip sequence wielders of their privileges is tantamount to depriving humanity of the opportunity to venture beyond the safety zone. Such an accusation would be unbearable for anyone. Consequently, in the outskirts of the safety zone, sequence wielders are revered as divine entities, eliciting both awe and trepidation from all. However, the United Government does not bestow unfettered privileges upon sequence wielders. The act of killing ordinary citizens is met with severe repercussions. Nonetheless, sequence wielders are strictly prohibited from taking the lives of students and public officials. Students represent the future nurtured by the United Government, while public officials are the cornerstone of its governance. Should a sequence wielder slay either of these two groups, they would face stringent legal consequences. Under such constraints, public animosity towards the privileges of sequence wielders diminishes. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, a relatively stable yet distorted social structure has emerged. Qin Xiang ascended the steps and pushed open the black wooden door of the Administration Bureau. Chapter 40. Registration Sequence. As Qin Xiang pushed open the door, he was immediately taken aback by the sight within. He had anticipated that the interior of the Sequence Management Bureau would mirror its exterior, mundane, tedious, and shrouded in an air of mystery. To his astonishment, his assumption was utterly misguided. The interior of the bureau was resplendent, adorned with opulence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a gilded foyer, meticulously arranged with an array of antique decorations, each accompanied by a corresponding description. Qin Xiang found himself captivated, examining ancient coins for the Huagua civilization, pyramid-shaped bricks, and manuscripts from artists of a millennium past. These artifacts, rich in cultural and historical significance, radiated an alluring charm under the glow of incandescent lights. Navigating past the foyer, he entered the heart of the bureau. Remarkably, the building lacked corridors and a reception area. He stepped through the threshold and was directly met with the expansive interior. Spanning over 1,000 square meters on the ground floor, only a handful of desks were arranged, each equipped with 3 computers, 1 standard desktop and 2 laptops. This was his first encounter with laptops since his rebirth, yet he found himself surrounded by dozens of them. Adjacent to this workspace was a coffee bar, offering an assortment of complimentary beverages, with a staff member expertly crafting hand-poured coffee at the counter. Some individuals were engaged in lively conversations over coffee, while others rested their chins on their hands, idly browsing through various materials. And several wandered aimlessly through the vast office space. Despite the building's 3 stories, the ground floor seemed devoid of ceiling, as the entire overhead was illuminated by a soft, white light. Whether it was incandescent or energy efficient, Qin Xiang could not discern. However, the bulbs were shielded by a matte lampshade, casting a daylight-like brilliance throughout the bureau's first floor. Not the artificial brightness of a school, but the genuine light of a sunlit day. Qin Xiang stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. The decor of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau conveyed a singular message. This was a realm reserved for the privileged. While he aimlessly surveyed the interior, a familiar figure descended the staircase from the second floor. Qin Xiang, you've arrived, Qian Winda greeted him warmly. Today, he had forsaken his understated woolen coat for a crisp azure suit. Clad in this attire, Qian Winda exuded the vitality of a successful individual. Even his ordinarily lackluster, drooping eyes now hinted at the aloofness of an upper-echelon figure. Qian Winda's personal welcome drew the attention of the Bureau's personnel, who turned their gazes toward Qin Xiang, eager to discern the identity of this unexpected visitor. Yet, no one could decipher his presence. Qin Xiang's tattered clothing, disheveled trousers, and sandals exposing his toes spoke volumes of his humble circumstances. By all rational standards, Qian Winda would scarcely acknowledge someone who had fortuitously awakened to his sequence. Director Qin Xiang bowed respectfully before Qian Winda, demonstrating his deference in front of his subordinates. Come, let us ascend and converse. Very well. Qin Xiang stepped forward, ascending the staircase crafted from dark gray stone slabs. Welcomed warmly by Qian Winda as he made his way to the second floor. The second floor, akin to the first, exuded spaciousness, with a ceiling adorned by soft white lights. However, unlike the first floor, it lacked desks, featuring only sporadically placed genuine leather sofas, coffee tables, snacks, and 4 offices situated in the corners. Qian Winda led Qin Xiang into the office in the northwest corner, cautiously closing the door and drawing the blinds. This office is the sole sanctuary within the entire building, where we can speak freely, Qian Winda declared directly, to which Qin Xiang nodded in agreement. He refrained from questioning why this place was deemed safe, entirely trusting Qian Winda's prudence. He would never make baseless claims, perhaps feeling more assured in his domain. Qian Winda appeared considerably more relaxed during their conversation today than he had the previous day. To be honest, I have always exercised caution. I have never made a mistake in this endeavor. It was only last time, due to a lack of time, that I had my nephew retrieve the money, and, unfortunately, that led to your capture. Even the wisest can err, Director Qian. No one is infallible, and there are no impenetrable matters, Qin Xiang replied, affirming the truth in his words. Qian Winda retrieved a blue booklet from his drawer, handing it to Qin Xiang. Please confirm that the information is accurate. The cover of the blue booklet read Registered Ability User Certificate, with a subtitle indicating it was issued by the Ability User Management Bureau. Qin Xiang glanced inside and found his own information. Ability User Number 00009-527. Sequence: Phantom Assassin. Residence: Wanderer. Why is my number so high? To his knowledge, the membership of the Godslayer camp exceeded 1 million. It was improbable for him to possess a number in the 9,000s. The previous holder of this number has passed away. The number was recycled and assigned to you. Ah, that is acceptable. What about your residence? Resolved. Qian Winda did not inquire how Qin Xiang had managed this. These two meticulous individuals shared a profound trust in one another. This booklet serves as your identification. I previously lacked your fingerprint. Now that you are here, we shall input it into the system. Do not doubt me. This is all conducted according to protocol. Understood. Qin Xiang pressed his thumbs onto the fingerprint scanner, while Qian Winda tapped a few keys on the keyboard. All set. You are now a formal ability user. Authorized to log into the Godslayer camp and access the ability user information section to view details of all legally registered users. What about my account password? I will send it to your phone. You can change the password yourself. If you forget it, you must present this registered ability user certificate at the Bureau and verify your fingerprint to reset it. It's quite cumbersome, so do not forget. Additionally, you can rest assured about your sequence. The joint government stipulates that an ability user will not be tested a second time until convicted. Thus, your identity is now officially recorded. Before you stir up any trouble, you shall remain beyond reproach. Very well, thank you. Your nephew. I shall release him as soon as I step outside. Ah, thank you. Director Qian, allow me to clarify. although I will set him free the possessions he carries. I understand. This serves as his lesson. You may keep them. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Listening to Director Qian's dismissal, Qin Xiang pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, I have one more question to pose. Please go ahead. Director Qian, given your position in such an establishment, why would you concern yourself over a mere silver coin? Director Qian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. It appears you truly have little understanding of money. He seemed to regard Qin Xiang as a fallen noble, yet Qin Xiang offered no rebuttal. A single silver coin has an exchange rate of 10,000 copper coins. Though such transactions are rarely made, the market value typically hovers around 12,000 copper coins. My monthly salary as the head of this bureau amounts to a mere 1,550 copper coins. An unexpected bonus could equal more than half a year's wages. As for the working environment you mentioned, this belongs to the United Government, not to me. Chapter 41, The Previous Night. After leaving the Administration Bureau, Qin Xiang took a detour to the warehouse, where Qian Wenda's nephew was detained. Upon opening the door, he was relieved to see the frail young man securely bound. He had harbored concerns that the individual might perish in the warehouse, leaving him unable to provide an account to Qian Wenda. The young man, his eyes covered, was unaware that it was Qin Xiang who had arrived. With a rag stuffed in his mouth, he was unable to utter a sound. Qin Xiang approached him, removed the blindfold, and extracted the cloth from his mouth. This is your uncle's call, he said, placing the phone by the young man's ear. Uncle, it's me. Despite having been deprived of food for 2 days, the frail youth managed to emit a robust cry for help upon hearing Qian Wenda's voice. Qin Xiang inwardly marveled at the resilience of those with sequence abilities, noting their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. What did you say, Uncle? You're sending him the phone? And the things in my backpack? There are my sequence potions in there. Uncle, you... Yes, I understand. The young man, who had initially been animated, suddenly wilted, losing his spirit like a frostbitten eggplant. On the other end of the line, Qian Wenda's fervent reprimands echoed. After silently enduring several minutes of scolding, he relayed to Qin Xiang, Uncle wants you to take the call. Hello, Section Chief Qian. All right, yes, fine. Just let him go. Understood, Section Chief Qian. See you. Qin Xiang hung up and proceeded to sever the ropes binding the young man. Noticing the young man's fingers twitch, Qin Xiang issued a friendly warning. It would be wise not to employ your theft skill to pilfer anything from my pockets. Your uncle should have advised you against complicating matters. Should you provoke any further trouble, it will come at an additional cost. Do you comprehend? Listening to Qin Xiang's words, the young man clenched his teeth, bowing his head in silence. Once Qin Xiang confirmed that the young man could move freely, he turned to leave without exchanging any parting pleasantries. He deemed it prudent to avoid prolonging his gaze upon such a fool. It was better to keep his distance. As Qin Xiang made his way home, it suddenly struck him that his residence had been reduced to ashes, rendering him homeless. With no other option, he headed toward the warehouse adjacent to Wang Defa's internet CAF. This time, Wang Defa remained seated at the bar, merely nodding helplessly at Qin Xiang as he watched him slip into his own warehouse. Wang Defa muttered under his breath, "That's my warehouse." Upon entering, Qin Xiang promptly opened the Godslayer camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. He then accessed the Sequence Ability Information section, perusing the details. The director of the education office in the 14121 area, Zhou Xing, was likely Zhou Yang's uncle. He had awakened to the sequence of soft body. Qin Xiang felt a sense of bewilderment. What kind of sequence was this? One he had never heard of before. He conducted another search. The skill softening allowed the user to transform their body into a pliable state for 5 minutes. What a dismal sequence this is. No wonder, despite his awakening, Zhou Yang has not received much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau. It turns out he is merely a useless sequence ability wielder. Individuals who awaken their sequence abilities at the periphery of the safe zone are often like Zhou Xing, of little value. However, with the enhancement of physical prowess that comes from possessing a sequence ability, Zhou Xing's strength surpasses that of the average person, affording him some degree of privilege. Qin Xiang continued to examine others he knew. Roylina, a Level 2 officer from the police department, possesses the sequence Sincere. Indeed, it is a fabricated sequence. Qian Wenda, head of the Area 14121 Management Bureau, has the sequence Mimicry and the skill Liquefaction, which allows him to dissolve his body in water for 10 minutes. The water source sequence appears rather intriguing. Regrettably, the information panel here only displays skills of sequence level 1. After searching the forum, he found no additional skills related to mimicry, making it quite enigmatic. The rarity of Qian Wenda's sequence suggests it significantly contributes to his position as a department head. Even though officials of the Management Bureau do not need to venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities. A head with a mimicry sequence sounds far more impressive than one with a soft body sequence. Qin Xiang then delved into the sequence of Olaf. A Level 1 detective transferred 6 months ago from the Area 14121 Police Bureau. Olaf sequences Scales, with its skills kept confidential. This Scales sequence is also a first encounter for Qin Xiang. He searched within the Godslayer camp for quite some time, but found no information at all. He could only see a few exclusive chat groups for Scales sequence wielders. Qin Xiang promptly registered an account to infiltrate this Scales group, hoping to uncover its truths and at least learn what Olaf's skills entail. However, when he sought the group number, he was immediately deterred by the group name. Changdong Safe Zone Management Bureau Police Court Personnel Discussion Group. After a moment's reflection, he realized that his computer's network login address was entirely concealed, so there was no need for alarm. Joining the group to peruse the relevant materials before exiting would leave no trace of his identity. He clicked the button to add the group, only to be met with a dialog box. Verification question. Please provide your Management Bureau number, Police Bureau number, or court number. Qin Xiang shook his head, resigning himself to abandon the attempt. It seems that the Scales sequence is exclusive to public servants. The matter of Olaf loomed over Qin Xiang like a dark cloud, casting a shadow of oppression upon him. Nevertheless, despite this pressure, if he wishes to attend university for the exclusive education of sequence wielders, he must register his sequence identity with the Management Bureau within 6 months. He would inevitably cross paths with Olaf sooner or later. For now, he decided to let it be. Today had yet to pass, so there was no need to worry excessively about tomorrow. He deleted the browser history and then opened several adult websites. After fast-forwarding through a few moments and leaving behind dozens of browser records, he lay back down on the floor, preparing to drift into slumber. It had been 2 days since his last shower. He planned to wash up in the school restroom when no one was around tomorrow. However, if a teacher from his school were to catch him, he would likely face a stern reprimand for neglecting his studies, having the audacity to take a shower during class hours. Qin Xiang lay on the floor, gazing at the dust-laden ceiling of the warehouse while contemplating tomorrow's arrangements. According to the God-slaying camp, if any students were to awaken their sequence abilities, the Management Bureau would notify their respective schools to ensure they do not miss the sequence ability assessment following the college entrance examination. Thus, my esteemed principal must already be aware of my awakening sequence abilities. If that is the case, tomorrow holds the promise of unbridled freedom, does it not? Chapter 42. Joyful moments at school. Awakening in the early morning. The world outside the warehouse remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight. Yet, Qin Xiang's heart brimmed with warmth. Today marked the finest day since his rebirth, surpassing even the day of his awakening sequence. Without a bag in hand, he grasped his lunchbox and departed the warehouse directly. The path to school felt both familiar and unfamiliar, illuminated repeatedly by the glow of street lamps. At last, he arrived at the school entrance. Today, the principal stood at the school gate once more, but not for a routine inspection. Observing the hastily crafted handwritten banner, Qin Xiang understood that the principal had come early solely to welcome him. The principal's demeanor was notably humble today, as he proactively greeted each student. Qin Xiang initially pondered the principal's change in attitude, but upon closer inspection, he quickly comprehended the reason. Clutching a photograph, the principal appeared to be identifying each student entering the campus, searching for Qin Xiang. Unfamiliar with Qin Xiang, he adopted a cordial approach to avoid offending this newly awakened individual, hoping to leave a favorable impression. He had forgotten that during his last inspection at the school gate, A student who had failed to greet him was reprimanded by a nearby teacher. Unfortunately, the principal's display was merely a performance for the blind, as Qin Xiang was not swayed by such theatrics. Stripped of his sequence abilities, he was still no ordinary senior. He approached the principal, eyeing the red banner at the entrance. Warm congratulations to our senior student Qin Xiang for becoming a sequence ability wielder. The letters were awkwardly scrawled, barely decipherable. Qin Xiang recognized the fabric of the banner. It had been used during the oath-taking ceremony months prior, still bearing a stain from a night bird's droppings that had landed there during the principal's speech. The school indeed appeared rather shabby. Perhaps they had not anticipated the need for the banner elsewhere. Beneath the banner stood a throng of students, all curious about the historic figure, Qin Xiang. As he approached the principal, their eyes met. Principal Li Tianming scrutinized the photograph provided by the administration, then glanced at Qin Xiang, quickly recognizing him as their pride. Qin Xiang. "Ah, Mr. Qin, you've arrived. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence abilities." The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. "So he's Qin Xiang? He doesn't seem to come from a well-off family. Lower your voices. He is a sequence ability wielder. If he can awaken, does that mean I might have a chance to?" Li Tianming extended his hands, eager to shake Qin Xiang's hand. Qin Xiang slightly leaned to the side, initially intending to grant the principal this courtesy. However, after a moment's reflection, he chose instead to maintain his posture, one hand clutching the lunchbox while the other remained in his pocket, offering no response. Li Tianming's expression momentarily froze, his brows slightly furrowing as he scrutinized Qin Xiang. "Qin, would you accompany me to the principal's office for a brief discussion? You are the pride of our Jiuan school, and the institution holds you in high regard." A nearby teacher nodded enthusiastically, adding, "Indeed, Qin, we have prepared some gift to celebrate your awakening sequence. The faculty is immensely proud of your progress." As he spoke, he stepped forward to grasp Qin Xiang's sleeve, wearing a sycophantic smile as he lavished praise upon him. Turning his head, Qin Xiang realized it was the grade director who had troubled him earlier. Even such an unrelated figure felt compelled to ingratiate himself. How many more would flock to him in the future? A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Xiang's eyes as he inquired, "Proud? Do you recall what we discussed previously?" The director paused, perplexed, struggling to remember any interaction with Qin Xiang. After a long moment, he asked, "You were my student?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Indeed, it was a trivial matter. Someone of your stature could hardly be expected to remember. Yet, I still feel quite displeased. If one does not savor the awakening sequence, then what was the point of awakening?" With that, Qin Xiang swung his lunchbox and lightly struck the director's face, producing a dull thud as the teacher fell to the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the director stumbled to his feet, bewildered and covering his face. Having had experience with violence, Qin Xiang was adept at controlling his strength. The slap lacked force but was sufficient to intimidate those around him. Witnessing Qin Xiang's sudden outburst, Principal Li Tianming's eyes flickered with confusion. Nearby, a student whispered, "Are all sequence abilities this violent?" "Violent?" A faint smile graced Qin Xiang's lips. Had I truly been violent, that slap would have sent the director's head soaring to the rooftop of the teaching building. Discarding the mangled lunchbox into a trash bin, he surveyed the silent crowd around him. "I prefer the tranquility of campus life," he remarked before striding away. As Qin Xiang entered the classroom, many stood outside, watching him. He settled into a corner seat, gazing at the starry sky for a moment, reflecting on the beauty of life before turning his attention back to the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him, her gaze a mix of profound fear and subtle affection. Noticing Qin Xiang's glance, she rose from her seat and approached him. In a coy tone, she asked, "Qin Xiang, I acknowledge my previous faults. Can we start anew?" Perhaps fearing rejection, Li Jingwen continued, "I realize I have not acted well, but we have shared moments together. I promise to heed your words henceforth. I will no longer associate with Zhou Yang. He was merely a substitute in my eyes. I still cherish the moments when you cared for me." Qin Xiang was at a loss as to how Li Jingwen could articulate such sentiments. In his view, the relationship between the two was unmistakably clear. Li Jingwen was not the kind of naive fool that Qian Wenda's nephew was. What was she truly thinking? Qin Xiang found himself perplexed. Perhaps humans are indeed a rather absurd species, clinging to a glimmer of hope and daring to try even when the chances seem non-existent. What if it actually works? As Qin Xiang pondered, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand, bashfully admitting her fault. However, her attempts to act cute in Qin Xiang's eyes felt akin to serving him a dish of excrement. A classmate who once sought to harm him was now attempting to ingratiate herself, truly mistaking herself for a fool. Qin Xiang could no longer endure it. Once Li Jingwen graduated from high school, shedding the protective veil of student status, he vowed to pay a visit to her home and confront her family directly. With a smile, Qin Xiang grasped Li Jingwen's hand, causing her to panic momentarily before her gaze softened, believing that he had forgiven her. Yet, Qin Xiang leaned closer to her ear and whispered gently, "I have no issue with you. However, your uncle in the underworld might have some objections." Chapter 43. The cafeteria incident. Li Jingwen stood frozen in place, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kun Chenglong was dead. How could he have perished at the hands of Qin Xiang? She dared not glance back at Qin Xiang, yet her mind raced with terror. When had he killed Kun Chenglong? Kun Chenglong, accompanied by a band of thugs, was certainly someone Qin Xiang could not have vanquished alone. If he had not awakened his sequence ability, he would have surely met his demise at Kun Chenglong's hands. Therefore, it must have been only after his awakening that he was able to kill Kun Chenglong. Had he not just awakened his sequence ability this past weekend? However, Kun Chenglong had long been missing, making the timeline utterly incongruous. Could it be that Qin Xiang had awakened his powers long before and had been masquerading as an ordinary person all this time? What could be his motive for such a charade? To kill me? No, I am a student. Even those with sequence abilities cannot kill indiscriminately. What then? To exact revenge upon me? Li Jingwen's thoughts spiraled into an abyss of uncertainty, venturing far beyond the safe confines of her mind. Soon, fear seeped into her very essence. At that moment, she felt her body, which seemed on the verge of separating from her soul, move involuntarily. She looked down to find Qin Xiang gently squeezing her hand. Unable to meet his gaze, she nonetheless discerned the warmth of a smile in his gentle tone. "What is wrong? Do you not wish to reconcile with me?" Li Jingwen shuddered and swiftly withdrew her hand, her complexion ashen, paralyzed with trepidation. Qin Xiang ceased to engage her further, rising from his seat and preparing to leave. Before exiting the classroom, he glanced back at Li Jingwen and remarked, "I thought you would say that all of this was to test my feelings for you." To Li Jingwen's friends, this statement appeared to encourage her to pursue Qin Xiang further. However, to Li Jingwen, it felt like a devilish whisper. As Qin Xiang departed, her friends immediately converged around her. "Jingwen, Qin Xiang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him?" "Yes, you used to encourage him in the same manner. Didn't you? Just make one more effort, and you could become the woman of a sequence ability wielder." Qin Xiang's awakening of his powers far surpasses Zhou Yang's. Their exhortations struck a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's already fractured consciousness. "No!" Li Jingwen shouted, and in the midst of her friend's astonished expressions, she bolted out of the room. "Jingwen, where are you going?" "Don't worry, she must be going after Qin Xiang." "Oh, that makes sense. Do you think if Li Jingwen marries Qin Xiang, we would benefit somehow?" "I see no issue with that. After all, we hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. If she dares to treat us poorly, we shall inform Qin Xiang." "That sounds reasonable." "Ha. Brighter days are surely ahead." Qin Xiang glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning, and the cafeteria had opened its doors. Upon leaving the classroom, he did not proceed directly to the library, but instead made his way to the cafeteria to satiate his hunger. The cafeteria had always served breakfast, yet Qin Xiang had never had the chance to indulge. The school regulations dictated that students were entitled to complimentary lunch and dinner. However, breakfast, a rather luxurious treat, was exclusively available to the faculty and administrative staff. Yet today, he could partake in this rare delight. As Qin Xiang entered the cafeteria, he found a considerable number of teachers and school leaders already seated, congregated in small groups, discussing the remarkable achievement of their record-breaking student. The moment they saw Qin Xiang, their animated conversations abruptly ceased, and they turned to observe him in silence. The incident involving the grade director had spread like wildfire, and thus the looks exchanged among the teachers were no longer filled with disdain or irritation towards him, the orphan, but rather with an unmistakable trepidation. A bespectacled teacher rose and approached him with a smile. "Chin, you are the pride of our class. What would you like to eat? Allow me to assist you." This refined teacher was none other than Chin Seong's homeroom teacher. Due to Chin Seong's impoverished background and lack of familial support to curry favor, his homeroom teacher had relegated him to a corner seat at the back of the classroom, out of sight and out of mind. Thus, witnessing this teacher's eager attempts to flatter him elicited a bemused reaction from Chin Seong. He had little patience for idle pleasantries with someone he barely knew. "Get lost," he coldly retorted before striding towards the serving counter. The homeroom teacher, seemingly unwilling to miss the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the emerging student of power, took a few steps closer, disregarding the disdainful glances from his colleagues. "Chin, I acknowledge that I have not been the best teacher." Before he could finish, Chin Seong seized his tray and swung it at the teacher's face. The resounding clang of metal striking flesh echoed through the cafeteria, and the teacher collapsed to the side. Had you been patient and willing to engage in a civil discussion, this could have been avoided, Chin Seong thought. The other teachers swallowed hard, filled with a deep-seated fear of Chin Seong's violent outburst. Was he expected to patiently engage in reasoned discourse? What had he actually uttered? Merely a command to leave him be? This was merely Chin Seong's method of resolving troubles. With two teachers who sought to befriend him dispatched in such a brutal fashion, any others contemplating approaching him would likely reconsider. He harbored a profound sense of distrust and hostility towards those drawn to him by his newly awakened abilities. To dispel this swarm of flies, there was no method more effective than physical confrontation. Moreover, in this world, those endowed with extraordinary abilities were regarded as deities. His actions could easily be misinterpreted as the triumph of the underdog, serving as a mask for his true intentions. To the teachers, Chin Seong's ascent to prominence appeared filled with aggression, a sentiment that could be understood given his tender age of 18, a youth untouched by the harsh realities of life, thus lacking the finesse that experience brings. A direct slap in the face from a true rogue was preferable to the false hopes offered by a hypocrite who would ultimately toy with one's fate. Chin Seong stood before the food service window, where the plump lady who generously served him extra portions each day was so startled that she dropped her ladle onto the floor. "Madam, could you please prepare 3 servings of breakfast for me to take away?" In the cafeteria, only school administrators were permitted to use disposable takeout containers, a small privilege that Chin Seong had now acquired, albeit without formal approval. "Oh, certainly, I will serve you right away." The lady hurriedly picked up the ladle from the ground, only to realize she had forgotten to wash it. She quickly apologized and fetched a new ladle. Once she had filled the containers and managed a strained smile while handing them to Chin Seong, he returned her gesture with a gentle smile. "There's no need to be flustered. Your kindness towards me is well remembered." He then turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, "There is a matter I hope you will convey to the principal." Chapter 44. Gratitude and retribution. Chin Seong had originally intended to speak with the principal in person. However, the principal was likely occupied at the school gate, attending to the head teacher, who had been rendered unconscious by Chin Seong, while the doctor tended to his injuries. It seemed improbable that he would have the time. Seeking assistance from other teachers in the cafeteria to relay his message should suffice. I believe that our esteemed institution, the sole school on the periphery of the safe zone, which encompasses 12 years of education from primary to high school, ought to prioritize the cultivation of virtue over the mere production of talent. This rather formal opening from Chin Seong astonished the other teachers. Was this truly the same student who would dismiss others with a mere utterance of "get lost"? How could he articulate such mature sentiments? Might he be suffering from a split personality? Yet, no teacher dared to voice their thoughts aloud, especially with his homeroom teacher lying incapacitated on the ground. Who would dare provoke the ire of this newly anointed figure within the safe zone? Without commendable virtue, our students will inevitably encounter the harsh lessons of society once they step beyond the school gates, potentially tarnishing the reputation of our alma mater. This is not the outcome we desire. nor is it what the faculty wishes to witness. The teachers could not help but inwardly acknowledge that Qin Xiang had a certain flair for rhetoric, delivering his points with an eloquence that rivaled that of the school leadership. An outsider might even mistake him for the principal addressing the faculty in a grand assembly. But what was the true intent behind Qin Xiang's words? After a brief pause, Qin Xiang inquired, "Where's the director of moral education?" The collective gaze of the assembly fell upon a stout, balding, middle-aged man. He rose with a smile, albeit one that failed to mask his palpable anxiety. "Student Qin, it is I," he stammered, nearly losing his balance as he stood. "Do you consider yourself fit for the position of director of moral education?" Upon meeting Qin Xiang's cold stare, the man instantly grasped the discontent radiating from him and hastily began to self-reflect. "I have not been diligent enough. Throughout these years in this role, I have fallen short in many areas, and I shall certainly improve." "Improvement is no longer an option," Qin Xiang interjected. "Having spent 12 years at this school, I do not even know what the director of moral education looks like. My current temperament is rather volatile, stemming from the inadequacies in our moral education efforts, which ultimately tie back to your oversight. It will be prudent for you to step aside and allow someone more capable to take your place. You must agree with my assertion, correct?" While Qin Xiang's tone appeared to solicit agreement, he left no room for negotiation. He deliberately kicked the incapacitated homeroom teacher twice, as if to underscore his point. The director of moral education's face contorted with anxiety, yet the fear of losing his position could not outweigh his dread of potential repercussions. He nodded in resignation. "Yes, I have not performed adequately. I should relinquish my role as director of moral education." Qin Xiang responded with a nod. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for correction is commendable. As for the position of director of moral education, I propose that Aunt Zhang, who serves in the cafeteria, would be an excellent candidate. She consistently encourages students during meal times and pays special attention to those from less fortunate backgrounds, such as myself. Her actions exemplify the finest moral standards. Therefore, I wish to nominate Aunt Zhang as the new director of moral education. Standing alone, Qin Xiang surveyed the assembly of teachers. Wherever one casts their gaze, the teachers instinctively shy away. "I hope that you can relay this to the principal, for I fear that my fiery temperament may lead me to commit acts of indiscretion." Upon hearing this, the teachers promptly nodded. Eager to dispatch this harbinger of misfortune, "We shall certainly convey your message. Not only will we inform him, but we also stand in support of Qin's perspective." At this juncture, the teachers finally comprehended that Qin Xiang had laid the groundwork for Aunt Zhang, who serves the cafeteria, to ascend in status. Qin Xiang had become a being of extraordinary capabilities, now existing beyond the reach of the law. His only constraint was the prohibition against harming students and public officials. However, not all educators within the institution are classified as public officials. In Jian School, only the principal holds such a title. The remaining teachers are bound by contractual agreements. This implies that Qin Xiang could readily select one or two teachers to eliminate, facing only the wrath of the hunting deities. Naturally, he could not overstep by decimating the entire teaching staff, as that would classify him as a threat to the safety of the zone, subjecting him to severe penalties from the Bureau of Extraordinary Capabilities. With the protection of such privileges, no educator dared oppose him. Consequently, when Qin Xiang sought the position of moral education director, the principal had no grounds to refuse. For Qin Xiang presented as a madman. The principal had witnessed far too many adolescents, emboldened by ignorance, commit appalling acts. He could not gamble on whether Qin Xiang was a rational being or if he harbored respect for the laws of the safety zone. As long as he could placate Qin Xiang, the principal would go to any lengths. Qin Xiang was quite satisfied with the teacher's actions. He turned back and leaned into the food window, observing the bewildered Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, I have nominated you to the principal as the moral education director. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I believe he will acquiesce. Henceforth, I hope you will continue to extend your kindness towards me." Aunt Zhang hesitated, saying, "But my family's situation is dire. I left school before completing middle school to work, lacking knowledge and education. How could I possibly take on such a significant role?" "It is not so complicated, Aunt Zhang. In this dilapidated school, on the periphery of our safety zone, there are two immutable laws for leadership. Either one lacks conscience or possesses connections. Then, you are a person of conscience. After finishing his statement, Qin Xiang took 3 lunch boxes and departed, leaving Aunt Zhang holding her spoon, still struggling to grasp the unfolding events. Qin Xiang made his way to the library, where he encountered Teacher Zhu, who was organizing the shelves, and Wen Shu, who was studying at a desk. Wen Shu wore a gentle smile, seemingly in good spirits. In contrast, Teacher Zhu regarded Qin Xiang with a complex expression. Qin Xiang placed the lunchboxes on the table. I had breakfast to the cafeteria. Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu, let us dine together. He had even brought an extra breakfast for Teacher Zhu, who was a re-employed educator, lacking the benefits of a regular teacher and thus unable to eat breakfast in the cafeteria. Her lunch and dinner were also confined to the student window. Nevertheless, her income was on par with that of ordinary teachers. I have already eaten. I have eaten as well. Qin Xiang initially intended to bring breakfast for the two and engage in a leisurely conversation, but to his surprise, they had already eaten. Very well. I shall dine alone and take the remaining 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, please take a moment to rest. I will tidy up after I finish my meal. At your age, there is no need to be so diligent. Hearing Qin Xiang's familiar manner of speaking, Teacher Zhu felt that after awakening his sequence ability, he seemed unchanged. She pondered, Student Qin, why do I feel that you are just the same as before? I have always been the same. Then, how did you end up striking Lu Qiangzhong at the school gate? Oh, I never liked him, and after a bit of friction previously, I decided to give him a piece of my mind when I saw him today. You are a good student. How can you hit a teacher? Before Qin Xiang could respond, Wen Shu set down her exercise book and remarked leisurely, I actually believe that striking Lu Qiangzhong is more indicative of a good student's character. Chapter 45, A Small Meeting in the Library. Wen Shu continued, Teacher Zhu, aside from you, how many teachers at our school are truly devoted to their students? You should stop worrying about them. Is that your perspective, little one? Teacher Zhu seemed taken aback by Wen Shu's unexpected assertiveness. Indeed, for many at this school, teaching is merely a profession, devoid of the sense of nurturing that should accompany it. Yet, the teachers have been kind to you. When I was in elementary school, I was often bullied and had average grades, with no teacher stepping in to defend me. It was only when my grades improved and I had the prospect of entering a prestigious academy that they were willing to assist me. Wen Shu gazed at Teacher Zhu with her clear, bright eyes, asking, should I express gratitude to these self-serving teachers or to the improved version of myself? Teacher Zhu found herself at a loss for words, contemplating the validity of Wen Shu's argument. Indeed, teachers are merely individuals earning a living. Educating is their duty, while nurturing is a matter of goodwill. They ought to fulfill their responsibilities without squandering energy on forming emotional bonds with students who may not succeed academically. Well said, Qin Xiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. As expected of our top student, your eloquence is commendable. In my opinion, Teacher Zhu, you deserve a break. Spend time with your granddaughter instead of lingering in the library. Hand me the keys. With me here, the library will remain orderly. Qin Xiang opened his lunchbox and eagerly devoured a succulent duck wing, the savory juices bursting forth and captivating his senses. Goodness, the breakfast served to the teachers in the cafeteria is far superior to the lunch and dinner offerings. No wonder the teachers enjoy their meals here. The difference between the staff and student meals is astounding. The cafeteria cooks are not incapable. They simply choose not to prepare good food for the students. He contemplated giving the cafeteria cook a piece of his mind, but dismissed the thought, reminding himself that he too was a freeloader. What right do I have to complain about the food? Teacher Zhu, having taught at Zhuan School, was aware of the breakfast quality, but was likely that Wen Shu had never experienced it. With his mouth full, Qin Xiang struggled to articulate his thoughts, instead making muffled sounds of approval toward Wen Shu. Curious, she looked up to see Qin Xiang excitedly pointing to his lunchbox and giving a thumbs up, seemingly endorsing the taste. After swallowing a mouthful of the delicious food, he urged, try it. It's truly delightful, far superior to the cafeteria's lunch and dinner. Teacher Zhu concurred, noting that the breakfast was indeed specially prepared for staff and quite delectable. Hearing their recommendations, When Shu set down her pen, moved closer, and opened a lunchbox of her own, she picked up a piece of marbled rabbit fish, placed it in her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. It really is delicious. I told you so. This is a special treat provided by the teacher's window. I will indulge myself and bring a portion for both you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, you need not eat at home and waste money. I will pack a little extra every day for you to take home to your granddaughter. She shouldn't always be consuming the scraps from the student window. Teacher Zhu chuckled softly and replied, "All right." Qin Xiang inquired, "By the way, why didn't Zhao Liwen come to the library to study today? Isn't he studying anymore?" When Shu couldn't help but laugh, "He must have been frightened away by you." "Me?" Qin Xiang retorted. "He visited the library before you arrived, formally apologized to me, and mentioned that he was ungrateful, hindering the relationship between you and me. He asked me to convey his apologies, hoping you wouldn't take it to heart." Qin Xiang scoffed. "This Zhao young master is quick to retreat. I hadn't even had the chance to confront him, yet he came to admit his fault first. He certainly knows how to read the situation." Teacher Zhu, while organizing the bookshelf, remarked, "You've even struck a teacher at the school gate. How could he dare provoke you? The embodiment of wrath. Please, don't trouble yourself with tidying up at your age. I will finish my meal shortly. Just leave it to me." Teacher Zhu, uncertain whether to feel sorrow or nostalgia, genuinely took the advice and set aside the books, sitting down on a nearby chair with a sigh. "Well, you have both grown up. Your conversations reflect mature thinking. Witnessing you two fine children mature brings me great comfort. Your words sound as if you are about to depart." Qin Xiang jested, only to find Teacher Zhu unresponsive. Both he and Wen Shu sensed something amiss, looking up to see a pained expression on Teacher Zhu's face. "No, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't." Teacher Zhu waved her hand dismissively. "It's an old ailment, one that cannot be cured. You need not worry. Everyone has their fate. My life has been pretty much settled, but your futures are still long ahead. Live well." "What exactly is the problem? Please share." "Stomach cancer. It is beyond treatment." "In the late stages?" Teacher Zhu shook her head. "No, it's mid-stage. However, I am on the edge of the safety zone, and there are no hospitals capable of performing surgery for stomach cancer that I can afford. I may hold on for a few more years before it's time for me to go. I have lived far longer than my husband, seen many things in this life, and harbor no regrets." Though she spoke with a sense of acceptance, Teacher Zhu's voice trembled slightly. Qin Xiang suddenly realized that the amiable, smiling Teacher Zhu he had known for so long had long been afflicted with cancer. He had never perceived her illness through her demeanor. Teacher Zhu took a deep breath. "All right, let's not dwell on this. It dampens everyone's spirits. Matters of life and death should be met with equanimity. Please, I was planning to have a chat with the education department leaders to arrange a position for you. You cannot leave us like this." Teacher Zhu was first taken aback, then smiled with gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, but I am not cut out for such things. I even managed to make Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria the moral education director. Securing a public office for you is trivial." "What? Is this not a case of nepotism?" "Although Xiao Zhang is indeed a commendable individual, dear Xiao Qin, your actions are rather questionable. This is not nepotism. It is a matter of appointing the worthy." Teacher Zhu, we are in apocalyptic times, where moral principles have become scarce. Those who hold positions of power near the borders of the safe zone are akin to ravenous beasts, each having ascended through familial ties or their own awakened sequences. Rarely do we find individuals dedicated to their duties. When Shu concurred, "I wholeheartedly agree with your character. Taking a position in the education sector would be a boon for the students. Consider this. It has been a decade since the apocalypse began, and over 100 universities for sequence ability practitioners have been established, yet GUN School has not introduced any courses on apocalyptic knowledge or sequence comprehension. Is this not a dereliction of duty on the part of the education department? If you were to serve in the education sector, merely fulfilling your role would surpass the contributions of 99% of public officials." Chapter 46. Status amidst the heartfelt praises from Qin Xiang and Wen Shu. Teacher Zhu felt a hint of bashfulness. She flashed a warm smile, expressing her contentment at being acknowledged by such fine students. "It is indeed an unavoidable circumstance regarding this illness, so do not fret. Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, who, engrossed in his meal, remained silent. If the solitary Qin Xiang experienced a flicker of human warmth in this world, it undoubtedly emanated from Teacher Zhu. As long as he desired this part-time work-study position, Teacher Zhu would always reserve it for him. Other parents had attempted to curry favor with her, hoping to secure the position for their own children. Yet Teacher Zhu remained resolute. If your child is an orphan, then he may alternate with Qin Xiang. Otherwise, it is non-negotiable. Even in the desolate outskirts of a safe zone during apocalyptic times, individuals like Teacher Zhu persisted. Thus, Qin Xiang genuinely wished for a favorable outcome for such a good-hearted person. Yet, how does one treat cancer? What would it cost? He was uncertain. It seemed he would have to venture online that evening to investigate in the Godslayer camp. Qin Xiang refrained from boasting, as he was unsure of his current abilities and whether he could assist Teacher Zhu through this ordeal. After finishing his meal, he began tidying up the library's books. However, the moment he rose from his chair, he did not sit back down. The library was particularly crowded today, especially with an influx of female students. Qin, may I borrow this book? Qin, my foundation is rather weak. Do you have any recommended study guides? Qin, I have many glow-in-the-dark books at home. Shall we read them together tonight? Qin Xiang's tranquil existence in the library was disrupted by a lively group of fairly attractive female classmates. Due to the commotion, Wen Shu, after borrowing a workbook, relocated to another area to study. She was the epitome of what all the girls aspired to be and the target of their covert rivalry. When Wen Shu was present, her exceptional demeanor induced a sense of inferiority among them, causing them to temper their boldness. Upon her departure from the library, their inhibitions vanished, and they launched a full-scale assault on Qin Xiang. Noticing that Qin Xiang exhibited no overly aggressive behavior, they realized he did not possess the same propensity for violence as when he had dealt with the Gray Director, emboldening them further. With shoulders partially exposed and skirts playfully lifted, they engaged in light-hearted antics. One girl, while unbuttoning her top, collided into Qin Xiang, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Xiang reflected, "This is the treatment a sequence ability user receives among ordinary individuals." If his previous displays of power against the grade director and class teacher were meant to assert his status, this encounter in the library represented the recognition of his standing by others. Indeed, rather than demonstrating strength, being admired and acknowledged by others proved to be far more gratifying. In his 2 lifetimes, Qin Xiang had never encountered such an overwhelming number of fervently pursuing young women, reminiscent of a former star idol. If he were an average 18-year-old student, having risen from poverty to wealth and unfamiliar with the world, he might have been captivated by these superficial admirers. Teacher Zhu, observing from the side, sighed repeatedly, fearing that Qin Xiang might lose himself in this whirlwind of attention. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Xiang had taken lives, more than one. After witnessing bloodshed on multiple occasions, his heart had grown exceedingly cold. These girls were far too ordinary, their constant presence merely a burden. They could never be companions in his life, nor could they provide solace for his body. In his eyes, they didn't even qualify as pink skulls. They were simply a void. Qin Xiang was increasingly convinced that a beautiful life awaited him. Thus, wearing a smile, he casually told the girls who were hovering around him, "Leave." Taken aback, the girls instinctively glanced at Qin Xiang's face, only to find his expression devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Suddenly, they comprehended the fear that had gripped the Gray Director that very morning, and they promptly distanced themselves from him. Qin Xiang chuckled softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, it's much easier to communicate with peers than with my homeroom teacher." However, the girls sensed a chilling intensity emanating from his smile. As Qin Xiang traversed the path created by the retreating girls, he exited the library. Upon reaching the doorway, he spoke to Teacher Zhu, "I'll return after school this afternoon. You may eat this breakfast when you feel hungry." "All right." Teacher Zhu smiled and nodded, noticing that Qin Xiang remained unfazed. Just as he intended to tidy up the leftovers from his meal with Wen Shu, he discovered the table was already cleared, presumably because Wen Shu had discarded the trash on her way out. Qin Xiang murmured, "Wen, you are quite polite." "Indeed." Teacher Zhu, hearing Qin Xiang praise Wen Shu, Immediately added, Wen is an excellent student, well-behaved, kind-hearted, and resourceful, unlike others. She cast a disapproving glance at the girls who had been noisily causing a ruckus in the library. Qin Xiang nodded in agreement. She is indeed quite resourceful. In other respects, he was not well acquainted. However, he firmly believed Wen Shu was a girl with her own convictions, a sentiment he wholeheartedly endorsed. He vividly recalled the night when Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of thugs pursued him. It was then that Wen Shu had imparted a valuable lesson in the art of obliteration. All right, I'll take my leave. Don't overexert yourself, he said. Okay. After departing from the library, Qin Xiang did not return to the classroom, but instead sought a quiet, secluded spot to retrieve his phone and call Qian. Hello, Director Qian. I hope I'm not interrupting. Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you. Oh, it's you, Xiaoqin. What is the matter? Well, I have a friend who is quite close to me, and he has been diagnosed with cancer. I wanted to inquire if there are any treatment options available. Director Qian paused momentarily. Your friend? A sequence ability user? No, just an ordinary person. You have ordinary friends? Of course, one can have friendships with ordinary people. Who among us is not an ordinary person at birth? This statement holds a certain truth. If one possesses wealth, they can seek treatment at a hospital. Were I affluent, I would not be compelled to inquire of you. Are you suggesting that you wish to uncover the special avenues available to those with sequence abilities? Indeed, generally speaking, there are two methods for sequence abilities practitioners to obtain medical treatment. Please elaborate. The first method involves venturing beyond the safe zone to hunt deities, subsequently exchanging their essence for currency at the administration, which can then be utilized for hospital care. The second option is to seek the assistance of a healer among the sequence practitioners, though the expenses are typically exorbitant. I am somewhat familiar with the healer sequence, yet they seem exceedingly rare and difficult to locate. You are correct. Nearly all healer sequence practitioners are employed in the most luxurious hospitals within the safe zone, dedicated to serving the elite. The average individual would scarcely catch a glimpse of them. Given this, it appears my only recourse is to venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities. However, having only just awakened my sequence and joined the deity hunting squad, I fear I may be inadequately prepared. What sort of friend do you have who inspires such regard that you would consider slaying deities to aid in their recovery? A rather benevolent individual who has shown me kindness. Chapter 47. The Rewards of Hunting Deities, Good Person? Are you jesting with me, classmate Qin? What merit does a good person hold to warrant such sacrifices? In this world, the most inconsequential are the good people. Director Qian, this matter is one of perspective. Our collaboration on certain issues does not necessitate a uniformity of beliefs, does it? Very well, my query. However, embarking on a quest to hunt deities could indeed be advantageous for you. How so? You have yet to partake in the post-college entrance examination assessment for ability wielders, correct? Indeed, that is the case. Then, you may leverage the points earned from hunting deities to garner greater favor from universities during your assessment, thus increasing your chances of admission. Even once enrolled, students with substantial points from hunting deities benefit from numerous privileges. These are firm regulations set forth by the United Government, which you can verify on the Ability Education Forum. Is that so? Well, I appreciate your guidance, Director Qian. I will certainly keep an eye on that. It's merely a trifling matter. Director Qian cast his phone onto the table, murmuring the words of Qin Xiang. Rescue a good person? The term good person, it has indeed been years since I last heard it, and it stirs a certain melancholy. Alas, who is born wishing to be a villain? At that moment, Director Qian's phone rang again. Hello, Xiaotang, what is it? Oh, so the ruckus before the director was caused by a few ordinary individuals? Then what is there to deliberate? Just eliminate them. All right, let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Director Qian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A good person? I fear that role is beyond my reach. Once Qin Xiang ended the call, he resolved to visit the Internet CAF after school to peruse the forum. Wait a moment. Doesn't the principal's office possess a computer? Indeed, it must, for the principal is a public servant. How could he receive documents from the United Government without one? As for the advantage of concealing addresses on Wang Defa's warehouse computer, it had significantly diminished after he publicly revealed his abilities and registered as an ability wielder. He had already disclosed his identity. There was no longer a need to hide while accessing the god-slaying camp inability education forums. In light of this, why not pay a visit to the principal's office? After all, the principal had invited him to stop by earlier that morning. With a light-hearted stride, Qin Xiang approached the principal's office. The principal had just returned from the infirmary, wiping the sweat from his gleaming forehead with a towel. Pretty busy. I wonder how Lu Chang managed to provoke him, enduring such a blow for nothing. This young lad, having just awakened his abilities, is rather temperamental. One must tread carefully. To secure a position for Xiao Zhang as the moral education director, he even went so far as to thrash the class teacher. Alas, I am utterly at my wit's end. Perhaps I should appoint Xiao Zhang as the moral education director next week. Given today's events, I no longer harbor hopes of forging a friendship with Qin Xiang to absolve myself of blame. I merely wish to ensure he graduates smoothly and avoid any entanglements. Principally, I have arrived. Qin Xiang greeted, pushing open the door to the office. The principal's gaze initially reflected a sense of despair, but it was swiftly replaced by his characteristic smile. Young Qin, what brings you here? Regarding Aunt Zhang's matter, I have already taken steps to address it. Today it will be resolved. Thank you, Principal. By the way, I have some other matters I wish to discuss with you. Speak, and I shall assist in any way I can. As you know, I am to participate in the post-examination assessment for practitioners of sequential abilities, but I am currently quite uninformed about it. My family situation is not favorable, and I cannot afford to visit an internet CAF. Therefore, I would like to request the use of the desktop computer in your office. What do you think? Principal Li paused in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Qin Xiang made himself comfortable, sitting directly beside him. Student Qin Yu, Principal Li, our school's moral education efforts have long been insufficient, which has led to my somewhat volatile temperament. Surely, you would not wish for me to cause any trouble before graduation? Qin Xiang was a practitioner of sequential abilities. Even if he were to harm a teacher, he would not face any repercussions. However, Principal Li Tianming would be held accountable by the joint government for any issues regarding campus safety. The emergence of a practitioner of sequential abilities at the school had initially seemed a stroke of fortune to Li Tianming, but he soon realized it was akin to harboring a living embodiment of death in a merciless world. Though he wished to voice his concerns, the rebellious demeanor of Qin Xiang compelled him to remain silent. Use it, but you may only access the internet, nothing else. Understood. Qin Xiang adeptly opened the sequential education forum, searching for information regarding the assessment for practitioners related to the college entrance examination. With a sigh, Li Tianming chose not to linger, avoiding further glances at Qin Xiang as he exited the principal's office in search of a quiet place to rest. Qin Xiang clicked on a highlighted post, Guide to the Assessment for Practitioners of Sequential Abilities. Practitioners need not partake in the college entrance examination, as there exists a distinct evaluative method for them. The assessment will be comprehensively evaluated based on the practitioner's sequential abilities, on-site performance, and future potential, culminating in a score. Once students receive their results, they can log into the Sequential University application interface, submitting their grades along with their credentials, after which the accepted institutions will send out admission notices. Typically, the rankings of sequential abilities from lowest to highest are as follows. Useless sequence, e.g., soft body. Common sequence, e.g., sleepless. Law enforcement sequence, e.g., sense seeker, immortal. Combat sequence, e.g., warrior, phantom assassin. And special sequence, exceptionally rare with unique skills, such as mimicry. Upon examining the 5 levels of sequences, Qin Xiang discovered that Xian Wenda's mimicry was, in fact, the highest tier of special sequences, prompting him to regard Qian Wenda with newfound respect. Director Qian, the more I learn, the more astonishing you become. Qin Xiang marveled. Indeed, those who manage to ascend even a modest position in significant departments are seldom ordinary individuals. He continued to peruse the post. A special circumstance that allows for exemption from testing involves possessing a record of slaying deities. The points acquired from hunting deities can substitute for examination scores and be submitted alongside one's resume when applying to universities. The educational department maintains comprehensive records of all students with awakened abilities, and whenever a student earns hunting points, their information is promptly updated in the database. Accessible to all university admissions officers. Typically, when a student's hunting points exceed a certain threshold, universities will proactively reach out with admission offers. Could this truly be the case? As Qin Xiang contemplated the formidable combat prowess bestowed upon him by the Devourer sequence, he felt an exhilarating surge of enthusiasm. Does this not imply that he has the opportunity to gain entrance to the most prestigious universities? Chapter 48. The principal's secret in his previous life. Qin Xiang's academic performance was mediocre, leading him to attend an ordinary university following the college entrance examination. However, in this life, he feels a glimmer of hope to gain admission to the most prestigious institution within the safety zone. The post elaborates on the distinctions among universities, emphasizing that the quality of a sequential university significantly influences the disparities among aspirants and serves as a pivotal juncture in one's life trajectory. A superior sequential university boasts an exceptional learning environment and abundant educational resources. High-ranking sequences are replete with mentors who possess extensive combat and research experience. The living and dining conditions are exemplary, complemented by generous scholarship allocations that alleviate financial burdens for outstanding students. Distinguished alumni and promising peers provide a robust support system for future advancement. Whether one chooses to combat deities, engage with the united government, or delve into research related to sequential abilities, these resources are invaluable. Thus, if possible, one must strive to gain admission to a highly ranked sequential university. Otherwise, it may lead to lifelong regret. Upon perusing the introduction, Qin Xiang is filled with aspiration for the esteemed sequential universities. The landscape of universities in this life markedly differs from that of his previous one. Upon graduation in his past life, societal entry was largely dictated by personal capability and background, with alumni resources wielding less influence. However, this era is characterized by a struggle against deities and the establishment of a new order. Having only witnessed the onset of the apocalypse a decade ago, the various classes within the safety zone have similarly emerged in this brief span, indicating that the order is still in the process of reformation. The primary circles may not yet be firmly established, and to seize this moment, one must endeavor to secure a place in the distinguished ranks of a prestigious sequential university. According to the Post, even as an orphan from a humble background, Qin Xiang's prospects remain bright, for sequential abilities constitute the currency of this post-apocalyptic world. As long as one's sequential capabilities are formidable, social circles will naturally welcome one. He then opened the God-slaying forum to examine the rewards associated with slaying deities. The act of hunting deities yields monetary rewards, sequential potion rewards, and hunter points, all provided by the united government. Specifically, each hunter point accrued from slaying a deity equates to 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of the resources for a sequential potion. When a group collaboratively hunts, the distribution will be determined by mutual agreement among the members. Engaging in the hunt alone allows one to earn double hunter points. However, the Sequential Ability Management Bureau does not endorse solitary operations, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in deity hunting. This guideline serves to identify the strongest human hunters who will lead the future counteroffensive against the deities. The method for accruing points involves severing a portion bearing the deity's mark post-slaying, with detailed explanations provided in various posts. Should one tragically perish during the hunt, compensation will be granted to the family of the sequential ability user based on their level. If there are no family members and the demise occurs in a team setting, the compensation may be allocated to other team members. Allocating to other team members? Qin Xiang was perplexed by the significance of this regulation, sensing an underlying discord. As a sequence ability user, he would not be greatly affected by the murder of ordinary individuals. However, if he were the sole sequence ability user in his team, could he annihilate his entire family and subsequently bring about his own demise to seize the life insurance benefit? By adding this stipulation, does it not encourage internecine strife? Is this truly one of the survival laws within the safety zone of the apocalypse? There were many matters that Qin Xiang found himself utterly bewildered by. Before even joining the Hunting God Squad, he had already caught a whiff of bloodshed through an introductory post. At that moment, he noticed a red number 157 on his sequence ability forum account avatar. Curiosity piqued. He clicked to investigate, discovering he had received 157 internal messages. Hello, little brother. Your phantom assassin sequence is precisely what our sister team requires. Moreover, we are all women and lack the presence of a man with a strong aura to ground us. You would be the perfect fit. Come join us in hunting gods, and we shall take good care of you. Hello, Xiaoqin. Your sequence is exactly what we urgently need. Join our hunting god squad. Our team has been established for 2 years, and the members have remained largely unchanged, ensuring a reliable safety factor. Greetings, Qin Xiang. Your phantom assassin sequence perfectly complements our team's offensive shortcomings. With repair and armor sequence ability users in our ranks, we can guarantee your safety while hunting gods. Please do join us. Qin Xiang glanced through the messages, realizing they were invitations from 157 hunting god squads, leaving him quite dazzled. Just as he was perusing the invitation letters, he received 2 more invitations to join the hunting god squads. It was indeed true that the phantom assassin was in high demand. Good heavens, so many teams wanted him. Yet, how was he to select a hunting god squad? His first instinct was to consult Qian Wenda. However, after some contemplation, he reconsidered. Qian Wenda was exceedingly astute, and he did not wish to draw too close to him or expose his own ignorance. With clever individuals, one must conceal their inadequacies. With those less astute, one should exhibit a semblance of vulnerability. This was a lesson Qin Xiang had gleaned from his 2 lifetimes. If he were to trouble Qian Wenda with every inquiry, it would only serve to reinforce Qian Wenda's perception of his own foolishness and create a rift between them. He searched the forum, but found no posts instructing users on how to choose a hunting god squad. Perhaps such posts had existed, but were deleted by the moderators, suggesting that the knowledge of selecting a hunting god squad was not meant for public dissemination. Why was that so? Qin Xiang knew he could not delve deeper into this issue and would have to invest his own time and effort to understand it. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds interrupted his thoughts. It appeared that Li Tianming had forgotten to turn off the device upon his departure. Driven by curiosity, Qin Xiang opened the dialog box, revealing a message from a user named Tingting. Tianming, I miss you. Will you spend the evening with me? Accompanying the message was a rather inappropriate video. Qin Xiang, with a gaze full of judgment, watched the entire video before clicking the close button and downloading the content. However, when he opened the folder containing the downloaded videos, he was momentarily taken aback. So many? Despite the abundance, it was not chaotic, as Li Tianming had thoughtfully categorized each video with detailed labels. Among them were several featuring Li Tianming himself. Qin Xiang was astonished. Wasn't Li Tianming just an ordinary principal? How could he possess such a plethora of videos? It seemed the leading lady varied continuously. Qin Xiang recalled something and promptly accessed the sequence ability user information section. Undying Li Tianming. Instantly, over 20 individuals with the same name appeared. Qin Xiang meticulously filtered through the options and found one whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Li Tianming, albeit significantly younger with flowing long hair. Indeed, in this world, the sole reason for receiving admiration from the opposite sex was being a sequence ability user. Li Tianming was, after all, one such user. Yet, despite his tenure as a principal for many years, it appeared no students were aware of this fact. Li Tianming had been quite handsome in his youth. Now, with a prominent belly and receding hairline, the passage of time had proven to be merciless. As he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, his gaze was immediately drawn to the first 2 lines. Li Tianming, sequence shaman. Due to negligent actions resulting in the death of dozens in Area 14121, he was reassigned from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal of Judian School. Chapter 49. Principal Li Tianming. Qin Xiang stared at the information regarding Li Tianming, momentarily rendered speechless. Principal Li, has he killed dozens of people? How can someone who has taken so many lives be appointed as a principal? What a formidable background he must possess. Suddenly, Qin Xiang felt that he might have spoken too loudly during his previous conversation with the principal, lacking the respect due to a mentor. Perhaps it would be best to avoid this place in the future and instead go to Wang Defa's side to bully easier targets. The principal is not someone to be trifled with. He closed the video, marked Ting Ting's message as unread, and deleted the downloaded video. Intending to leave the office while Li Tianming was absent, it would be wise to minimize encounters with him. Just as he prepared to rise, the office door swung open, revealing Li Tianming, who, with a slight bulge in his abdomen, returned holding a thermos. Noticing Qin Xiang seemingly about to stand, he smiled and asked, "Have you finished your inquiry? Are you leaving?" "Yes, thank you for allowing me to use the computer, Principal. I have gathered the information I needed." The principal approached Qin Xiang's side, observing the pristine desk and the pulsating avatar in the lower right corner. Hovering over the mouse, he noticed an unread message from Ting Ting. A frown crossed his face, and he glanced at Qin Xiang with a hint of unease. Qin Xiang chuckled. "It seems you wish to chat with someone? I shall take my leave, as invading others' privacy is not a commendable act. Yes, you may go. Goodbye, Principal." As Qin Xiang rose from his seat, he had barely reached the door when Li Tianming's voice called out, "Since you have seen it, do not leave just yet. Sit and let's converse for a while." Qin Xiang was taken aback. "I did not view your chat history with anyone, Principal. What are you implying?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair beside him and patted the backrest. "Ting Ting sent me 4 or 5 new messages, yet only one is marked as unread. It must be because you viewed it and then marked it as unread." Qin Xiang was startled. He had not anticipated such a slip would be caught by Li Tianming. "Please have a seat and let us discuss." In stark contrast to the helpless demeanor he had previously displayed, Li Tianming now emanated an air of authority. His gaze stern and resolute. Had one not known he was the principal, one might mistakenly consider him to hold a position akin to Qian Wenda's. However, aware of Li Tianming's dangerous nature, how could Qin Xiang dare to approach him? Even if discovered, what of it? This scandal was Li Tianming's affair, not his own. Even if Li Tianming prevented him from leaving, he still moved towards the office door, preparing to exit. Just then, he realized that his body had suddenly lost control. His feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, immovable. Looking down, he was horrified to find his freshly washed tattered pants and worn shoes covered in dirt. The earth clung to his legs like a vice, rendering him panic-stricken. "Qin, please come back and sit for a while." Qin Xiang turned around and was taken aback to see a vibrant, colorful mask suddenly appear on Li Tianming's face, identical to the one that fleetingly adorned Roy Liana's visage that night in the woods. Was Li Tianming daring to employ a sequence skill against him? It is worth noting that the shaman class is a formidable auxiliary sequence, and the skill, earthbinding, is an essential control mechanism coveted by countless god-hunting teams. Launching skills against a sequence user within a safe zone is an exceedingly perilous provocation. Should the authorities become aware, Li Tianming would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Just as Qin Xiang prepared to issue a warning, Li Tianming interjected, "Are you suggesting that you will report me to the Management Bureau for using skills within the safe zone? Feel free to do so. My position has already plummeted to the nadir. I have nothing left to lose. Since you've seen my chat records, you must have also viewed my videos and uncover my sequence identity. Therefore, I believe there are no longer any facades between us, and we can engage in a candid discussion. Why should I converse with you? One moment, please." With a sudden thud, 2 raven-sized entities materialized out of thin air, flying to the door to close it behind them. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. 2 skills. Is your sequence level 2nd tier? No. The recent Minor B Spirit Summon was a 3rd tier skill. At that moment, an ancient wooden pillar adorned with totemic symbols erupted from the office floor, and in an instant, Qin Xiang felt invigorated. This primordial totem was indeed a 2nd tier skill. Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are a 3rd tier sequence user?" Within the God-slaying camp, Qin Xiang had encountered classifications regarding sequence user levels. The vast majority are 1st tier sequence users. Achieving the 2nd tier typically requires substantial combat or public service experience. Those originating from god-hunting teams at the 2nd tier often hold a position of team leader, guiding their comrades in slaying deities. Conversely, public servants of the 2nd tier can elevate themselves beyond the lowest ranks, stepping partially into the corridors of power within the united government. However, 3rd tier sequence users were scarcely mentioned in the god-slaying camp due to their rarity. Advancing from first tier to second tier necessitates merely 5 bottles of sequence elixirs, whereas the leap from second tier to third tier demands a staggering 30 bottles. Each bottle of sequence elixir requires 10 demon hunting points or equivalent merit points from the United Government. Qin Xiang was unfamiliar with the methods of acquiring merit points, but he understood the mechanism of earning demon hunting points. This implies that even under the circumstance of obtaining double points alone, one must hunt 5 deities to receive just 1 bottle. In a team setting, the demon hunting points acquired would be even less, likely necessitating the slaying of 50 to exchange for a single bottle. 30 bottles of sequence elixirs is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Of course, through years of relentless efforts in slaying deities, as long as one remains alive, there remains a glimmer of hope to transcend to the third-tier sequence. However, from the time the first sequence ability wielder awakened until now, only 5 years have passed. To gather 30 bottles of sequence potions in such a brief span is indeed an arduous task. Moreover, he recalls that Li Tianming was appointed as the principal of Zhouan School during his second semester of high school, nearly 2 years ago. This signifies that he achieved an elevation from sequence awakening to the third-level sequence ability in merely 3 years. The principal, who is now smiling at Qin Xiang, is not just an ordinary individual. He is a chosen one endowed with a unique sequence. In contrast, Qin Xiang can only methodically collect sequence potions from the Management Bureau. It can be said that his rate of advancement is comparable to that of a rocket launch. Qin Xiang was left astounded. Who exactly is this Li Tianming, with his prominent belly and receding hairline? Chapter 50. Exchanging information. Qin Xiang ultimately took a seat. He reasoned that Li Tianming had neither the motive nor the capability to harm him, should violence arise. He was confident that even if Li Tianming was a sequence level 3 shaman, he could dispatch him with a single strike. Let us see what Li Tianming has to say. Li Tianming removed his glasses. Without the lens obscuring his gaze, his previously shifty eyes transformed into piercing orbs, brimming with untold stories. Qin Xiang, I have laid bare my intentions, hoping you will trust me and not perceive my approach as a scheme against you. If it is not a scheme against me, then why engage in conversation? Well, you make a valid point. What I mean to convey is that I harbor no plans to harm you. On the contrary, I can offer you assistance. Assist me? In what manner? I can provide support in hunting deities and facilitating your university admission. You belong to the Phantom Assassin sequence, correct? This sequence is exceptionally suited for combat. You can hunt deities outside the safe zone to earn god hunting points, which will not only aid your university applications, but also have profound implications for your future. More importantly, by hunting deities, you can earn money to cover your tuition fees. University tuition is no trifling matter. Many students forego their admission offers simply due to a lack of sufficient funds. Forego their admission offers? The Sequence Education Forum clearly states that universities offer scholarships to outstanding and needy students. Li Tianming chuckled softly. Qin, have you heard the saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch? Why should scholarships be awarded to you and not to others? Just because you're slightly more diligent in your studies and come from a less fortunate background? Does the safe zone lack sequence ability users other than you? Schools are not charitable institutions. The universities constructed after the apocalypse are fraught with intricate interests. Obtaining a scholarship comes at a cost, and the nature of that cost is not easily articulated. Understood. I see now. Qin Xiang had assumed that universities in this world were akin to those of his previous life, providing financial aid to underprivileged students. He had noticed numerous scholarships available at esteemed universities that could cover living expenses and tuition. Thus, he had not given the matter much thought. However, after Li Tianming's words, he immediately grasped that the situation was far more complex than he had envisioned. Principal, how do you possess such intimate knowledge of sequence universities? At your age, you should not have had the opportunity to attend one. Li Tianming reclined in his chair, leaning back against the support. I was once the vice president of a certain university. Vice president? Indeed. Subsequently, I was falsely accused and relegated to this humble position as principal. Thus, as I mentioned, my sequence abilities can assist you in hunting deities. My past experiences can facilitate your entry into university. You require my assistance, just as I require yours. Qin Xiang shook his head. Principal, I am grateful for your extensive insights. However, it seems I do not require your help. Do you not? Li Tianming revealed a smile laden with meaning. Setting aside the distant matters, you should be contemplating how to acquire the Hunter God points, shouldn't you? The sequence of Phantom Assassin is highly sought after. Upon registration, numerous individuals will seek to form a team with you. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Xiang slightly lowered his head, scrutinizing the smiling face of Li Tianming. He had not seen his browsing history, yet he was aware of the predicament Qin was currently facing. Truly, he was an experienced old fox. Compared to his previous life, the present world was far more intricate and chaotic. Yet one thing remained constant. Those in power were never fools. This was true for Olaf, Qian Wenda, and Li Tianming as well. Each had left a profound impression in Qin Xiang's memory, preventing him from being arrogant as a reborn individual. Having lived two lives, he still lacked the confidence to engage in a battle of wits with these masters of intrigue and emerge unscathed. Student Qin, there is no need for fear. I merely possess a bit more information than you do, which allows me to make such deductions. As your mentor, it is only natural for me to offer guidance. Together, we can select a hunter god team that suits you. If necessary, I can even lend a hand and hunt deities with you outside the safe zone. Qin Xiang interrupta Li Tianming's discurso. Principal Li, you just mentioned something I find quite profound. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I'm already aware of how you can assist me. What I wish to know next is what you require in return. Li Tianming nodded, refraining from elaborating on his advantages, and cast a heavy glance at Qin Xiang. I wish for you to help me clear my name. This baseless accusation has cost me my status, my power, and my wife has left me. I hope you can assist me in turning my fortunes around. Help you turn your fortunes around? Me? Qin Xiang pointed incredulously at himself, bewildered by Li Tianming's audacity to utter such a request. A sequence level 3 ability user like Li Tianming had been subdued, obediently serving as the principal of Jiuan School. Did he truly expect a high school senior like himself to help absolve him of his charges? Had he truly taken him for a fool? Principal Li, if this is the matter at hand, then I must regretfully decline. As a newly awakened sequence ability user, I may possess some pride, but I'm not so foolish as to overestimate my capabilities. If even you are a loss, I stand no chance of intervening. Farewell. There was no further need for dialogue with Li Tianming. Qin Xiang rose to leave, but once again his legs were ensnared, preventing him from departing. Principal Li, employing such tactics to detain me is rather pointless. Once your skill is lifted, I shall still depart. Li Tianming sighed. Indeed, you are a remarkably astute individual, far more clever than I had anticipated. There was something peculiar that had been troubling me. I wondered if perhaps I was overthinking it. How could a 17-year-old high school student harbor so many secrets? It seems, however, that the issue does not lie with me. A sense of unease tightened within Qin Xiang as he pondered the implications of what Li Tianming was about to convey. Principal Li, what do you mean? Li Tianming continued. My former wife also possessed a sequence ability. Curiously, she, like you, belonged to the Phantom Assassin sequence. However, there exists a significant distinction between the two of you. When ensnared by my earthbound skill, she lost all control over her body and was rendered utterly speechless. At this juncture, Li Tianming lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Qin Xiang, and remarked, unlike her, you possess the remarkable ability to speak freely, and your upper body movements remain completely unaffected. Chapter 51. Mutual assistance. Qin Xiang maintained a calm facade, yet unease stirred within him. Damn it. He had overlooked a crucial detail. He had solely focused on the skills of the Phantom Assassin sequence, which bore similarities to his own, facilitating the concealment of his identity. He had given no thought to how he might react when confronted with the abilities of other sequence practitioners. Moreover, there were no forum posts sharing such experiences. Skills were meant for hunting deities, who would dare to test them on others. However, this lack of experience had once again plunged Qin Xiang into peril. Yet now, he could not display any sign of weakness. He must steadfastly assert that he was indeed a Phantom Assassin. Principal Li, I do not comprehend your meaning. My sequence was verified through the Bureau, and I possess the relevant documentation. Perhaps it is due to a disparity in physical attributes compared to your ex-wife, he stated, attempting to maintain his composure. Li Tianming rose, stating, the physical attributes of different sequence practitioners vary, thus their responses to the same skill will also differ. So, I am merely speculating at this point. It is not conclusive. Might there have been an error during your registration at the Sequence Practitioners Bureau? Perhaps a misreporting of your sequence? Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. You need not take it to heart. Li Qianming's tone was amicable, yet it was laced with an undercurrent of menace. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the middle-aged man with a protruding belly and a colorful mask, his heart sinking further. The United Government, for certain reasons, only tested the sequences of practitioners at the time of registration, with no subsequent assessments. To some extent, he felt secure. For Li Tianming was aware of this fact and could not threaten him. Nevertheless, the revelation of his secret posed an inherent risk. Principally, should you insist on spreading rumors, you ought to be aware that there will be consequences. If Li Tianming persisted in his obstinacy, Qin Xiang would have no choice but to consider the perilous option of eliminating him. After all, it would not be his first act of murder, merely his first against a sequence practitioner. Yet every endeavor has its first time, which is not to be diminished. Li Tianming shook his head. I harbor no intention of spreading rumors or harming anyone. From the beginning, I have stated that I require your assistance in clearing my name. As a token of gratitude, I shall offer you my unwavering support. You wish for my help in confronting those whom you cannot face alone? Strength lies in numbers. Strength lies in numbers? Qin Xiang retorted coldly. As a sequence practitioner, do you not find that statement rather absurd? So, you still refuse to agree? No longer concealing his intentions, Qin Xiang replied icily, to acquiesce to you, I cannot fathom the magnitude of trouble that may ensue. To refuse you, I face but one dilemma. Tell me, how do you think I shall choose? Li Tianming shukla derisibili. If you do not acquiesce to me, you believe there is but one trouble? Are you suggesting that by killing me, you would resolve your predicament? Qin, it is not that I do not trust you. It is simply that killing me may not be as straightforward as you presume. While it may not be easy to eliminate you, assisting you presents an even greater challenge. If you were in my position, what choice would you make? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Tianming finally sighed, acknowledging, you speak with reason. With that, his vibrant mask gradually faded into his visage, restoring the appearance of a middle-aged man, while simultaneously, the bindings around Qin Xiang's feet vanished. A transaction where the gains are disproportionate to the risks is destined for failure. Let us consider an alternative approach. Qin Xiang raised his brow, inquiring, what alternative? I shall first assist you in accomplishing a specific task of hunting deities, and, concurrently, I will extend my support regarding your educational pursuits as much as possible. However, if you require my assistance in clearing your name, I must regrettably decline. No, that objective is overly ambitious. One must take each meal one bite at a time. It is unrealistic to expect you to accomplish it all at once. Just assist me with one matter. What matter? Qin Xiang had already resolved that he would refuse any demands that involved unknown adversaries. Even though Li Tianming was a formidable individual, he was preferable to an enigmatic foe. Assist me in locating an individual of the deceiver sequence. Qin Xiang paused at Li Tianming's request. Why? The reason I was falsely accused of murder was due to the presence of someone at the scene who witnessed an individual wearing a shaman mask, possessing a sequence ability. The only registered shaman sequence user in that vicinity is myself. Coincidentally, I was alone that day and could not provide an alibi. The scene curiously bore my essence, which led to my wrongful conviction. After hearing this, Qin Xiang remarked coolly, principally, based on your description, it certainly sounds as though you are the perpetrator. It was not me. Please continue. Thus, I deduce that there must have been a shaman present or someone masquerading as a shaman. Unlike other sequences, the shaman sequence cannot disguise itself. Once a skill is activated, a shaman mask appears on the face. Therefore, it is impossible for a shaman sequence user to conceal their identity. Consequently, I surmised that there was a deceiver at the scene who imitated my appearance and framed me. You are aware that a deceiver can mimic the visual transformations of other sequences when releasing skills, making it quite simple to conceal their identity. At least within the United Government, deceivers are exceedingly rare. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and asked, how will finding a deceiver sequence user assist you? From my understanding, such clandestine sequences undoubtedly possess their own organization. If you help me locate a deceiver, I can devise my own methods to extract some information. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang remained non-committal. Completing this task would be effortless for him. The blonde police officer, Roylina, belongs to the deceiver sequence. Moreover, Roylina has a poor relationship with him, and one could even say they are reluctant allies bound by the necessity to conceal secrets. Selling Roylina to Li Tianming as a form of recompense for his assistance is undoubtedly a most fitting transaction. However, he suppressed the urge to acquiesce immediately and continued. Principal Li, why do you not seek help yourself? Me? Li Tianming replied with a bitter smile. All of my privileges as a sequence ability user have been revoked by the United Government due to that false accusation. While you see me as the principal of Juin School, in truth, I am no different from those exiled. For 5 years, this institution has not produced a single sequence ability user. They have cast me here, hoping I will wither away. Had my sequence level not been sufficiently high, I might have already faced execution. Apart from you, I'm virtually unable to establish contact with any sequence ability users. Even if I managed to connect, a mere glance at my record would lead them to sever ties immediately. Li Tianming's assertions were undeniably accurate, yet a certain aspect remained perplexing. Principal Li, if you are indeed wronged, I truly sympathize with your plight, but I have one question. Speak. Why would they seek to frame you? Chapter 52. Solo Team Li Tianming did not respond to Qin Xiang's inquiry, but instead posed a new question. Qin, might I ask what your sequence entails? As he spoke, Li Tianming's gaze remained fixed on the dark night outside, as if he were not truly seeking an answer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xiang graspa Li Tianming isainten. The reason for Li Tianming's slander was a secret that could not be uttered, much like his own sequence. Death by exposure to light. Conversations among the astute need not be excessively explicit. Through a clever analogy, Li Tianming conveyed the situation to Qin Xiang. Since the reason behind Li Tianming's slander could not be disclosed, it was likely that the abrupt cessation of contact with all sequence wielders following the incident was also an unspeakable matter. It was indeed absurd for a dignified individual of high status, classified as a level 3 sequence wielder, to rely on Qin Xiang, a mere novice with newly awakened abilities. Yet, within this absurdity lay a certain logic. Li Tianming had offended many individuals who could suppress him but not eliminate him. He required the assistance of a completely unrelated new face. Qin Xiang was acutely aware of his limited capabilities, and Li Tianming recognized this as well. Nevertheless, he chose to solicit Qin Xiang's aid. It sounded utterly ludicrous. However, Li Tianming was no fool. After their brief exchange, Qin Xiang came to perceive that Li Tianming's depth of character rivaled that of Qian Wenda. But why then did he select a newcomer for such a perilous endeavor? The only plausible explanation was that Li Tianming possessed a trump card. Should Qin Xiang manage to pry open a crack, Li Tianming was confident he could turn the tide. This revelation made Qin Xiang realize that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was not a savior capable of reversing the tide, but rather a spark. A mere ember that could ignite an entire powder keg. Li Tianming held the powder keg, but lacked the spark. At this juncture, Qin Xiang pieced together a rough outline, and his gaze toward Li Tianming shifted to one of respect. Li Tianming seemed to sense the subtle change in Qin Xiang's expression, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Could this lad have understood so swiftly? Surely not. Principal Li, Qin Xiang affirmed, I accept your proposition. As long as you assist me in the matter of hunting deities and aid my entry into university, I shall endeavor to locate a wielder of the trickster sequence for you. However, I cannot guarantee this individual will be of assistance. Very well, it is settled then. You shall find me a wielder of the trickster sequence, and I will handle the rest. I'm 90% certain that a trickster who has not revealed their true sequence will be backed by an organization. Now, let us begin discussing the matter of hunting deities. Qin Xiang was eager to secure points for the hunt. He had awakened his sequence rather late. With less than 6 months remaining before the assessment for sequence wielders following the college entrance examination, other students who have awakened their abilities early have likely accumulated years of experience. Standing out among them is no trivial endeavor. Certainly, if the aim is merely to gain admission to a mid-tier academy for those with abilities, it is quite achievable. However, Qin Xiang's aspirations are set on the most prestigious institutions for those with extraordinary powers. His devourer ability is undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Failing to attend the best university would be nothing short of a squandered opportunity. From what he understands, the foremost universities possess the latest research findings in the field of abilities and offer the most elite resources. This is a prerequisite for comprehending the apocalypse and enhancing his own strength. After his rebirth, Qin Xiang has completely severed ties with the trajectory and character of his past life. Within a mere month, due to various proactive and reactive reasons, he has engaged in acts of violence, deception against the government, and has shown no hesitation in undertaking any actions. His ambition continues to swell. He refrains from uttering lofty proclamations about standing atop the pinnacle of humanity in the apocalypse. Nevertheless, he holds steadfast to his own beliefs. Principal, I would like to know how I should select a hunter squad. I have perused the joint government's decrees and discovered that, as an orphan, if I were to perish outside a safe zone, my compensation would belong to the hunter squad. I am concerned about selecting a nefarious group that may exploit me. Li Tianming smiled gently. Indeed, Qin, you are quite astute. After merely an hour or two of observation, you have uncovered the crux of the matter. It is true that a sequence ability user with an orphan status like yours is susceptible to the treachery of teammates. Selecting a hunter squad is a remarkably challenging task. Then how can I filter out squads with such tendencies? Qin, those squads that have exhibited such behavior are likely to do so again. However, can you guarantee that a squad with no prior misconduct will not suddenly entertain the notion of harming you? Consider this. If you find yourself in peril and require your teammates to rescue you, yet upon your salvation, they fail to vanquish the deity, it renders their effort futile and may jeopardize their own safety. There are no laws stating that if a teammate dies, the others will face penalties. Abandoning you would incur no consequences for them, and they would receive a substantial compensation. If you were in their position, how would you choose? Qin Xiang felt a jolt within, recognizing the validity of Li Tianming's words. The essence of humanity is indeed rooted in greed. One should never gamble with human nature, nor wager one's life against it. Then, principally, what should I do in my situation? The optimal solution is for you to form a one-person squad. A solitary squad allows you to take full responsibility for your safety, which is the most secure approach. A one-person squad? Indeed. Moreover, as a solo squad, you can earn double points. What could be more advantageous? Qin Xiang hesitated. It sounded appealing, but I have never hunted deities before. Alone, I am uncertain of how to proceed. With me by your side, you need not worry. I will accompany you outside the safe zone to assist you in hunting deities. But I am a one-person squad. If anyone discovers that I have assistance, will I not face punishment? Hunting deities alone grants double the points. If one could feign a solitary hunt while enlisting the aid of other sequence abilities, subsequently claiming the double points, would that not constitute a deceit against the United Government's divine hunting points? The United Government is no fool, nor would they engage in unprofitable ventures. Although Qin Xiang was unaware of how the United Government distinguishes such fraudulent point claims, he was certain that a feasible method existed. Otherwise, such a significant loophole would have been exploited by countless individuals, and no one would dare to venture out in teams. Chapter 53. Preparing to hunt the divine, you are indeed correct. If one ventures out alone, yet receives assistance from other sequence ability users, it will certainly attract the attention of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, resulting in severe repercussions. Upon the completion of a solo hunt, as one returns to the safety zone, officials responsible for the verification of divine remains will administer a lie detector test, a memory continuity assessment, and upload the data regarding the hunted divine remains to the solo hunt point section of the God-slaying camp. The lie detector test will pose a singular question. Did you slay these deities alone? This inquiry aims to confirm that your recollection reflects a solitary endeavor. The memory continuity test will ascertain that your memories have not been altered by sequenceability users, such as writers or soul collectors. The Forum for Data Uploads encourages witnesses to report any discrepancies. Those who provide substantiated evidence against sequenceability users will be rewarded for their diligence. Such meticulous safeguards render deception nearly impossible. I understand now. How do you intend to assist me? I shall accompany you beyond the safety zone, and when we encounter a deity you're capable of hunting, I will inform you of its characteristics, habits, and attack methods. After that, your actions will depend solely on your own capabilities. Should you fail to successfully hunt the deity or find yourself in peril, I will employ binding to ensnare the deity, subsequently using primordial totem to replenish your strength, ensuring your swift escape and safety. In other words, I will assume the role of a protector, much as I do at G1 Academy. Protector? For some reason, Qin Xiang found the term somewhat amusing, as a smile crept onto his lips. He noticed a self-deprecating grin on Li Tianming's face. Principal Li, is this arrangement acceptable? I'm not directly assisting you in slaying deities. So, is there truly an issue? Many scions from affluent families in the developed sectors of the safety zone have completed their solo deity hunts in a similar manner. My role, too, bears a specific title: Insurer, serving to safeguard solo teams. I see. Then I must extend my gratitude to Principal Li. No need for formality. We are merely aiding one another. However, let me clarify. I cannot continue to provide assistance without compensation. As your insurer, the points accrued will belong to you, but you must share half of the monetary rewards with me. Even if you only receive half of the financial rewards for double points, you will still find yourself profiting. Taking half the reward? It seems entirely reasonable for a sequence level 3 shaman to accompany one into the safety zone solely for protection, while claiming half of the earnings. Qin Xiang even felt it was a modest proposition. Very well, that is agreeable. Additionally, I need to monitor your progress. My assistance in hunting deities is not motivated by mere financial gain. It is contingent upon your ability to help me locate the fraudster. Do you understand? Should I make any progress, I will inform you promptly. Understood. When shall we commence the hunt for the deities? This weekend? You are now a sequence ability user. Attending classes holds no significance for you anymore. Let's commence tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, you shall arrive at school, and together we will take the bus to the exit of Safety Zone 38324, where we will begin our hunt for deities. Taking the bus. Principal Li. I do not possess that much money. Li Tian glanced knowingly at him, aware that this cunning little rascal certainly had a method to acquire funds, merely feigning ignorance in his presence. However, even a recently awakened sequence ability user remains a wandering orphan. If he were to produce money, a plausible excuse would still be necessary. At that point, one could never be certain of attracting further trouble. Never mind, I shall cover the few copper coins. You must find a way to earn a reasonable income. You cannot always rely on me for transportation costs. Once we slay deities outside the safety zone tomorrow, we will have plenty of money. No need for any excuse. You are rather confident. If we're to start tomorrow, what preparations do I need to make? Go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to collect your thermal suit, sequence blade, and your first dose of sequence elixir. Understood. Without waiting for school to end, Qin Xiang exchanged a few more words with Li Tianming before promptly heading to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. As he approached, he sent a message to Qian Wendao. Qian Wendao quickly responded, instructing him to come directly to his office. Upon entering the bureau's building, Qin Xiang, though not a first-time visitor, was still awestruck by the understated luxury of the interior. He hoped that one day, he too would lead such a life. Upon reaching the office of Qian Wendao on the second floor, he saw an orange and white thermal suit displayed on the desk, accompanied by a god-hunting dagger and a vial of sequence elixir. Qian Wendao was engrossed in typing on his computer, seemingly occupied. You've arrived. Yes. Please have a seat. I have a few matters to attend to. Just a moment. All right. After a brief interval, the satisfying sound of the return key echoed as Qian Wendao exhaled deeply and turned his attention to Qin Xiang. Have you decided to hunt deities so soon? I'm already a bit late. I must hasten to accumulate god-hunting points. Qian Wendao smiled. So urgent. Are you aiming for the top universities? Indeed. Otherwise, I will be doing myself a disservice. Qian Wendao nodded. Qin Xiang's response aligned with his expectations for the young man's identity. A destitute noble wandering the streets naturally yearns to reclaim his former glory and confront those who once looked down upon him. Youth, after all, should not be so easily disillusioned. Qian Wendao inquired with concern. Have you found a god-hunting team? Assembling a god-hunting team is a matter to be approached with great caution. Your status as an orphan makes you an easy target. I have not joined a team. I'm going solo. Solo? Qian Wendao expressed surprise. Do you have experience hunting deities? No. Then how can you dare to go alone? Going solo does not imply I will be entirely alone. Qian Wendao licked his dry lips. Have you found an insurer? Qin Xiang smiled and responded with a question. Are you surprised? Not surprised, not surprised. Although Qianwen did not reveal any outward reaction, he was profoundly shaken within. The profession of insurer was something he had heard of, typically involving higher-ranked, seasoned sequence ability users who provide protection for newcomers in solo teams. However, hiring an insurer requires more than just wealth. A high-level sequence ability user is not troubled by financial concerns. A significant exchange of benefits is essential to secure a competent insurer. This is not a configuration accessible to the average individual. Is Qin Xiang about to make a significant move? Should he seize the opportunity to ally with Qin Xiang before he fully ascends, taking a gamble on his rise? Chapter 54. The sandworm servant, suddenly confronted with a perplexing dilemma, Qian Wenda found himself in a state of anxious anticipation. He felt utterly confounded by Qin Xiang, uncertain whether placing his bet on him would prove to be a judicious decision. Would he soar to great heights alongside him, or be dragged into the mire? It seemed prudent to first assess the strength of him and his insurer before making further plans. If Qin Xiang truly harbored aspirations of entering the most prestigious academy, his eventual success would undoubtedly be meteoric. Investing now would mean that he, like a bird following the phoenix, would soar far and wide. Conversely, should it all be mere pretense, maintaining a lukewarm relationship would suffice. Resolute in his decision, Qian Wenda inquired, which safe zone exit do you and your insurer intend to approach for the hunting of deities? The largest nearby, the exit of safe zone 38324, Qin Xiang replied. Qian Wenda was taken aback once more. 38,324? That location has recorded the appearance of formidable deities. Are you certain about venturing into such a challenging area on your first attempt? Upon hearing Qian Wenda's concerns, Qin Xiang felt a slight tightening in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, the exit of safe zone 38324 had indeed witnessed the emergence of mighty deities. Since the onset of the sequence awakening, there had been no successful instances of hunting such formidable beings. He did not consider himself as a fledgling sequence ability user, capable of becoming the foremost hunter of the age. This was a choice made by Li Tianming, who was now intertwined with him, harboring no intent to harm. Thus, he remained composed, nodding nonchalantly at Qian Wenda. Understood. Seeing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor reassured Qian Wenda. He continued, I have heard from the management bureau that recently, there has been a significant increase in sequence ability users at the exit of safe zone 38324. This influx is due to a large number of relatively weak minor deities wandering nearby. If you encounter this group of minor deities, you should yield considerable rewards. Minor deities? Could you elaborate further? Qin Xiang's interest was piqued regarding the information about the outside of the safe zone. There is a considerable gathering of sandworm servants. Their master seems to have become lost deep outside the safe zone, leaving them without support and forcing them into impoverished areas, essentially the fringes of our safe zone. They are currently searching for a new master. Qin Xiang was somewhat familiar with the sandworm servants. They were peculiar small creatures, akin to parasites, living off the remains of the prey consumed by large sandworms. In terms of individual strength, sandworm servants were indeed the softest of targets. However, they often appeared in large numbers, and the saying goes, Many ants can fell an elephant, which could prove quite troublesome for others. Yet, for someone like Qin Siyang, who could augment his power by consuming deities, he had no fear of being overwhelmed. The more servants there were, the more he would thrive. Quickly, Qin Siyang posed another question. If the sandworm servants are congregating around the sandworms, does that imply? Indeed, Qian Winda confirmed. The large deity that has appeared outside the exit of safe zone 38324 is a sandworm. The sandworm minions have come here in search of a new master. Once they latch onto a sandworm, those succulent morsels will no longer belong to our sequence practitioners. Qin Siyang felt a surge of excitement. Director Qian, you mentioned that many have come to the exit of safety zone 38324 solely to hunt the sandworm minions. Even if I were to discover their traces, I doubt I could seize much in terms of spoils. Qian, with a sly grin, replied, You have come to the right person for this matter, classmate Qin. I do indeed possess a method. Oh, I would be most grateful for your guidance. Director Qian, please wait a moment. Qian rose from his swivel chair, approached a shelf behind him, and retrieved a black glass vial. With this, you shall be assured of discovering the traces of the sandworm minions before anyone else. Qin Siyang picked up the black glass vial and scrutinized it, unable to discern its significance. Director Qian, what exactly is this? It is a scale from a sandworm. A sandworm scale? On this scale resides the essence of the sandworm. If you open this glass vial in a secluded location, it will undoubtedly attract some sandworm minions. Where did you acquire this? It is evidence of the sandworm's manifestation provided by a traveling practitioner. They found this scale not far from the safety zone. I procured it for 2 silver coins, intending it for my nephew, but alas, as you know, he is not cut out for this. In our team, he is often bullied, let alone possessing something as envy-inducing as this. Valued at 2 silver coins, why wouldn't he the finder use it themselves? A few newcomers lack the capacity to handle a large swarm of sandworm minions. They could always seek assistance. Seek help? Qian scoffed. Classmate Qin, do you realize that outside the safety zone, the greatest threat to humanity is not the deities, but other humans? Out there, you cannot fully trust even your own team, let alone others. If faced with a troublesome deity, cooperation may occur, but when confronted with a tempting bounty, the first instinct of sequence practitioners is often not to share, but to eliminate anyone who might claim a portion of the prize. Such is the inherent nature of humanity, able to endure hardship together, yet unwilling to share fortune. Even after becoming a practitioner and enhancing one's abilities, this flawed nature remains unchanged. With that, Qian cast another glance at Qin Siyang. Classmate Qin, I trust you are not one of those individuals, are you? Haha, classmate Qin, do not take it to heart. Qin Siyang offered a faint smile. Director Qian, how many sequence practitioners have you encountered who would willingly hunt deities to gather funds for ordinary individuals without blood ties? Whether or not I embody the type you described, I believe you already have your answer, Director Qian. Qin Siyang held the black glass vial. This item is indeed extraordinary. With it, my inaugural hunt for a deity will be remarkably efficient. Director Qian, I truly find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude. This assistance is akin to the invaluable support you provided when I registered for the sequence. Ah, classmate Qin, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. It is merely 2 silver coins, not a significant sum. No, those 2 silver coins merely represent the amount you received, Director Qian. Were it not for our acquaintance, I doubt I could have obtained even 10 silver coins. I shall remember this matter. Director Qian, I must now prepare for the hunt against the divine. Perhaps we shall meet again. Indeed, farewell. Qin Siyang packed the thermal suit, the divine hunter's dagger, and the sequence potion into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass bottle into his pocket. Thank you. Qian watched as Qin Siyang departed, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 55. Preparations. Qin Siyang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and retrieved the hundreds of copper coins he had acquired after taking down 3 homeless men. Now that his status within the sequence was publicly known, the origin of these coins could be easily explained, without the need for subterfuge. He grasped the coins and made his way to the only supermarket nearby. The outskirts of the safe zone were characterized by dire poverty, with nearly everyone cooking for themselves to save money. Consequently, only raw ingredients were sold, There were no prepared meals to be found. However, this supermarket offered a plethora of ready-to-eat food items, as its clientele consisted not of residents, but rather of sequence abilities hunters venturing to the 1-1-4-5-1-4 safe zone to slay deities. Qin Xiang had passed by this establishment countless times, but had never had the opportunity to step inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by dim lighting, revealing a modest assortment of goods on the shelves. At the checkout counter stood two burly men, their hands resting beneath the counter as if gripping weapons, watching Qin Xiang with wary expressions. Initially puzzled, Qin Xiang quickly understood upon glancing at his own tattered clothing. The shopkeepers likely mistook him for a thief. He could empathize with their caution. Running a supermarket in such an area without adequate stock would have undoubtedly led to it being raided by the desperate. Shaking his head in resignation at his appearance, Qin Xiang recognized that he needed to address his wardrobe, though not at this moment. He selected a large backpack with numerous compartments and proceeded to purchase several compressed meals to stave off hunger. How much? He inquired at the checkout. 200 copper coins. The price was roughly what Qin Xiang had anticipated. Though slightly higher than his mental calculations, he dismissed the discrepancy. He retrieved the coins from his pocket, counted out 200, and handed them to the men. He then meticulously packed the food into the compartments of his backpack. Just as Qin Xiang lifted the backpack and prepared to leave, a sudden, sharp click echoed from behind him. The unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. Without hesitation, he activated his violence skill, vaulting over the counter and seizing the necks of the two men. Frowning, he glared at them. What is the meaning of this? Is it necessary to resort to violence after a simple transaction? The men, their faces flushed, grasped at Qin Xiang's hands in a futile attempt to pry them away. Yet, his grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering them motionless. One of the men rasped, "No, it's not what you think." He pointed, and following his gesture, Qin Xiang noticed a peculiar drawer slightly ajar. What does that imply? Are you suggesting it was merely the sound of the drawer? Yes. Upon observing that neither man possessed any weapons and that the counter was impeccably clean, Qin Xiang released his hold and turned to inspect the drawer. He pushed it inward. The sound emitted, reminiscent of a handgun being loaded, echoed in the air. Qin Xiang turned back to gaze at the two burly men, panting heavily, their faces streaked with tears and snot. With a huff, he admonished, "In the future, refrain from such petty tricks." Yes. Qin Xiang then took several packages of compressed instant food. "Consider these as compensation for the fright you just gave me." "Certainly. Take as many as you wish." "Take as I please? Wouldn't your backers come after me for this?" "Not at all." Ignoring their protests, Qin Xiang slung his backpack over his shoulders and departed. Once he was gone, the two men exhaled in relief. The sound from the drawer had been meticulously engineered for the purpose of robbery and murder. While most customers in the store were adept individuals, there were also many ordinary folk who preferred to remain in the shadows. Whenever they noticed a customer who seemed less than capable, they would manipulate the drawer to produce a noise akin to that of a handgun being loaded. If the customer were indeed capable, their sharp hearing would inevitably detect the ruse, revealing the inviolable authority of an adept. Even if they provoked an adept's ire, they could always claim it was merely the sound of the drawer. Operating a supermarket in this area, they had their own protection, allowing them to smooth things over with an apology or a few gifts. However, if the customer was not an adept, they would draw out an actual handgun from the concealed compartment of the drawer, eliminating the customer and looting their possessions for a substantial profit. Qin Xiang recognized their ploy. Thus he had taken additional provisions as compensation. One of the burly men lamented, with his disheveled appearance. "How could anyone know he was an adept? I thought he was a fugitive. I nearly killed him." The other man massaged his neck and retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" He was carrying a backpack designed specifically for adept-grade relics. With such an obvious item, it's as if he had "I am an adept" written on his forehead. If he isn't an adept, then who could he possibly be? At that moment, why would you even touch the drawer? Are you seeking death? But who has ever seen an adept dressed so shabbily? Of course, he must be newly awakened. Can you not think? Does all your weight go to your muscles and none to your brain? I only thought he had a bit of money. Business has been slow lately. I was hoping to make a quick fortune. Are you really considering a few hundred copper coins? You should stop operating this store with me. I'll call the boss right now and have you transferred from this place where you've never seen real money. Please, brother, give me a chance. It's not easy for me to secure this job. I beg you to let me stay. Then this month's earnings will be split 80-20. I take 80, you take 20. If you agree, I won't mention this incident to the boss. Ah, what? Are you not satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. I will heed your arrangements. Upon returning to the warehouse, Qin Xiang also placed the black glass vials and the hunter's dagger into his backpack. How should he handle these 2 vials of adept potion? He stared at the glass containers, lost in contemplation, having already enhanced his strength through the consumption of divine entities. He deemed it a sheer waste to partake in the sequential elixir. Should an opportunity arise, it would be prudent to find someone to dispose of it in exchange for some monetary gain. After indulging in a restful slumber, he planned to awaken the following morning, take a brisk cold shower at school, and then accompany the principal to the safety exit number 38324 for a divine hunt. Reclining on the soft mat upon the floor, Qin Xiang drifted into a deep sleep, filled with anticipation for the morrow. The next day, he awoke early once more. Clad in his frost-resistant attire and shouldering a substantial backpack, he stepped outside. His entire ensemble undoubtedly attracted the attention of every passerby. Each individual regarded him with a mixture of reverence, envy, and admiration. Under such gazes, Qin Xiang's steps became increasingly buoyant. Chapter 56. Departing the safe zone with an air of confidence, Qin Xiang strode into the school, drawing the attention of everyone with his distinguished frost-resistant attire and large backpack, signaling his intent to hunt divine beings. He made his way directly to the principal's office. "Principal Li, let us embark," he declared. Li Tianming, taken aback by Qin Xiang's garb reminiscent of a sequence power user, inquired, "Why are you already donned in frost-resistant clothing here? This will surely attract attention to our departure from a school to hunt divine beings." Qin Xiang merely shrugged, responding, "If I don't wear the frost-resistant gear, won't people still notice? Principal Li, I cannot conceal the matter regarding the insurer for long. Those who are keeping an eye on you will eventually learn of it. Rather than shrouding ourselves in secrecy and allowing them to speculate on our intentions, it is wiser to openly acknowledge our relationship as mere teacher and student. You have faith in me, hoping I will assist you in the future, and thus you are investing in me now. That is all." Convinced by Qin Xiang's reasoning, Li Tianming nodded. "You present a valid point. Very well, let us proceed in this manner." He too donned a frost-resistant suit and departed the school alongside Qin Xiang. It was only at this moment that the teachers and students realized that Principal Li Tianming was, in fact, a sequence power user. Both Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu were astonished upon learning this revelation. "I never imagined Xiao Li could keep such a secret," Teacher Zhu exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Wen Shu remarked, "It is certainly better for someone to accompany Qin Xiang on this hunt than for him to venture alone." "Alone?" Teacher Zhu queried, puzzled. "ISNT, it said that sequence power users typically form teams to hunt divine beings." When Shu chuckled, "I cannot say for certain. I was merely speculating." With that, she returned her focus to the exercises in her workbook. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop, waiting for a somewhat dilapidated bus to arrive. "Thank you, Principal Li." Li Tianming glanced at him, then produced a few coins to pay for their fare. In this apocalyptic era, where much of the territory was claimed by divine beings, energy resources were exceedingly scarce. Hence, the buses still reliant on gasoline or electricity were high-energy consuming vehicles, making fares quite exorbitant. As a result, the bus was devoid of ordinary citizens, filled instead with sequence power users who utilized this mode of transport to save time. Some had just concluded their hunting activities at the exit of Safe Zone 14514, while others were heading to different exits to commence their hunts. The atmosphere within the bus was tranquil, with passengers either engrossed in their smartphones or resting with closed eyes, observing the advanced devices of others. Qin Xiang glanced down at his own rugged, older model phone, known for its durability, and mused that it might be time to upgrade his equipment. However, that was a concern for another day. After more than an hour, the bus's intercom announced, "Safe Zone exit 38324, arrival." "Let us disembark," Qin Xiang replied. Together, They stepped off the bus and walked towards the exit of the safe zone. Today, at the exit of safe zone 38324, there was quite a crowd. Li Tianming surveyed the throng at the exit and couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. It is due to the recent emergence of a horde of unclaimed sandworm minions. Qin Xiang explained. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know that? Of course, I found a way to inquire, Qin Xiang replied. Li Tianming nodded slightly, feeling a deeper admiration for Qin Xiang. His intellect was far from that of an ordinary teenager. Perhaps relying on him for assistance would indeed prove fruitful. The two exited the safe zone together. As the metallic door slowly opened, Qin Xiang faced the world beyond for the first time. The faint starlight above illuminated the eternal night of the blue star, casting a dim glow upon a realm of ruins. The landscape was dotted with remnants of collapsed walls and discarded vehicles, hinting at the traces of a once thriving civilization. However, a decade had passed, and much of this evidence had been buried beneath the relentless sands. In time, it would likely vanish entirely. Perhaps in some distant future, an archaeologist would stumble upon these ruins, filled with elation. Or perhaps they would remain buried, never to see the light of day again. As Qin Xiang took in the scene before him, his mind raced with thoughts filled with melancholy. The fragility of human civilization was striking. Let us proceed, he said, following Li Tianming out of the safe zone. The moment they stepped outside, Qin Xiang felt a fierce gust of wind that caused his protective suit to flutter. Li Tianming assessed the bustling God Hunter team around them and pondered for a moment. Based on my experience, we could head towards that. Principal Li, follow me. Qin Xiang interjected, choosing a path with fewer figures. Li Tianming was momentarily taken aback, but did not question him, trailing behind. If Qin Xiang was aware of the sandworm minions, he might also know their whereabouts. Yet, it was unlikely. Once the minions left their master, they roamed without a fixed location. Qin Xiang remained silent, focused on their journey as they ventured deeper, with the crowd thinning around them. Qin, do you know where the sandworm minions congregate? Deeper in lies danger. If we encounter a mid-level deity, I may not be able to protect you, Li Tianming cautioned, glancing around to confirm the absence of others. The safe zone had now faded into mere points of light behind them. They had walked for over 10 kilometers. It should be sufficient. He retrieved a black glass vial from his backpack and opened the cap. What is this, Qin? A sandworm scale. What? Where did you obtain such a thing? From the source of my information, Qin Xiang replied tersely. The identities of Qian Wen and Li Tianming were his two trump cards. They were aware of each other's existence, but had never met, which suited him perfectly. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Xiang suddenly sensed a commotion. Prepare yourselves. Understood. Qin Xiang drew forth the hunter's dagger, quietly observing the direction from whence the sound emanated. He held his breath, fully attuned, his entire being taut with anticipation. Though he had taken lives before, he had never confronted a deity. At this critical juncture, anxiety gnawed at his heart. Even within his protective suit, beads of sweat began to form on his back. Prepared, he counted down, knowing that only 10 seconds remained. After offering this reminder, Li Tianming silently retreated, distancing himself from Qin Xiang to avoid any perception that Qin might be incapable of solo combat. As the sounds drew nearer, Qin Xiang's nerves tightened further. Suddenly, a shadow, half his height, sprang forth, lunging directly at him. Qin Xiang could not discern the true form of the shadow. He could only vaguely make out its grotesque shape. Resembling an abomination with a multitude of long, crab-like legs, its body akin to that of a mutated cockroach. Chapter 57. The Successful Hunt, the Formidable. Mutated deity, resembling a giant cockroach, moved with remarkable swiftness. Yet, Qin Xiang was still able to accurately discern its position. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to employ the violent skill, opting instead to rely on his physical reflexes to confront this divinity. Although violence did not specify a cooldown period, suggesting it could be utilized indefinitely, the skill would triple his strength, agility, and perception, undoubtedly consuming a substantial amount of energy. This energy, without question, emanated from Qin Xiang's own body. Overuse would lead to exhaustion, rendering it unsustainable. Thus, he temporarily set aside the thought of using violence. As long as he could clearly see, it indicated that the enemy's agility did not exceed his own capacity for response. Regarding strength, this deity stood only half a human's height and would likely not surpass him. Moreover, at this moment, there was but a single deity, making it an ideal opportunity for practice. Despite being a novice, Qin Xiang firmly believed that honing his combat reflexes was of utmost importance. As the large, mutated cockroach lunged towards him with its claws outstretched, Qin Xiang seized the moment. Just as the elongated, side-like claws were about to make contact with his chest, he propelled himself upward in a powerful leap, gazing down at the deity below. The creature's head was oriented towards the ground, rendering it oblivious to the situation behind it. Insectoid beings possess extremely limited vision, and it appeared that this deity shared a similar trait. Gripping his demon-hunting dagger tightly, Qin Xiang descended, aiming directly for the creature's head. He was confident that the deity's cranium would not be particularly resilient, and the dagger would surely penetrate. He envisioned the scene moments later, the deity's anguished wails and the splattering of foul ichor. Success was imminent. A slight smirk graced his lips. Crack! A sharp sound resounded. The cockroach-like deity suddenly twisted its head 180 degrees. Its two large, round black eyes fixated intently on the descending Qin Xiang. To his horror, he perceived a strange smile flickering in those repulsive, bulging eyes. How could this be? Not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brow, poised to unleash the earth-binding skill to prevent any harm from befalling Qin Xiang. It seemed that Qin Xiang had drawn the ire of a particularly troublesome aberrant scythe beetle among the sandworm minions. This creature easily misled many into believing it possessed limited vision, yet in truth, it had a full 360-degree field of view. Numerous sequence ability users had met their demise in its visual traps. Li Tianming meticulously observed Qin Xiang's reactions. Should his next move falter, he could very well be impaled through the chest and abdomen by the aberrant scythe beetle, leading to his demise. Sweat began to bead on Li Tianming's palms, fearful that he might be too late to intervene and allow Qin Xiang to perish. Upon witnessing the sudden rotation of the deity's head, Qin Xiang immediately sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He abandoned his attack, instead planting a foot upon the beetle's carapace and leaping once more. Just as his foot had barely left the protective shell, two ebony scythes suddenly emerged from the dark, circular eyes of the aberrant armor. They grazed past Qin Xiang's mask, and even through his frost-resistant suit, he could feel the rush of wind vibrating in front of him. That was close. Had he pressed on with his attack moments earlier, he would have been cleaved into pieces by those sudden scythes. Damn it, he had thoroughly researched the sandworm minions before arriving, yet he had never encountered this deity. Wait. As Qin Xiang gazed at the aberrant armor's head, a realization struck him. Those scythes had sprouted from its eyes. Did that mean it had lost its vision and become blind? As he observed the scythes retract swiftly, his thoughts were further confirmed. The aberrant armor seemed eager to regain its sight, which explained its attempt to withdraw the scythes after missing their strike. This was the moment. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang pressed down again as he descended, thrusting his dagger towards the aberrant armor's head. With a squelch, he felt the dagger pierce through a layer of carapace before penetrating into a soft, moist area. The aberrant armor writhed in agony. The scythes that were about to retract sprang forth again, aiming to sweep toward Qin Xiang, intent on taking him down with it. However, Qin Xiang had seized the initiative and would not let this opportunity slip away. He pressed down forcefully with both hands, driving the dagger deep into the ground, pinning the aberrant armor's head into the earth. With its head thoroughly deformed, the scythes that emerged from its eyes could only extend a short distance before becoming stuck. Seizing the moment, Qin Xiang twisted with all his might, creating a hole the width of a steel pipe. A spray of dark green liquid splattered onto his protective suit, sending a chill through his body beneath the frost-resistant fabric. The aberrant armor's many legs twitched a couple of times before falling still. It was over. Qin Xiang exhaled in relief and hurriedly closed the lid of the glass jar containing the sandworm scales. He needed a moment to recover. If more aberrant armors appeared now, he would truly be at his wit's end. Sitting atop the aberrant armor's shell, he regulated his breathing as Li Tianming approached from distance. "Well done, Qin," he praised. "Thank you. I appreciate Principal Li for standing guard beside me," Qin Xiang replied, grateful even as he rested. He knew that, in that critical moment, Li Tianming had surely been prepared to assist him. Li Tianming smiled. "Qin, to think you could take down an aberrant armor on your first hunt for a deity is quite unexpected." "Just lucky, I suppose," Qin Xiang replied. "Principal Li. What is this deity called? The aberrant armor? Why didn't I come across this name while researching the sandworm minions in the Godslayer camp?" The forums are free, but the information is limited. The aberrant armor is already a high-tier entity among the sandworm minions, not easily defeated, especially considering its 360-degree vision, which has claimed the lives of many sequence ability users. The experience of vanquishing it was accrued through the sacrifices of those with sequential abilities. Such invaluable information is seldom disclosed. No one would dare to reveal it. Then how does Principal Li possess this knowledge? Me? Have you forgotten that I am the vice president of a certain university? My understanding of the divine is undoubtedly profound. The fact that information regarding the hunting of deities remains undisclosed is astonishing. No wonder humanity has yet to devise a means to escape the safe zones. What a bunch of scoundrels. Li Tianming inquired. "Classmate Qin, do you intend to disclose the information about the aberrant side?" "I." Qin Xiang chuckled softly. "I'm even more of a rogue than they are." "Ha! Well, let us cease this chatter. Principal Li, where shall I make the incision to prove that I have hunted this deity?" Chapter 58. Infidelity: How to prove the hunting of deities remains a mystery. Even within the forum, Qin Xiang could only glean from fragmented conversations that it involves severing a specific part from the deity that serves as proof of identity, to be brought back to the safe zone. At the entrance of the safe zone, the personnel from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau will assess these parts to allocate rewards. Although he had slain the aberrant scythe, he was uncertain how to validate his accomplishment. Fortunately, Li Tianming accompanied him, alleviating his concerns. "Turn the aberrant scythe over." Li Tianming instructa. Following his directive, Qin Xiang did so, and Li Tianming pointed to a circular carapace located at its core. "Do you see this circular carapace? Sever it and take it back. It will serve as proof of your hunt. Every deity possesses such a circular carapace. This is your evidence of having hunted a deity." Qin Xiang used his god-hunting dagger to slice along the circular carapace, inadvertently extracting a considerable amount of flesh and blood. As he prepared to clean it up, Li Tianming halted him. "Do not remove the flesh. The inspection personnel at the safe zone entrance will assess the freshness of this flesh to determine whether you have cheated. They will dispose of the flesh on the circular carapace and only take the carapace itself." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang experienced a moment of clarity. He had previously wondered why there were so many remnants of deities in the garbage bins outside the safe zone. Now he understood. Curious, Qin Xiang inquired, "How many god-hunting points is this circular carapace worth?" Li Tianming extended 6 fingers. 6 god-hunting points. So many. Qin Xiang was taken aback. Having assumed that slaying a deity like the sandworm servant would yield only a single point. "Indeed, it is quite substantial," Li Tianming affirmed. "But how is this point system determined?" "Examine the circular carapace closely," Li Tianming suggested. He wiped away some dark green fluid from the carapace and pointed to a circular indentation. "This ring here signifies 5 points." He then indicated a linear indentation. "This line represents 1 point. Together, they total 6 points. Qin Xiang appeared puzzled. "How is this point standard established?" "Of course, it is derived from practical combat validation. The Bureau discovered that a deity with a circular carapace is approximately 5 times more challenging to hunt than one with a single indentation, thus establishing this exchange standard." Understanding dawned upon him. Qin Xiang opened his backpack and carefully placed the precious circular carapace inside. With 6 points, and considering he was in a solo team, he would receive double points, 12 points. While he was uncertain about its implications, the number 12 sounded significant. He must secure it to prevent theft. Noticing his careful handling, Li Tianming reassured him, "You need not worry about others stealing this circular carapace. Your god-hunting dagger bears your essence, and so does the carapace. Even if someone were to steal it, their essence would merely overlay yours. According to Bureau regulations, the reward is allocated to the original essence owner of the carapace. Oh, that seems quite reasonable. Please continue. Qin Xiang unscrewed the cap of the sandworm scale bottle and continued to wait patiently. However, in addition to fixating on the front, he also began to contemplate the body of the aberrant crab scythe. What a magnificent divine corpse. If I were to consume it entirely, wouldn't I ascend to the heavens? He was instantly filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he proceeded to act. First, he used his hunter's dagger to sever the crab-like legs of the aberrant crab scythe. What are you doing, Qin? Oh, just passing the time, having a little fun. Li Tianming, unaware of Qin Xiang's intentions and seeing no sign of the sandworm minion, decided to let him be. Qin Xiang then chopped off the joint of the leg and examined the remaining segment in his hand. After hollowing out the flesh within, he realized it could serve as a straw. He gazed at the abdomen of the aberrant crab scythe, where, in the gaping hole left by the removed round shell, dark green juices flowed abundantly. He scanned the desolate surroundings, confirming there were no divine beings nearby. Then, he opened a small gap in the visor of his frost-proof suit. A gust of cold wind rushed in, causing him to shiver. Outside the safety zone, the chill was indeed biting. Even the bodies of sequence abilities practitioners seemed to struggle against such cold. Once he acclimated to the brisk air, he hurriedly thought about crafting the straw. Otherwise, the juices within the aberrant crab scythe might freeze soon. He grasped the segment of the leg, placed it to his mouth, and vigorously sucked, drawing all the flesh into his mouth. It tasted somewhat like crab meat, having previously indulged in raw drunken crab in his past life. He found the tender, gelatinous leg meat quite reminiscent. After swallowing, a warm sensation surged through his body, bringing immense relief. Not bad at all. He promptly inserted the hollow crab leg back into the body of the aberrant crab scythe and began to fervently siphon the juices within. Indeed, the frigid weather had already begun to freeze the liquids into icy shards. Nevertheless, insatiable harbor no distan. All was in pursuit of strength. Strength, after all, was not to be trifled with. As the juices entered his body, they instantly transformed into energy that fortified him, so he felt no fullness, regardless of the divine remnants he consumed. After about a minute of fervent sucking, the juices finally ran dry. A quick glance revealed that the interior of the aberrant crab scythe was predominantly filled with juices, with only a scant amount of flesh remaining. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. Next, he inserted the straw back into the body of the aberrant crab scythe and began to pour in some sand. Surely, no one else would dare to touch a divine corpse besides me. Qin Xiang contentedly burped, wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, then sealed the visor of his frost-proof suit, lazily leaning against the shell of the aberrant crab scythe. He had grown stronger once more. At that moment, basking in the sunlight would have made him even more satisfied. Although his sequence level had not risen, he could distinctly feel his prowess had increased. Not only had his strength improved, but even his vision had sharpened somewhat. The distant objects that had previously been unclear were now vividly visible. Li Tianming, not far away, remained oblivious to Qin Xiang's activities. He had thought that suddenly he had regained his youthful spirit, enjoying his solitary playtime. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this classmate Qin was truly mature or still quite juvenile. After a brief respite, Qin Xiang was abruptly alerted by a rustling sound. It seemed that another sandworm minion was approaching. He immediately rose, adopting a battle-ready stance, calmly prepared to confront the impending foe. Qin Xiang was confident that if another aberrant armored scythe were to appear, he would effortlessly dispatch it. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he discerned a divine entity advancing towards him in the distance. Was that a long-legged worm? A smile crept upon his lips. The soft target he had long awaited had finally arrived. Time for an exhilarating hunt. Chapter 59. Sequence Level 3 if the distorted is regarded as the superior entity among the sandworm minions. Then the long-legged worm is but the mud beneath the soles of their shoes, a mere inferior being. No deity is more feeble than the long-legged worm, lacking robust defenses, piercing weapons, lethal toxins, or even a modicum of intelligence. It possesses only a mouth, no larger than a finger, which merely scratches the skin of a sequence ability user like a gentle scrape. The long-legged worm is not only weak in abilities, but also lacking in intellect. When faced with danger, it does not even attempt to evade. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau has seriously contemplated the reduction or even the elimination of the hunting points awarded for the long-legged worm. However, such measures were ultimately not implemented. This is because the long-legged worm, despite its frailty, often attaches itself to more powerful deities. The appearance of a long-legged worm signifies the arrival of formidable foes. The risks associated with exterminating them are considerable. Moreover, they remain deities, impervious to ordinary humans. Only sequence ability users possess the capability to slay them. Since they are divine entities, they deserve respect. Thus, the Bureau still grants hunting points for the long-legged worm, encouraging sequence users to bravely hunt down deities. Yet, the Bureau had never anticipated the shameless actions of someone like Qin Xiang, who lured the minions with a sandworm scale. The long-legged worms, drawn to a new master, did not form alliances with other powerful deities. Instead, they surged towards the area exuding the scent of sandworms. Qin Xiang beamed with delight at the sight of a vast swarm of long-legged worms. Not far away, Li Tianming stood in stunned silence. This kid is extraordinarily lucky. The long-legged worms before him numbered in the hundreds. Was he not destined to soar to greatness? Why had he never encountered such fortune during his own hunts? Li Tianming felt a pang of envy. Were it not for the fact that he needed Qin Xiang's assistance, and that many had witnessed their departure, making an attack inconvenient, he might have been tempted to eliminate Qin Xiang and claim the long-legged worms for himself. Restraint, Li Tianming. You have more pressing matters at hand. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his jealousy. Qin Xiang, meanwhile, did not linger. He brandished his hunting dagger and charged forward. The long-legged worms, mostly half a meter in length and 2 fingers wide, hovered about 20 centimeters above the ground due to their slender legs. In Qin Xiang's eyes, they resembled mere pests. With a swift motion of his dagger, he was able to dispatch 3 or 5 with ease. Then a thought struck him. He knew that only sequence ability users could slay deities, but there was no stipulation that it had to be accomplished with a hunting dagger. Observing the long-legged worms crawling on the ground, he was seized by curiosity. Could he crush these humble deities underfoot? He stomped down, only to find that the flattened, long-legged worm quickly resumed its original form and continued to crawl. Not effective. Suddenly, he realized something. Perhaps it was due to the thermal suit he was wearing, which enveloped him entirely. Even if the body undergoes a mutation awakening sequence, the force of this mutation cannot be transmitted through the anti-freeze suit. To validate his hypothesis, he unfastened his anti-freeze suit and stepped upon the long-legged worm. With a squelch, red fluid oozed from the worm, splattering onto Qin Xiang's foot. After a couple of spasms, the long-legged worm ceased to move. It was dead. Qin Xiang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the body of sequence ability user was no longer akin to that of an ordinary person, having undergone a peculiar transformation. Even without employing his sequence abilities, he could vanquish deities. With this understanding, Qin Xiang no longer clung to the idea of using a dagger to slay the divine beings. Wielding a dagger was too slow. With so many worms around, it was far more expedient to crush them underfoot. From a distance, Li Tianming observed Qin Xiang's actions with admiration, nodding appreciatively. First, Qin Xiang donned his anti-freeze suit to attempt to crush the long-legged worm, and then he removed the suit to do the same. Li Tianming noted this keen spirit of exploration rather than merely seeking to harvest points from the divine hunt. Truly, he was a promising candidate for scientific inquiry. If I were still in university, I would certainly take this young man as a student. Alas, I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to step beyond the periphery of the safe zone in this lifetime. Li Tianming cast another glance at Qin Xiang's silhouette, pondering that it was likely he would never witness another sequence ability user awaken at Jiyuan School. Qin, my future relies on you. Qin Xiang discarded his anti-freeze suit to the side and dashed through the throng of long-legged worms. However, It seemed the chill prompted him to bend forward, cradling his body with his hands, resembling a refugee in distress. At least, that was how it appeared to Li Tianming. Yet, for Qin Xiang, this posture was not solely influenced by the cold. It also allowed him to lower his head. When his foot pressed upon the long-legged worm, red fluid would be forced out, or rather, exploded forth. With his head bowed, Qin Xiang was prepared to receive the divine offering. He had already gleaned some experience. He discovered that when he stepped diagonally with his heel upon the worm's head and then crushed it with his toes, the red fluid would be expelled from the worm's rear, perfectly spraying into his mouth. The taste was peculiar, likely a blend of various unsavory elements. Qin Xiang glanced at the worm's rear with a twinge of discomfort in his heart. However, the ever-strengthening body soon allowed him to cast aside that unease. What could be more exhilarating than becoming stronger oneself? He galloped tirelessly amidst the multitude of long-legged worms, a vibrant splash of red juice at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a joyous smile. Just as he reveled in this experience, an unexpected sensation surged through him. Qin Xiang felt a qualitative leap in both his agility and perception. Simultaneously, the sequence information within his mind underwent a transformation. Sequence Devourer promotion. Consuming deities will enhance strength. Current sequence level. Level 3, Crimson Knight. Skill, Bloodthirst. Skill description. Can consume deities alive. Skill, Brutality. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, personal strength, agility, and physical resilience triple, during which no pain is felt. Skill, Dual Metal. Skill description. Upon slaying a deity, all current strength, excluding skills, is permanently doubled. Skill cooldown period, 1 year. 100% increase in all strength. Qin Xiang was taken aback. The joy on his face was inescapable, as if he had just won the lottery. This dual metal is astonishingly powerful. Chapter 60. Enhancement of abilities. The sole regret lies in the lengthy cooldown period, which spans an entire year. Were it shorter, he would have opted to reside outside the safety zone indefinitely, biding his time until he attained unmatched prowess before returning. However, the path of survival remains elusive. He had contemplated the notion of persistently hunting deities beyond the safety zone, relying on blood drink to augment his strength, which appeared to be a viable strategy. Yet, he quickly dismissed this idea. His consumption of divine remains must remain clandestine, necessitating hunts in desolate areas, deep beyond the safety zone. This entails a considerable increase in danger, with a significantly heightened probability of encountering formidable unknown deities, which could lead to an untimely demise. He had witnessed far too many such instances on the obituary board of the God-slaying camp. Whether pursuing injured deities into the depths beyond the safety zone or daring to explore uncharted territories, these sequence practitioners invariably met their end at the hands of unknown divinities. Furthermore, numerous hunter teams had faced complete annihilation. Qin Xiang believed himself to be strong, albeit within limits, and he had yet to reach the level of navigating the dangers of the outer realms with ease. Given the constant threat to his life, engaging in cunning machinations within the safety zone seemed the more prudent choice. He cast another glance at the dual metal, a surge of joy welling within him. His power had doubled. Alas, how often do matters unfold as one desires? Nevertheless, he resolved to utilize it forthwith. This enhancement skill, the sooner it was employed, the sooner its cooldown would commence. Upon further examination of the skill description, he realized that it would double his current total strength. A thought struck him. If he activated violence, his power would triple at that moment. And then, using the dual metal, could he potentially achieve a six-fold increase? Six-fold. How potent would he become? Qin Xiang swallowed hard, glancing at the remaining long-legged worms, contemplating that today's harvest was nearly sufficient. Once he cleared these crawling deities, he could prepare to return to the safety zone. Consequently, it seemed there would be no opportunity to employ violence, alleviating his concerns regarding personal expenditure. Let us give a try. He activated violence and then summoned the dual metal. Targeting a long-legged worm, he brought his foot down decisively. With the enhancement from his sequence level and violence, his foot sank deeply into the ground, leaving an impression half the depth of his palm. The long-legged worm had scarcely begun to struggle before it met its end, departing without a hint of suffering. Following this, Qin Xiang felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, elevating him in every aspect. His ears could detect the sounds of long-legged worms moving from all directions. His eyes discerned every fine hair on a long-legged worm 10 paces away. His body felt as light as a feather, enabling him to outrun the wind. His fists brimmed with strength, as if they could effortlessly penetrate steel. Eager to test his newfound might, Qin Xiang stomped down onto another long-legged worm beside him. His lower leg sank into the ground, and Qin Xiang's heart surged with excitement. Power! This is absolute power. Not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brow. Did I just experience an illusion? Why does it feel like there was an afterimage when classmate Qin lifted his foot? Yet, given my rank, my perception and vision are exceptionally sharp. If even I cannot clearly catch his movements, could it be that rank 4? No, rank 5 is necessary. Li Tianming's frown deepened. Qin Xiang is rank 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were rank 5, why would he seek me as an insurer? He could easily confront the divine alone. Moreover, achieving rank 5 requires hundreds of bottles of potion, which he could never acquire. I must be fatigued. My vision is blurred. I need to wake up quickly. I cannot afford to be slow in responding if he encounters danger. With this thought, Li Tianming lifted his mask. Feeling the sharp cold wind, he shivered, instantly feeling more alert, and then closed his mask once more. Looking at Qin Xiang, he noticed that his movements seemed unchanged. Indeed, it was merely his own blurred vision. Qin Xiang felt a tinge of disappointment. He realized that with the conclusion of the violent skill, his strength and agility had diminished somewhat. However, it was not as drastic as before, where he lost 2/3 of his power and agility. After estimating, it seemed he had only lost 1/3. This meant that after using the dual metal, his current strength and agility were approximately 4 times that of his initial state. He further calculated and began to grasp this transformation. If his initial strength was 1 unit, activating violence transformed it into 3 units, and then using the dual metal, raised it to 6 units. Yet with the end of violence, the previous enhancement faded, resulting in a loss of the 2 units gained from violence, leaving him with 4 units. He had expected to become 6 times stronger, but in the end, he only achieved 4 times. Nonetheless, Qin Xiang felt quite satisfied. It was far more comforting than merely doubling his strength. He controlled his speed and power to avoid arousing Li Tianming's suspicion, then proceeded to eliminate the remaining long-legged worms. Afterward, he promptly sealed the black glass vial containing the sandworm scales, preparing to tally his gains. The ground was littered with remnants, enough to keep him occupied for a while. Qin Xiang donned his frost-resistant suit, retrieved the hunter's dagger, and began harvesting the round carapaces. Given the limited capacity of his backpack, he was meticulous in his cuts, preserving only a small amount of flesh, sufficient for the Bureau's inspectors to ascertain that they had perished today. Li Tianming watched Qin Xiang's industrious figure with envy, his eyes nearly ablaze with jealousy. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a multitude of seemingly feeble long-legged worms appearing in clusters. Typically, encountering a dozen would be considered a stroke of luck. Qin Xiang unexpectedly encountered a legion of foot-long worms. Upon a cursory count, there were no fewer than 500 of them. 500 foot-long worms equate to 500 hunter god points. Engaging in solo combat, he would earn double rewards. That amounts to over 1,000 hunter god points. No other member of the hunter team at the exit of safe zone 38324 could possibly surpass his score. This bountiful harvest would surely be sufficient to open the doors to the prestigious academy for top-tier ability users. Qin Xiang's fortune was undeniably extraordinary. He seemed to be the child of destiny. Li Tianming had already devised a plan. Upon his return, he would certainly seek to extract a hefty sum from Qin Xiang. He could not afford to let this affluent individual slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang remained blissfully unaware of Li Tianming's envious glare, lost in the jubilation of his triumph. He had just severed the last piece of round shell armor, perfectly fitting it into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the round shell armor of the foot-long worms was considerably smaller than that of the distorted scythe. Otherwise, his large backpack could hardly accommodate it. To free up space, He held the distorted sides shell armor in his hands as he made his way back, with a heavy backpack slung over his shoulders. He listened to the howling wind outside his mask, a smile playing on his lips. Today, the winds were particularly boisterous. Chapter 61. Hunter's Point's Qin Xiang, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked alongside Li Tianming towards the safety zone. Gradually, they encountered other hunter teams, most of whom appeared dejected. Their bounty today was meager. They had only accrued 7 points, which, when divided among the 5 of them, amounted to just over 1 point per person. Indeed, rumors had circulated that a vast horde of sandworm minions had appeared at the exit of their safety zone, enticing many to join the fray. Yet, the shadow of a single sandworm minion was nowhere to be found, and the divinities they hunted were even scarcer than before. It was uncertain who had spread such misleading information. It only served to harm those who sought to benefit. If this continued, how long would it take to amass enough to repay the mortgage? Do not worry. Those who come seeking shortcuts, upon finding no sandworm minions, will gradually depart. In time, everything will return to normal, Li Tianming reassured, though the melancholy of the other teams weighed heavily in the air. Listening to the despondent words of the nearby hunter team, Qin Xiang struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to escape. He found immense satisfaction in this hunt, and the misfortunes of others only enhanced his joy. Human emotions often do not intertwine. Happiness can sometimes be founded upon the suffering of others. Li Tianming, noticing the barely contained laughter of Qin Xiang, admonished him gently. Qin, your schadenfreude is rather unbecoming. Unbecoming? If this continues, one might inadvertently stray from the righteous path, Qin Xiang retorted, raising an eyebrow. Principal Li, are you suggesting that I still have the chance to be a good person? Li Tianming cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiang, choosing silence. Indeed, could Qin Xiang still aspire to goodness? In a safety zone, virtuous individuals seldom thrive. With a resigned sigh, Li Tianming set aside his desire to lecture, allowing Qin Xiang to revel in his delight. Who was it that claimed there were multitudes of sandworm minions here? After traveling such a distance, how was it possible that none had been sighted? Not only their team, but others that had arrived with them had also failed to find any. Perhaps those sandworm minions had already relocated to other areas. Tomorrow, let us explore the exit of Safety Zone 54,320. There may be unexpected rewards, suggested Qin Xiang. Very well. If after 5 or 6 days we still do not encounter a single sandworm minion, we shall return, Li Tianming agreed. As they approached the protective iron gates of the safety zone, Qin Xiang observed the hunter teams passing by, all sighing in disappointment, as none seemed to have achieved satisfactory results. Together, he and Li Tianming strode confidently back within the confines of safety. Next to the exit, a long line of sequence ability users awaited the verification of their round-shaped armor. The two men remained silent, with Li Tianming seemingly lost in thought, while Qin Xiang, employing his sharp perception, eavesdropped on the conversations around him. Captain John, we have hunted 10 points worth of round-shaped armor today. It seems rather favorable, one team member remarked. Indeed, I initially thought our progress was lackluster, but upon comparing with other teams, most have reaped less than half of what we have, Captain John replied. Captain, you can allocate 4 of the 10 points to yourself this time, the team member added. With the addition of these 4 points, your total should reach 200, correct? Indeed. Suddenly, a bystander interjected, 200 points? That means you could rank among the top 5 at the exit of Safe Zone 38,324. The individual named John arrogantly cast a glance at the envious onlookers and replied nonchalantly, I should be precisely 5th. Is it true that those in the top 5 at the Safe Zone exit enjoy certain privileges? That matter is not open for discussion. Oh, I apologize. The inquirer offered an awkward smile and continued. You are quite impressive. With 200 points, you must be able to enter the top 1,000,000 of the Safe Zone. Gaining a rank, right? How do your points compare within the Safe Zone? Approximately around 950,000. Wow, 950,000. I'm still outside the 1,000,000 mark, without any rank. With time and perseverance, it will come. Qin Xiang observed John's slight elevation of his chin when he uttered this, which seemed to encourage the questioner, yet concealed a profound disdain, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. The bystanders gazed at John with envy. John removed his safety helmet, adjusted the collar of his attire, and bore an air of unapproachability, reminiscent of a noble gentleman. At that moment, someone chuckled, "Young John, with such an air, you resemble a rooster that has just laid an egg. Have you encountered some fortuitous event?" John's expression immediately turned to anger. Sun Ju-hong. I knew it was you, that foul-mouthed scoundrel." The man smirked, his scarred face writhing like a worm. "Oh, you are even less than a scoundrel. What does that make you? Excrement? You are merely ahead by a little over 40 points. What is so remarkable about that? Being ahead by over 40 points is still significant. At the exit of safe zone 38324, I rank 4th while you rank 5th. That is an unalterable fact." John's golden eyes revealed a look of disdain. "In less than a year, I will surpass you. How utterly laughable. Do you truly believe that in this year, only your points will increase while mine remain stagnant?" As he spoke, Sun Ju-hong turned his head to address his teammates, saying, "Young John is 20 years younger than his father, claiming that in 20 years, he will be the same age as his father. Ha ha, the captain is right. It is indeed absurd. Young John, has your father passed away? If not, you will never catch up to his age in this lifetime. You." John's face flushed with rage as he turned away, silencing himself. Qin Xiang observed the quarrel among the sequence abilities users and inquired, "Principal, why are these sequence abilities users arguing about hunter points?" Hunter points symbolize the individual strength of sequence abilities users. The higher the hunter points, the more respect one garners. How is it similar to school examinations, where those who excel in their studies receive more respect? It is indeed true. Hunter points bear a resemblance to exam scores. However, any examination merely signifies a particular phase. The hunter's points, on the other hand, accompany you throughout your lifetime. The United Government meticulously tabulates these points and establishes rankings to incentivize those with abilities to vanquish deities. The greater your hunter's points, the more privileges you accrue. Should you and another individual with similar abilities covet the same property, your superior points grant you the precedence in acquiring it. If you both fall ill and there is but a single bed available in the designated hospital, your higher score ensures that the bed is yours. When you and another individual with comparable abilities find yourselves enamored with the same nightclub performer, ahem, you get the gist. Principal, please refrain from coughing and elaborate on the topic of nightclub performers. Chapter 62, Acceptance of Points. After queuing for over 40 minutes, Qin Xiang was finally nearing his turn. The individual in front of him glanced at the circular armor in Qin Xiang's hands, visibly intrigued. "Young man, you and your companion have managed to acquire 6 points. That is quite an achievement." "Indeed," Qin Xiang responded. "Recently, the place has been bustling with people. After venturing out, many return empty-handed, unable to secure even a single point. Quite a few have decided to take a break during this period." "I've heard about that. What you possess, there's the aberrant circular armor, correct?" "Yes. How fortunate you are. Unlike us, who have only managed to hunt 3 spinning blade spiders." Qin Xiang glanced at the 3 circular armors in the man's possession, each adorned with a ring, which collectively seemed to amount to 15 points. Upon observing the man's proud smile, Qin Xiang understood. What he had initially perceived as a lamentation was, in fact, a display of arrogance. Choosing to ignore him, Qin Xiang turned his gaze elsewhere. Sensing Qin Xiang's disinterest in further conversation, the man ceased his attempts to engage. "Ah, a mere 15 hunting god points. How pitiful," he remarked, seemingly oblivious to the scorn of those behind Qin Xiang. "Is 15 points such a big deal?" Someone from the back scoffed. "Let him enjoy his moment. Today marks a rare day of bountiful harvest for our team. He has been flaunting those 3 spinning blade spiders' armors all day." "Quite understandable," another chimed in. The man shook the 3 circular armors in his hands. "Do you possess such skills?" "Jealousy. Indeed, you are impressive. However, one wonders how many of those 15 points will actually end up benefiting you." The man appeared to be struck by the truth of this statement, turning away in silence. Yet, those behind Qin Xiang were relentless. The truly formidable individuals rarely reveal their prowess. It is often those who contribute little who make the most noise. Precisely. In my opinion, if he manages to claim even a single point for himself, he should consider it a stroke of good fortune. The man immediately spun around, shouting, Do not underestimate me. I can secure 1.2. Oh my, how impressive. Securing 1.2 does indeed reflect your rather modest character. The man's face flushed crimson, while laughter erupted from behind Qin Xiang. After the verification of the circular armors, the individual before Qin Xiang departed in dejection. At last, it was Qin Xiang's turn. This was his inaugural experience in accepting circular armors. The acceptance officer from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau examined the circular armor in Qin Xiang's hands. Name? Qin Xiang. Sequence Ability Number? 00009527. The officer checked the records, furrowing his brow. There is no group information for you. Are you in a solo team? Yes. The moment it was revealed that Qin Xiang was a solo participant, the crowd erupted. Good heavens, that means he could instantly earn 12 points. How can he be in a solo team? That old man has been standing beside him all along. Is he cheating? The inspector scrutinized Li Tianming with a disapproving gaze. Li Tianming replied nonchalantly, I am the insurer and did not partake in the slaying of deities. The inspector nodded, then grasped a small scanning light, directing it at the round plate armor before shifting it towards Qin Xiang. Beep! The aura of a hunter matched, identity confirmed. He then produced a palm-sized square device and aimed its screen at Qin Xiang's facial features. Within the screen, Qin Xiang beheld his own visage. The polygraph appeared to possess a front-facing camera, the mechanism of which eluded him. According to protocol, I must conduct a lie detection test on individuals who are in solo teams. Please respond. Did you entirely hunt the deity alone? Yes. After a 5-second interval, the square device emitted a sound. Beep. Truth confirmed. The inspector retracted the polygraph and addressed Qin Xiang. Next, I shall administer a memory continuity test. Kindly extend your hand. All right. Qin Xiang placed his hand atop that of the inspector. Suddenly, numerous minuscule suction cups sprouted from the inspector's palm, connecting with Qin Xiang's hand. The inspector then closed his eyes for approximately 10 seconds before reopening them, revealing a pure white hue. Qin Xiang understood that this was the verifier's sequential ability, capable of examining another's brain activity. Should the brain function normally, the verifier's eyes would remain white. Otherwise, they would turn black. The brain region exhibited complete normalcy, devoid of any signs of intrusion by other sequence users. The memory continuity verification was successful. The inspector's eyes returned to normal, and the suction cups vanished. You may collect your reward at the Sequence Ability Administration, but I will report the data concerning the remnants of the deity you hunted to the solo team point section of the God-slaying camp. Should a valid report be filed, your reward will be revoked, and you will face penalties. Understood. Witnessing Qin Xiang's success in the test, the others were utterly astonished. 12 points in a single attempt. This could be exchanged for a bottle of superior sequence potion. Additionally, there were 6,000 copper coins to be claimed. Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiang, coldly remarking, just a lucky kid. One cannot gain everything at once. Sun Juhong chuckled, lightly touching the corner of his mouth, saying little more, though his gaze was rather frivolous. At the safe zone's exit, fortunes would occasionally befall individuals. People like Qin Xiang might emerge every year. However, those in solo teams faced greater dangers, often meeting their demise beyond the safety zone or suffering severe injuries, leading to dire outcomes. As for the insurer, they could not perpetually shield him. Eventually, he would have to confront the perils outside the safety zone on his own. All right, next. After the inspector posted the information regarding Qin Xiang's solo team and rewards on the forum, he motioned for Qin Xiang to step aside. However, Qin Xiang did not budge. The inspector regarded the youthful Qin Xiang with curiosity. Is there something else? Do you intend to claim that this round plate armor is not your own acquisition? There is no opportunity left. I have completed the verification and submitted the report. Even if you admit your mistake now, it is too late. Qin Xiang smiled gently, stating, I do not intend to acknowledge any error. It is merely that your inspection is not yet complete. With that, he removed his bulging backpack and tossed it to the ground before him. The thud resonated, causing the inspector to feel the floor tremble beside him. He was perplexed as to why this young man would carry so many items to hunt a deity. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure due to his solo expedition, laden with various tools to be prepared for any eventuality. Others around him were equally curious about the contents of Qin Xiang's backpack. It was likely that he was a novice, burdened with an array of useless items for his divine hunt. Indeed, I too had ventured beyond the safety zone for the first time, resembling him closely. However, as Qin Xiang unzipped the bag, every pair of eyes around him widened in astonishment, breath held in anticipation. With a rustle, circular armor pieces tumbled out of the backpack, scattering across the floor. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Please continue with the inspection. Chapter 63. Generous rewards. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings. After a brief moment, someone finally grasped that the circular armor pieces before them were crafted by the hands of the young Qin Xiang. John immediately exclaimed, "You little trickster! You are as cunning as a black-footed fox, more treacherous than the deities lurking in the shadows. Where on earth did you pilfer such an abundance of circular armor pieces?" Sun Juhong, who had just been arguing with John, joined forces with him. "What means did you employ? How could you possibly acquire so many circular armor pieces?" Qin Xiang, however, paid them no heed and addressed the bewildered inspectors from the bureau, saying, "There's a considerable quantity. I kindly ask you to assist with the inspection. These circular armor pieces were still obtained by me in a solo endeavor." "Impossible," Sun Juhong interjected. "With this many circular armor pieces, not even you alone, nor even in conjunction with the person beside you, could achieve such a feat. Indeed, with your guardian at your side, which implies you are not adept at slaying deities. How could you possibly acquire so many circular armor pieces in one go? You must have obtained them through some method that contravenes the regulations of the United Government." The formerly haughty Sun Juhong and John were now flushed with anger, their tempers flaring, as if they wished to devour Qin Xiang whole. The inspectors from the bureau widened their eyes, frowning as they questioned Qin Xiang. "How did you procure such an abundance of circular armor pieces?" "Naturally, by slaying deities," Qin Xiang replied. "And how did you slay them?" The inspector's tone was stern, reminiscent of an interrogator. Qin Xiang understood this stance. After all, presenting such a large quantity of circular armor pieces would undoubtedly raise suspicions. With a calm demeanor, Qin Xiang responded, "May I inquire if the Bureau of Sequence Ability Management has a stipulation requiring one to disclose the process of slaying deities?" The inspector lowered his brow. "No, but your situation is exceedingly unusual, necessitating clarification. Since there is no such regulation, what purpose does your inquiry serve?" "I require a reasonable assessment," Qin Xiang interjected. "Methods of assessment include the breath detector in your hand, polygraph tests, skills for assessing memory continuity, and encouraging posts for forum reports. Your personal inquiry does not fall under any of these categories, does it?" The inspector's expression soured considerably. Yet, Qin Xiang remained unfazed. Slaying deities constituted a paramount matter within the safe zone. Thus, the United Government had established detailed regulations. The purpose of these regulations is to govern various behaviors. In places governed by such rules, the law of survival is to act in accordance with them. As long as one's actions comply with the regulations, there is nothing to fear. He complied with every matter within the regulations and would not utter a single word beyond them. The inspector and Qin Xiang locked gazes for an extended time, with Qin Xiang maintaining his calm demeanor, showing no intention of yielding. The inspector had no choice but to proceed with the examination as prescribed. He first retrieved the breath detector and illuminated each circular armor piece, confirming that the breath emanated from the same deity-slaying dagger. 794 circular coins, as he counted them, left him astounded. Since he began his role as an inspector at this safe zone's exit, he had never encountered such a vast quantity of circular coins. Even he, in his capacity as an inspector, found himself tempted by this immense fortune. Yet, under the watchful gaze of many, he could not resort to any clandestine methods to appropriate a portion of it. His jealousy towards the youth, Qin Xiang, intensified. What right did he have to possess such an abundance of coins? Thus, he scrutinized each coin with exceptional meticulousness, examining each one 4 or 5 times, ensuring there were no other traces before begrudgingly setting it aside and moving on to the next. This entire process lasted over 2 hours. Afterward, he verified that Qin Xiang was indeed the wielder of the Godslayer dagger. Following this, lie detection and memory continuity tests were conducted, all of which Qin Xiang passed effortlessly. While preparing to file a report, the inspector inquired, "It appears that most of your 700 coins originated from the long-legged worm." Given his daily dealings with these coins, it was no surprise he could identify them. Before Qin Xiang could respond, the crowd erupted once more. Long-legged worms. All of these are long-legged worms. Indeed. Look, these circular coins are the size of copper coins, each marked with a single groove, resembling the long-legged worm. This indicates that the entire horde of sandworm minions was composed of long-legged worms, all slain by this lad. No wonder he could defeat so many. They were merely feeble, long-legged worms. What rank is he? How could he possibly attract such a multitude of long-legged worms? Qin Xiang initially intended to speak, but upon hearing this, he fell silent, casting a cold gaze at the inspector. He understood that this statement was meant to inform the crowd that the majority of the sandworm minions had been hunted down by him, implying that many hunting teams had made their efforts in vain. Their resentment would likely be directed at him. Observing the crowd's furious expressions, Qin Xiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Though there was no enmity, it felt as though a profound vendetta had formed. Nevertheless, they were merely insignificant creatures. The strongest among them was likely only at rank 2, perhaps even inferior to Li Tianming beside him, hardly worth concern. Were they to engage in a life-and-death struggle outside the safe zone? Qin Xiang felt confident he and Li Tianming could eliminate them without a trace, perhaps even without Li Tianming's assistance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a flash of murderous intent inadvertently manifested in his gaze. Other sequence abilities users immediately sensed that Qin Xiang was not as naive as he appeared. Li Tianming gently tapped Qin Xiang's hand, signaling him to restrain himself. Only then did Qin Xiang realize, and once again don a student-like smile. At just 17, why did he constantly dwell on violence? This was not good, very much not good. The inspector announced Qin Xiang's Godslayer rewards, 794 coins worth 1 point each, and 1 coin worth 6 points, totaling 800 Godslayer points. Due to the single-player team arrangement, points have been doubled, resulting in a total of 1,600 points. The other rewards remain unchanged. Each point is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, thus amounting to a grand total of 800,000 copper coins. Additionally, 1 point corresponds to 1/10 of a bottle of sequential potion. Therefore, you shall receive 80 bottles of sequential potion. Given the substantial quantity of the reward, I am unable to claim it here. Please proceed to the nearby Sequential Abilities Management Bureau to collect it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's smile was nearly crooked with joy. 800,000 copper coins equate to over 60 silver coins. He would leap into the realm of the wealthy. Wait, Qin Xiang suddenly cast a glance at the equally beaming Li Tianming beside him. It appeared that he still had to share half of this fortune with the balding. Pokemon. Chapter 64. Resolving disputes, Qin Xiang earned money effortlessly, while Li Tianming found it even easier. A leisurely stroll outside the safety zone with Qin Xiang netted him over 30 silver coins. Though Qin Xiang felt a pang of guilt, he had no intention of keeping the money for himself. Despite Li Tianming not contributing physically, he had been vigilantly attending to his safety, remaining in a state of heightened alertness. Out of both sentiment and reason, it was only fair to compensate him according to their prior agreement. Moreover, their collaboration was intended to be long-term, not merely a fleeting encounter. Over 30 silver coins were a small price to pay. Having recently transitioned from poverty to wealth, Qin Xiang was eager to claim his rewards without delay. The nearby Bureau of Sequence Ability Administrators was located in the 14121 area, where Qian Wendo was stationed. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang resolved to visit the bureau to collect his reward. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly called back. Wait a moment. Turning around, Qin Xiang found John, the blonde-haired man, standing there. What do you want? I wish to challenge you at the battle arena. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiang asked, the battle arena? What is that? A place for combat? Yes. I propose a duel at the battle arena to determine our supremacy. Why should I engage in a duel with you? Are you afraid? Momentarily taken aback, Qin Xiang stared at John, whose expression was filled with fury. He then glanced at Li Tianming, wondering what had provoked this blond man into such a state. Li Tianming explained. You might have heard that he was originally among the top 5 at this exit in terms of accumulated points, thus enjoying certain privileges. Now that your ranking surpasses his privileges have been usurped, prompting him to seek a duel with you at the battle arena. Hold on, that is quite a bit of information to process. Qin Xiang replied, trying to grasp the situation. What are these privileges? Every administrator at the exits of the safety zones has performance metrics. The more deities hunted at a particular exit, the greater the rewards for the administrator in charge. To encourage formidable hunting teams to embark from their jurisdiction, administrators offer rewards to the top 5 teams. This method of reward is sanctioned by the Bureau and the joint government. Qin Xiang turned to the verification officer. What are the privileges for the 38324 safety zone exit? The officer's demeanor was cold. An additional 10% of copper coins. Does that mean I would receive 880,000 copper coins? Qin Xiang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he pointed accusingly at the officer. You scoundrel! Are you attempting to seize my privilege reward? The officer scoffed. You will only possess these privileges from today onward. Your previous achievements do not count. Oh, my apologies. I was once impoverished, and my words may have been a bit too hasty. Please forgive me. With that, Qin Xiang donned a smile, offering an apology to the verification officer. Li Tianming sighed helplessly at Qin Xiang's sudden shift in demeanor, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's rather disgraceful. Since I have supplanted his privileges, shouldn't he strive to reclaim them by hunting deities? Why seek me out for a duel at the battle arena? By the way, what exactly is the battle arena? In the realm of sequence practitioners, conflicts are inevitable. The combat arena, provided by the United Government, serves as an official venue for resolving disputes among these practitioners. Prior to stepping into the arena, 2 individuals engage in a wager, with the outcome determining the ownership of the stakes. Indeed, once John concluded his commentary, he turned to Qin Xiang and declared, I wish to wager the privilege of the exit to safety zone 38,324. Are you out of your mind? Why would I gamble with you? Qin retorted. John, gritting his teeth, countered, I will offer you a silver coin. Spare me. Such a trivial sum does not interest me. If I lose, I shall give you a vial of sequence potion. I possess 80 vials. What difference does one make? I have listened to your commands for 2 years. I'm rather busy. I have no time to tend to a dog. You, John exclaimed in frustration. He was determined to reclaim his privilege, not solely for the monetary reward, but to restore his standing. Among the practitioners at the safety zone's exit, none faced more disdain than those who had lost their privileges, especially to a mere novice who relied solely on luck, devoid of any real power. However, Qin Xiang had no intention of engaging in combat with him. No matter how he argued, it was futile. After all, his sequence ability was not that of the Phantom Assassin. Revealing any flaw in the arena would be detrimental to him. Just as he intended to depart, John obstructed his path, enunciating each word. I just checked. You are of the Phantom Assassin sequence. If I lose, I will grant you a hunting artifact, the Blind Blade. The Blind Blade? I have no need for. Before Qin could decline, Li Tianming intervened, whispering in his ear, this is a remarkable item. You should accept his challenge. How remarkable? Remarkable enough that not even wealth can procure it. What could possibly be beyond the reach of money? Qin remained skeptical of Li Tianming's assertion. In his understanding, the affluent possessed everything, save for troubles. Li Tianming continued. Hunting artifacts are crafted by sequence practitioners who specialize in forging. You must realize that not all sequence practitioners are solely motivated by money. Hunting artifacts are so powerful. Why haven't I heard of them in the Godslayer camp? Li Tianming Shukla. Those sequence practitioners qualified to possess hunting artifacts are unlikely to share information on a public forum, such as the Godslayer camp. This implied that his perspective was still woefully limited. It appeared that the forum held little utility for him. At least for Qin Xiang at present, it did not meet his needs. To gain a broader outlook, he needed to ascend to a higher platform. His yearning for the sequence practitioner university intensified. Although hunting artifacts were enticing, he could not risk exposing his fabricated sequence ability for a mere weapon. As he prepared to decline, Li Tianming whispered again, you need not worry. The combat arena is devoid of any spectators. Only the two of you will be present. What transpires remains unknown to anyone. Why is that the case? Each sequence ability user possesses their own trump card, which they are reluctant to disclose to others, in accordance with the wishes of these ability users. The combat arena established by the United Government remains entirely confidential. But how is victory determined? Upon entry, participants are equipped with a surrender bracelet. A simple 3 taps signifies their capitulation. Once one party surrenders, the battle concludes, and the victor is entitled to claim the wager. Qin Xiang nodded, finding this arrangement highly reasonable. If only 2 individuals were involved, they might surrender in the arena, yet deny it once they stepped outside. However, the matter of surrender was not Qin Xiang's primary concern. He quietly inquired, if I were to kill him, would there be any repercussions? The response was negative. Once in the combat arena, life and death are solely one's own responsibility. A spark ignited in Qin Xiang's eyes. No consequences for taking a life? That certainly invigorated him. Chapter 65. Journey to the combat arena. Observing the gleam in Qin Xiang's eyes, Li Tianming discerned the young man's intentions. He cast a sympathetic glance towards John. The unfortunate John likely aspired to vanquish Qin Xiang and reclaim his privileges at the exit of the safe zone. However, Qin Xiang had set his sights on John's divine hunting artifact, with intentions that extended beyond mere competition to encompass John's very life. Li Tianming was aware of the peculiarities surrounding Qin Xiang's abilities. His extraordinary strength and agility alone were sufficient to raise suspicions. Even though Qin Xiang restrained his power, the seasoned Li Tianming noted that his fundamental attributes far surpassed those of an average level 1 ability user. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Qin Xiang was not a level 1 ability user, or he was not an ordinary ability user at all. Regardless of which scenario held true, it implied that Qin Xiang harbored a monumental secret. This secret could only be known to Li Tianming, who shared a mutual dependency with him. Others who had witnessed Qin Xiang's abilities would not keep such knowledge confidential as he did. Thus, once Qin Xiang ascended the combat arena alongside John, a singular outcome awaited him: death. Seeing that Qin Xiang exhibited no fear of taking a life, his gaze filled solely with an insatiable desire for the divine artifact, Li Tianming's curiosity was piqued. This young man was undoubtedly not a novice when it came to killing. Who had he slain before? The outskirts of the safe zone were rife with chaos, with individuals disappearing and being murdered weekly. Li Tianming was uncertain. Yet, such details mattered little. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. Who among them had not taken a life? Qin Xiang, aware of his freedom to act within the combat arena, immediately turned his gaze toward John like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Do you truly possess a divine hunting artifact? I find it hard to believe unless you present it for my inspection. John drew a short blade, slightly longer than the divine hunting dagger, from his waist and handed it to Qin Xiang. As Qin Xiang grasped the blind blade, he felt an immediate connection between the power within him and the weapon's essence. It seemed as though the blade was an extension of his very being. This was a blind blade. Should it draw blood from a deity, that deity would succumb to blindness within a minute. Qin Xiang licked his lips, realizing it was indeed a remarkable item. How long will the deity remain blind? The duration is contingent upon the deity's size. The smaller the deity, the longer the blindness lasts. If it is the long-footed worm you have previously hunted, it would likely be blind for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Such a protracted duration. Qin Xiang had expected the weapon's inherent skill to last only a few seconds, not 5 minutes. A treasure. A gem among treasures. His gaze was captivated by the blind blade, unable to divert from its allure. Today, John was undoubtedly doomed. Even the United Government's intervention could not save him. John, witnessing the avarice etched on Qin Xiang's face, secretly scoffed, realizing that Qin Xiang would undoubtedly accept his challenge. At that moment, he planned to utilize the combat arena to teach Qin Xiang a lesson about the perils of youthful arrogance. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us proceed to the combat arena. Shall we go now? Certainly. I find myself preoccupied with various matters. After finishing at the battle arena, I still need to collect my rewards from the Management Bureau. John had anticipated that Qin Xiang would request a moment of respite. especially considering he had just vanquished over 700 deities. Although they were merely long-legged worms, pursuing and slaying such a multitude was no trivial endeavor. However, Qin Xiang was not inclined to rest, which suited John perfectly. Very well, let us proceed to the battle arena. How shall we get there? Shall we walk? Taking the bus is the fastest option. All right, then let us go. Principal Li, would you kindly cover my fare? Li Tianming scoffed. I'm out of money. John is taking you to the battle arena, so you should have him pay for your fare. You miser, I'm offering you over 30 silver coins, and you can't even spare 10 copper coins for the fare? John, unwilling to waste time bickering over transport costs, asserted, I will cover the fares for both of you. Let us go. Ah, thank you, Brother John. Upon hearing that John and Qin Xiang were heading to the battle arena, others expressed interest and decided to join. Weren't we supposed to go hunt deities? Are we not going anymore? What deities are left? That kid has slain over 700 long-legged worms. There can't be many deities remaining outside. It's better to witness the spectacle. Exactly. Deities can be hunted any day. The nearby battle arena hardly opens once a month. How can you not discern priorities? Is watching a spectacle truly that entertaining? You're talking nonsense. If it's not interesting, then what constitutes a spectacle? A throng of sequence abilities surged toward the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at the 38,324 safety zone exit, he was taken aback. Since the establishment of the safety zone, he had never witnessed such a crowd waiting for a bus. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the pre-apocalyptic days when office workers crammed into buses. Yet, upon noticing that all the passengers were clad in frost-resistant outfits, reality set back in. They were all sequence abilities. Where could so many sequence abilities be heading? The bus was filled to capacity. A few impatient individuals, unwilling to wait for the next bus, paid their fare and clambered onto the roof. One sequence ability user, whose skill was suction cup, even adhered to the underside of the bus, claiming that unique spot for himself. The bus driver, now carrying a full load of passengers, departed. Those sequence abilities who remained at the station looked disdainfully at those perched atop the bus. It's only a 20-minute ride. What difference does it make to wait a little longer? Must we rush this trip? Do you really think the battle arena will conclude in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we are all heading to the battle arena. Please take us directly there. Understood. Due to the overcrowded conditions and the fact that no one disembarked along the way, the bus driver bypassed other stops without pausing. Upon reaching the battle arena station, a rush of passengers exited the vehicle. The bus driver gazed at the empty cabin, feeling as though he had traversed into another world. John and Qin Xiang led the way through the crowd, with Qin Xiang relying entirely on John for navigation. However, the location of the combat arena was rather conspicuous. After disembarking from the bus and walking for about a minute, we arrived there. John gestured towards a pitch-black square structure and said, "This is the combat arena. Why is there not even a single light?" I inquired. This place is generally deserted, so to conserve energy, the lights are usually off. Very well. John approached and knocked on a small door on the dark building. "Who is it?" came a voice. "We are here to resolve a matter at the combat arena." "Oh, please hold on." After approximately a minute, all the surrounding lights suddenly illuminated, revealing the once obscured structure. To my astonishment, the exterior of the dark building shimmered with a spectrum of colors, albeit not entirely pure, as a hint of somberness lingered within. Much like a soap bubble at dusk, a uniformed individual emerged, holding an electronic tablet. With a yawn, he inquired, "I am the manager of the combat arena. Who wishes to settle a dispute?" Chapter 66. Instant kill here. One simply fills in the required information, presses their handprint, leaves behind their hunter's dagger, and states their wager to ascend the arena. The staff member seemed disinclined to elaborate further and succinctly articulated all requirements in one go. After Qin Xiang and John completed the forms, they returned the electronic tablet to the staff. Upon confirming the information, the staff retrieved a remote control from their pocket and pressed a button, causing a door in the structure to suddenly open. They then produced 2 wristbands, fastening one onto the right wrist of both Qin Xiang and John. The arena lay before them. According to the laws of the United Government, the contests held in the fighting arena are strictly confidential. Should either party concede, They must tap their left index finger 3 times on the wristband to signal the end of the match. Within the arena, the consequences of life and death rest solely upon the combatants. Both of you have just signed the agreement on the tablet, as you should well know. When the door closes, the battle will commence. Enter now. With eagerness, Qin Xiang stepped into the arena, followed closely by John, who let out a cold chuckle. As both entered, the door shut once more. Looking back at the recently opened doorway, it appeared seamless, as if the door had never existed at all. Outside, Sun Juhong remarked with a smile, "That kid is bound to lose." Why is that? Though John belonged to the same shadow assassin sequence as he did, John's rank was level 2, making him more than capable of easily dispatching his opponent. "No wonder you say that," Sun Juhong replied, a peculiar smile twisting the scar on his face. Moreover, John entered with a blind dagger. There are no regulations against bringing weapons into the fighting arena. A blind dagger? Isn't that a Hunter-S artifact? Does it work on those with sequence abilities? Of course, it's surprising you didn't know this. Skills effective against humans may not necessarily work against deities. However, skills effective against deities are equally effective against humans. With the blind dagger, Qin Xiang is surely at a disadvantage. Sun Juhong turned to Li Tianming, asking, "Are you ready to send that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming cast a sidelong glance at Sun Juhong, who wore a look of malicious glee, and remained silent. "To the hospital? It's not that complicated. A direct funeral suffices." "Oh wait, John is not from the previous Wagwa. They don't follow that funeral custom. Over there, it seems they prefer a priest and a ceremony." Noticing Li Tianming's lack of response, Sun Juhong chose not to press further, letting out a cold snort as he awaited news of John's anticipated victory. Upon entering the door, Qin Xiang and John discovered an empty square chamber, devoid of furnishings. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all lined with a white, plastic-like material, the nature of which was unknown. Soft lighting fixtures illuminated the corners of the ceiling, brightening the entire room. Suddenly, Qin Xiang realized that this entire space served as the battleground. He had unwittingly positioned himself atop the arena. The arena for this battle turned out to be an entire enclosed room, devoid of any boundaries. It seemed that victory could only be declared when one party surrendered. However, without a referee or any form of surveillance, how else could the outcome be determined? At that moment, the door began to close slowly. As it shut, John swiftly drew his concealed dagger, activating his skill, Life and Death line, enhanced. Tripling his agility and doubling his strength, he aimed to strike at Qin Xiang's back. Yet, Qin Xiang appeared oblivious, standing motionless. "You wretched insect must pay the price for your ignorant recklessness." John had already devised a plan to torment Qin Xiang. However, just as he believed his strike was certain to land, Qin Xiang suddenly vanished. Impossible. In his moment of panic, Qin Xiang had already appeared at his side. Qin Xiang, whose strength surpassed that of an ordinary sequence ability user, also held a sequence level of 3, making him nearly equal to John even without activating any skills. Furthermore, having utilized the dual metal to amplify his attributes fourfold, combined with the tripling effect of the brutality skill, he possessed an astounding 12 times the power and agility, leaving John utterly defenseless. John's body struggled to keep pace with Qin Xiang's movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Xiang's maniacal grin. In that instant, he realized that Qin Xiang was far from being a mere phantom assassin. Moreover, his sequence level was undoubtedly superior to his own. What was he? A monster? As soon as this strike concluded, John was prepared to surrender. Yet, Qin Xiang would not grant him such an opportunity. Qin Xiang raised his fist high and softly whispered in John's ear, "Thank you." With that, a punch landed squarely on John's cheek. Before John could even register the sensation, his vision was abruptly compressed and then vanished entirely. At that moment, his consciousness continued to ponder. Why can't I see? Was I struck by my own dagger? No. The dagger was still firmly grasped in his hand. He could feel it. It was a fist solidly impacting his face. What sequence is he? How could he possess such immense strength? After a moment of confusion, John ceased his thoughts. He was compelled to stop, as his head had been indented by Qin Xiang's punch, disrupting the orderly folds of his brain. Perhaps it was a gesture of gratitude from Qin Xiang for generously presenting him with a hunter's divine tool. When Qin Xiang struck, John did not feel any pain. As his thoughts halted, so too did his life. Qin Xiang slowly approached John's lifeless body, picked up the dagger, and examined it with fascination. He had initially intended to test its sharpness by grazing his hand, but suddenly realized that the blinding effect of the dagger might also work on humans. If he were to risk temporary blindness, that would be quite troublesome. Thus, he decided not to waste any more time. He cast a glance at the lifeless John's side, and recognized that he would once again have to manage the scene. To the onlookers, he was merely a novice of the lowest rank, utterly incapable of swiftly vanquishing John. Qin Xiang first plunged a blade into John's heart. Just as the heart ceased its rhythmic beating, blood pressure remained, rendering this fatal wound remarkably convincing. It was likely that Shu would commend the spectacle upon witnessing it. A satisfied smile crept across Qin Xiang's face. Then, he meticulously attended to John's head, ensuring that not a trace of the previous assault remained. Rubbing his chin, Qin Xiang pondered. His character had been somewhat tempestuous due to a lack of proper moral guidance at Jiuan Academy, provoked by John in the combat arena today. After defeating him, he could not restrain himself from relentlessly striking John's head with the hilt of his knife, resulting in this outcome. This narrative should pose no significant issues. He glanced at the display of his wristband. A mere 2 minutes had elapsed. The skill life and death line of the Shadow Assassin rank 1 doubled his agility for 5 minutes, followed by a 20-minute period of exhaustion. Thus, once he stepped outside, it would be necessary for Li Tianming to carry him onto the bus. Surely, offering him over 30 silver coins for the favor would not be unreasonable. Chapter 67. Discussed. The doors of the battle arena creaked open once more, eliciting surprise among the onlookers. Had only a few minutes elapsed? Was the conflict resolved so swiftly? Had John indeed defeated that young man? He had explicitly stated his intent to torment him for a while. How could it have concluded in merely 3 minutes? Perhaps he deemed it sufficient to impart a lesson without resorting to excessive force. Had I known it would end so quickly, I would have refrained from attending. How dull! Sun Juhong stifled a yawn, feeling a sense of ennui as he prepared to depart. At that moment, someone grasped Sun Juhong's arm, halting his retreat towards the station. Brother Sunday, something seems amiss. What is it? Look! Sun Juhong followed the direction indicated, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Before the astonished crowd, Qin Xiang emerged from the doorway, bloodied and disheveled. Yet his gaze was vacant, and he clutched a bloody knife in his hand. How could it be Qin Xiang who emerged? Where was John? Immediately, John's teammates rushed to seize Qin Xiang, demanding an explanation. However, Qin Xiang appeared to be in a daze, ignoring them as he walked directly towards Li Tianming. Witnessing this, John's teammates dashed into the arena. As curiosity mounted among the spectators regarding the events unfolding, the same team members re-emerged, retching uncontrollably against the walls, their eyes filled with horror as they regarded Qin Xiang. Yet, he seemed oblivious to their reactions. Suddenly, as if drained of all strength, Qin Xiang collapsed against Li Tianming. Li Tianming supported him, his expression one of resigned disbelief. This lad was indeed a seasoned performer. Sun Juhong, perplexed, ventured into the arena. After a brief interval, he returned outside. However, being well-versed in such matters, he did not succumb to the same urge to vomit as the others had. His body trembled slightly. Casting a glance at Qin Xiang, he quickly averted his gaze. The gruesome sight of John's lifeless form led Sun Juhong to regard Qin Xiang as nothing short of a madman, a wild card shrouded in mystery. Though Sun Juhong outwardly disparaged John, he could not deny that John, ranked just below him in the 100 points leaderboard at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, was no mere lightweight. With extensive combat experience, formidable suppression, and possession of hunter artifacts, it was astonishing that he had been slain by Qin Xiang. There was no doubt that Qin Xiang was not a simple adversary. Moreover, the grotesquely deformed state of John's head suggested that Qin Xiang had pummeled him for an extended period. From a moment both entered the arena to Qin Xiang's solitary exit, a mere 3 minutes had elapsed. This implied that Qin Xiang had likely vanquished John in under a minute. How could this be? The more Sun Juhong pondered, the more unsettled he became. This youth possessed a terrifying level of strength. The astonished expressions of others as they observed Sun Juhong's speechless demeanor mirrored their own curiosity, prompting them to enter the battle arena in succession. However, like John's teammates, the majority of them fled within mere seconds, desperately leaning against the walls to retch violently. The manager, while retching, obstructed those who attempted to enter. Do not go in there. I still need to find someone to clean this area. The sight of all this vomiting is utterly revolting. Those who had witnessed John's lifeless form cast fearful glances at Qin Xiang, who leaned weakly against Li Tianming. Li Tianming understood that Qin Xiang must have refrained from engaging in any unsavory acts inside. It was likely that he had resorted to some gruesome method to prevent John's memories from being accessed by the abilities of the undying sequence. Li Tianming had little desire to uncover the events that transpired within. No matter how terrifying, it was merely an act of murder. In his extensive experience, killing was entirely detached from horror. It was a commonplace occurrence. Leaning closer to Qin Xiang's ear, Li Tianming whispered, "You could at least pretend to be a bit more exhausted after feigning that you're on the brink of death. How can your hands still possess the strength to grip that knife?" Qin Xiang quietly replied, "I plan to seize the opportunity to test this hunting tool's effectiveness on a person. There is no need for you to try. I can assure you it works. All abilities that are effective against deities also apply to humans, although the reverse is not guaranteed." "Oh, then I can rest easy." With a clatter, the blind knife slipped from Qin Xiang's grasp, striking the marble floor and producing a crisp sound. While supporting Qin Xiang, Li Tianming bent down to retrieve the knife and placed it in Qin Xiang's backpack. He then addressed the still retching manager. "This battle should have been won by Qin Xiang, correct? Shall we take this blind knife, then?" The manager, leaning against the wall, did not raise his head, merely gesturing with his hand for them to leave promptly. "Thank you," Li Tianming said, supporting Qin Xiang as they exited the arena. "Principally, could you carry me for a moment?" Although it seemed as if Qin Xiang was being supported by Li Tianming, in reality, he was being dragged along, his toes scraping against the ground, causing discomfort. "Carry you? Dream on. Do you still want your silver coins? Why don't you give it a try?" "Principally, I am at least your student. I never taught you to read, nor did I instruct you in murder. We have no student-teacher relationship." Li Tianming was not swayed by Qin Xiang's pleas. However, Qin Xiang found himself at a loss, as Li Tianming knew him well, leaving him without any leverage to threaten him. He could only allow himself to be dragged like a piece of wood to the bus station. The two waited at the bus stop for a while, preparing to board a bus heading back. However, taking the bus did not mean returning home. They were to visit the management bureau to collect their rewards. This was Li Tianming's request, as well as Qin Xiang's inclination. He was pulled onto the bus, with the fare paid for him. The two, stained with blood, stood out conspicuously on the bus. Even other sequence users instinctively shifted to positions farther away from them. Qin Xiang rested his head on Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression vacant. "Yet, my heart is brimming with the joy of acquiring the coveted hunter's artifacts." Near the arena of battle, a throng of spectators lingered, their perceptions of Qin Xiang having undergone a profound transformation. The order at the exit of safety zone 3832-4 might soon see a shift. Just then, those who had not boarded the first bus, the onlookers among the sequential abilities, arrived. They observed a crowd still gathered outside the arena, speculating that the clash between Qin Xiang and John had yet to conclude. As they leisurely approached the vicinity of the arena, an unpleasant odor reminiscent of vomit assailed their senses. Upon closer inspection, they were dismayed to find the ground littered with repugnant filth. One individual, pinching his nose, inquired, "What is happening here? What are you all doing? Did you collectively consume something spoiled?" Yet, no one responded to him. He pressed on. "Where are Qin Xiang and John? Has the battle not commenced?" A feeble voice emerged from the crowd, responding, "It has already ended." Ended. Chapter 68. Claiming rewards upon hearing that the battle had concluded. The latecomers hurriedly inquired about the outcome. "What? Are you saying John lost?" "What? You're telling me John, wielding a blind blade, was defeated?" "What? Not only did John lose, but he also perished." The more they listened, the more incredulous they became. compelling them to rush to the arena to ascertain the situation. Although the staff attempted to dissuade them, two spectators, eager for excitement, dragged them along, and the crowd surged forward. Before long, this group stormed out again, seeking a cleaner spot to regurgitate their stomach contents. The staff, already fatigued, watched in dismay as numerous areas required cleaning, and in a fit of frustration, one of them fainted. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming remained oblivious to the commotion that had unfolded. They were seated on the bus, each contemplating how to allocate the rewards they were about to receive from the bureau. After a while, Li Tianming gently nudged Qin Xiang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed. We should be able to move now. Oh, Qin Xiang feigned a recovery of stamina, no longer leaning against Li Tianming, and sat upright. The Bureau of Sequence Abilities has arrived. The bus's announcement system declared their stop, and the two disembarked, chatting and laughing as they made their way to the management office in Zone 14121. The bus driver glanced at their retreating figures and sighed helplessly. These two had boarded the bus covered in blood from their protective suits, which he found rather distasteful. Yet, as they were both sequence abilities users, he felt powerless as an ordinary person. Their seats were now stained, and he dreaded the effort it would take to clean them after his shift. Damn sequence abilities users, the bus driver muttered before continuing his route. Qin Xiang inquired, Principal, will you accompany me to claim the reward? I shall wait outside. I do not qualify for the reward, came the reply. All right. Once again, they stood before the Bureau's three-story building. The gray paint on the exterior remained unchanged, and the dim light outside was similar to before. However, Qin Xiang felt transformed. He recognized that each visit to the Bureau signified new progress or accomplishments, which elevated his spirits whenever he approached its entrance. No wonder the sequence abilities users from the Godslayer camp are fond of the Bureau. I understand now. Each time I come here, I feel remarkably at ease. Li Tianming smiled, but offered no comment. As Qin Xiang entered the Bureau, bypassing the threshold, he once more beheld the vacant office area. This time, however, he donned a protective suit stained with blood, making him conspicuous. Recognizing him as a sequence ability user, a staff member promptly approached. Sir, what brings you to the Bureau? Oh, I'm here to claim the reward for slaying a deity. Claiming a reward? Please hold on. The staff member returned to his desk, retrieved a digital tablet, and quickly made his way back. Sir, what is your sequence ability number? 00009527. Is it Mr. Qin Xiang? Indeed. Allow me to check. Your points were accrued at the exit of Safety Zone 38324. Correct. The pending Godslayer points are 1,600? The individual stared incredulously at the string of numbers following Qin Xiang's name, unable to contain his astonishment. This exclamation drew the attention of other personnel within the hall. 1,600 points. Who exactly is this young man? The nearby Safety Zone exits are predominantly 38,324, which harbors the most formidable sequence ability users of Area 14121. Yet, even the top scorer at the 38324 exit, Fran, possesses merely over 300 points. How could he have amassed 1,600? Did he eradicate all the divine beings outside the exit of Safety Zone 38324? Amidst the astonished gazes, Qin Xiang nodded. Indeed, my Godslayer points have been verified by the Bureau staff. I am here to claim my reward. The individual swallowed hard. All right. Please wait a moment while I retrieve your reward. Thank you. Qin Xiang intended to find a chair to sit, but upon observing the pristine Bureau hall and glancing at the bloodstains on his attire, he reconsidered. After a brief interval, the Bureau staff approached with 2 cloth bags in hand. Greetings, here is your reward. First, 80,000 copper coins. According to our exchange rate, this has been converted to 80 silver coins. Please verify. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang accepted the heavy bag of coins, his expression brightening instantly. 80,000 copper coins was an immense sum. He had anticipated the Bureau would convert it to silver coins at the market rate of 12,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin. Instead, they had utilized the United Government's exchange rate of 1 to 10,000, granting him 80 silver coins. This exceeded his expectations by 20%, filling him with delight. He counted the silver coins twice, then bit each one to ensure authenticity before happily accepting them. Next, he was presented with 80 vials of sequence potions. They're all in this bag. It may feel a bit heavy, so please take care of it. Qin Xiang accepted the bag containing the sequence potions and discovered 4 tiers of small racks, each neatly arranged with 20 vials of sequence potions. Understood. Thank you. Take care. Though Qin Xiang appeared quite youthful, the bureau staff unconsciously addressed him with respect. The astonishing figure of 1,600 points was indeed formidable. Once Qin Xiang departed, the personnel on the first floor immediately commenced discussions about his identity. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I looked into his information. He is a newcomer with sequence level 1. How could he possibly amass 1,600 points so quickly? I have just received news from Lao Cheng. He reported that today, at the exit of safety zone 38324, he single-handedly vanquished over 700 long-legged worms. Qin Xiang stepped outside the bureau, shaking the pouch of coins at Li Tianming. Principal, it's time to distribute the earnings. Li Tianming nodded in response. The two moved aside, and Qin Xiang, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, to my astonishment, he actually awarded me 80 silver coins. That means we each receive 40 coins. How delightful. He meticulously counted out 40 silver coins and placed them into his backpack, then handed the remaining coins along with the pouch to Li Tianming. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianming spoke. As for the silver coins, I shall forego them. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Qin Xiang. The smile on Qin Xiang's face faded, and he regarded Li Tianming with a cold glare, devoid of the previous amicability. Chapter 69. The Rules of Cooperation. Li Tianming's expression grew increasingly somber. 40 silver coins represented a considerable sum for him, yet they could not alter his circumstances. However, the sequential potions were an entirely different matter. He was taken aback to learn that Qin Xiang had managed to acquire 80 bottles of sequential potions in one go. If he were to receive half of that, it could significantly enhance his abilities. With a bit more effort, ascending to sequential level 4 would be well within reach. Thus, he resolved to forego the silver coins in favor of seeking the potions. Yet, his intentions were swiftly perceived by Qin Xiang, who interrupted him before he could finish speaking and placed a pouch of 40 silver coins before him. Li Tianming forced a smile, remarking, classmate Qin, your substantial rewards this time are undoubtedly linked to my role as your guarantor. Indeed, I shall share these 40 silver coins with you, as we previously agreed. However, silver coins hold no value for me at this moment. They would serve you much better, wouldn't they? Qin Xiang scrutiniza Li Tianming intently. Principal Li, are you familiar with the principles of negotiation? We had already established how to distribute the rewards upon completion. Now that the matter is settled, are you attempting to renege on our agreement? It is not that I wish to evade my obligations. I genuinely require the sequential potions. Who does not desire them? Is hunting deities merely for the sake of this money? Principal Li, had we previously arranged to grant you half of the sequential potions upon completion, I would have no objections. However, we explicitly agreed to split the monetary rewards, and you never mentioned a desire for the potions. Surely, you cannot change your mind simply because you see the quantity of potions I have acquired? Li Tianming's lips twitched slightly. I truly did not anticipate that you would obtain such a bounty of sequential potions. 80 bottles in your possession is indeed a considerable fortune. Recognizing Qin Xiang's unwavering stance, Li Tianming sighed in resignation. If this were merely a one-time transaction, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to seize all the sequential potions for himself. The dilemma lay in the fact that he required Qin Xiang's assistance. Without him, Li Tianming had no other means to connect with sequential ability users. All avenues had been obstructed by that despicable group. Qin Xiang's emergence was his only lifeline. Moreover, with Qin Xiang's formidable prowess, he was an invaluable ally. I propose this. You may keep the 40 silver coins, and I will utilize them to purchase the sequential potions. Would that be acceptable? Purchase the sequential potions? This suggestion piqued Qin Xiang's interest. With 80 bottles of sequential potions, plus the 2 he already possessed at home, he had no personal need for them and intended to sell them for resources. If Li Tianming was willing to buy, it would certainly alleviate some of his burdens. How do you intend to make the purchase? At market price, with 1 bottle of sequential potion costing 5 silver coins. For 40 silver coins, I will procure 8 bottles. Does that sound agreeable? Your market price seems rather low. Qin Xiang recalled having seen posts on forums where sequential potions were being bought for 7 silver coins each. That was merely the buyback price. The selling price would undoubtedly be higher. However, this post was fleeting, appearing for less than a minute before being deleted by the administrator. In the safe zone, the trade of sequence potions is strictly prohibited. Li Tianming Ramarka. Tip. Do you intend to sell it to me at black market prices? Black market transactions are far more complicated than you presume. A mere appearance could lead to significant trouble. I intend to use it myself. I have no plans to sell. If you sell it to me at a lower price, we both benefit, he added. Li Tianming's words swayed Qin Xiang, who at that moment had no channel to sell the sequence potions. Thus, he decided to sell a few to Li Tianming at a reduced price, as they were indeed partners. After all, it is preferable for the benefits to remain within familiar circles. All right, Qin Xiang counted out 8 bottles of sequence potions and handed them to Li Tianming, who then received a pouch containing 40 silver coins in return. Li Tianming secured the potions and nodded. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. Where will you head next? I plan to rent a room near the school. I still carry the identity of a vagrant. Have you forgotten, Principal? Oh, I truly did forget that. Who would imagine that someone with 80 silver coins is a vagrant? I too am a poor soul, suddenly blessed with wealth. With just the two of them present, there was an unspoken understanding, rendering the need for pretense unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and fell silent. However, I advise you to be cautious when renting a place. It would be best not to disclose your identity. Why? Because your information is still posted on the forum's reporting section. Everyone knows you currently possess 80 bottles of sequence potions. Although the use of abilities is forbidden within the safe zone, wealth can easily stir greed. Your 80 bottles of sequence potions are a tempting prize for many sequence practitioners who are stuck at a standstill and lack a steady income. It is certain that someone is already scheming to create trouble for you. I suggest you temporarily reside in inexpensive accommodations that do not require identity registration, changing locations daily. Qin Xiang sighed, but I must attend school. With so many eyes on me, if I skip classes, I will surely be reported and forced to withdraw. Consequently, I would lose my eligibility to participate in the sequence practitioner assessment after the college entrance examination and be unable to attend university. This truly posed a dilemma. Li Tianming pondered, what if you stay at the school? There are cameras everywhere, and no sequence practitioner would dare to cause a disturbance in such a place. I thought you would suggest I stay at your home. My home is not an option. Why? Is it because of Tingting? Qin Xiang teased with a smile, recalling the messages and explicit videos sent by Tingting during his last visit to Li Tianming's office. Li Tianming did not shy away from the subject. Well, indeed, there is Tingting at home, but sometimes it's just one, while at other times there are 3 or 5. They tend to change periodically. Qin Xiang gasped, Principal Li, you certainly lead a colorful life. It's no longer the same. It was far more thrilling in the past. Then, with a hint of wistfulness, she cast a glance at Qin Xiang and sighed. Ah, I truly yearn for the days when I was as young as you. Those splendid times have vanished irretrievably. By the way, your gaze just now sent shivers down my spine. Enough of the trivialities. Let us return to school together. I have some personal belongings to retrieve. You may stay in my office tonight. There's a foldable bed there. Tomorrow, I shall have someone tidy up for you. Thank you, Principal Li. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming boarded the bus once more. Now that you have acquired such wealth, why do you still require my assistance with the fare? Qin Xiang scratched his head. I just took out my money, but the driver claimed he could not provide change. You truly are something else. Chapter 70. Deadly rivalry. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming returned to the school together. As night had fallen, the campus was devoid of people, and the gates were locked. However, this posed no obstacle for the 2 sequence ability users. With a few agile leaps, they vaulted over the gate and entered the grounds. Principal Li, do you think the teacher reviewing the surveillance footage tomorrow will be startled upon discovering us? I am the principal. What can he possibly say? But your appearance, drenched in blood, is indeed quite alarming. Qin Xiang glanced at his frost-resistant attire, where the blood had already congealed. The deep green stains at the bottom were from the aberrant scythe, the red above was from the long-legged worm, and the dark crimson on top was from unfortunate John. The layers were distinct, a veritable tapestry of hues, resembling a camouflage suit altered for color variance. Principal, does your office have a bathing facility? Li Tianming scratched his neck. In my office, having a bed is a luxury. How could there be a bathing area? When I used your computer the other day, I noticed a folder labeled office. Just how much did you look into? Not much. However, I've observed that you, principal, are perpetually composed, your attire immaculate and pristine, indicative of a person with obsessive cleanliness. Thus, I thought there might be a bathing facility. All right, behind the bookshelf in the office, I had a bathroom installed. I knew it. Thank you, principal. You're quite welcome. Do remember to clean up after you use it. Of course. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming entered the principal's office, and under Li Tianming's guidance, accessed the bathroom, cleansing both their garments and themselves. After imparting a few more instructions, Li Tianming departed with a folder and a bag containing 8 vials of magic potions. Fresh from his shower, Qin Xiang lay down on the folding bed. The soft mattress transported him back to a previous life. Since his rebirth, he had not experienced such comfort. Fatigue soon washed over him like an incoming tide. As he lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events, he swiftly drifted into slumber. When Qin Xiang awoke, it was just past 6 in the morning. Perhaps due to the unusual setting of sleeping in the principal's office, the comfort of the bed did not extend his rest. Rising, he unwrapped a pristine towel and toothbrush from the bathroom, which presumably had been prepared for a female teacher, yet he felt justified in using them, considering he could procure sequence potions for her at a discount. With a sense of entitlement, Qin Xiang savored the privileges of Li Tianming's private space. He spent some time at the computer, researching information on sequence ability users, and when it was nearly time for morning self-study, he set off towards the classroom. Since becoming a sequence ability user, a certain degree of freedom had been relinquished. In the past, skipping class went unnoticed. Now, it was a different matter. His absence from school yesterday was justified by his excursion to the safety zone to hunt deities, a reasonable excuse that would raise no eyebrows. However, if he chose not to attend school today without a valid reason, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of envious classmates, potentially leading to a report to the educational authorities. The coalition government places great emphasis on the cultivation of students' thoughts and character. They do not wish for the sequence ability users they sponsor to possess anti-human or anti-social tendencies. Therefore, those who awaken their abilities during their student years receive special attention. The government strives to ensure that every student entering the university for sequence ability users is exemplary in both character and academics, destined to become a pillar of humanity's future. However, in the eyes of Qin Xiang, such efforts are largely ineffective. Yet, he prefers to avoid trouble if his truancy becomes too conspicuous. The educational department is likely to contact the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, prompting officials to provide him with a verbal admonition. He is quite certain that before long, someone from the Bureau will seek him out to inquire about his recent encounter with John at the fighting arena. Even within legal bounds, taking a life is no trivial matter. Thus, he has prepared an excuse. He has not received moral education and intends to shift the blame onto the school's moral education director. He tore off a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Era, January 27th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, 12th month, 13th day. Suitable for resolution. Suitable for resolution? Resolution of what? Qin Xiang shook his head and proceeded to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, just as he took his seat, 2 individuals approached him. Looking up, he saw Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen clung to Zhou Yang's arm, her gaze towards Qin Xiang still filled with trepidation. Zhou Yang spoke, "Qin, you and my uncle are both sequence ability users. Could you, for my sake, let go of the past grievances with Jingwen?" Qin Xiang sniffed dismissively and cast a scornful glance at Li Jingwen. "Is this the ally you sought?" Li Jingwen swallowed hard. "Qin Xiang, I truly realize my mistake." Qin Xiang turned his attention back to Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, do you genuinely understand the animosity between Li Jingwen and me?" Zhou Yang held his head high. "Regardless of the feud, we are all classmates. There is nothing that cannot be resolved." Qin Xiang nodded. It seems she has not been truthful with you, which is understandable. How could she dare speak the truth about such matters? You are quite swift in your actions, Li Jingwen. Qin Xiang continued, what do you mean? Just the day before yesterday, I publicly announced that I had slept with Zhou Yang, binding this fool. Zhou Yang's face flushed immediately. Don't slander me. I am a sequence ability user. My senses are keen. Zhou Yang clenched his teeth and added, indeed. Jingwen and I have made arrangements to marry after the college entrance examination. So, could you do me this favor and not stir up trouble with her anymore? Qin Xiang replied with a disdainful smile. I truly do not understand who has instilled such audacity in you to speak to me thus. Is it your useless uncle? What did you say? Qin Xiang pulled out his phone and tossed it to Zhou Yang. You should remember your uncle's number. Call him now. You. Otherwise, I will slap you like I did the grade director. I mean it. Zhou Yang, recalling the grade director who was currently hospitalized, felt a chill run down his spine and dialed his uncle's number. Hello, uncle, it's me. Upon connecting the call, Qin Xiang seized the phone. Is this Director Zhou? This is Qin Xiang. On the other end, Zhou Xing's voice brimmed with warmth. It's you, Qin. I was just about to have Zhou Yang reach out to you regarding your recent experiences at school. How fortuitous that you called. By the way, what brings you to me? Are you aware of what transpired yesterday? Of course, I am well informed. You single-handedly vanquished so many deities. You were a hero at Jiuan School, a paragon for our region 14121. With 80 vials of sequence potion in hand, Qin Xiang was already set to ascend to sequence level 3. Furthermore, having awakened his sequence abilities prior to the college entrance examination, his admission to a prestigious university was assured, heralding a future brimming with potential, far beyond the reach of a mere grassroots official in the education department. Moreover, now that he had awakened his sequence powers, Qin Xiang was solely accountable to the Bureau of Sequence Ability Managers, rendering Zhou Xing's authority over him null and void. While Zhou Xing held an official title and Qin Xiang was a student, he was keenly aware of the importance of cultivating a rapport with the young man. Well, since you're informed, our communication will be much smoother. There's nothing pressing, but your nephew Zhou Yang wishes to protect a rival of mine. What are your thoughts? Zhou Xing paused, taken aback. Arriva? Yes, a deadly foe. I see. Please pass the phone to Zhou Yang. All right. Zhou Yang took the phone, casting a glance at Qin Xiang. Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. We are merely classmates. There is no such deadly rivalry. A cold voice resonated from the other end of the line. Sever ties with that individual and apologize to Qin Xiang. But, uncle, if Qin Xiang does not grant you forgiveness, your family will have no further connection with me. Do you understand? Chapter 71. Conversations in the classroom upon hearing the unequivocal words of his uncle, Zhou Xing. Zhou Yang's countenance immediately paled. His father had once mentioned that his relationship with his younger brother, Zhou Xing, was not particularly close. This was partly due to an 8-year age gap that created a significant generational divide, and partly because, during their youth, Zhou Yang's academic performance had been considerably inferior to that of Zhou Xing out of jealousy towards his brother's achievements. Zhou Yang had often attempted to hinder him. Despite being biological siblings, they harbored mutual disdain. Zhou Yang's father, with mediocre results, had taken the college entrance examination before the apocalypse. Yet, even in an era with numerous universities and widespread admissions, he failed to secure a place. After graduation, he ended up as an ordinary freight worker. In contrast, Zhou Xing, who excelled academically, managed to enter an esteemed institution after the onset of the apocalypse and subsequently became an official in the education department. This stark disparity in their statuses only widened the rift between their families. Had it not been for their mother's dying wish for the brothers to maintain some semblance of harmony, urging Zhou Xing to lend a hand to his elder brother, it is likely that Zhou Xing would have severed all ties with them. Zhou Yang's father, now acutely aware of his brother's elevated position as a key figure on the outskirts of a safe zone, altered his previous demeanor of mockery, instead adopting a subservient attitude towards Zhou Xing. Although Zhou Xing held no fondness for his elder brother, he felt compelled to assist him, honoring their mother's request, especially as Zhou Yang's father repeatedly apologized and acknowledged his past mistakes. Thus, if Zhou Yang were to cause significant trouble, Zhou Xing would undoubtedly have the resolve to cut ties with their family. However, Zhou Yang had never anticipated that the source of such trouble would be Qin Xiang, whom he had previously disregarded. Reluctantly, he responded, "Yes, uncle, I understand." He then handed the phone to Qin Xiang, his eyes reflecting a mix of resentment and confusion. Qin Xiang took the phone and said, "Hello? Director Zhou, thank you." Upon hearing Qin Xiang's voice, Zhou Yang's enthusiasm reignited. "Classmate Qin, when do you have time? Perhaps we could share a meal together?" Qin Xiang straightforwardly inquired, "Is there something we need to discuss at the dinner table?" The position of Zhou Xing as an education department director held no sway over him. Thus Qin Xiang preferred to keep the conversation direct and devoid of unnecessary entanglements. "Oh, I see," Zhou Xing continued. "A special admission spot has been allocated from Xingren University, and I wanted to discuss your interest in it." Xingren University? Qin Xiang had little knowledge of the university's for ability users, nor was he well versed in the special admission process. Nevertheless, Zhou Xing's offer piqued his interest. After contemplating, he decided it would be prudent to agree for now and later consult Li Tianming about the matter. If it proved unappealing, he could always decline the dinner invitation with Zhou Xing. "Well, since Director Zhou is interested in dining together, I would be more than happy to oblige. Please choose a time and place." "Thank you, classmate Qin. I will send you the restaurant details and reservation time via text." "Sounds good. Goodbye for now, classmate Qin." "Yes. Goodbye." After Qin Xiang hung up the phone, he cast a glance at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. "Zhou Yang, what do you have to say?" Zhou Yang, astonished by the jovial interaction between Qin Xiang and his uncle, was taken aback by his uncle's unusual eagerness to appease. He had never witnessed his uncle in such a subservient demeanor. With Zhou Xing awakening his sequence abilities, even the director of the education department treated him as an equal, if not with a hint of deference. The audacity of Qin Xiang to bring Zhou Xing down to such a level left Zhou Yang feeling increasingly alarmed. He realized that Qin Xiang was indeed someone he could not afford to offend. Moreover, the decree that forbade sequence ability users from harming ordinary individuals applied solely to students and public officials. Once he graduated from high school, stripped of his protective backing, if Qin Xiang chose to pursue him, his life could be forfeit at any moment. The thought sent a chill down Zhou Yang's spine. In comparison to Li Jingwen beside him, his relationship with his uncle Zhou Xing took precedence. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Xiang, saying, "I apologize, Qin. My previous actions were misguided. I shall no longer interfere in your affairs with Li Jingwen." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's withdrawal, Li Jingwen panicked and grasped Zhou Yang's arm, desperate to retain him. "Zhou Yang, do you remember what you told me last night? You promised we would be together for life. You said you would shelter me from the storms and care for me forever." Zhou Yang, feeling guilty, dared not meet her gaze. "Who told you to offend Qin? You heard my uncle's words. What could I possibly do? You might as well apologize to Qin and see if you can resolve your enmity and gain his forgiveness. You heartless traitor, are you already breaking your promises? Why didn't you say that when we were intimate? Are you not a man? You are nothing but a coward. Being a coward is certainly preferable to being dead." Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's grip and, with a dismissive remark, exited the classroom. Qin Xiang nodded with interest. "Jingwen, congratulations on finding an astute individual." Li Jingwen turned to Qin Xiang, her body trembling with shock at his beaming expression. Qin Xiang, I truly regret what transpired before. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I can offer you anything, as long as you spare me." As she spoke, Li Jingwen subtly accentuated her slightly rounded bosom. Qin Xiang assessed her briefly before shaking his head. "This is insufficient for atonement. You may as well savor your final moments of tranquility." Upon hearing this, Li Jingwen's complexion drained to the pallor of the wall, devoid of vitality. Ding, 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 the bell rang for class. "Return to your seats, and do not disturb my lesson." Li Jingwen walked back to her seat in a daze. It was now conspicuously empty. The animosity between her and Qin Xiang had swiftly spread throughout the campus following his emergence as a sequence ability user. Although few knew the specifics of their feud, aside from Zhou Yang with his connections, no one dared to provoke the troublesome Li Jingwen. Even her former desk mate chose to sit elsewhere, and her once admirative friends now kept their distance. She sat alone in the chair, her face a mask of terror. Everything had come to an end. The threat posed by Qin Xiang was beyond her capacity to resolve. Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user, an orphan devoid of any vulnerabilities. Wait, vulnerabilities? While he himself may lack weaknesses, those around him certainly do. It appeared that Qin Xiang had a close relationship with the elderly woman, Julie, from the library, and when Shu as well. It must be so. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Qin Xiang to frequent the library without cause. With this thought, Li Jingwen's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If she could seize these two individuals, perhaps she could instill a sense of caution in Qin Xiang. Chapter 72. An ordinary day after class. Qin Xiang once again visited the library. The ambience remained unchanged from before, with only teacher Zhu tidying up books and Wenshu studying quietly nearby. It's been a while. Qin Xiang greeted both teacher Zhu and Wenshu before assisting with the books. Teacher Zhu chuckled. What do you mean a while? It's only been a day. Is that so? Qin Xiang pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed they had only been apart for a day. However, the events of yesterday, hunting deities, the confrontation with John, and claiming rewards, made it feel as if much more time had passed. Oh well, I've been rather busy lately and a bit muddled. By the way, Wenshu, how has Zhao Enlai been recently? Wenshu looked up from her work and replied. He transferred schools yesterday. Transferred? Qin Xiang chuckled. He certainly moves quickly. After you confronted both the grade supervisor and your homeroom teacher, it's no wonder he would worry about his ability to participate in the college entrance examination healthily. That's a valid point. Thank you. Not at all. Hey, teacher Zhu, you needn't trouble yourself with this. As a sequence ability user, moving books is a piece of cake for me. Let me handle it. Precisely because you're a sequence ability user that I cannot allow you to do this. You must focus your energy on the assessments after the college entrance examination or on hunting deities to save humanity. Teacher Zhu, I am just an ordinary sequence ability user. Here, I may be considered unique, but in those developed regions, I am merely commonplace. Where would I find the means to save humanity? I might as well save your old back first. With that, Qin Xiang snatched the books from teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu, momentarily empty-handed, stared blankly before chuckling and settling into a chair. After tidying up the books, Qin Xiang turned to teacher Zhu and asked, Teacher Zhu, how much does it cost to treat that stomach ailment of yours? Why bring this up out of the blue? Just curious. I've come to terms with it. It's not important. Not important? How much is not important? Teacher Zhu shot a glance at Qin Xiang and replied, I wouldn't know. That's improbable. You must have at least inquired about the cost before giving up on treatment. Understanding the implication in Qin Xiang's words, teacher Zhu advised, child, even though you're a sequence ability user, I know that earning money is not easy. My life has been quite fulfilling. You should keep your money for yourself. I'm merely inquiring about the cost. Seeing that Qin Xiang remained persistent, teacher Zhu sighed. It's roughly a little over a silver coin. You nearly scared me. I thought it would be dozens of silver coins. Dozens? That would be enough to replace every part of my body. You truly have no concept of money. Qin Xiang removed a pouch from his waist, shaking out 80 silver coins, and pushed 3 of them towards teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, take this money for your treatment. This. Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you acquire such a sum? Earned it yesterday. Fearing you may doubt my sincerity, I have taken the liberty to display these 3 silver coins, lest you believe they constitute my entire fortune and refuse to accept them. Wenshu glanced at the coins on the table, momentarily taken aback, yet soon returned to her immersion in the sea of questions. Teacher, please accept this. Earning money is quite effortless for me, far easier than you might imagine. For a considerable time, teacher Zhu remained silent, not having a death wish, but would willingly choose to perish if life could be sustained. It was merely a matter of financial constraints. Now, with Qin Xiang placing her lifeline upon the table, she indeed felt tempted. However, what right did she have to claim such a sum from him? Teacher Zhu had dedicated her life to educating others, adhering strictly to her principles. At this moment, her moral compass clashed with her yearning for survival. Qin Xiang discerned the turmoil within teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, you may perceive this amount as substantial, but to me, you are my sole elder in this world. This money is insignificant in comparison. When Shu chimed in, "Teacher, please accept it." By the look of him, it seems he truly has not exerted himself to earn this. Indeed, one must not oppose life for the sake of sustenance. "Teacher, I am an orphan, and you are the only one who has shown me kindness. Accept this, use it to recover, and consider my homage to you. It would bring me solace." With that, she promptly stuffed the 3 silver coins into teacher Zhu's pocket. "Well, very well then. You shall take the day off to hasten your surgery. Do not let the opportunity slip away. As for the library closing, leave that to me. Rest assured, Principal Li will surely approve your leave." "Young Qin, your words." "All right, I understand." Teacher Zhu nodded with excitement, though she refrained from elaborating further. She clutched the coins in her pocket, casting a grateful glance at Qin Xiang before shouldering her bag and departing the library. Once teacher Zhu had left, only Qin Xiang and when Shu remained in the library. Qin Xiang ventured to inquire, "I heard from Zhao when that you intend to apply to the 2 least prestigious colleges?" "What do you mean by least prestigious?" "Those are merely the lower-ranked institutions among the 8 colleges. Your phrasing suggests I am applying to some inconsequential place. Is it due to dormitory arrangements? You wish to accommodate your grandmother, hence the need for a single room. Only the last 2 colleges provide such accommodations." When Shu set her pen down, intrigued by Qin Xiang's proposition, "I possess this sum, yet it is of little immediate use. How about this? I will cover your housing expenses at the colleges alone with a modest interest rate. When you graduate and join the United Government, you can repay me. How does that sound?" When Shu smirked, shaking her head as she resumed her studies. You refuse?" "It's not a refusal. Rather, I feel you may not afford this expense. Even if you could, I would be unable to repay it." Qin Xiang frowned. How much could renting a place possibly cost? Why not check for yourself? Qin Xiang cast an odd glance at Wen Shu before making his way toward the principal's office. Attempting to open the door, he found it locked. He retrieved the key that Li Tianming had given him and entered, only to be met by the startled gaze of 2 individuals. Li Tianming was fervently engaged with a teacher on a folding bed. Qin Xiang shut the door and took a seat in the principal's chair, directly accessing the sequential education forum. He then remarked, "Principal Li, Teacher Yang, please continue with your activities. I am merely conducting some research." The female teacher immediately, in a fluster, donned her clothes and hastily exited. Li Tianming, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "Qin Xiang, what do you intend to do?" "Oh, I mentioned I'm merely gathering information," Qin Xiang replied. "Could you not wait a moment? Curiosity has arisen. I cannot delay." Li Tianming, adjusting his trousers, approached Qin Xiang from behind. "The price of a single room near the academy. You intend to attend the University of Sequential Abilities, not the academy. Who are you researching this for?" Noticing that Qin Xiang was ignoring him and continuing his search, Li Tianming narrowed his eyes. "You're doing this for Wen Shu, aren't you? Damn it. Are you sabotaging my chances for your own romantic pursuits?" Li Tianming was genuinely furious, expletives escaping his lips, completely devoid of the composure one would expect from a principal who is pursuing romance. "We maintain a serious student relationship. Don't lie to me. A serious student relationship. And yet you can spare several hundred silver coins to assist her in renting a place." Chapter 73. The poor in the rich district, how much? Qin Xiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Li Tianming. "Renting a place costs hundreds of silver coins. Though I have little experience with money, you cannot possibly be serious. For that price, I might as well buy a house." "No, wait. Houses aren't even that expensive, are they?" Li Tianming shuklad disdainfully, casually fastening his belt. "My young friend, you are still too naive and lack familiarity with the world of the safe zone. Do you really think that other places are akin to our dilapidated outskirts, where a single silver coin is enough to secure a modest studio? Let me enlighten you. The disparity between different areas within the safe zone is far greater than the gap between you and your classmates. Simply put, we reside in the 14,121st safe zone. Do you know where the 8 prestigious academies are located?" "I do not. They are all situated within the top 30 zones. The numbering of the zones corresponds with that of the safe zone's exits. The smaller the number, the more influential and powerful the inhabitants. Residents in the top 30 zones are either wealthy or aristocratic. You might strike up a conversation with someone on the street who turns out to be a director or a bureau chief. In that realm, even the head of the education department must tread carefully. Tell me, what do you think the property prices are like in such a place? You might wonder why the academies are established in the top 30 zones. Qin Xiang nodded. I was indeed about to ask that. Have you ever contemplated the true essence of the 8 academies designed for ordinary individuals? Are these institutions genuinely intended for the common folk? If they were truly for individuals like Shu, why not establish 100 or 80 academies instead of just 8? The reason lies in the fact that these 8 academies cater to the offspring of the elite who have yet to awaken their sequential abilities. These privileged individuals, due to their noble lineage, cannot be deprived of a respectable education simply because they lack such abilities. Thus, to maintain internal stability, the government collaborated to create these 8 academies. You are gravely mistaken if you believe that the academies serve the common people, while the universities for sequential ability holders cater to the exalted. In truth, hundreds of universities exist for individuals like you and me, whereas the academies were originally established for those in high society. The difficulty of gaining admission to these academies is also tied to the fact that most slots are pre-allocated. Excluding those elite offspring who are granted admission through sponsorship from academies or alumni networks, only 1/5 of the positions are available for students like Shu. This implies that 4/5 of the candidates are from a privileged circle, leaving only 1/5 who gain entry through their own efforts. So tell me, does the location of these academies cater to that 1/5 or accommodate the 4/5? Qin Xiang was profoundly shocked. He had not anticipated that the so-called 8 academies entailed so many complexities. Therefore, if you intend to woo someone by covering their accommodation expenses, I advise you to reconsider. After 4 years at the academy, given the surrounding property prices, a studio will cost at least several hundred silver coins. And that is merely a possibility, not a certainty. I have heard that as the safety zone becomes increasingly stable, the property prices in that area have soared. The rent for single rooms has generally risen to a gold coin. In the esteemed Lianrong Academy, ranked first in the 3rd district, the 4-year rent for surrounding single rooms is expected to double. Even so, one must make an advance reservation to secure one. Li Tianming donned his suit and poured himself a cup of hot water. Long ago, when Shu had discussed matters regarding the academy with me, I supported her decision to choose the lower-ranked Tiantong Academy and Renqing Academy. She intends to attend school with her grandmother, and only these 2 institutions provide single-room accommodations for outstanding students. She calculated that if she were to take out a loan for rent, she might never be able to repay it after entering the United Government upon graduation. I concurred with her assessment, as the rental properties were not intended for students like her. The primary tenants were, in fact, affluent youths who found it inconvenient to return home. You understand, do you not? Li Tianming observed Qin Xiang, who was still in a daze, and the frustration of having interrupted his good fortune quickly dissipated. Qin, I advise you to be prudent. The amount of money required to hunt deities may seem astronomical to the average person, but it is hardly sufficient in the core area of the safety zone. I can understand your affection for Shu. After all, she is a well-behaved and beautiful young lady. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang turned his gaze towards Li Tianming, wondering if this lecherous man was harboring designs on a student. Li Tianming smirked. I'm not so desperate as to target students. My concern for Shu is merely that of an elder. You should not misinterpret my intentions. Indeed, he added, a naive student is not to my taste. So you need not worry. Naive? Qin Xiang was too weary to refute. It seemed that Shu maintained a commendable facade in the eyes of others. Li Tianming continued, Qin, as someone who has traversed this path before, I must offer you some advice. Pursuing a romantic interest requires a fundamental approach. You wouldn't genuinely contemplate earning several hundred silver coins, or even a few gold coins to help her pay rent, would you? Such a sum is unlikely for her to earn in a lifetime working for the United Government. If you truly wish to be with her, it would be wiser to save that money as an asset for your future home after marriage rather than squandering it on exorbitant rent, would it not? Qin Xiang, growing impatient, replied, I told you I am not pursuing her. Right, you are correct, Li Tianming acknowledged. I am merely sharing my perspective. As the principal, during our conversation, Listen first, and you may express differing opinions afterward. Understood. I'm not one to enjoy lecturing, but I genuinely admire you, which is why I have taken the liberty to speak at length in hopes that you might heed my words. Yes, I recognize that Principal Lee's intentions are for my benefit. I am not one to be ungrateful. I knew you would grasp that quickly. Allow me to utter an unpleasant truth. Regardless of your current feelings for her, even if you two were to marry in the end, there are no guarantees in life. Just take a look at me. During my tenure as the vice dean of the university, my relationship with my wife was harmonious. However, troubles arose, and she became my ex-wife. Therefore, do not immerse yourself solely in the elusive notion of love. One must live for oneself. I have always concurred with Principal Lee's sentiment. I had no intention of compromising my own dignity to assist her. Li Tianming clapped his hands. Precisely this reasoning. Love is an unreliable affair. The bond of marriage may not be as steadfast as our collaborative relationship. Engaging in 1,000 good deeds together pales in comparison to committing a single bad act. With a wistful sigh, Li Tianming remarked, honestly, few relationships can rival the closeness we share, unless one has shared the act of murder or disposed of a body together. Yet, when Shu, that obedient girl, would never partake in such deeds with you. Ultimately, despite all the words spoken, one must remain grounded, dear classmate Qin. Chapter 74 Inquiry Qin Xiang then posed a question. Principal Li, do you believe that a relationship involved in a murder and body disposal is inseparable? Essentially, yes. In such circumstances, it is quite difficult for the relationship to deteriorate. Even if it does, Li Tianming began, but his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of vigilance. He cast a glance at Qin Xiang and inquired, why do you ask this question? Qin Xiang had merely asked out of casual curiosity, initially concerned that Li Tianming might detect something amiss. He was taken aback by the intensity of Li Tianming's reaction. With a faint smile, Qin Xiang replied, Principal Li, how many have you killed? What do you mean, how many? How could I have ever killed anyone? Li Tianming scoffed, choosing to ignore Qin Xiang thereafter. Qin Xiang chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter. After all, murder is not an entirely uncommon occurrence. Sometimes, secrets one wishes to keep hidden come to light, or one finds themselves threatened. What choice does one have but to eliminate the threat? Should one simply wait for someone else to do the killing? There is little more to say on the subject. As for who Li Tianming has killed, it is of no concern to him. Let be. Their collaboration was strictly confined to hunting deities, advancing in their studies, and seeking the abilities of the fraudster sequence. Other matters were best left unentangled. This is the delicate balance that must be maintained between collaborators. Just as Qin Xiang was about to continue the conversation, a knock sounded at the office door. Principal, individuals from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau have arrived, stating they have matters to discuss with student Qin Xiang. I searched the classrooms and library, but could not locate him. Someone mentioned he should be with you, so I brought him here. Li Tianming and Qin Xiang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They likely intended to inquire about how John met his demise yesterday. Let them in. Yes, please come in. The door swung open, revealing a medium-built official clad in formal attire. Upon closer inspection, Qin Xiang recognized Qian Wenda. With an acquaintance conducting the inquiry, it seemed trivial to brush off the conversation. He initially intended to greet him casually, but noticed a grave expression on Qian Wenda's face, leaving him puzzled. His confusion deepened upon seeing another individual entering the office behind Qian Wenda. This person, with a head full of white hair and draped in a long coat, took a seat beside Qian Wenda. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Wenda, Chief of the 14121 Area Sequence Ability Management Bureau, and I am Olaf, Senior Inspector of the 14121 Area Police Department. Olaf scrutinized Qin Xiang with a penetrating gaze, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Student Qin, you have truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Once a homeless drifter, you have now become the most sought-after rising star among sequence ability practitioners in our region. Olaf appeared generous with his compliments, expressing admiration for Qin Xiang. However, both Qin Xiang and his acquaintances, Qian Wenda and Li Tianming, discerned an underlying menace in Olaf's words. Qian Wenda spoke up. Student Qin, I am here on behalf of the Bureau to inquire about the events surrounding the killing of John in the battle arena yesterday. Detective Olaf has some cases he wishes to consult with you. Upon learning of my arrival, he decided to join me unexpectedly. Qin Xiang cast a glance at Qian, realizing why he appeared somewhat tense when entering the office. It was due to the sudden presence of a detective from the police station. Olaf nodded at Qian, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Section Chief Qian, for your guidance. I indeed have several inquiries for Student Qin. However, as you represent the administration, I believe it would be prudent for you to pose your questions first. Li Tianming glanced at the two and inquired, do I need to excuse myself? Qian shook his head. You are the guarantor for Qin Xiang. My questions require your testimony as well, so there is no need for you to leave. As for Detective Olaf's intentions, I cannot speak for him. Olaf smiled amicably. I am here to gather information directly from Student Qin. So it would be best if everyone else could momentarily step aside during our discussion. Without further ado, let us begin. Student Qin, you killed John Stepan around 6 o'clock last night at the combat arena, correct? Yes. What prompted you to take his life? Because he seemed intent on killing me. He stated he would not grant me the opportunity to surrender. In a moment of panic, I ended his life. He was a level 2 Phantom Assassin Sequence ability user, possessing a Hunter's artifact, while you're a level 1 Phantom Assassin Sequence user. I am curious as to how you managed to defeat him. Qin Xiang pondered. Isn't the method of combat in the arena confidential? Indeed, it is confidential, which is precisely why I am merely inquiring out of curiosity. Do I have the right to refrain from answering? After all, that is my means of survival, and I would prefer to keep it undisclosed. Very well. Qian's remarks seemed to put Qin Xiang in a difficult position. He could not allow others to know the nature of his relationship with Qin Xiang. In fact, when he questioned him, he deliberately included the phrase, I am quite curious, indicating the subjectivity of the inquiry. This also served as an indirect reminder to Qin Xiang that this matter was not an obligation for the administration to pursue. If Qin Xiang failed to grasp this nuance, there was little that could be done. Fortunately, Qin Xiang was astute enough to recognize Qian's subtle hints. While displaying a semblance of displeasure, he chose to reject the question. May I ask again why you killed him? As I stated, he threatened my life, and in a moment of haste, I acted. Then why did you shatter his skull? Because I was impulsive. At this moment, Qin Xiang appeared increasingly restless, as if his earlier agitation had resurfaced. Li Tianming interjecta. This matter is also closely related to my position as principal. Principal Li, please go ahead, Qian encouraged. As you are aware, we at Jian School have never had a student awaken a sequence ability before. Therefore, my educational policy has always focused on nurturing the top students capable of entering prestigious academies, which has led to some negligence concerning other students. This negligence manifested in appointing a rather irresponsible teacher as the head of moral education. From a young age, Qin, an orphan, exhibited a solitary disposition, often subjected to bullying at school, which contributed to his introverted nature. Had the moral education director provided diligent guidance, it is conceivable that his character might have blossomed into a more cheerful one. However, due to my negligence, the moral education director failed to promptly address the issues prevalent within the school, resulting in Qin's temperament becoming prone to outbursts of anger. In the past, he even inadvertently injured both his homeroom teacher and the grade director, incidents that became widely known among the faculty and students, further illustrating his volatile nature. To atone for my previous oversight, I have chosen to act as his guardian, ensuring his safety beyond the confines of a safe zone while guiding his academic and daily life within it. Additionally, I replaced the former moral education director with a highly regarded staff member known for their exemplary character and ability to teach by example. I firmly believe that under such positive influence, Qin will gradually ameliorate his prior issues. Qin Xiang was nearly moved to exclaim in admiration. Truly, the principal is remarkable, an astute and seasoned individual. Chapter 75. The conversation with Olaf. Indeed, the principal is formidable, although Qin Xiang's expression still bore traces of anger. His breath came in heavy gasps. However, he held deep admiration for Li Tianming's eloquent discourse. The cause and effect were elucidated with clarity, and methods for future improvement were proposed. The entire affair was meticulously addressed. Upon hearing this, Chien Winda feigned contemplation for a moment before slowly nodding. There was indeed nothing amiss in Principal Lee's assertions. Therefore, I shall report this matter truthfully to the Management Bureau and ensure it is duly documented. Olaf gazed at the smiling Li Tianming for a while, saying nothing further. Li Tianming expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director Chien, for your understanding. Our school shall surely continue to strive for excellence." "Very well. I have no further inquiries. I must return to the Management Bureau to submit my report." "Olaf, I shall not wait for you." Chien Winda was keenly aware of maintaining a certain distance and limited concern towards Qin Xiang, lest Olaf discern any issues from the smallest details. He was not like Li Tianming, a public servant burdened with no serious cases and lacking any prospects for advancement, relegated to a remote area as a high school principal. Chien Winda had always been diligent, and with his relatively rare awakened sequence, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become the director and retire thereafter, if he were to provoke Olaf and attract unnecessary troubles. It was not a scenario he wished to encounter. Olaf nodded, saying, "I look forward to our next meeting, Director Chien." "Very well." Chien Winda rose and cast a glance at Li Tianming, who was seated, saying, "Principal Li, Olaf wishes to converse privately with student Qin. Perhaps you should step out for a moment." "Understood, Director Chien." Li Tianming stood and followed Chien Winda out of the principal's office, closing the door behind him. Only Qin Xiang and Olaf remained. Olaf smiled faintly, his aged visage etched with the lines of time. "Qin Xiang, you are quite remarkable. You deceived me." Qin Xiang gazed silently at Olaf, offering no response. "In my 40 years within the police department, I have only been deceived 5 times. You are the youngest among them." Qin Xiang remained silent. "When I first encountered you in the Internet CAF's warehouse, I genuinely believed you to be a pitiable, impoverished child, victimized by the relatively affluent scoundrel Wang Defa. I never anticipated that a 17-year-old high school student could orchestrate the actions of a local bully like Wang Defa." Olaf mused to himself. Qin Xiang continued to maintain his silence. The moment Olaf discovered the nature of his awakened sequence ability, all explanations became futile. Thus, he had no interest in engaging in superfluous dialogue, merely biding his time for Olaf's inquiries. While Olaf spoke, he did not pose any questions. He was merely articulating what he perceived as truth. If Qin Xiang were to speak now, it might inadvertently reveal more than intended. Observing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor, Olaf became increasingly convinced of the boy's complexity. Hence, he posed his first question. 2 days ago, while browsing the information hall for sequence ability users, I came across your profile. I was quite astonished. After thorough contemplation, I am assured that this individual is indeed you. Consequently, I promptly visited the Internet CAF to inquire about you from Wang Defa. Can you guess his response? Qin Xiang was aware that this was a mere bait. Although Wang Defa operated an Internet CAF on the periphery of a secure zone, he possessed connections and was quite astute. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa neither admitted to anything nor claimed to have behaved inappropriately towards Qin Xiang. All of Olive's conjectures were imposed upon him by Qin Xiang through his almost instinctive gestures and language. If Wang Defa were to staunchly deny any association, all parties would remain unscathed. However, should he inadvertently let something slip, an abyss of consequences would await him. The orphan, Qin Xiang, firmly believed that Olive would extract nothing from Wang Defa during his interrogation. Slowly, Qin Xiang began to speak. "Inspector Olive, is this the matter you wish to discuss with me today? I do not perceive how these events pertain to me." Olive appeared taken aback. "You are aware that Wang Defa will say nothing, are you not?" "Inspector Olive, I am merely a student. Your inquiries are far too profound for my comprehension. What is your relationship with Wang Defa?" "We are mere acquaintances." "Mere acquaintances? Indeed. You did not articulate it that way previously. Did I? I must have forgotten." Olive adjusted his silver hair. "You are quite the troublesome little imp. Perhaps I should procure a warrant and detain you at the police station for a more thorough interrogation." "I am aware of this, Inspector Olive. I am a sequence ability user, and only the Sequence Ability Management Bureau possesses the authority to detain me." "You seemingly lack such power." Olive's gaze towards Qin Xiang brightened. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge." Did you acquire this information from Wang Defa's Internet CAF? No, the CAF is prohibitively expensive. I accessed the information using the computer in Principal Li Tianming's office. Qin Xiang refrained from addressing whether he had researched at Wang Defa's CAF. Prior to awakening his sequence ability, he had merely been an orphan. If he frequently visited Internet CAFs, explaining the associated costs would pose a significant challenge. Thus, he opted to cut that line of inquiry and use Li Tianming as a shield. The only ones aware of your Internet CAF experiences are yourself and Wang Defa, with the exception of Lu Daji. You have killed Lu Daji, and since Wang Defa remains tight-lipped, I find myself quite powerless against you. Qin Xiang maintained a composed exterior, though a sense of unease gripped him. He had not anticipated that Olive would associate the unfortunate incident surrounding Lu Daji with him. Moreover, you possess a solid alibi. When I entered the school, I consulted the gatekeeper and reviewed the surveillance footage from the morning of Lu Daji's death. You arrived at the school less than 10 minutes after his demise, leaving no time for you to commit the act. That indicates I am not the murderer. A cunning glimmer flickered in Olive's eyes. You should be asking me who Lu Daji is. A brief silence ensued. Qin Xiang shook his head. Given that I know Wang Defa, how could I possibly be unaware of Lu Daji? Inspector Olive, I am genuinely saddened by his untimely passing. However, to assert that I was the one who committed the murder is rather excessive. After all, you have also stated that I lacked the opportunity to commit the crime. Olaf slightly clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Qin Xiang. It had been quite some time since he encountered such a formidable suspect. And to think it was a mere 17-year-old high school student. You were exceedingly cautious, almost a natural-born criminal. This was Olaf's conclusion after the first round of questioning directed at Qin Xiang. Indeed, as I mentioned, you had no time to commit the crime, provided you had not awakened your sequence ability on that day. Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly, yet I truly only awakened my sequence ability last weekend. No, you could feign having awakened your sequence ability last weekend, while in reality, you had already been utilizing it for other purposes. Qin Xiang shrugged. Olaf, the inspector, remarked, your conjecture is intriguing, but how shall we prove it? Chapter 56, Digging Deeper Olaf Sayed. As I just mentioned, you exhibit great caution. You incinerated Lu Daji's corpse, and his brain has now become a mushy mass. The ability of the undying sequence, Death's command, is rendered ineffective. Thus, you are correct. I cannot substantiate any of this. Qin Xiang replied earnestly, Inspector Olaf, everything you have stated is mere conjecture without evidence. Therefore, please refrain from asserting that I incinerated Lu Daji's body, for I did not commit that act. Very well, very well. I shall take your word for it. Olaf chuckled nonchalantly and continued, you shattered John's skull, and his brains were strewn across the combat arena, similarly preventing us from accessing his memories while he was alive. To me, you seem inherently predisposed to murder. Calm and cold-blooded. This is not your first time, is it? Qin Xiang responded, the act of killing John was a momentary lapse of control on my part, and I am truly sorry. As for the other matters you mentioned, I am genuinely unaware. Inspector, I am merely a student who needs to focus on my studies. If you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave. There's one more thing. Please proceed. I hope it is not yet another absurdity. Olaf did not rush to pose his question. Instead, he produced a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke, creating a haze between the two. Do you know, just days before Lu Daji's demise, we discovered 3 charred corpses 2 stations away from the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang tensed involuntarily. He had not anticipated that Olaf would connect this matter as well. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, a hint of unease crept into his expression. With the cigar between his lips, Olaf smirked and continued nonchalantly. Those 3 individuals not only had their skulls crushed, but were also subsequently incinerated. Undoubtedly, the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. I found it quite peculiar as to why the assailant would resort to such actions. Eventually, I deduced that the killer was unaware of the limitations of the undying sequence ability, Death's command. It is rather elementary knowledge that a sequence user should possess. At the time, I speculated that this individual must be a newly awakened sequence ability user from an impoverished area, lacking access to such critical information. This murderer, having just awakened their powers, had no means to acquire knowledge and could only rely on their assumptions, destroying and then burning the corpse to prevent other memory-reading sequence users from discovering their identity. Qin Xiang struggled to maintain his calm. Yet, beads of sweat instinctively formed on his forehead. He could only rely on silence to preserve his composure. Then, Olaf uttered a statement he least wished to hear. This homicide occurred after the enigmatic disappearance of the divine remnants from the trash bin at the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Classmate Qin Xiang, do you perceive any connection between the two? Qin Xiang closed his eyes. Olaf had indeed pieced it all together. Despite having never witnessed his own crime, he connected all the dots. At this moment, he recalled the advice Rowlena had given him during their conversation that night. Never fall into Olaf's hands. Now, he finally grasped the profound meaning behind her caution, understanding why she harbored such trepidation towards Olaf. Olaf claimed to be a natural-born criminal, yet he was, in fact, a detective adept at apprehending wrongdoers. A game of cat and mouse was unfolding between them. Qin Xiang spoke slowly, striving to maintain his composure. However, you possess no evidence. Inspector Olaf, all you say is mere conjecture. You are correct. I lack evidence, Olaf admitted with a wry smile. But do you believe I am concerned about these individuals themselves? He shook his head, continuing, the fates of John, Liu Daji, and those three nameless corpses matter little to me. How they met their demise and what they experienced before their deaths holds no significance. My sole interest lies in one question. Who is the one that stole the remnants of the deity? Your theft of the divine remains, where you have hidden them, and what you intend to do with them is what intrigues me most. Can you provide an answer, Mr. Qin? Olaf had finally revealed his true intentions, having circled around the subject only to clarify his understanding of Qin Xiang as secret step by step, indicating that he had uncovered the truth. Sorry, but I still do not comprehend what you are saying, Inspector Olaf, Qin Xiang replied, now devoid of panic. His hands gripped the armrest of the chair, a smile gracing his lips. He had already entertained thoughts of murder. This man was terrifying, capable of deducing everything. Allowing him to live could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. Eliminating Olaf seemed the only way to resolve the situation. Olaf continued, Qin Xiang, have you ever considered that escape is not an option for you? This elaborate charade is merely to conceal the awakening of your sequence abilities. I am 90% certain that your sequence is definitely not Phantom Assassin. I wonder what method you employed to forge your sequence. To expose you, one need only take you to the Bureau for a re-evaluation of your abilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang paused, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Olaf. Qian Wenda had informed him that once a sequence ability was determined by the Bureau, there would be no further verification unless the ability holder had been convicted. The United Government had previously faced protests from sequence ability holders due to repeated assessments of their abilities and levels, leading them to refrain from infringing upon the privacy of sequence holders. Since that incident, the United Government had turned a blind eye within all safe zones. Regardless of one's sequence or level, as long as they hunted deities and caused no disturbances within safe areas, their legitimacy was assumed. However, one must not overstep their bounds. Should one overtly assist in the fabrication of sequences, the coalition government would undoubtedly seek accountability. This is precisely why Qian Wenda dared to accept payment for such illicit endeavors. Were the coalition government to strictly prohibit the forgery of sequences, with severe penalties for those caught, Qian Wenda would never involve himself in such murky waters. In essence, the fact that sequence abilities should not undergo multiple tests is a widely acknowledged truth among nearly all sequence ability practitioners. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau, being the authority that issues sequence certifications, would certainly refuse Olaf's request to allow Qin Xiang a second evaluation of his sequence abilities. What perplexed Qin Xiang was that Olaf seemed oblivious to this information. The irregularity of the situation piqued his curiosity, much like a mouse catching the scent of cheese. He caressed the armrest of his chair, deep in contemplation. Chapter 77. twists and turns, the sudden silence and contemplation of Qin Xiang caused the white eyebrows of Olaf to slightly raise. He quietly scrutinized the youth while holding his cigar, oblivious to the thoughts racing through the boy's mind. Qin Xiang cast a fleeting glance at him before wordlessly rising to sit at the computer. He conducted another search and confirmed that the joint government's stipulation against secondary testing for individuals with sequence abilities was well known within this secure zone. Only upon conviction would a re-evaluation of the sequence abilities occur. However, this was only after a crime had been established, meant for identity verification, rather than serving as evidence to accuse those with sequence abilities of wrongdoing. In other words, once a sequence was fabricated, as long as one did not commit a crime or was not labeled as a criminal by others, one's sequence would remain perpetually secure. Olaf was unaware of this fact, which struck Qin Xiang as peculiar. Seated at the computer, Qin Xiang pondered deeply on the source of this dissonance. He accessed Olaf's information panel within the Godslayer camp. Olaf Shalius had been an exemplary police officer before the apocalypse, serving as the police chief of the United States. Even after the world descended into chaos, he remained dutiful, having held the positions of police chief in the 45th Security Zone and director of the police department in the 18th Security Zone, before being reassigned 6 months ago as an inspector in the 14,121st Security Zone. The peculiarities of Olaf's career trajectory left Qin Xiang even more bewildered. Originally an official from a 2-digit numbered police department, he had been transferred to a grassroots inspector position on the fringes of a secure zone. This was indeed strange. The disjunction in Olaf's information and the gaps in his position made Qin Xiang feel that this elderly man, with his head full of white hair, was not merely an innocent citizen. Classmate Qin Xiang, I believe our conversation is far from over. It is rather inappropriate for you to leave directly for other matters, Olaf urged. Hearing Olaf's insistence, Qin Xiang, compelled by the circumstances, endeavored to swiftly draw a conclusion, despite finding it somewhat absurd. Inspector Olaf, I have just thought of a question that I need to verify with you. Go ahead. Although there are several large secure zones on Blue Star, it seems these zones do not communicate with one another, correct? They claim to be a united government, yet each secure zone essentially governs itself, with only certain vital information being exchanged. Even the network we typically use is merely a local area network within a secure zone, is it not? Olaf, uncertain why Qin Xiang posed this inquiry, nodded in affirmation. You are correct. Between the major secure zones, countless powerful deities roam, rendering human passage impossible and preventing the establishment of network connections. Therefore, the networks are confined to local area networks within each secure zone. Information between secure zones can only be disseminated through the announcements of the United Government. As for how the United Government communicates between these secure zones, I, as an old man from the police department, am not privy to that. Qin Xiang nodded. The confirmation of this information from Olaf further solidified his convictions regarding his conclusions. If he was not mistaken, there are equally dark secrets lurking behind Olaf. Inspector Olaf, may I inquire about another question? Upon encountering Qin Xiang, conversations abruptly flourished, and the engagement became notably proactive. Olaf believed that his words had begun to yield results. It seemed that the distance to comprehending everything was no longer far. Please, inquire as you wish. Olaf extinguished his cigar, interlacing his hands over his abdomen, reclining on the sofa with a benevolent smile directed at Qin Xiang. Detective Olaf, from whence do you hail? Upon hearing Qin Xiang's question, Olaf maintained his smile, though a hint of aloofness crept into his eyes. What do you mean, Qin Xiang? Detective Olaf, allow me to clarify further. From which safe zone do you originate? Or perhaps from an obscure locale? In any case, you are not a resident of this safe zone, are you? Oh, by the way, I perhaps ought not to address you as Detective Olaf, for the true Detective Olaf has never departed from our safe zone. Olaf's smile vanished, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Student Qin, your tale is rather exaggerated. Is that so? Then I happen to have a story to share with Detective Olaf. I'm all ears. 3 years ago, a protest by sequence ability users erupted within this safe zone. Naturally, that protest did not extend to our current area 14121, as there are few sequence ability users here. The focus of the protest was primarily in the previous 100 or so zones. Oh, and at that time, Detective Olaf was serving in that area, so you must surely be aware of it, yes? Olaf's lips subtly curled downward, his silence speaking volumes. Qin Xiang smiled gently and continued. The reason for the protest was the excessive frequency of tests imposed by the United Government on sequence ability users within the safe zone, evaluating their sequence levels and abilities in detail. This caused considerable unease among the sequence users, prompting a widespread protest organized by certain individuals. Subsequently, the United Government mandated that sequence abilities within the safe zone be tested only once, unless an individual had been convicted, in which case a second test would be conducted. Upon hearing this, Olaf's brow furrowed, and his demeanor grew increasingly vigilant. Detective Olaf, you might wonder how the sequence ability information of those users at the God-slaying camp was modified without multiple tests. The answer is simple. It was voluntarily updated. Although the United Government does not conduct repeated tests, individuals can choose to test themselves to update their sequence information, thereby becoming more desirable as God Hunter team members and gaining access to greater resources. However, this matter bears no relevance to my point. I merely consider that the continuous updates of the sequence ability information at the God-slaying camp may have led you to this misunderstanding, thinking that our safe zone still conducts multiple tests on sequence users. Observing Olaf's increasingly serious expression, Qin Xiang couldn't help but chuckle. Returning to my previous inquiry, Detective Olaf, as a veteran of the safe zone who participated in that protest, how is it that you remain unaware of the United Government's policy changes? Qin Xiang lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, resting his chin on one hand. Inspector, I am quite curious, from where do you hail? Furthermore, where exactly is the true Inspector Olaf now buried? Olaf took a deep breath. Qin Xiang, you should be aware that I have not reported your matter directly. Rather, I have come to converse with you without any ill intent. Inspector Olaf, you ought to know that I have not disclosed your affairs on the forum. Instead, I remain seated, engaged in dialogue with you, devoid of any malice. Olaf shook his head. In truth, I have never taken a life. What coincidence, so have I. Well, with the exception of John. Chapter 78. Li Qianming's reminder Olaf became acutely aware that the reasserted dominance of Qin Xiang seemed to evoke profound resistance within him. He comprehended this sentiment well. It is only natural to harbor skepticism towards the unknown. Olaf resolved to confront the matter directly. Classmate Qin Xiang, I believe your sequence may very well embody humanity's hope for a counteroffensive against the divine, and I sincerely hope you will cooperate